Chapter 1. Audition Scene. I'm always quite candid when it comes to music. What are you singing? You are entirely off-key. If you wish to continue on this path, I suggest you return and diligently practice your fundamentals. Next, apologies, but your voice lacks any distinctiveness. It is as bland as plain water. Did you choose this song because you thought it simple? However, simple songs often test one's vocal abilities more rigorously, and you clearly have not met the passing standard. Next, I have reiterated numerous times that I do not recommend newcomers perform original songs in competitions. While originality is commendable, within the limited time of a competition, a well-established and widely recognized song better showcases your vocal prowess and expressiveness. In the grand hall of Huaxia's voice, the four judges were delivering incisive critiques from their seats. Their sharp words and serious demeanor heightened the tension for the contestants awaiting their turn backstage. As one of the most popular music talent shows online, Huaxia's voice aims to discover musical talents from all walks of life, inviting music enthusiasts from across society. Whether you come from a prestigious music academy, are a self-taught prodigy, or a passionate folk music lover, if you harbor a dream of music, this stage is yours to shine. To enhance the spectacle, the production team spared no expense in inviting top-tier Chinese singing stars as mentors. The promotional video, accompanied by background music, showcased the ever-changing images of the four mentors. The legendary diva of the Chinese music scene, Han Hong, the versatile superstar from film, television, and music, Xie Tingfeng, the evergreen icon of the entertainment industry, Yang Mi, and the rock king, teacher Wang Feng. The lineup of mentors is truly splendid. Upon its broadcast, the show immediately garnered widespread attention. At this moment, the stage was recording the auditions for Huaxia's voice. A contestant bowed and walked off the stage with a wry smile. Number 28, are you here? Get ready to go on stage. A staff member shouted down the crowded passageway. Upon hearing the call, a handsome young man snapped back to reality and stepped forward from the throng. His name was Su Bai, who had crossed over to this world remarkably similar to Blue Star just a few days ago. However, aside from a comparable level of technology, the cultural and entertainment landscapes were vastly different, and this world appeared to be notably inferior to Blue Star. Upon arriving in this realm, Su Bai was utterly bewildered. In his former life, he had a gambling father, a playful mother, a lost home, and a life of wandering. He initially thought his circumstances were dire enough, only to find that his situation had worsened upon his arrival. The original owner of this body came from a relatively affluent family, being the wealthiest man in the village, owning a pig farm and several hundred acres of land. To support their son's dream, his parents devotedly funded Su Bai's training as a trainee under Yang Mi's Tianyi Entertainment Company. Yet this trainee, who entered with such transparency, was utterly lacking in singing, dancing, and even basketball skills. Apart from his looks, he was devoid of any talent. While his classmates became successful one after another, he remained a perennial underachiever, failing to accomplish anything. Ultimately, unable to withstand his parents' pressure, he dutifully returned to the village to inherit the family pig farm and farmland. Just as his parents were filled with pride, Su Bai, the unfortunate soul, made a grave error at work. 2,000 pigs on the verge of being sold suffered mass food poisoning and perished overnight. His father succumbed to a stroke on the spot, collapsing without a word. Faced with losses amounting to millions, the mother was under immense pressure, nearly collapsing from the strain. Upon learning of this distressing situation, the girlfriend hastily severed ties and vanished into the night. Having just traversed into this new realm, Su Bai found himself confronted by a throng of creditors blocking his path, their eyes locked in a mutual stare of bewilderment. Gazing at the butcher's knife lying on the ground, he was tempted to end his own life and return to his previous existence. Yet, his lifelong aversion to pain ultimately deterred him from such drastic measures. Drawing upon his extensive experience as a bibliophile, he anticipated that with his transmigration, a system would surely accompany him. However, after languishing for days without any sign of system, he was met only with the relentless presence of creditors at his door. Su Bai felt utterly despondent. The oyster could never have imagined that its protective shell would ultimately become its bowl. Lacking business acumen and unable to excel in manual labor, he resorted to performing menial tasks to make ends meet. Spotting a former elementary school classmate collecting plastic water bottles on the street filled him with a sense of unease he never expected that a childhood companion would. become a competitor that IT wasn't until he glimpsed a promotional video for the champion of the voice of Huaxia, promising a cash prize of 1 million, that he realized this world lacked the classics from his previous life. Why wait any longer? With a song from Blue Star, securing a spot among the top 3 would be effortless. Although the original owner lacked vocal talent, his understanding of music theory was commendably at least better than the average person. Is number 28 here? You're up next, so be prepared. The staff's voice snapped Sue by back to reality. As he prepared to take the stage, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting host participation in a variety show, system activation in progress. Ding! Entertainment Tycoon System successfully activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Tears of joy streamed down Sue Bai's face. The long-awaited system had finally arrived, just as he was on the verge of ending it all. He quickly affirmed, yes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10 skill specialization points. Original music package acquired. The system panel is being generated. Please review it at your convenience. Eagerly, Sue Bai opened the system panel. Host, Sue Bai. Age, 20. Popularity, 0. Singing skill, 5 available for enhancement. Guitar specialization, 5 available for enhancement. Piano specialization, 3 available for enhancement. A series of notifications filled him with exhilaration. This was truly a stroke of fortune. He quickly allocated all 10 attribute points to enhance his singing and guitar specialization. Ding! Congratulations, host, your singing skill has advanced to master level, and your guitar specialization has also reached master level. A warm surge coursed through his body, elevating his understanding of singing and guitar to unprecedented heights. Had he known this would occur, he would have never settled for being a mere trainee. Sue Bai began to grasp the system's functionalities, including gaining popularity, exchanging skill points, and acquiring items from the shop. 10,000 points of popularity could be traded for 1 skill point. These skill points could upgrade any skill, making it truly a remarkable boon to in the broadcasting hall. The host, Hua Xiao, announced now. Let us welcome today's 28th contestant to the stage. The audience, however, had grown disenchanted, having witnessed an array of eccentric performers apart from a few trainees from professional entertainment companies. Most were merely there for comedic effect. Even Han Hong and her companions felt a lack of enthusiasm, as all the predetermined contestants had already advanced, leaving only a formality to be observed. Nevertheless, they maintained a fought of patience. Su Bai ascended the stage, guitar in hand, as the spotlight illuminated the center. The 200 spectators present were suddenly intrigued, whispering among themselves. Oh, this young man is quite handsome. Could he be a member of some debuting boy band? Probably not. These fresh faces always come with fan clubs. Look around, is there one for him? Not at all. I find these trainees and pretty boys quite tiresome. Aside from their good looks and basketball skills, they are utterly lacking in substance. Have you seen that recent online sensation who dances and plays basketball? What a farce. His singing ability is frankly abysmal. Singing ability? That's something even some mentors lack. Why should contestants possess it? I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 2. Can a pig farmer create original works? After Sue Bai took the stage, Hua Xiao approached him. What a dashing young man. Don't be too nervous. Please introduce yourself. Sue Bai grasped the microphone and spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Sue Bai, and I hail from Sioux City. Oh, a lad from the water town. May I inquire about your profession? Hua Xiao inquired with a smile. At this moment, Yang Mi, seated among the mentors, recognized Sue Bai and regarded him with an enigmatic expression. She interrupted Hua Xiao's inquiry. Sue Bai was indeed one of her trainees, a seasoned veteran among them. As the owner, she typically did not concern herself with the ordinary trainees unless they exhibited exceptional talent and potential. However, Sue Bai was an exception. His talents were remarkably lacking, having been in a perpetual state of retention. It was nearly impossible for anyone in the company not to know him. The instructors had earnestly advised him to abandon this path, and under the dual pressure from his parents and teachers, he eventually returned home to inherit the family pig farm and several hundred acres of land. Upon learning this, Yang Mi felt a sense of relief. After all, many exceptionally gifted individuals struggle to thrive in the entertainment industry, let alone someone as devoid of talent as Sue Bai. A life of farming pigs might sue him just fine. Not only did Yang Mi recognize Sue Bai but his fellow trainees backstage and the audience also identified him. Subai, isn't this old classmate the one who gave up on his musical dreams to inherit the family business? What brings him back to the auditions? I didn't see him backstage earlier. He probably felt shy about meeting us old classmates. The leap from idle trainee to pig farming is not something an average person can comprehend. Pig farming? Didn't he return to take over the family business? His family is indeed a major pig farming enterprise. Inheriting the family business means farming pigs. Wow, that's quite a leap. What brought him back here today? Is there still a need to validate his talent? What is he trying to accomplish? Has he lost his mind? Alas, his greatest flaw is his inability to recognize his own limitations. He possesses a peculiar confidence, perhaps too youthful, and has yet to face the harsh realities of life. Just don't tell anyone I know him. Yang Mi remarked with a smile. Subai, I never expected you to return without abandoning your musical aspirations. Have you made progress while honing your skills at home? The three beside Han Hong became intrigued. Oh, this charming young man is a trainee under your management. His external attributes are quite impressive. Could he perhaps be yet another of your secret weapons? Han Hong teased. In truth, the list of promotions had long been finalized. Her words were merely intended to enliven the atmosphere. Yang Mi smiled and replied, what secret weapon could there be? He has simply sought a new path, one more suitable for his personal development. So, Subai, it has been quite some time. How fares the family business? Subai, true to his name, responded candidly. Teacher Yang Mi, my business acumen is even less impressive than my singing talent. After much contemplation, I've decided to return to singing. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, oh, he's a wealthy second-generation heir. He seems quite familiar with Yang Mi and is undeniably handsome. He's my type. Of course, in this age, who would dare to pursue a career as a trainee without financial backing? I'm smitten him a sucker for looks. It's merely because his family is affluent. I wouldn't even bother to expose that. Yang Mi chuckled awkwardly, thinking to herself that it would be best for him to quietly remain a wealthy heir and not meddle in the entertainment industry. At that moment, backstage, Director Zhang Lei was growing impatient. He turned to his assistant and said, a mere filler singer wasting so much time. Hurry and have Hua Xiao get him to sing. We still have several contestants to get through. We must manage the program's timing. The assistant dashed to the edge of the stage and gestured to Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao understood immediately and interrupted the two's idle chatter. Yang Mi also sensed the urgency and began whispering to Han Hong. Upon learning of Subai's background, Han Hong's interest waned. She had initially thought he was a last-minute addition due to connections, only to discover he was a pig farming magnate. Hua Xiao smiled and inquired, Subai, what piece will you present to us today? Subai adjusted his microphone while cradling his guitar. An original composition titled Qinghua, dedicated to everyone. Han Hong's expression soured immediately. She had repeatedly stated that newcomers should refrain from original works, as they lacked the capability. Did they not understand? It seemed this fellow had disregarded her advice entirely. The other mentors wore varied expressions, but chose not to comment further. After all, he was merely a filler. Having endured numerous peculiar contestants earlier, a few more minutes would not matter. The already promoted trainees in the audience struggled to contain their laughter. This guy can't even sing classic songs. Well, how could he attempt an original? As I mentioned earlier, Subai, this perennial underachiever, fails to recognize his own limitations. Participating in this program is already a considerable challenge for him, and now he wishes to showcase original work? Is he truly cut out for it? This is hilarious. Let's leave early and avoid greeting him. If others learn we're classmates, it would surely tarnish our reputation. Absolutely. Let's make an early exit. Sure. Enough chatter, he's about to begin singing. Yet among the audience, a few young women held high hopes for Subai. After all, he was strikingly handsome and wealthy, and that brooding demeanor while holding a guitar was simply captivating. Very well. The stage is yours. Please commence your performance. Hua Xiao announced before stepping off the stage. The spotlight illuminated Subai, who instantly fell into his rhythm, gently strumming his guitar. The prelude of Qinghua resonated through the AI. This seemingly uncomplicated yet remarkably catchy melody instantly captivated everyone present. I must say, this fellow plays the guitar rather well. Indeed, the melody is quite delightful. Is this truly an original composition? Is this Subai? When did his guitar skills become so proficient? And this melody It cannot be right. If this melody were paired with exceptional vocal talent, it could indeed become a splendid song. Alas, I am all too familiar with Su Bei's singing ability merely average. That is quite true. In fact, many shared this sentiment. Some even suspected he might have purchased the rights to this original piece, believing it was not his own creation. Throughout this program, there had been few genuine singers. The stage was rife with those resorting to sob stories and humor. The majority were peculiar characters, beginning with promising tunes only to falter as soon as they opened their mouths. Among dozens, only 2 or 3 could be deemed passable. In such an environment, before Su Bai had even sung, the audience had already donned tinted glasses of skepticism. Few held out hope for him at the judge's table. Han Hong listened to the prelude, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. Could this truly be an original work? Is this prelude something a newcomer could compose? She discreetly took out her phone to search for answers. Yang Mi and Wang Feng mirrored her actions, sharing a knowing glance. Yet the outcome was the same. It was indeed an original song, with no relevant keywords to be found online to AS professionals. They recognized the complexity of a melody from the prelude alone, deepening the furrow of puzzlement on their brows. After an extended melody lasting several seconds, Su Bei's voice finally resonated. Chapter 3. A stunning blue and white porcelain. As March passed, the willow catkin scattered, and lovers hurried along. My love remained unmoved by the winds of change. With just a few opening lines, the previously murmuring hall fell into an immediate silence. Reflecting on yesterday, warmth still lingered amidst the dust of unspoken thoughts. In a daze, I felt as though I had traversed through time. With the masterful vocal prowess of Su Bai, a gentle, subtle, yet melancholic timbre resonated throughout the hall. A sense of understated sorrow gradually unfolded. Yang Mi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the broodingly handsome man on stage, her face a canvas of disbelief. Could such vocal talent, paired with melancholic lyrics and infused with the essence of traditional Chinese melodies, truly emerge from Su Bai, a student deemed to possess little talent? At that moment, Han Hong was equally captivated, her gaze fixated on Su Bai as she listened to his sorrowful voice. Watching intently as his fingers danced across the guitar strings, thoughts swirled in her mind, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xie Tingfeng closed his eyes, gently swaying his head to the rhythm, savoring each note, as poignant lyrics unfolded like pages from an unforgettable story. The audience remained utterly silent, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of shattering the delicate atmosphere of the tale being woven. Su Bai strummed the guitar, his eyes half closed, allowing the song to flow forth, emotions intensifying with each verse. Unspoken regrets constricted his heart. Clutching the blue and white porcelain token tightly, he honored the promise made. Farewells were inevitable, endured amidst disappointment. Memories, like a balm, were repeatedly applied to the unhealable wounds, and your glance back cut through the silence. In the control room, director Zhang Lei was momentarily frozen, entranced by the lyrical content that stirred his heart. In a daze, he was transported back to the most unforgettable romance of his life. The beautiful girl who had once promised to be together, only to inexplicably drift apart. That sense of regret and entanglement surged forth. Gradually, Zhang Lei regained his composure, trembling with emotion. Who was this extraordinary talent? With years of experience in music shows, he knew this song would undoubtedly be a hit, and this episode of The Voice of China would soar in popularity alongside it. Xiaoyang, swiftly bring all cameras into position. Capture every angle and close-up, and optimize the lighting effects. Let's rouse everyone's spirits. Assistant Xiaoyang, momentarily lost in the captivating melody, was jolted back to reality by Zhang Lei's urgent commands. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, she hurried off to arrange everything. Su Bai's hauntingly poignant voice continued to reverberate through the hall. With a premier stage, state-of-the-art audiovisual equipment, and an unparalleled atmosphere, his masterful performance brought this blue and white porcelain tale to life in exquisite detail. That night of reunion halted the wandering, for you had once returned. Mutual forgetfulness brought only pain, stemming from yesterday's kindness and stubbornness that led to mutual grievances. Shattering tokens, we forsook our next lives. Unspoken regrets constricted the heart once more. Gripping tightly, in the audience, many spectators had tears glistening in their eyes. Oh my, why am I feeling such an urge to weep? It reminds me of my first love. The pain in my heart is unbearable. If love is merely a token, once shattered, it cannot be reclaimed. After all these years, perhaps I should truly let go, but why does my heart ache so profoundly? To shatter the token, to forego the next life. Oh heavens, what divine lyrics are these? Could it be that this reflects the realities we face, the regrets left unspoken, the sudden clenching of the heart? The moment of decision when promises must be relinquished, to shatter the token, to forego the next life, and then to part ways as if nothing remains. The melody of Qinghua is simple and catchy. Many in the audience could hum along lightly, and by the final round, some had begun to sing loudly in unison. Regrets left unspoken, the heart suddenly constricted, tightly grasping the Qihua token, honoring the promises, farewells always endured amidst disappointment. One leads to another, ultimately transforming into a grand chorus, though most voices were hoarse, tears streaming down their faces. In the director's studio, Zhang Lei fixed his gaze upon the stage, issuing commands with fervor. Capture the audience from various angles, ensure close-ups of their reactions, particularly those few girls who were crying the hardest. Make it clear, quickly. Why are you dawdling? Lindsay, zoom in for a close-up on Subai. The assistant was left bewildered, wondering whether this was an audition or a concert. Surely, the atmosphere at the concerts of the top mentors couldn't rival this. The assistant, wide-eyed, tentatively asked, "Director, is this your secret weapon? This ambience is absolutely electrifying." Indeed, the atmosphere was exceptional. Since the fourth season of The Voice commenced, the ratings had dwindled season after season. With this gentleman present, the ratings are bound to see an upswing. Then, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly added, "Quickly inform the mentors that this individual must be retained for the next round. As for the extra slot, we can easily find someone to eliminate later." Excellent. At this moment, both the trainees backstage and in the audience were left dumbfounded. A single rendition of Qihua brought everyone to tears. Is this truly the work of a mere pig farmer? Is this the same seasoned performer, Subai? Was it said that he possessed mediocre talent, destined to change tracks and return home to raise pigs? And now he comes to unleash his prowess. Have you been putting on a show for us all these years? Can someone please remove the batteries from him? On the mentor's platform, Yangmi's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of weeping, deeply moved by the concert-like atmosphere, gazing affectionately at the man pouring his heart into song on stage. She couldn't comprehend. Wasn't he supposed to be a talentless student, destined for a life of pig farming? Could it be that someone below had intentionally suppressed him, prompting his departure in frustration? This thought suddenly emerged in Yang Mi's mind, and the more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If that is the case, then one must thoroughly investigate who orchestrated this behind the scenes. This malignant presence must be eradicated. Meanwhile, she had already devised a plan in her mind, determined to bring Subai back to her company and cultivate him with utmost dedication. At this moment, Han Hong had shed her initial dissatisfaction, her mouth agape in astonishment. She beheld an atmosphere reminiscent of a superstar concert, utterly shocked. She glanced down at Subai's profile, and aside from the original song, the mastery of his vocal prowess was astonishing for someone merely 20 years of age. Could this truly be the legendary scenario where a mentor nurtures a prodigy? As for whether this song was indeed crafted by Subai, Han Hong remained skeptical, judging by the information and background provided. It was illogical for a newcomer to compose a piece of such caliber. Ultimately, she concluded that this was undoubtedly a song purchased by his family, aimed solely at elevating Subai's status. Wang Feng and Xia Tingfeng shared similar sentiments with Han Hong. As seasoned creators, they were acutely aware of the challenges inherent in original compositions. While they lauded Subai's vocal abilities and stage presence, their skepticism regarding the authenticity of his original work persisted. At that moment, on stage, the song was drawing to a close. Chapter 4. What is your occupation? Entangled in the past, with inexplicable sorrow. Shattered pieces that no one can take away. Our encounter, an unawakable dream. Our encounter, an unawakable dream. AI. Subai slowly closed his eyes, softly confiding at the conclusion. As the last note faded, the audience fell into silence, all still immersed in the atmosphere that had just enveloped them. This reaction was something Subai had anticipated long ago. The song Qihua had once dominated the charts in his previous life, nearly overlooked at first due to various reasons. Firstly, there were issues with promotion. Secondly, the songs of the same era were akin to a battle of deities, a clash of titans. The quality of this song was never in question, which is why, after more than a decade, it still ignited fervor, capable of being played on repeat without fatigue. With Subai's masterful singing and instrumental prowess, combined with the director's deliberate creation of an atmospheric stage, performing this song during the audition was akin to playing a royal flush in a game of poker. Particularly in contrast to the myriad of eccentric contestants and so-called talented trainees, it was a striking blow to their dimension. Those familiar with Subai were all taken aback. For a moment, the entire venue was engulfed in profound silence, as everyone remained lost in the echoes of the music, unable to regain their composure. It was not until the stage lights shifted and the voice of host Hua Xiao resonated that the audience's thoughts were pulled back to reality. The crowd erupted, offering fervent applause that persisted. My goodness, did I just cry? Why is my shirt damp? What a splendid song. Truly delightful. I need this song on my mobile player. Immediately. Wait, is the song called Qinghua? Why can't I find it? Of course, it's an original composition. If you could search for it, that would be strange. What? This is an original song by contestant number 28? Isn't he just an ordinary rich second generation? How can I believe that? The audience buzzed with chatter. Several trainees could no longer contain themselves. Subai's impact on them was monumental. To think such a classic song was composed by this repeat student? Surely, he must have purchased it. They would never believe it was Subai's original work, but how could one explain his vocal prowess? Setting aside the originality, just his singing talent alone surpassed theirs by leaps and bounds. How could they compete? Jealous competitors began to spread Subai's background among the surrounding audience. Do you know what contestant number 28 does for a living? Wasn't he said to be a rich second generation? His family is in business. What rich second generation? His family raises pigs. He is just a pig farmer. A pig farmer? Nonsense. He obviously possesses professional talent. Don't speak recklessly. Exactly. The song is beautiful enough. What does his background matter? How could such a handsome brother possibly be a pig farmer? You shall not defame my brother Subai. The envious trainees were stunned. Are they already calling him brother with fans? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 popularity points. Subai nodded to himself, recognizing that the show was pre-recorded. With the audience and staff combined, there were about 1,000 attendees, indicating that this song had captivated nearly everyone present. As the program aired officially, he believed that, thanks to the timeless allure of Qinghua, its popularity would undoubtedly soar. As the applause gradually subsided, Hua Xiao, with a beaming smile, inquired, Subai, do you know my evaluation of this song? 2 words, beautiful. 3 words, extraordinarily beautiful. Subai, may I ask if this is truly your original composition? Teacher Han Hong mentioned that she does not recommend newcomers to compete with original songs, and the performances of numerous contestants have confirmed this notion, as not a single original piece has won the teacher's approval until now. However, yours is undeniably astonishing. Subai picked up the microphone and replied, Hello, Hua Xiao. This is indeed my original song. Hua Xiao nodded and continued, May I inquire if you're engaged in music creation professionally? In fact, I have held 3 different jobs. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that someone so young has experienced so much. It seems this must be the wellspring of inspiration for your song. It is evident that everyone adores you. Could you share your work experiences with us? There must be poignant stories within. On the judges panel, the 4 mentors watched Subai and Hua Xiao on stage with smiles, eager to learn what trials this talented young man had endured to craft such a song. Of course, when mentioning writing, they placed quotation marks around it, for as seasoned musicians, they found it hard to believe that Subai possessed the ability to compose such a piece. Subai did not decline, stating it was merely raising pigs. There is nothing to conceal. My first job lasted quite a while, as I was a trainee in teacher Yang Mi's company. However, my performance was rather poor, which led to my return to my hometown and compelled me to undertake a second job. As Subai spoke, the crowd's gaze shifted to Yang Mi on the judges panel. I see now why Subai resembles a boy band member. He was indeed an idol trainee. How lovely. Yet, given Subai's remarkable talent and striking looks, how could he have performed poorly? Yang Mi's judgment must have been lacking. Could it be that such an exceptional idol singer pales in comparison to those who just performed? There must be some underlying reasons. My brother must have faced exclusion. Indeed, it is a poignant tale of unrecognized talent. Perhaps the second job afforded him a chance to shine. This could be a classic case of a blessing in disguise. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Yang Mi tilted her head playfully to ease the tension. Subai, must you reveal my past so candidly? Might it suggest that I lack discernment? Mimi. If you don't want such talent, I'll gladly take him. Han Hong chimed in with a jest to lighten the atmosphere. Boss Yang, Subai is indeed a promising talent. Although he was under your tutelage, he is now a free agent, and we are competing from the same starting line. Wang Feng and Xie Tingfeng joined in the light-hearted banter. As the atmosphere began to ease, Hua Xiao continued, Perhaps this is life. It is not always smooth sailing. Every experience is a precious treasure on the path of growth. This might also be the opportunity on your road to success. Therefore, I am even more curious about your second job. After speaking, Hua Xiao gazed curiously at Su Bai's handsome visage. Oh, I engage in persuading my parents. Then I can quietly enjoy the life of a wealthy second generation in the countryside. Su Bai replied, batting his innocent big eyes. Hua Xiao was momentarily bewildered and was about to inquire further, persuading your parents? Mentor? Audience? Chapter 5. I thought you were playing the victim, but it turned out you were deceiving me upon finishing his statement. Su Bai was met with an initial silence that lingered for several seconds. Then, a burst of laughter erupted throughout the venue. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Doing psychological work as a parent? What kind of job is that? Ha ha ha. Being a quietly affluent rural second-generation heir, does anyone even need to do such psychological work? I want to do it too. I am ready for work, and now I just need wealthy parents. Where can I find them? This is considered a job? What does that make us hardworking folks? Damn it, I'm laughing so hard I might burst. Hey, you're clearly the melancholic prince of love songs. Don't pull these tricks. Su Bai. You're so mischievous, I really like it. Ding. Gained 1 point of popularity. Ding. Gained 1 point of popularity. Ding. Gained 1 point of popularity. Hearing the electronic chime of the system, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible to gain popularity like this? Was T had agreed that talent was the way to go? Is quirky talent still talent? Suddenly, Su Bai found himself on a new train of thought. In the director's booth, Assistant Yang glanced at the time and reminded Director Zhang Lei. Director Zhang, we've taken up quite a bit of time. There isn't much left for the other contestants. Should we prompt Hua Xiao to wrap things up? Zhang Lei shot Assistant Yang a disdainful look. Can't you just cut a few contestants' footage during editing and move on? Can't you see the atmosphere here? Don't you know who deserves the time? Don't just stand there. Get a close-up shot for the audience. Meanwhile, at the judges' table, Yang Mi was laughing uncontrollably. The other judges were also chuckling and shaking their heads. Su Bai, with his tall and handsome appearance, coupled with the earlier song, had already earned the unspoken label of the melancholic prince of love songs in everyone's hearts. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that he possessed such a humorous side. Host Hua Xiao was trying to stifle his laughter. From his experience, they had already spent quite a while, and the director's booth would surely be urging them soon. He glanced toward the corner of the stage, and indeed, Assistant Yang was there, signaling to him. What? Continue? Am I seeing things? Hua Xiao was taken aback. It was the first time the director's booth had granted so much time to a newcomer. The total duration of the program was fixed, meaning many contestants would inevitably be overshadowed during the official broadcast. At this moment, the 4 judges also received instructions from the director. Let Su Bai advance. Hua Xiao, having received the directive, continued, it's the first time someone has presented the idea of being a freeloader so refreshingly. Su Bai, I didn't expect your singing to be so exceptional, and your eloquence is commendable as well. You mentioned having held 3 jobs. How long did the second one last? And what was the last job you did? Everyone understood Hua Xiao's implication. He was providing Su Bai with a way out. The persona of a wealthy heir living off his parents was not favorable, and it was illogical for someone with such a background to produce a song like that. Even if it were fabricated, he should at least concoct a backstory that aligns with the song. Heartbreak or setbacks would suffice. Su Bai scratched his head. Teacher Yang Mi is aware that my family operates a pig farm. The crowd was taken aback. Truly running a pig farm? As the ancients wisely remarked, to live aimlessly is to await death, which ought to be parsed as to live aimlessly, to await death. The second phase of aimless living persisted for a month, and I was left merely awaiting my demise. Su Bai's words, shocking in their audacity, rendered the audience silent once more. Is he lamenting his fate? Could it be that he is afflicted with a terminal illness? How tragic for one so young. This sentiment feels eerily familiar. Murmurs arose among the audience. Hua Xiao felt an unsettling premonition stir within him. Awaiting death. Surely he isn't resorting to the tragic narrative? Terminal illness? The sorrow of parting? Please, dear brother, do not tread this well-worn path. It has been exhausted. Lesser skilled contestants may resort to evoking sympathy as a strategy, which could be somewhat understandable. But with your caliber, is such desperation truly necessary? Should the truth be revealed as fabricated, coupled with the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals, your fate would be sealed. Han Hong was the first to frown. Known for her candor, she despises such displays of self-pity. Even though Su Bai's recent performance was impeccable to her, a song remains a song, and a person remains a person. Yang Mi, upon hearing this, also furrowed her brow. What is Su Bai attempting? To elicit sympathy? There is no need for such theatrics. He could simply recount a tale of heartbreak. Yang Mi intended to steer the conversation away, but to her surprise, Hua Xiao interjected first. Subai, you aren't jesting about having a terminal illness, are you? In this audition, 3 contestants have already claimed the same. Even if you were to say it, no one would believe you. Let us discuss something more conventional. The audience erupted in laughter, recalling the previous contestants who had resorted to such antics. Subai blinked innocently and replied, terminal illness? I actually have one. Does chronic pharyngitis count? The doctor said it's incurable. Hua Xiao's emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster, his mind in disarray. He yearned only to invite the next contestant. Desperate to end Subai's torment, the audience roared with laughter once more. So this is your notion of a terminal illness? How tragic. I think I might have one too. I was terrified, thinking you were so young and already afflicted with a terminal condition. This fellow is incredibly amusing. Chronic pharyngitis is a terminal illness? As a chronic smoker, I also suffer from rhinitis and chronic bronchitis. By the way, does athlete's foot count? Remarkably, chronic pharyngitis is indeed difficult to treat. One could argue it qualifies as terminal. Ding. Gained 1 point of popularity. Ding. Gained 1 point of popularity. Ding. Gained 1 point of popularity. Xie Tingfeng laughed heartily, while Yang Mi and Han Hong shook their heads in resignation. This man is simply too entertaining. He must not be allowed to continue. We cannot afford any further complications. Subai, is this what you mean by awaiting death? Yang Mi feigned anger. Subai pondered for a moment, ultimately refraining from elaborating further, instead nodding with a smile. My father is hospitalized due to a cerebral thrombosis. My mother suffers from intermittent mental illness. 2,000 pigs have perished on the farm. Creditors are at the door. My girlfriend fled overnight, and I find myself utterly cornered. It all seemed fabricated, utterly implausible. No one would believe it, even if it were spoken aloud. Hua Xiao exhaled deeply and quickly declared, well then, the decision of advancement or elimination rests solely with the 4 mentors. Subai, you have truly captivated me. From the very first note you uttered, I was profoundly enchanted. Your pitch is nothing short of perfect, devoid of any deviation, which is a remarkable feat even for many professional singers. Your rendition of Qinghua has left me utterly astonished. If this is indeed your original composition, I believe you are destined for greater heights. Wow, the lyrics of this song are exquisitely beautiful and profoundly evocative. And the musical style aligns perfectly with my preferences. You are exceptionally suited for this stage. Following the mentor's evaluations, the unanimous decision was to advance. Amidst the thunderous applause, Subai bowed in gratitude. As he descended the stage, a staff member, a newly interned university student, was the first to approach him. Her gaze fixated on Subai in a daze. Upon meeting his eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she appeared somewhat flustered. It was inevitable. For Subai's impeccable physique and striking visage were incredibly alluring. Especially after delivering a performance of Qinghua that left the audience in awe, it was difficult not to be enchanted. Mr. Subai, congratulations on advancing through the preliminary selection. The next round will be recorded next Tuesday, and our staff will be in touch with you. Please ensure that communication remains seamless during this period. Additionally, a gentle reminder, the details regarding the preliminary competition must remain confidential. Refrain from sharing any related content or opinions on public platforms. After conveying several important points to consider, the staff member instructed Subai to await further updates. The edited footage of the preliminary round will be aired during prime time on Saturday, simultaneously on television and online platforms. Following that, the competition will escalate in intensity as the advancement rounds commence. Chapter 6. 2 programs airing simultaneously, I Am a Musician competes. Thanks to the diligent promotion by the production team, a plethora of sensational news related to The Voice has surfaced online in recent days. Despite the declining viewership since its 2nd season, the promotional video on the official website garnered an impressive 5 million likes. Coincidentally, another variety show titled I Am a Musician has chosen to air at the same time, seemingly challenging The Voice head-on. Unlike The Voice, which conducts open auditions across society, I Am a Musician features established singers and idols, particularly appealing to a large following with the inclusion of several young and popular artists. Rumors suggest that not only will veteran singer Han Lei be participating, but also the musical prodigy Hua Chenyu, among a host of other emerging stars. The intrigue is palpable. In terms of professionalism and entertainment value, the disparity between the 2 programs is stark, especially when compared to The Voice, which primarily showcases trainees and newcomers. Upon learning this news, the team behind The Voice became quite anxious. Zhang Lei was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. With the viewership already in decline, The formidable presence of I am a musician threatens to siphon off a significant portion of their audience, potentially leaving the voice at the bottom of the ratings. Should this scenario unfold, it could spell the end of his career. Shall we simply adjust our airtime? Move it to Sunday? He pondered. But how could that be feasible? The promotional video had already locked in the schedule. Changing it last minute would openly signal to the audience that the voice had conceded defeat. Then let us compete directly and see who boasts the higher ratings. Upon uttering these words, a palpable silence enveloped the room, even causing Zhang Lei to waver in confidence. There seemed to be no other option but to press on resolutely. They decided to trim some of the footage from earlier contestants, allowing Su Bai to perform earlier in the optimal time slot, with sufficient pre-show hype, as long as the ratings did not diverge too drastically. They could always adjust the airtime for the subsequent episode if necessary. As news of the simultaneous airing of two musical variety shows spread online, the public erupted into fervent discussion. Fans from both sides engaged in a lively debate, with some expressing their disdain for The Voice, calling for its cancellation. What do we seek in a music program? It's undoubtedly the quality of the songs and the ambience of the stage. What can we glean from these grassroots newcomers? This sentiment resonated with many who criticized the uneven professional standards and lackluster stage presence of the newcomers, suggesting that only those who lack an understanding of music could find enjoyment in such performances. Why pretend? I believe The Voice is grounded in reality, showcasing ordinary people from our lives. And that's what I prefer to watch. Another countered. After all, if one is accustomed to coarse grains, fine grains become unpalatable, working tirelessly day in and day out. Why should I be subjected to watching the same? I simply adore Hua Hua. I enjoy all his songs. Farewell, The Voice. Indeed, our beloved Kuan is quite the talent. Excelling in singing, dancing, rapping, and even basketball. How delightful. Our brother is simply the best. Alas, Xiaohaizi, your toes are exposed. The majority of netizens seem to favor I am a musician, with fewer expressing hope for The Voice of China. After all, in terms of musical appreciation, the disparity is quite pronounced. On Saturday, amidst the chatter of online commentators, both shows were set to premiere. Zhang Lei, leading the production team of The Voice, busied himself with the final preparations backstage. The results of the first round of auditions would dictate the viewership trajectory for the entire season of The Voice of China. Coupled with external pressures, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. Departments were ready, and the countdown began. 1 minute to go. The online channels must remain fluid. Ensure the viewership statistics are meticulously tallied across all time slots. Rest assured, Director Zhang Lei further instructed his assistant. The viewership ratings and popularity metrics for I Am a Musician will be sent in real time. Ensure you handle the information comparison diligently. The assistant, laptop in hand, focused intently on the screen, nodding earnestly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, both shows commenced simultaneously. Su Bai, in his modest rental apartment, slurped instant noodles while glued to the screen. The moment the program launched, 500,000 fans flooded the official website, and the popularity continued to surge. After the four mentors took their seats, the backstage statistics indicated an audience exceeding 1 million. The barrage of comments on-screen provided Zhang Lei with a semblance of reassurance. However, as his assistant's voice broke the silence, his heart sank. Director Zhang, the opposing show's popularity has already surpassed 2 million. Not only that, but as the novelty of the mentors wore off, the subsequent contestants failed to deliver remarkable performances. Viewership ratings and online engagement began to plummet, stabilizing around 800,000. Meanwhile, I Am a Musician saw its popularity soar to nearly 3 million, with a slow, steady increase. Zhang Lei sighed. It was as expected. The Voice had aired for 4 seasons, leading to a certain fatigue among viewers, compounded by a decline in contestant quality. The emergence of a formidable new generation show like I Am a Musician only exacerbated the situation. The volume of comments began to dwindle, revealing a variety of sentiments. I tuned in for the Mimi, but now that it's over, I'm off to the next show. I heard the magician next door is performing. I must see for myself. Farewell. The contestant quality is deteriorating. The Voice team, please take heed. Xie Tingfeng still looks handsome. Honestly, without him, I wouldn't even watch. Oh dear, where is our brother Su Bai? Is he ready yet? Didn't he get enough of the live performance? Who was waiting for Qinghua? Raise your hands. Hands raised. When the melody of Qinghua has been echoing in my mind, I can't find it online. It's driving me mad. Let's hype up Qinghua. In an instant. The comments proclaiming let's hype up Qinghua flooded the screen. The popularity of the program suddenly began to soar, with numerous bewildered viewers remaining to discover what this Qinghua song truly entailed. Many took to the internet in search, yet found nothing at all. Consequently, their curiosity deepened. Director Zhang. The viewership has surged to 1 million. Zhang Lei instantly perked up. His eyes scanning the barrage of comments, a sense of anticipation washing over him. Su Bai was his final ace in the hole. If the ratings and popularity did not continue to climb, this season of The Voice would be irrevocably doomed. At that moment, on the screen, Su Bai, guitar in hand, gracefully approached the stage. His handsome visage instantly captivated the audience. The comments erupted in a frenzy. Su Bai. Here he comes. He is here. Chihuahua. Brother. So handsome. Chapter 7. Popularity soars, igniting a fan war. On stage, the prelude of Chihuahua resonated. As Su Bai gently closed his eyes and delicately plucked the strings of his instrument, March had passed, the willow catkins scattered, and lovers hurried along. My affections remained undisturbed amidst the whispers of the wind. Reflecting on yesterday, warmth still lingered, dusting the heart's contemplations. Gripping the token of Chihuahua tightly, he upheld his promises. Farewells were always endured in the throes of disappointment. Su Bai's melancholic yet pure voice rendered the song with exquisite depth. Meanwhile, the control room was already in a frenzy. The popularity is rising. Director Zhang. It's reached 2 million and still climbing. A frantic Zhang Lei inquired, what about the opposing popularity? It's hovering around 2 million as well. Zhang Lei's tense demeanor instantly relaxed. Thankfully, there was no widening gap. Achieving parity was already a source of satisfaction. Yet, as the chorus of Chihuahua resounded for the second time, the program's viewership and popularity surged once more, soaring to a peak of over 4 million. Zhang Lei fixed his gaze on the screen, pumping his fist in exhilaration. This month, everyone gets a raise. And an extra red envelope for each of you. The control room erupted into cheers once more. Online channels were flooded with comments. Wow, is this the newcomer you spoke of? Compared to him, the floral mage next door is truly a novice. This song is absolutely enchanting, 100 times better than the performance next door. Who says a good voice is coarse? Compared to Tsinghua, the others sound rough. A full chorus? Is this a talent show or a concert? The atmosphere is electrifying. Goodness, this song is so addictive, tears are streaming down. It's not just addictive, the after effects are overwhelming. I found myself speeding to my first love's doorstep, forgetting that my wife was in the passenger seat. Is my brother upstairs still alive? I can't take it anymore. I can't listen to the following contestants. I need to loop Tsinghua. This vibrant atmosphere persisted until Su Bai's interview abruptly altered the tone. What nonsense about doing parental work? I thought you were on the brink of death. My heart ached to the point of tears, and yet you reveal it's chronic pharyngitis. Is that truly a terminal illness? I refuse to accept that my chronic oral ulcer is less severe. Come on, can we just sing properly without making me laugh? Finishing the last mouthful of instant noodles, Su Bai savored the broth. Satisfied, he closed his computer as the electronic notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Acquired 1,000 popularity points. Ding. Acquired 1,000 popularity points. Ding. Acquired 1,000 popularity points. In just half an hour, his popularity had surged by over 2 million. Su Bai opened the system shop, where an array of dazzling items awaited, their prices staggering. He exchanged for 10 skill points, elevating his singing prowess to the divine level. According to the system's description, divine singing inherently carried an infectious quality, amplifying the atmosphere and emotions of the song several-fold. It was truly tailor-made for the stage. After another study session, Su Bai found himself utterly exhausted, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, the online world was anything but tranquil. The song Tsinghua surged to the top of various app trending lists, igniting an unprecedented frenzy. Some fans meticulously edited all the segments related to Su Bai from the Voice program, pairing them with sensational titles and posting them online. Shocking. A genius original singer emerges in The Voice, with Tsinghua surpassing a multitude of established artists. The latest episode of The Voice features a divine tune. Witness how contestant number 28 electrifies the stage. After Tsinghua, the Chinese music scene will never be the same. Click the link to follow the latest updates on The Voice. The titles crafted by fans were increasingly sensational. Attracted by these headlines, netizens eagerly clicked to watch. This is astonishingly beautiful. Is this truly an original work? Well, a bombshell in the Chinese music scene, a song you can loop indefinitely. I can't take it anymore. The more I listen, the more I crave it. Brothers, let's blow up the praise for this song. Watching you, please, stop your magical acts and learn from Su Bai. Create an original song. The ripple effect was profound. That night, all videos featuring Su Bai went viral, each garnering millions of views. The comments section was flooded with enthusiastic remarks. In stark contrast, the concurrently airing program I Am a Musician appeared rather lackluster. While the professional singers performed admirably, the spotlight was entirely stolen by the bombastic Qinghua, creating a sense of futility in their efforts. Simultaneously, the innovative musician Hua Qinyu found himself inundated with mentions on Weibo, urging him to learn from Su Bai and produce original songs, while others implored him to cease his magical endeavors. In the dead of night, his manager awakened him with a call, urging him to check Weibo. Upon viewing the multitude of comments and clicks, Hua Qinyu initially assumed that his recent performance had gained traction. After all, he was renowned as a musical prodigy, leading the trends in the Chinese music industry. It was only natural for fans to leave fervent comments about his work. With a confident smile, he opened Weibo, only to be taken aback by the overwhelming focus on one name, Su Bai. Hua Qinyu quickly clicked on the links shared by users, eager to discover who this Su Bai was, capable of being compared to him. With a lofty self-image, he found it absurd that any newcomer could be a threat to his stature. Viewing Su Bai's performance through a critical lens, he conceded that the song was decent for a newcomer, yet he remained unconvinced. That very night, he posted a Weibo status. I find it curious that people are enamored with certain songs. Do such simple and straightforward melodies and lyrics truly possess depth? Music must evolve, incorporating complex elements and thoughtfully designed creativity. Some may never appreciate this. The moment the Weibo post was published, it reignited the fierce rivalry between the fans of both parties. Hua Qinyu's post was swiftly overwhelmed by the supporters of Su Bai. Oh, master, I implore you to temper your powers. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about music? Please, showcase a few of your representative works and refrain from engaging in trivial disputes. Music transcends the dichotomy of good and bad, as long as it resonates with an audience. It is indeed commendable. There is no need to undermine one while elevating another. However, I must ask, master, can what you sing truly be classified as music? Alas, it turns out to be an ally. I nearly lost control of my formidable blade, as Su Bai does not possess a Weibo account. Hua Qinyu's fans found themselves powerless and resorted to leaving comments beneath videos on online platforms. Shortly thereafter, a prominent influencer with millions of followers on Weibo, identified as Hu Fei, a renowned music producer from the Huaxia Music Association, provided an evaluation. A friend from the music industry recently shared a video of a talent show contestant's audition with a rather provocative title. Initially, I suspected it to be mere hype, but upon watching it with a skeptical eye, I was genuinely astounded. The original song Qinghua is indeed exceptional, with lyrics and composition that can only be described as masterful. I eagerly anticipate Su Bai's forthcoming performances. A video link was also attached below the Weibo post. Chapter 8. Yangmi extends an olive branch. Turbulence before recording with Hu Fei's remarks, Su Bai's fans fervently tagged Hua Qinyu on Hu Fei's Weibo, their tone laced with sarcasm. The war of words between the two factions of fans escalated dramatically. However, Hua Qinyu himself refrained from responding, choosing instead to let his talent speak for itself, asserting his position as the foremost powerhouse among the new generation of singers. In the entertainment industry, aside from Hu Fei's public statement, others remained in a state of watchful hesitation, unwilling to offend anyone. As the clock struck 10:30 the following morning, Su Bai languidly awakened. He had enjoyed a most restful slumber. After stretching, he reached for his phone, only to discover it had been set to silent mode. There were over a dozen missed calls, all from the same number. He promptly returned the call. Hello, Su Bai, you can't possibly be just waking up, can you? Finding you has proven quite the challenge. Now that you're in the limelight, have you completely forgotten your former boss? Realizing it was Yang Mi on the line, presumably reaching out on behalf of the production team, Su Bai responded, Oh, my apologies, my phone was on silent. I've been quite exhausted these past few days. What can I do for you? You still have the leisure to sleep? Do you not realize you've gone viral? The cumulative views of the program have surpassed 10 million. While this figure may not seem particularly impressive to established stars like Yang Mi, it was astonishing for Su Bai, a mere contestant who had yet to debut. For a newcomer to achieve such popularity was nothing short of remarkable. Su Bai, however, was not overly surprised. With his masterful singing and the previous internet sensation of Qinghua, it was only natural for him to attract attention. After a brief exchange, Yang Mi suddenly shifted the conversation. So, how about a return to Tianyi? I believe a certain individual may have conspired to overshadow your talent in the past. I'm calling to personally extend my apologies. What do you think? Yang Mi adopted a notably humble tone. Su Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated a personal call from the formidable Yang Mi. He was in dire need of financial support, yet having lived a second life, he was reluctant to be beholden to anyone, given the circumstances at home. He felt no immediate urgency. Thank you for your kind offer, Yangmi. Let us discuss the contract after the program concludes. I prefer not to let trivial matters interfere with the upcoming competition. I assure you, I will give your proposal serious consideration. Yangmi was merely gauging Subai's interest, hoping to secure a contract with minimal investment. If that proved unattainable, he would observe Subai's performance in the interim. Historically, the music industry has seen many fleeting talents. Countless once celebrated artists have faded into obscurity. Sustainable success is the true path to longevity. Your reasoning is sound. Let us reconvene after the program. However, I have one condition. Should circumstances be equal, you must prioritize Tianyi. How does that sound? That is perfectly agreeable, Yangmi. Please, call me Mijia. Young boss sounds terribly outdated. Understood, Mijia. Indeed, there are two matters I wish to bring to your attention. Firstly, this song is your original creation, is it not? Do remember to register the copyright. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Secondly, do not forget to create a Weibo account. Delightful surprises await. With that, Yangmi concluded the call. In this parallel universe, the authorities hold copyright in the realm of entertainment in high regard. Instances of piracy are nearly non-existent. Furthermore, the rights to the works created by singers typically reside in the hands of the artists themselves. In contrast, in the previous life, it was generally the entertainment companies that retained the copyrights to artists' creations. Should an artist sever ties with their agency or experience a falling out, they might lose the very privilege to perform their own songs. Some unfortunate artists, entangled with unscrupulous agencies, find that after their contracts expire, even their stage names are no longer theirs. In the following 2 days, Subai took the opportunity to register the copyright for his song. He also established a Weibo account, introducing himself with the phrase, Subai, contestant from The Voice. Shortly after launching, Yangmi added him as a friend and promptly posted, "The performer of Tsinghua has arrived on Weibo, seeking followers." Subai? With the endorsement of Yangmi, a prominent figure. Subai's follower count on Weibo soared. Fans inundated the comments section, expressing their excitement over Subai's new presence on the platform. Before long, Subai's follower count surpassed 150,000. In a remarkably short span, his Weibo account amassed thousands of comments, creating a lively atmosphere. Shufan and her crew have found their base. Xiao Tian commented, "Subai Gij, I am your superfan. Your rendition of Tsinghua is absolutely enchanting. Please hold a concert in my hometown." Shufan reported. Shufan 1. Of course, the fans of Hua Qinyu found their outlet to vent, leaving snide remarks beneath Subai's posts. Just a newcomer, and he dares to compare himself to our Hua. Dream on. Do you even know what music is? Do you comprehend Hua's musical philosophy? Country bumpkin. Subai's fans, however, were not to be outdone, retaliating with sharp words that left Hua Qinyu's supporters in disarray. Observing the fan battle, Subai could only shake his head in resignation. He had not anticipated the existence of Hua's fervent followers in this world. At that moment, the system notified him that the popularity value of 150,000 had been credited to his account. Soon, the time for the second recording session of the show approached. Concurrently, numerous rumors circulated online, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Have you heard? The last episode of Hua Xia Good Voice aired simultaneously with I Am a Musician, with the latter deliberately attempting to undermine the former. Initially, the viewership ratings for Good Voice were indeed crushed. But due to Subai's stunning performance of Tsinghua, the ratings dramatically rebounded, ultimately overshadowing the musicians. Everyone is aware that the fans of both programs, Subai and Hua Qinyu, are engaged in an online war, each refusing to concede to the other. You have merely scratched the surface. My friends, our television station is staffed with individuals who can attest that the rivalry extends beyond just two emerging singers. The competing production teams are also engaged in fierce competition. It is rumored that the team collaborating with Hua Qinyu has prepared a trump card to restore the dignity lost in the inaugural episode. The Voice of China has become a somewhat outdated program, and had it not been for the unexpected rise of Subai, it would have already been thoroughly overshadowed by I Am a Musician. Subai, being an obscure newcomer, seems to have experienced mere serendipity. When compared to a seasoned artist like Hua Qinyu, the disparity in depth and experience is quite pronounced. There is merit in the assertion that Qihua claims to be original. However, I suspect that there may be significant financial backing at play. Subai is still quite young, and her professional caliber does not match that of Hua Qinyu. She may very well be a fleeting phenomenon, as the creation of classic music is not something that can be effortlessly accomplished. It is entirely possible that in the next episode, Subai may falter in the music industry and revert to her original state. I eagerly anticipate the broadcast of the second episode. The fiercer their competition, the more we, the audience, stand to gain. The sentiments expressed above resonate with me. And I too am looking forward to the upcoming episode. Chapter 9, Continuous Fermentation. The second phase begins recording as two of the most popular music programs in Huaxia. Their influence is undeniably significant. Not only are netizens engaged in discussions, but industry insiders are also conversing privately, albeit without making it public. Many singers and musicians express their opinions during gatherings. The entertainment industry is quite lively lately. Which of the two programs do you favor? While the layman enjoys the spectacle, the connoisseur observes the subtleties. In terms of audience novelty and program quality, I Am a Musician undoubtedly surpasses The Voice of Huaxia by a considerable margin. I have listened to Subai's Blue and White Porcelain, and it is indeed remarkable. His vocal skills are commendably adept. However, such songs are rare treasures. Do you think he can deliver another piece of such caliber in the next episode? In my perspective, this work was acquired by the production team and has little to do with Subai himself. It was merely tailored to his vocal conditions for the sake of promoting the show. The limitations of youth manifest in a singular style, a narrow scope of expertise, and a lack of accumulation. These are the shortcomings of both the young artists and the voice. Conversely, I Am a Musician does not suffer from such issues. Each episode consistently delivers high quality, showcasing a diverse array of talents, offering viewers a distinctly different experience. I suspect he may merely be a fleeting newcomer. Watching You, touted as a musical prodigy of the new generation, possesses a level of professionalism far superior to Subai's, and I remain optimistic about Watching You. Meanwhile, the production team of The Voice is engaged in discussions about the upcoming recording. Director Zhang and the staff are conversing. Director, I Am a Musician has already commenced rehearsals. I've heard from friends that they are leveraging the fan rivalry between Subai and Watching You to create a sense of opposition and generate buzz. A friend of mine secretly observed Watching You's rehearsal backstage. The songs he has prepared are explosive, resonating throughout the studio with challenging high notes, truly at a bombshell level. They not only have a musical genius like Watching You, but also a multitude of new generation singers, each of commendable caliber. Compared to them, our singers seem rather lacking. We barely managed to surpass their viewership in the first episode. This time, it appears precarious. The crowd expresses their helplessness. Ultimately, Zhang speaks. A masterpiece like Blue and White Porcelain is destined to be a fleeting phenomenon. It is already remarkable that Subai upheld the first episode. We cannot place all our hopes on him, yet he can still serve as a mainstay, especially given his recent surge in popularity and the considerable fan base he has garnered. If he can select a classic song to perform, methodically and steadily, the fans will surely respond favorably. Furthermore, we should reach out to those idol trainees with an established fan base, instructing their entertainment companies to prepare some remarkable songs. Understood, Director Zhang. I shall make the arrangements at once. That afternoon, Subai received a call from the staff, urging him to come to the production team promptly. Upon his arrival, Yang Mi and Director Zhang Lei had already been waiting in the studio for quite some time. Subai, please take a seat. We are set to record the second episode of The Voice tomorrow, and there are a few matters we must discuss with you in advance. Subsequently, Zhang Lei outlined the current situation. The current situation has escalated beyond a mere internal competition within The Voice. It has evolved into a fierce rivalry between two variety shows. Zhang Lei and Yang Mi have conferred, and Yang Mi has concurred with Zhang Lei's perspective, as the program's viewership has not met expectations, leaving them, as mentors, in a rather unflattering light. This subtly conveys to others that their popularity is waning. Subai, I have meticulously selected this song for you. All you need to do is to maintain a steady performance and uphold the ratings. Subai glanced over the sheet music. It was a classic piece, reminiscent of Qinghua, and with his vocal prowess, he should fare well. As the director suggested, a steady approach is key, aiming for no faults rather than seeking acclaim. However, upon learning of the song prepared by Watching You, he reconsidered. A display of theatrics? A competition of high notes? Hysterics? A stunning stage presence? The audience of this world has yet to witness a true explosion of performance, a frenzy of hysteria. He recalled a song from his past life, also covered by a magician, yet the original artist had decisively overwhelmed it, delivering a dimensional blow. If that is the case, then let us conquer magic with magic. Yet outwardly, he showed no dissent to the opinions of others and quietly accepted the USB drive. Subai, Make sure you familiarize yourself with the song and practice. The recording for the second episode is tomorrow, and I believe you can do it. Youngmi encouraged. I will give it my all. Subai replied, rising to take his leave. Upon returning to his residence, Subai accessed the system's marketplace and spent 1,000,000 points of popularity to purchase a classic music package, which included the accompaniment for that very song. After familiarizing himself with the melody, he soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Time swiftly passed to the next day. At the recording venue for the second episode of The Voice, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the audience began to file in, and the contestants prepared themselves. At 6:50, the director picked up the intercom and announced, Attention all staff, we will commence recording in 10 minutes. Please ensure that the lighting, sound, and camera teams are prepared. Audience members, please take your seats promptly. Kindly switch off your mobile phones or set them to vibrate mode to avoid disrupting the recording process. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. The director repeated these instructions diligently. As the clock struck 7, the director took to the intercom once more, directing all departments to commence their duties. Whoosh! The spotlight illuminated the stage from afar. The 4 mentors appeared at the judging panel. Youngmi sat in the center, adorned in a striking red short dress, her fair, long legs undeniably captivating. Huaxia took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. Welcome to the second episode of The Voice of Huaxia. This round is the knockout stage from 64 to 32 contestants. The rules are simple. The 4 mentors will score your performances, with each mentor able to award a maximum of 10 points. Any contestant scoring below 20 points will be eliminated. Although the contestants were already acquainted with the competition rules and procedures, hearing Huaxiao articulate them ignited an inexplicable wave of anxiety. As the mentors greeted the audience, the competition officially commenced. A series of idol trainees took the stage to perform, each selecting commendable songs, showcasing remarkable stage presence. It was evident that they had all come well prepared. The 4 mentors exerted every effort to enliven the atmosphere, engaging interactively with the contestants. The overall quality of the program was notably enhanced. In the broadcast room, Zhang Lei exhaled a sigh of relief. The production quality had significantly improved, and the contestants appeared adequately prepared. With such standards and entertainment value, even if they could not surpass I Am a Musician, they would not suffer a humiliating defeat. The audience below began to murmur among themselves. The contestants' abilities are truly impressive today. Indeed, their song choices are excellent. Our idol has made remarkable progress in both singing and dancing. So charming. I came to see Mimi. She looks stunning today. I never expected the aloof Xie Tingfeng to have such a humorous side. I adore him. Where is Subai? I came here especially for him. Me too. I'm a fan of Brother Subai. Subai merely has good song selections. The other contestants are well prepared and strong. I fear he might struggle to make it into the top 32. That would be quite the embarrassment. Our brother would never fail to reach the top 32. Meanwhile, backstage, a staff member approached Subai. Teacher Subai, it's your turn next. Please prepare. Subai nodded, handing a USB drive to the music coordinator, and then proceeded to the stage with measured steps. Chapter 10. Do you think I am just showy? Now, let us welcome Subai. Upon hearing the host's voice, the audience erupted into fervent cheers and applause. Many fans and spectators had come solely to see Subai. He appeared on stage, adorned in a jacket of black adorned with silver patterns, and below, he wore a flamboyant ensemble of red, yellow, and white checkered design. His hair was styled in a chaotic yet extravagant manner, creating an indescribable visual impact. The 4 mentors gazed at Subai's appearance, utterly bewildered. Youngmi, the only one privy to the inside story, was left dumbfounded. The production team had already selected a melancholic love song for Subai, perfectly aligning with his appearance and temperament. Coupled with his distinctive voice, the stage performance promised to be exceptional. Yet, unexpectedly, Subai chose this outrageous look. Appearing utterly mismatched, reminiscent of punk aesthetics and exceedingly ostentatious, Han Hong and Nicholas Tse shared the same look of confusion. Could it be that Subai had run out of inspiration, resorting to such a method to garner attention? This misguided approach was nothing but superfluous embellishment. It would not enhance his appeal but might instead cause his hard-earned popularity to crumble in an instant. Wang Feng was left speechless, astonished that a ballad singer could be so unrestrained in expression, far more so than a rock musician like himself. Did this young man lack even the most basic understanding of style? The audience, too, was taken aback. Is this truly my brother? This is Subai. What happened to the Prince of Love songs? Is he now indulging in this outrageous persona? I can hardly contain my laughter. The aesthetic sense of this pig farming tycoon is simply beyond comprehension. The trainees, long overshadowed by Su Bai, finally found their outlet, ridiculing him mercilessly. Yes, this is the Su Bai I know. Truly extravagant. Exactly, it's so mismatched. Does he think this is some gathering of misfits in his village? The family of morning love? A showdown at the village square? The kind that comes with concrete. Do not think ill of our brother Su Bai. He is the best. And I will forever support him. In the directing room, not only was Zhang Lei dumbfounded, but Assistant Yang and all the staff were equally astonished. Has Su Bai lost his mind? I expected you to earn merit for the show, not to indulge in such absurdity. Zhang Lei, fuming, snapped at the crew, urging them to pull him off stage immediately. This is sheer nonsense. Does he not understand the fundamental principle of matching style with music? I had thought of him as a saving grace. Oh dear, my heart can hardly take it. The staff hurried to support Zhang Lei. Director Zhang. We cannot pull him off now. That would lead to a disaster. We must edit it later. Indeed, Director Zhang, pulling him off now would create a negative impact. If someone were to exploit this for publicity, our show would be doomed. Zhang Lei certainly understood this principle. However, having been riled up moments ago, he could only helplessly utter, well, let it be. Just cut it all out in the later stages. In the broadcasting studio, Yang Mi, with a stiff demeanor, inquired. Su Bai, your popularity has surged lately. Your fans are eagerly anticipating your performance today, and many of my musician friends have been asking about you. They are quite curious about you. How do you feel about the pressure today? Not too bad, Su Bai replied calmly. I believe it's essential to focus on creating my music with sincerity. Han Hong seized the conversation, saying, Su Bai, your outfit today is quite unique. Did you prepare it specifically for today's song? Indeed, it was specially prepared for today's performance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei backstage nearly had a stroke. Han Hong was speechless and directly moved on to the next point. Very well, the stage is yours. Please commence your performance. The lights gradually dimmed. A spotlight illuminated Su Bai. The musical prelude began to play. Both Yang Mi and Zhang Lei were taken aback simultaneously. Is he changing songs? This prelude is unfamiliar. Could it be another original? How reckless. Not only has he altered his appearance, but he has also switched songs at the last minute? An original composition? Is writing an original song so effortless? Countless singers spend their entire lives without crafting a classic masterpiece, and this newcomer seems utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. At the very least, he should have consulted with us or sought professional advice. Su Bai is not only irresponsible towards himself, but also towards the Voice of China program. Everyone has pinned their hopes on him. If he fails, it would be catastrophic. At that moment, on stage, Su Bai's slightly raspy voice resonated. When someone asks me, I will speak, but no one comes. With his eyes half closed and his extraordinary vocal prowess, the lyrics penetrated deeply, amplifying their emotional resonance. Instantly, everyone was captivated. Their hearts firmly gripped. Han Hong widened her eyes. Another original? The first line of the lyrics, seemingly mundane, carried a profound sense of melancholy, revealing an inner yearning for connection. An anticipation for someone to inquire, only to be met with disappointment. No one comes. I await with helplessness, longing to express, but find no one to confide in. My mood is akin to a lid waiting to be lifted, while my lips remain stagnant, covered in moss. Anticipation marks the commencement of every dream, while helplessness is an inevitable trough along every path of aspiration. In the lows of life, one yearns to share, yet finds no audience, speaking only to oneself, seeking neither relief nor resolution. After being suppressed for so long, all the anxieties and thoughts within crave understanding, a desperate desire to prove oneself. Yet one remains shrouded in gloom, ignored by all. In a crowd, the quieter one becomes, the more invisible they feel. One must create an unexpected turn of events. Like a sudden high note, every place feels like an open stage. The lyrical essence moved Han Hong deeply, as if she were witnessing her younger self. It is believed that everyone has experienced the urge to provoke controversy in order to attract someone's attention, be it a parent, a lover, or another significant individual, simply to escape the feeling of neglect. Deep within, there is a yearning to explode, to find release, to stand upon a prominent platform. A remarkably memorable pinnacle. Certain pressures swell to their utmost limit, poised to erupt and vent forth. Upon hearing this, Han Hong felt a sense of breathlessness. An indescribable emotion weighed heavily upon her, igniting a fervent desire to sing aloud and unleash her feelings. Dressed in the most resplendent attire, she was profoundly moved. reminding others to capture the moment in photographs, lest they forget. Just as the crowd became immersed in the lyrical ambience crafted by Subai, he suddenly reached a climactic point, unleashing his divine vocal prowess, the pitch soaring rapidly. The suppressed emotions of the audience surged to a zenith, as if they had discovered an outlet for their pent-up feelings. Like a river breaching its banks, waves crashing against the shore. Do you perceive me as extravagant? My exaggeration stems from profound fear. Do wooden or stony words garner attention? In truth, I dread being forgotten, magnifying my performance to compensate. I find it quite unsettling to navigate elegance. Does the world still celebrate silence? It lacks the explosive fervor that generates discourse, allowing me to shine and become a grand entertainer. The explosive climax, a torrent of emotion escalating towards a breathtaking conclusion. The hysterical high notes reverberated throughout the auditorium. Every individual present felt a tingling sensation as emotions erupted in a fervent crescendo. Chapter 11. The hairs stand on end, the scalp tingles. The audience below appeared bewitched, staring blankly at the flamboyant figure of Subai on stage, their eyes misty with tears. It was as if they were gazing into a mirror reflecting their own shadows. My exaggeration, my theatricality, my eccentricity, my neuroticism, each an endeavor to elicit a mere smile from you. To experience a fleeting moment of the extraordinary amidst the endless monotony of existence. There are countless ordinary paths in this world, and I am but one among them. Perhaps my unwillingness to accept this is my greatest distinction. Yet, it is this very discontent that serves as the root of all my suffering, bitterness, sorrow, and a sense of unfulfillment. This oppressive society, this wretched world, molds individuals into a singular form. At that moment, Subai's voice resonated once more. At 18, at our alma mater's ball, I stood as a mere pawn. In tears, I vowed that you all must see me. The audience, having just experienced an emotional eruption, was swiftly drawn back into the narrative, as if the characters in the song were reflections of their own lives, laden with strikingly similar experiences. In a world filled with ordinary paths, which abode do you dwell in? The neglect endured in love and work has been overwhelming. My self-esteem has weathered countless falls. And validation is what nourishes the hunger within. Having not yet attained, I understand my own motives. I have made grand gestures and committed numerous blunders. Is it a sickness to seek attention? Do you perceive me as ostentatious? My exaggeration stems from fear. Am I to be regarded as a mere piece of wood or stone to garner attention? In truth, I fear being forgotten, thus I perform larger than life. It is a profound unease. How does one embody elegance? In the control room, director Zhang Lei's eyes were fixated on Subai on stage, tears streaming down his face. This song seemed to narrate the tale of his own existence, repressed, resentful, stumbling through to this very moment, yet having lost so much along the way. Only after Subai's explosive vocal climax did Zhang Lei regain his composure. To mask his embarrassment, he discreetly wiped away his tears and turned to his assistant and staff. Little did he realize, no one had noticed his moment of vulnerability. Each person remained entranced, as if under a spell, fixated on the exaggerated, frantic performance of Subai. Tears fell unnoticed. Zhang Lei cleared his throat heavily, and only then did the audience snap back to reality. Stop dawdling. Push all cameras in close. Get close-ups of those frenzied audience members. Has teacher Han Hong truly shed tears? Quick, get the camera. And remind teacher Yang Mi. Her short skirt is riding up. Send tissues her way. We must not let the makeup smudge. In an instant, the backstage began to bustle once more. As Zhang Lei listened, he found himself crying again, transitioning from tears to laughter. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, the highs and lows of life proving to be exhilaratingly intense. Initially, he had been irked that Subai, whom the production team held in high regard, had deviated from their expectations. The show risked disaster, likely to be overshadowed when aired on the weekend. Yet, to his astonishment, Subai unveiled an explosively original song, and the stage effects surpassed all expectations. He could envision that once the program aired, its impact would rival that of the first episode of Blue and White Porcelain. Suddenly, he recalled that his neighbor, Hua Chenyu, had also prepared a song of a similar nature, rumored to possess an astonishing stage effect. He wondered how it would compare to Subai's exaggeration. Meanwhile, on stage, Subai was leading the audience into a third crescendo, seamlessly alternating between his genuine and falsetto notes. The atmosphere reached its zenith. At last, the song began to conclude. I may not be your cup of tea, but indulge freely. Drink, drink, as the music faded. An eerie silence enveloped the entire studio. The audience seemed entranced, unable to snap back to reality, still immersed in the spine-tingling ambience. Several seconds passed. Then, the studio erupted into thunderous applause, a resounding ovation that seemed endless. Goodness! My skin is crawling, my scalp is tingling, can you feel it? This was an exhilarating experience. Absolutely worth it. I am now a devoted fan of Subai. Incredible, truly a divine melody. This is beyond singing. It's celestial, a transcendent performance. The styling and the song are perfectly harmonious. 2 words. Exaggeration. 3 words. Truly extravagant. Who just called it rural hip-hop? Step forward and face the music. His vocal prowess is astounding, every word imbued with emotion. Oh, brother, what have you been through to compose such a song? My heart aches for you. Ding. Gained 10 popularity points. Ding. Gained 10 popularity points. Ding. Gained 10 popularity points. At this moment, on the judges' panel, Youngmi wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, blinking her large, expressive eyes. Once she composed herself, she declared, Subai, you brought me to tears. Did you know? Your performance on stage was nothing short of breathtaking. You have given me so much joy that I am at a loss for words to describe this song, perhaps from my perspective. I can only evaluate it as a fan. For words, my scalp tingles. Han Hong's eyes were also glistening with unshed tears. Subai, I wish to apologize to you here. As soon as Han Hong's words left her lips, the audience erupted in astonishment. Even the 3 judges beside her looked at her in disbelief. Everyone knew Han Hong to be assertive. The fact that she publicly uttered an apology was remarkable. The crowd wondered why she felt the need to apologize to Subai, as there seemed to be no prior discord between them. Amidst the confusion, Han Hong continued, Subai, during the last round of auditions, you claimed that Blue and White Porcelain was your original composition. Personally, I harbored doubts. I could hardly believe that such an extraordinary song could be penned by an obscure newcomer. Even before your performance today, I remained skeptical. And upon seeing your rather unprofessional appearance, my suspicions were further confirmed. However, after hearing you sing Exaggeration, all my doubts vanished. I just checked online, and once again, this is a divine original composition. I wish to address those who question you. How could someone capable of composing such exquisite songs ever resort to plagiarism? A talent of this caliber would never condescend to such acts. Subai, from this moment forth, I shall be your devoted admirer. As these words left my lips, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause. Han Hong rose to her feet, turning to face the crowd, gesturing for them to continue their applause. The fervent ovation persisted, interspersed with excited whistles. The audience is well aware of Han Hong's discerning attitude towards music. To receive such high praise from her is indeed a rarity. This clearly illustrates the profound impact Subai has made on her. Chapter 12. The rising heat in Hua Chunyu's confidence as the applause gradually subsided. Wang Feng gazed at Subai on stage and remarked with a smile, Subai, at first I thought you were merely an idle singer. Upon seeing your appearance, I presumed you were delving into rock music. Only now do I realize that you are exploring cosmic music. It is utterly astonishing. Your stage presence, vocal prowess, and seamless transition between falsetto and chest voice are nothing short of perfection. What is even more remarkable is your ability to evoke deep emotions, ensnaring the audience in an inescapable spell. I have a concert at the Bird's Nest in Yanjing this year. May I invite you to participate? A wave of gasps resonated throughout the venue. The other contestants were equally captivated, casting envious glances in his direction. Who is Wang Feng? He is one of the leading figures in Chinese rock music. Attending his concert would undoubtedly elevate one's exposure and popularity immensely. It is indeed a stark reminder that in the realm of talent, comparison breeds discontent. Nonetheless, they acknowledged Subai's undeniable prowess. If any of them had taken the stage, not only would they struggle to create a masterpiece like Exaggeration, but even delivering it in its entirety would pose a significant challenge. The song demands an extraordinarily high level of vocal skill. All eyes turned to Subai, eagerly awaiting his response. It would be my honor to participate in teacher Wang Feng's concert. I will definitely be there. Wang Feng let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Subai might decline, which would have been quite an embarrassment. All right, it's settled then. See you at the Bird's Nest. Next came Xie Tingfeng's evaluation of Subai. I can only say it was utterly shocking, truly shocking. It has been a long time since I shed tears over a song, but you managed to bring forth my tears, Subai. Keep it up. I eagerly anticipate your future performances and works. Following this, the scoring segment commenced. Unsurprisingly, Subai received a perfect score, marking him as the first contestant to achieve such a feat since the inception of The Voice. Subai is destined to leave an indelible mark on the Chinese music scene. There were still 6 contestants scheduled to perform after Subai. However, due to the breathtaking nature of his performance, the audience's expectations had been raised to a level where subsequent acts felt like a mere sip of plain water, bland and uninspiring. Backstage, a throng of staff members approached him, offering hot tea, throat lozenges, and more. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Subai. Here, have some hot water to soothe your throat. Teacher Subai, would you mind if we took a photo together? I absolutely adore your look. Teacher Subai, could you sign my poster? My sister is a huge fan of your blue and white porcelain and has been pestering me for days." The enthusiasm of the crowd was something Subai had never anticipated. He was still a newcomer, yet the treatment he received resembled that of a superstar. Particularly, the young girls backstage looked at him with starry eyes. Subai graciously obliged each request, signing autographs, taking photos, and even receiving enthusiastic hugs from 2 young fans. Not only was he an exceptional singer, but he was also strikingly handsome. Such a high-quality idol was truly irresistible to many young girls. Upon returning to his residence, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Subai took a refreshing shower and soon retired for the night. Meanwhile, I Am a Musician had concluded its recording session. Watching You, brimming with confidence, sat backstage, basking in the accolades of the audience. "Teacher Hua, your performance was simply outstanding. I have never witnessed such a bold and avant-garde rendition. With you on board, our show's ratings are bound to soar." It was rumored that The Voice had also finished its recording, with internal reports suggesting that Subai had performed a song of a similar style, receiving a favorable response. Upon hearing Subai's name, Watching You furrowed his brow slightly. Lately, there had been an incessant comparison between him and Subai, positioning them as the respective champions of their shows. Unbeknownst to the masses, they had been placed in opposition to one another, as if in a competitive arena. Watching You harbored a disdain for the tendency to create conflict and sensationalize public opinion online. It was not that he disliked being in the limelight, but rather he felt that Subai, as a newcomer in the music scene, was unworthy of being compared to him. The contestants of the 2 shows were not on the same level. To draw parallels between him and Subai was nothing short of an affront. As the weekend approached, in an effort to heighten the show's popularity, the production team of I Am a Musician discreetly released snippets of the recording online, showcasing many of Watching You's memorable moments, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. "Hua Hua is so handsome. I can hardly wait to see his performance." Delusional fans. "What notable works does Master Hua have aside from his flashy antics?" Exactly. "Produce a song better than Xinghua, and then we can talk." Can a song as pedestrian as Xinghua even be compared to our Hua Hua? Do you understand what avant-garde music is? Do you know what a musical genius truly entails? All I see is someone stuck in the past, unable to progress. Apologies, but I simply cannot appreciate those flashy antics. I am so looking forward to the weekend's program. Time swiftly passed to Saturday, the day of the program's broadcast. The production team of The Voice was bustling with activity. Although they had immense confidence in Subai, Zhang Lei still felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, they were up against I Am a Musician and Watching You, who were well-established figures in the industry, accompanied by a legion of devoted fans. To claim he was not nervous would be disingenuous. In the preceding days, the entire production team had poured their heart and soul into editing the footage, meticulously refining each detail to achieve perfection. To ensure that every moment of Subai was preserved, many contestants had sacrificed their own footage, trimming away unnecessary scenes. At that moment, with only 10 minutes remaining until the broadcast, television networks and major online platforms had begun to loop promotional trailers. Director Zhang. "Our viewership has already reached 2 million, exclaimed Assistant Yang, her eyes wide with surprise. Zhang Lei's anxious demeanor eased somewhat. "What about the competition?" "Their viewership is roughly similar. Around 2 million. Fortunately, we have not fallen too far behind. Now it all comes down to the highlights of each program. The program has yet to formally commence. Yet the screen is already inundated with comments. Hurry, hurry, let it begin." After a week of anticipation, I can hardly contain my excitement. I eagerly await the appearance of Brother Subai. I have come to confront Subai. Xinghua has captivated me to an overwhelming extent. Its after effects are profound. And within the span of a week, my girlfriend has been swayed by 3 others. Good heavens, what transpired upstairs? What else could transpire? Everyone has sought out their first loves. Incredible. To the individual above, shouldn't the focus be on how you managed to attract 3 girlfriends in a single week? Let us see what songs Subai brings forth in this episode. Perhaps he can win back your girlfriend with his performance. Anticipation is palpable. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Do you believe that a masterpiece such as Chihuahua is as commonplace as cabbage, easily claimed as original? I concur with the sentiments expressed above, yet I am solely here to listen to Subai sing. His vocal prowess renders any song delightful. I am here to witness the spectacle, to observe the duel between Subai and the Flower Mage. Count me among those eager for the show. Chapter 13. The Flower Mage is your microphone malfunctioning? Meanwhile, in a villa in the Shanghai market, Yangmi and Reba sat on the sofa, sipping red wine. Their eyes fixated on the enormous screen in the living room. Sister, are you saying that Subai, the one who sang Xinghua, has created another masterpiece? Although I am not well versed in music, I understand that composing original songs is quite a formidable task, especially when it comes to classic hits. It is not an exaggeration to say they are rare treasures. With a beaming smile, Yangmi replied, "You are absolutely right. Original compositions are indeed challenging. But for certain prodigies, it may be as effortless as quenching one's thirst." Reba, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Subai has produced an original song that rivals Xinghua? The show is about to begin. You can see for yourself. Although I have already watched it, I am eager to experience it once more." Reba leaned in eagerly. "Sister, is this the reason you invested in such a large screen and audio equipment? Why did you buy 2 screens? Yangmi nodded with a smile and explained, "I am a musician is competing with the voice, and I want to closely observe whose performance, watching user Subai's, is superior." At that moment, the program commenced. The first performer on The Voice was a trainee under Yangmi's management. "Sister, isn't that Wang Fan? Quite impressive. He's rather handsome and has chosen a great song." Of course, the song was purchased by the company, tailored specifically for Wang Fan. Not long after the show aired, the popularity of I Am a Musician was noticeably higher. The performances of the seasoned singers were nothing short of spectacular, accompanied by a professional team, delighting the audience. Many viewers were drawn in, especially when Hua Chenyu took the stage half an hour later, elevating the excitement to its peak, pulling in over 2 million more viewers than The Voice. However, shortly into Hua Chenyu's performance, the atmosphere shifted drastically. His captivating performance and frantic cries left the online audience bewildered. Is this a ritual? Are we singing? Or is this merely a cacophony? Have they indulged too much in substances? Perhaps authorities should investigate. Goodness. Is the Monkey King making his entrance? After a week of anticipation, this is what I get? Am I simply unappreciative of music? The mood has soured. The symptoms of an unprecedented mental breakdown. I must ask, how can the cameraman resist the urge to intervene? Is the Flower Mage's microphone experiencing an electric shock? Even through the screen, I can feel the awkwardness. I am laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Forgive me. This form of artistry is beyond my appreciation. What is wrong with the organizers? Why has the stage not been cleared of nails while the singer is wailing in agony? What do you know? Have you witnessed the exploration and dedication Hua has put into his musical journey? Spare us your senseless chatter. I will always support Hua. This is truly nauseating. I feel like I might vomit. Let's get out of here. In the villa, Yangmi and Reba were equally perplexed. Wasn't the promise of a spectacular stage performance supposed to be fulfilled? What is this? Wasn't this supposed to be a meticulously crafted secret weapon? Isn't it supposed to outshine The Voice? Just this? Could it be that I've aged, failing to grasp the aesthetic sensibilities of the youth? The fact that there are still fans and bots fervently flooding the comments is astonishing. The 2 individuals were so startled that they hastily ceased the music. But without the melody, the atmosphere grew even more bizarre. It resembled A.S. Ants, and if accompanied by eerie music, one could easily mistake it for a horror film. Hotba could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Sister, quickly switch it off. I need to watch The Voice and cleanse my ears." Yangmi promptly turned off the television, her mind already at ease. Initially, she had worried that Subai might be overshadowed by Hua Chenyu. But it now seemed her concerns were unfounded. As Hua Chenyu's performance concluded, Subai emerged as the highlight of The Voice. The show, which had previously struggled with low ratings, suddenly experienced a surge in popularity, primarily due to many being frightened away by Hua Chenyu's act. Come over from the mage's performance. Cleanse your ears. Not only did they need to cleanse their ears, but also their minds. Ear cleansing 1. Someone chimed in. The neighbor is conjuring again. I can't take it anymore. The viewership of The Voice skyrocketed, all thanks to Hua Chenyu's spectacular display. He single-handedly elevated the competition's popularity. The director of The Voice, Zhang Lei, was left bewildered. However, as Subai took the stage, his extravagant hairstyle and attire left viewers momentarily stunned. No way. Just came from the mage's performance. Is this also a mage? What on earth is happening? Didn't they say Subai was coming on? Where is he? I can't see him. Who is this shammerd? Is jumping around the latest trend? Everyone's lost their minds. Subai, I've waited a week for you. If you dare jump around, I'll send you a razor blade. What happened to the Prince of Ballads? Why has he transformed into a country-style hairdresser? The audience, including Hot Ba, was equally perplexed. Sister, what is going on? This formerly handsome young man, what happened to his appearance? Subai can't possibly be imitating Huachinyu, can he? Even if it's a reference. It shouldn't be done like this. Youngmi feigned mystery, saying, "Shh, don't speak. He's about to sing. Just listen." With that, she dimmed the lights in the living room and adjusted the sound system to perfection. Meanwhile, Subai's voice resonated. Someone asks me, and I shall tell. But no one comes. I wait, filled with helplessness, yearning to speak, yet find no outlet. In the living room, Hot Ba's hand holding the wine glass lingered in midair for an extended moment. She remained motionless, gazing at the frenzied Subai on stage. The lyrics of Extravagance seemed to narrate her own experiences. As an actress, she felt a profound resonance. As a star, she appeared radiant in public. Yet only she knew the depths of her struggles. Memories of the past flashed through her mind. With tenfold effort, she endeavored to stand out. Tears flowed unbidden, gradually transforming her into a weeping figure. Yangmi gently embraced her shoulders, allowing the tears to soak her garment. As a fellow actress, she understands the arduous journey that Reba has traversed. This young girl's tender shoulders have borne an overwhelming burden. Let her weep freely to release her pent-up emotions, much like Subai does on stage with unabashed fervor. Meanwhile, the popularity across various online platforms is surging at an astonishing rate, leaving the backstage crew utterly astounded. This is madness. It's absolutely insane. It's a phenomenon. Director Zhang, our show has become a sensation. Our viewership surpasses I Am a Musician by over 3 million. Zhang Lei gazes at the backstage data with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The surprise that Subai has delivered is truly monumental. He anticipated that this song would resonate, yet he never imagined it would achieve such immense popularity. Just moments after Subai's appearance, the viewer count skyrocketed to an astonishing 6 million. The barrage of comments is so overwhelming that, if left unclosed, it completely obscures the performers on stage. Chapter 14. Exaggeration dominates the trending charts in an astonishing turn of events. The performance of Exaggeration has taken the internet by storm. One would have thought the artist had merely adopted the antics of his contemporaries, yet he unleashed a spectacular performance that left audiences in awe. Subai, you are truly remarkable. You have not disappointed me. I adore you. What a divine talent I have stumbled upon. Who dares to criticize the aesthetics? The styling is undoubtedly tailored for this song. The energy was electrifying. A celestial performance, everyone stands in unison. I feel as though I might burst. Let us erupt once more. Incredible, a standing ovation. Having just experienced Huachinyu's performance, I felt compelled to cleanse my auditory senses. After witnessing Exaggeration, the disparity is palpable. Huamonkey, come quickly and learn a thing or two. Even more astonishing, shortly after Subai's song concluded, clips of his performance were swiftly compiled and disseminated across major music platforms. The prodigious musical talent has once again delivered a phenomenal piece, Exaggeration, a resounding success. Unbelievable. A fresh face in the music scene, consistently producing masterpieces. Could it be mere capital manipulation or the emergence of a true genius? Subai shows no signs of creative stagnation. Sensational headlines flooded the front pages, dominating the trending sections of various applications. Meanwhile, Subai's Weibo followers surged by a staggering 500,000. Such an ability to attract fans has left the industry in utter disbelief. Subai monitored all of this quietly online, as the electronic melody in his mind played on relentlessly. That night, he accrued over 5 million in popularity points. Later that evening, Subai received numerous calls from entertainment companies eager to discuss potential contracts. However, he skillfully declined each one with various excuses. Simultaneously, the production team of I Am a Musician found themselves in a state of utter dismay. The viewership and popularity of their show were utterly eclipsed by the resounding success of The Voice. They had been confident of their victory, only to be struck a harsh reality. All of this was due to the emergence of Subai on The Voice. Initially, they believed Subai's performance of Chiwa had reached his pinnacle, yet the second episode brought forth an even more explosive Exaggeration, which completely overshadowed Huachinyu. Their supposed ace in the hole, established artists found themselves gasping for breath under the pressure. Is this fair for a newcomer? Absolutely not. At that moment, Huachinyu sat backstage, his expression dark and brooding. Staff members kept their distance, wary of provoking this musical genius. Huachinyu scrolled through his phone, observing that the headlines of major websites and applications were dominated by Su Bai's trending topics, with the fervor surrounding his new song completely eclipsed by exaggeration. However, it wasn't too long before the heat of his own new song began to rise. A knowing smile crept across Hua Chunyu's face. Indeed, how could his painstakingly crafted original work ever compete with that of a newcomer? In his perspective, Su Bai's performance of exaggeration was excessively ostentatious. Merely a display of empty lamentation. Such a song, in his eyes, was utterly unworthy, leaving him baffled as to how anyone could find enjoyment in it. They must be an audience devoid of musical understanding. He casually clicked on a video, only to be instantly provoked, nearly shattering his phone in frustration. It turned out that netizens had edited together footage of both performers from that evening, creating a stark contrast. The video commenced with Hua Chunyu's appearance. His once proud performance was met with scathing criticism from viewers, inundated with mockery in the comments and bullet screens. Yet, when it came time for Su Bai to sing, the sentiment shifted dramatically. The comments and bullet screens flooded with praise, with many netizens lauding Su Bai while subtly undermining Hua Chunyu. The disparity was unmistakable. Fuming, Hua Chunyu's hands trembled with indignation. In a moment of impulsiveness, he took to Weibo to express his thoughts. Some contestants' music is simply too antiquated, stagnating without any semblance of innovation. The current musical landscape is ever-evolving, and the audience's taste is on the rise. Yet you persist in belting out those monotonous and uninspired songs. How can this possibly cater to the audience's needs? Music must evolve with the times. Frankly, certain so-called original songs don't even pass muster in my book. Upon posting, his comments immediately garnered attention. Onlookers quickly grasped Hua Chunyu's implication. It was evident that Su Bai had overshadowed him, dripping with sarcasm. Hua Chunyu's fans began to fervently like his post, echoing their agreement in the comments. What has become of the contemporary Chinese music scene? Even the most rudimentary country songs have their admirers. Do people truly understand aesthetics? The current audience's musical literacy was alarmingly uneven, rendering them incapable of discerning what constitutes good music. It was a source of regret for him that songs like Exaggeration, which he deemed amateurish, offered him no appreciation. Beyond hysteria, he could discern no beauty. The Chinese music industry had reached a juncture where reform and innovation were imperative. Clinging to outdated formulas would inevitably lead to obsolescence on the global stage. One could only surmise that Hua Chunyu's music was far too avant-garde. Perhaps only in 10 or 20 years would people recognize his contributions to the Chinese music landscape. However, this provoked a wave of ire from countless netizens. To be candid, I had never heard Hua Chunyu's music. It wasn't that I lacked the desire, but was that truly music? Just moments ago, my mother passed by, witnessing the performance, cautioning me against delving into superstitious practices. I hastily switched off the television in fright. Hua Chunyu's singing followed a peculiar sequence. First, he began in a low, self-indulgent murmur. Next, he appeared to be possessed, his body and fingers quivering, muttering incantations. Then, he suddenly erupted with fervor, extending his neck and screeching like a rooster. Finally, as the effects wore off, he murmured to himself and concluded with a foolish grin. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard I nearly lost my composure. The summary from upstairs was quite astute. It seemed he had learned his music from the village shaman. Hua Chunyu's fans, incensed and humiliated, could not find an outlet for their fury upon witnessing their idol being ridiculed by netizens, and thus, Su Bai became their target of vented frustration. A swarm of individuals flocked to Su Bai's Weibo, leaving vitriolic remarks that were exceedingly harsh. Hua Chunyu, having achieved considerable fame and boasting a substantial fan base, soon inundated Su Bai's Weibo with a cacophony of insults. Upon checking his phone, Su Bai found himself bewildered by the torrent of abuse flooding his Weibo. After a closer examination, he grasped the situation's background, realizing that he was an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Hua, have I wronged you in any way? I chose to ignore your previous snide remarks, yet now you dare to provoke your fans into berating me? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? At that moment, beneath Su Bai's Weibo, a fan identifying as Shufan number 1 began rallying others. Are there any brothers awake? Hurry, we need reinforcements. The mage next door has launched a full-scale attack, inciting fans to hurl insults. They claim Su Bai is a novice who knows nothing of music and accuse our fans of lacking culture. Let us retaliate. This was accompanied by screenshots of Hua Chunyu and his fan club's derogatory comments, which were disseminated across various celebrity influencers' Weibo accounts. Chapter 15. Online feuds and the education from veteran artists. How can one endure this? I must rally the troops. Brothers, let us retaliate. If one cannot perform well, One should introspect instead of resorting to sarcasm and inciting fans. What merit does that hold? Indeed, your music may elude our understanding, but I revel in Tsinghua and Fuqua. Thus, Subai's fans swiftly gathered, dividing into two factions, one storming Huaqinyu's Weibo, while the other staunchly defended Subai's account. Other prominent figures fans observed this commentary, initially perplexed until they clicked on the compilation video of Huaqinyu and Subai, only to comprehend the unfolding events. Many unfamiliar with the song were immediately captivated by Subai's rendition. Subai, seated at home, was astounded as his popularity surged by over 100,000 seemingly from nowhere. Was this truly feasible? These previously neutral netizens, upon learning of the provocation directed at Subai, adopted a stance of enjoying the spectacle and joined Subai's side, escalating the verbal skirmish. Within a mere span of minutes, Huaqinyu's Weibo was besieged, with fan posts failing to ascend the front page and rapidly sinking out of sight. The prominent figures, bemused by the situation, also clicked on the video link to watch. Like the fans, they were instantly enthralled by Subai's performance. Many could not resist sharing their thoughts on Weibo. As a newcomer, I never anticipated that Subai could compose songs of such caliber. Although Fuqua may evoke some controversy regarding its lyrics and style, the quality of the composition is unquestionable. Music producer Hu Fei also took to Weibo, stating, "Since I began following Subai with Tsinghua, I thought it would be a fleeting moment, yet Fuqua has brought me even greater delight. I shall continue to follow, hoping Subai can journey further." In that moment, Subai noticed someone adding him as a friend. Upon opening the request, he discovered it was the renowned influencer Hu Fei. Accepting the request promptly, Subai replied under Hu Fei's latest post, "Thank you for the praise, teacher Hu Fei. I am merely a novice in the music industry, and I shall strive to improve." Hu Fei responded, "No need for thanks. Music does not adhere to hierarchy. Those who excel are our mentors." Fans, witnessing their interaction, eagerly shared and commented, "This is a true expert. Such eloquence. Teacher Hu Fei, I can sing most of your classic lyrics and melodies. We are all your admirers. Brothers, let us retreat. This is a true expert, and we cannot compete. On to the next. Go, Brother Subai." The online realm is a tapestry of diverse voices, where praise exists alongside criticism. A comment from Hu Qingsong, the esteemed vice president of the Music Association and a renowned folk music virtuoso, stated, "Young Hu has only presented half the truth. Music is not merely a matter of seniority. However, experience holds significant weight. Our predecessors have traversed various epochs of musical evolution and cultural baptism, enduring the vicissitudes of life, which grants them a clearer perception of music's essence. Naturally, their capacity for appreciation is heightened. The so-called music crafted by today's youth often revolves around trivial romantic themes or aimless lamentations, devoid of the patriotic sentiments that once resonated with the older generation, thus failing to evoke any genuine resonance." Prominent music critic Zhang Weimin echoed this sentiment. Wang Lao is correct. The aesthetic sensibilities of the younger generation have become somewhat distorted, rendering them unable to discern what constitutes good music. They merely follow trends indiscriminately. I urge everyone to immerse themselves in Wang Lao's masterpieces, as each composition is a classic in its own right. Hu Fei chose not to respond, but Subai found the situation intolerable. Hu Fei was merely defending himself, yet he had become the target of criticism. Keeping silent seemed inadequate. Thus, he posted a status. "Music is multifaceted, and the youth possess their own advantages. They exhibit a strong capacity for embracing new ideas and are adept at capturing the zeitgeist, creating contemporary music that aligns with current trends. Additionally, the younger generation harbors patriotic sentiments, possibly even more fervent than those of their predecessors." Once this Weibo post was published, the online community erupted. Wow, how audacious of Subai to confront Wang Qingsong, the vice president of the Music Association. Does he not realize the repercussions of offending such a figure if he wishes to thrive in this circle? This is incredibly impulsive. As a newcomer to the music scene, does he not fear the consequences? Hu Fei saw the post and recognized Subai's intention to support him, feeling a surge of gratitude. Just moments ago, fans of Huaqinyu had hurled harsh insults, yet Subai refrained from retaliating. Instead, he dared to provoke an established figure in the music realm. This was undeniably unwise. Hu Fei quickly sent Subai a private message. "Xiao Su, please delete the Weibo post. There's no need to offend Wang Qingsong. Don't jeopardize your future." "It's fine, Hu Gu. I'm not even an artist, nor am I truly part of this industry. Why should I fear for my prospects? I simply cannot abide these self-important elders." "Brother, please listen. There's no benefit in contesting a momentary indignation. Subai pondered this. Being single, he felt indifferent. Yet he recognized that his actions could affect others. Understood, Hugo. I want to delete the Weibo. There is nothing offensive in my words, merely stating facts. Whatever they choose to say next, I will simply ignore. Hu Fei responded with a resigned expression. Indeed. It was not long before Wang Qingsong posted again. Today's youth exhibit a fundamental lack of respect for their elders, believing that having penned a couple of songs elevates them above others. I have composed countless songs throughout my life and have never regarded myself as exceptional. I continue to hold a deep reverence for music and my predecessors, and it is this attitude that has brought me to where I am today. Zhang Weimin also chimed in, joining the discourse. I believe that the youth of today should first learn to respect their elders before delving into the realm of music. Music is not a fast food indulgence nor a mere pastime. It is an accumulation of experiences, an expression of the soul, and a vessel for cultural heritage. The older generation has endured numerous trials and tribulations over the years, experiences that are beyond the imagination of the young. Yet, some individuals from the music industry have emerged, assuming an air of superiority simply because they can compose a few songs and perform on stage. They ought to take a moment to reflect on how to embody the spirit of music and to carry it forward. Otherwise, they shall never amount to anything significant. Music is not something that can be mastered through fleeting inspiration or impulsive actions. It requires the sedimentation of time and a profound understanding and appreciation of life. Observing the music community, many have begun to criticize Subai, while fans of Huachin Yu have also started to engage in sarcastic banter. With such limited intellect, how can one even contemplate a career in music? It is laughable. A newcomer to the industry, having written merely 2 songs, has lost all sense of humility, oblivious to the vastness of the world around them. To be candid, I completely fail to grasp the essence of the song extravagance. It seems nothing more than a hollow lament. In response, Subai's fans quickly retaliated, igniting a potential conflict. When a few prominent figures noticed Subai's silence, Zhang Weimin took to social media to comment. With the National Day approaching, he mentioned hearing that Wang Lao was invited to perform at the CCTV National Day Gala. Is that true? Zhang Weimin did not forget to flatter Wang Qingsong while subtly promoting him. Wang Qingsong, pleased by the attention, feigned modesty, saying, "Oh, it is merely the patriotic sentiments of the older generation being expressed." The two exchanged pleasantries, gradually bringing this online controversy to a close. Although the fans were somewhat disgruntled, they dared not voice their discontent. After all, Wang Qingsong is a venerable figure in the artistic community, with many parents and elders being his admirers. To criticize him under his Weibo post? That would be courting trouble. Subai, still unconvinced, would have stood firm were it not for Hu Fei's intervention. In the realm of art, preferences vary, and every song has its audience. There is no need to disparage others while elevating oneself. Leveraging one's status as a senior to lecture the youth. Is it not merely traditional music? I can play that too. Chapter 16. Approaching National Day. The central bank's directive Subai opened the system store, his account brimming with several million popularity points. Why not spend them now instead of saving them for the new year? He promptly expended over 1 million points to purchase a traditional music gift pack. Upon opening the package, he discovered an array of treasures, featuring an assortment of classic songs from Blue Star. After a long night of engagement, Subai felt weary. He quickly refreshed himself and retired for the night. Before long, the day of the recording approached. Just as Subai awoke, he received a call from the production team, summoning all advancing contestants to the television station for an important announcement. Upon his arrival at the station, he found the studio already populated with numerous participants. Nearly all 32 finalists were present. The 4 mentors had also taken their seats early. Upon spotting Subai, many turned to glance at him. Most aware of the fierce online battle that had transpired the previous night, a tempest that had captured widespread attention. The intensity of the situation had escalated dramatically, ultimately drawing in several prominent figures from the music industry. They were utterly astonished that a newcomer like Subai dared to confront the seasoned veteran Wang Qingsong. Some felt a pang of anxiety for him, while others relished the unfolding drama, hoping for his downfall. Yang Mi regarded Subai with a complex expression. He was still too young, evidently unaware that excessive boldness could lead to a downfall. It was often the case that prodigies met their demise in such a manner. To navigate the entertainment industry, one must cultivate a sense of diplomacy, or longevity would remain elusive. Subai, in this industry, enduring a bit of hardship is essential. Avoid offending the older generation. It serves no benefit. Do you understand? Yang Mi feigned annoyance as she spoke. Haha, Subai, you possess a distinct personality, which I find quite admirable. However, sometimes it is unnecessary to raise your voice in futile disputes in public. Once you have gained strength, others will naturally advocate on your behalf, Han Hong remarked, patting Subai on the shoulder. I understand. Thank you for your concern, teachers. Subai replied. Han Hong, known for her straightforward nature, had observed Subai's conduct the previous night. Despite facing a barrage of insults from netizens, he refrained from retaliating. Yet, when Hu Fei defended him and was subsequently reprimanded by Wang Qingsong, Subai promptly stepped forward to counterattack. Such loyalty and disregard for authority in a young individual were bound to earn her admiration. At that moment, Director Zhang Lei approached from a distance, a stack of documents in hand. Noticing that everyone had gathered, he began, "The reason for this urgent call is to convey an important message regarding next week's program broadcast." He continued, "Last night, the central television station issued a directive. With National Day approaching, entertainment programs must be mindful of their content and orientation, ensuring that no discordant voices emerge, and avoiding any scandals or controversies. The songs featured in the program should embody positive energy, aligning with the themes and atmosphere of National Day. The broadcast schedule has been adjusted to the weekend, with Saturday's transmission coinciding with the Central Evening Gala. Those who have already selected songs should review them for compliance with this directive, while those who have yet to choose should strive to select appropriate pieces. Now, everyone, please prepare." After concluding his remarks, Zhang Lei cast a complex glance at Subai. Last night, Subai was already aware of the confrontation with Wang Qingsong. That very evening, someone reached out to him, insinuating that certain individuals, whose styles were discordant, should be prevented from advancing. However, Zhang Lei understood that without Subai, the appeal of the voice would diminish by at least half, and it would be swiftly overshadowed by "I am a musician." Gritting his teeth, he feigned ignorance and laughed it off. Nevertheless, aspirations for the championship were futile. Reaching the top would suffice, especially since the semifinals and finals were slated for the same event, which would not adversely affect the show's ratings. As soon as Zhang Lei finished speaking, the contestants began to chatter excitedly. "Change the musical style? My chosen song seems to pose a problem. The style doesn't align. Same here, it lacks positive energy. In such a precarious situation, we must tread carefully. Avoiding mistakes is tantamount to success. Director, if we change songs at the last minute, will we have enough time to prepare? A hasty recording might compromise the show's quality. Indeed, with such a sudden change, rehearsal time is insufficient." Zhang Lei was mindful of this. If they could not manage a recorded segment in time, they would have to risk a live broadcast. Everyone received the documents simultaneously. "I am a musician" would undoubtedly be unprepared as well. Moreover, their band would require more time to synchronize with the singers. A live broadcast against a live broadcast was not necessarily a disadvantage. As long as they controlled potential unforeseen factors, significant issues could be avoided. "Everyone, prepare diligently for the live broadcast this Sunday," Zhang Lei declared. Instantly, tension filled the air. Live broadcast? Is that not too risky? Risk is unavoidable. Time is truly of the essence. Rather than fretting here, we should seize the moment to prepare. "You're right. I'll take my leave." "All right, everyone disperse." The group quickly began to scatter. Just as Subai was about to exit, Zhang Lei called out to him. "Subai, please stay a moment." "Director Zhang, do you need something?" Zhang Lei approached with a smile. "This live broadcast is crucial. Your previous performance of exaggeration was commendable, but the style isn't suitable for this program. Therefore, I suggest you choose your song with caution. Do you understand?" Subai nodded. "I understand, Director Zhang." "Good, as long as you grasp that. Perform well. I have high hopes for you. Off you go." Upon returning to his residence, Subai opened a traditional music package. "Ah, National Day, a sense of patriotism, is it? Wang Qingsong, didn't you claim that young people only indulge in romanticism, lacking the patriotic sentiments of the older generation, thus failing to resonate?" He chuckled. "Let me see if the song you perform for the National Day Gala holds more patriotic sentiment than this one." Once he selected a song he favored, Subai practiced briefly. After all, with the need for theatrical elements and gender-bending performances, even exceptional vocal skills required some acclimatization. Soon enough, Saturday arrived. At 7:30 in the evening, the CCTV gala commenced. The solemn stage was graced by a dignified and poised host. In the front row sat a host of esteemed elders and former leaders. Following the public officials, there were also uniformed personnel from both military and political spheres. Behind them stood patriotic individuals from all walks of life, each exuding joy and dressed impeccably. The television screens and major online platforms were filled with an audience, with viewership and engagement reaching unprecedented heights. The barrage of comments on social media flowed abundantly, all celebrating the nation's birthday and extolling its prosperity and flourishing vitality. In this moment, the sentiment of patriotism was ignited within every heart. Each person felt an immense pride in being a citizen of the great Huaxia. On stage, esteemed artists performed passionately, captivating the audience below, who were enraptured and responded with continuous applause, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Particularly when the venerable folk musician Wang Qingsong took to the stage, a significant portion of the audience rose instinctively, showering him with fervent applause. Wang Qingsong's prowess was undeniable, having performed countless classic patriotic songs. In Huaxia, when one thinks of patriotic music, the name Wang Qingsong immediately springs to mind. He did not disappoint, delivering a masterful rendition of the timeless classic Qingshan, which moved many to tears. Even after the gala concluded, the audience continued to reminisce about the performance, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. Chapter 17. Subai faced criticism again. Indeed, the Central Mother-S event was truly exceptional. It is a remarkable feat to invite so many esteemed artists all at once. Wang Lao's rendition of Qingshan was splendid. My father is particularly fond of that song. Wang Lao's prowess is indisputable, and his patriotic sentiments resonate well, yet the sense of nostalgia is quite strong. I grew accustomed to it from a young age. But my son adamantly claims it is outdated and refuses to listen. Isn't it typical for songs steeped in patriotism to evoke such sentiments? My boy shows no interest, preferring to remain ensconced in his room, engrossed in his phone. We belong to a generation that harbors a special affection for our country. Yet the youth today are a different breed, difficult to comprehend. I even had a few words with my son about this. Can you imagine his response? I have a sense of patriotism too. Must I listen to such outdated songs to prove my love for the country? His retort nearly made me want to give him a good smack. But I digress. It's not just him. My daughter shares the same disposition. Let them be. From the conclusion of the gala until the following day, the fervor remained unabated. Major television networks repeatedly broadcast the previous night's event. Many iconic moments were edited and shared across various platforms, garnering high viewership, though predominantly among the older demographic. On the younger generation's apps, the enthusiasm was significantly subdued. On Weibo, music critic Zhang Weiman promptly shared a video link titled, Classic Song Qingshan, a timeless revival. He accompanied it with a comment, predecessors are indeed invaluable. This is an exceptional work. Young people ought to learn diligently, remain grounded, and be open to constructive criticism. Soon after, a plethora of comments emerged. Truly a classic. Long live Wang Lao. Wang Lao's talent is undeniable. Qingshan is simply timeless. Support our venerable artists. Some youngsters must learn to respect their elders and the music. The older generation has experienced more than you can fathom. They have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. Young people should cultivate a sense of reverence. It seems the youth of today have lost their touch. Their taste in music has drastically shifted. Traditional songs are by far the most melodious, and classics endure. Qingshan will resonate for a century. Indeed, one remarked, some young singers adopt outrageous styles and eccentric attire, singing indistinctly. I truly cannot fathom why so many young people idolize them. As Wang Qingsong observed the chorus of praise on Weibo, his vanity was thoroughly satisfied, and he couldn't help but smirk at that ignorant young lad from a few days prior. Meanwhile, Subai was at home watching Wang Qingsong's performance. To be frank, he sang well, and the song was commendable. However, it largely relied on the sentiments of that bygone era, coupled with the necessity of national holidays and propaganda. Songs from that time were scarce, and for older individuals, they evoke memories akin to childhood lullabies, repeatedly ingrained through black and white televisions across a handful of networks. It is nearly impossible not to be familiar with them. As he watched, notifications flooded in on Weibo. Subai opened them to find screenshots sent by Hu Fei, along with numerous fan comments. Brother, after watching, do not let your emotions get the better of you. Patience brings tranquility, and a step back opens the horizon. Witnessing the blatant ridicule from a few old-timers and sycophants, it is impossible for Subai not to feel anger. Though unspoken, their insults were practically emblazoned upon his face. Many netizens adopted the demeanor of bystanders, all too aware of who was being referenced, eagerly anticipating Subai's reaction, hoping for a dramatic confrontation. To swallow his pride? That is not Subai's style. The last time he held back was for Hu Fei's sake. He did not wish to burden him. now unencumbered. It is time to speak out. After all, whether he mingles in the entertainment circle is of no consequence. Once the competition concludes, he will record a few songs in the studio and independently distribute them on music platforms. Must he rely on your approval? He could effortlessly elevate any classic from his extensive music library to the charts. Why should he heed your sentiments? Without hesitation, Subai posted an update. Decades-old relics. Trotted out annually, what is the point? Consume more salt than others have rice? Traverse more bridges than others have roads? Truly, you take the unconventional path, and yet, you fear nothing. Upon posting on Weibo, Hufei promptly messaged, "Brother, why can't you contain yourself again? Heed my advice and delete it quickly. Do not stoop to their level." Yangmi called directly. Subai, delete that Weibo post immediately. Do not invite trouble. One must be cautious. For the ambitious often break easily. For the sake of your future, it is not worth it. Mijia, I am well aware. You need not concern yourself with this. With that, Subai ended the call. Shortly thereafter, the internet erupted. Teacher Subai is incredible. I admire his character. Indeed, he is an antique. What is there to listen to? Youngsters should show some decorum. After all, he is an esteemed artist and deserves basic respect. I find this quite unpalatable. When Teacher Subai spoke of them, where were you? Can you not see that they provoked him first? Indeed, the older generation can be quite hypocritical. Today's youth should heed their elders, yet they insist on rebutting, often with harsh words. Is it permissible for the officials to ignite a fire while the commoners are forbidden from lighting a lamp? I believe that all personalities online should be regarded as equal. There is no need for ageism. Well said upstairs. I support the previous sentiment, since we are all in music. Let our work speak for itself. Teacher Wang has not released new material in quite a while. While his old works are classics, they do not resonate with the younger audience. Thank you. Songs infused with national sentiment are all the same. It is natural that young people do not enjoy them. Their paths and fan bases differ, making comparison impossible. Isn't he a senior? Has he truly consumed more salt than others have rice? Then let him write a song that young people will love. Let us see how he fares in the same arena. You are being rather cruel. How old is Teacher Wang? Should he be writing love songs at his age? Why not suggest that Teacher Subai switch arenas? Compose a song that embodies the sentiment of patriotism and devotion to one's homeland. If I can reach even half of Teacher Wang's level, I shall be his devoted admirer thereafter. This suggestion ignited a frenzy among netizens, who eagerly tagged Wang Qingsong and Subai. Naturally, Wang Qingsong would not venture into the realm of love songs. He simply lacks the capability. Thus, he remained silent. The netizens then turned their gaze to Subai, most of whom merely chuckled at the idea, deeming it implausible. How could a dashing young man known for his songs Qinghua and Fugua possibly sing a rousing anthem of valor and pride? The very thought seemed incongruous. To their surprise, Subai responded with a statement, "If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Some may tremble, but I do not fear." Is it not merely a song of patriotism? Allow me to create one for everyone. With just 5 hours until the broadcast of The Voice, that should suffice. Be sure to tune in. Chapter 18. The whole internet is watching. The live broadcast begins upon the utterance of these words. A tremendous uproar erupted across the internet. Wang Qingsong observed Subai's Weibo with an amused expression, as if he were watching a farcical spectacle. 5 hours to compose a song? In an unfamiliar domain, no less? It was indeed a preposterous jest. In all likelihood, 5 hours would barely suffice to pen the lyrics. Conceiving a theme would be a remarkable feat, let alone composing music and addressing the myriad professional nuances required for a performance on stage. Thus, to others, Subai's proclamation seemed nothing short of fantastical. Zhang Weiman remarked, "I have encountered arrogance before, but this level of hubris is unprecedented. If you manage to produce something in 5 hours and perform it on a renowned platform, I shall broadcast my own humiliation. The youth of today, truly, they boast without a hint of modesty. I shall do nothing else today. I await your performance with bated breath." An individual from the music industry commented, "Subai possesses talent, yet he is also brash." Such casual declarations can severely tarnish one's reputation among peers. A prominent figure, using the pseudonym Shufa #1, chimed in. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of respect for music? There seems to be a distinct lack of reverence. Having lingered in silence for long, I shall now voice my support for Wang Qingsong as a neutral observer, eagerly anticipating Subai's comeuppance. Waiting in anticipation, 1. Upon witnessing the multitude of industry voices, Subai's fans began to waver in confidence. Do you think Subai has lost his mind? Even I, an outsider, recognize the improbability of this. I share your doubts. Yet I still place my faith in Subai. But what if he fails? At that moment, a fervent supporter known as Shufa Number 1 rallied, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? I am here to defend him. Regardless of whether Subai wins or loses, it does not diminish my fervor." A remarkable display of loyalty left me momentarily speechless. Indeed, what does winning or losing have to do with my resolve to support him? As the incident continued to gain traction, the entire internet turned its gaze towards the unfolding drama. Watching you glanced at his phone, scoffing. Does someone like him truly consider himself my rival? Absurd. Tonight, we shall compete once more and ascertain who the genuine musical genius is. Yangmi, currently with several mentors, felt a sense of bewilderment upon witnessing the online commotion. Han Hong chuckled. This Subai certainly knows how to stir up trouble. He draws attention wherever he goes. Do you genuinely believe he can craft a cross-genre song within 5 hours? Wang Feng shook his head, stating, Subai is indeed talented, but proud souls are often impetuous. It's likely he spoke in a moment of enthusiasm. This is simply an impossible endeavor. Xie Feng, less concerned with the gossip, remained focused on discussing upcoming arrangements with the staff. Yet Yangmi pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps geniuses cannot be understood by conventional logic. For some reason, I feel Subai is not merely acting on impulse. From the production team, Zhang Lei received news from his assistant, initially furrowing his brow. He wondered how Subai had once again instigated controversy. Could he not lay low for a while? But suddenly, a smile broke across his face. It seems that causing a stir is not necessarily a negative thing. At the very least, the attention is undeniable. Subai's bold proclamations, even if met with criticism, will compel even the naysayers to sit attentively before the screen to watch the show. That is sufficient. As evening swiftly approached, the staff of the talent show bustled about, their movements frantic and purposeful. Zhang Lei, holding a walkie-talkie, commanded with authority, "Lighting crew, please double-check the brightness in the key areas." The lighting technicians busily acknowledged from their scaffolding, "Understood, director. Also, check the backup lines thoroughly. We mustn't have any mishaps." The sound engineers, with headphones in place, focused intently on the intricate mixing console, their hands deftly adjusting knobs. Meanwhile, the contestants in the backstage area were engaged in various preparations. Some were applying makeup, others were reviewing lyrics, and a few were softly rehearsing their meticulously chosen songs. It was evident that anxiety permeated the atmosphere. Today's live broadcast was a departure from the usual pre-recorded format, where flaws could be edited. Live performance, however, left no room for error. Any misstep could be catastrophic, jeopardizing one's career. In stark contrast, Subai sat in a corner, eyes closed in contemplation. The 32 contestants exchanged glances filled with curiosity and whispered among themselves. Have you all heard the gossip today? Of course, I've been online the entire time. This guy is audacious. He has offended numerous seasoned artists and musicians. Yet he dares to boast publicly about composing a patriotic song to compete with Wang Qing's song. How bold. Some speculated whether he had given up, noting his apparent indifference as he rested. To claim he can compose an original song in 5 hours is sheer folly. He must be speaking out of youthful bravado. I share that sentiment. However, I have read the comments online. These people revel in hierarchy and belittling us younger individuals. I too wish to challenge their condescension. Indeed. Subai articulated what many wished to express. At that moment, a staff member's voice echoed through the corridor. 5 minutes to countdown. Contestant number 1, please prepare. A sweet-faced girl, upon hearing the announcement, hurriedly made her way forward. The previously relaxed contestants abruptly transformed into a state of tension. Before the television screens, various online platforms were filled to capacity with viewers. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Among the audience were genuine music enthusiasts eager to witness the performance. Yet today, a significant number of critics and skeptics had tuned in. Many middle-aged individuals, who typically did not watch variety shows, now sat in anticipation. They held their breath, eager to see Subai, the brash young man, falter in public. This was not merely a matter of disrespect towards their idols. It represented a challenge to the authority of their elders, a questioning of established norms. Children and younger relatives at home were already defending Subai, arguing back against their elders, a trend that they deemed concerning. In their eyes, Subai had 3 potential paths before him. The first option was to continue singing pop music, which would signify his surrender, relegating him to the status of a pariah. The second approach involves selecting a classic song to perform, which would not be original. Furthermore, few old songs can rival the masterpiece Qingshan. Even if there are some, they are likely to be works of the esteemed Wang. The third option entails purchasing what is dubbed an original song, hastily acquired, thus inevitably compromising its quality and leading to certain failure. Therefore, in any scenario, Subai's reputation is destined to suffer. Before long, the performances of the preceding contestants concluded, garnering a rather tepid response. The host, Hua Xiao, announced, "Next, we invite the contestant, Subai, to take the stage." In that moment, the popularity of the voice surged dramatically, skyrocketing to over 9 million. Director Zhang Lei was left astonished, fully aware that the viewership and attention would undoubtedly escalate. However, he did not anticipate such an overwhelming increase. Meanwhile, the entire production team of I Am a Musician was left in disbelief, as their meticulously prepared live broadcast abruptly lost a significant portion of its audience. Hello everyone. Today, I present to you an original song titled Wanjing, wishing for our motherland's prosperity and flourishing. Chapter 19 is The Crimson Sun Ascends in the East. Its great path is adorned with radiant hues. The moment Subai's voice fell, the entire internet began a fervent search for the term Wanjing. However, despite exhaustive efforts, no information pertaining to the music surfaced. This implied that the piece was indeed an original creation by Subai. In disbelief, many exclaimed, "Is this truly original? I thought Subai was merely boasting, but he is genuinely serious? A song in just 5 hours? Unbelievable!" Yet, curiosity lingered about the quality of the work. If it's hastily composed, I could do it too. That makes sense. Let us conduct an online poll. Proposed 1. Let us compare Qingshan and Wanjing. Each IP can only cast 1 vote to prevent ballot stuffing. I concur. Once it's set up, share the link. Another added. A splendid idea. The results will be transparent for all to see. Share the link. I'll vote after listening. Called out Zhang Weimin, reminding, don't forget the halfway mark for Wanjing, teacher Zhang. Simultaneously, numerous industry insiders were quietly observing. Wang Qingsong sipped his tea while watching Subai's live stream, astonished. Is this truly original? Is this young man serious? Zhang Weimin, 2, sat in his study, glued to his computer. Am I destined to lose? Ridiculous. You amateurs are still too naive. I couldn't even produce a semblance of art in 5 hours. A mere kid attempting originality? What a farce. At the Minarest table, Yang Mi and Han Hong exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. Is this fellow genuinely serious? He better not underestimate the audience, otherwise the popularity he garnered will crumble in an instant. Just then, the music commenced, and Subai began to sing. As the crimson sun rises in the east, its great path is filled with radiant light. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, carrying a lineage of flowing blood. In shared hardship, we enjoy fortune together, standing tall with unwavering resolve. Our vast nation thrives on benevolence, an unyielding faith enduring through the millennia. As the segment, sung in a feminine operatic tone, resonated, the audience was momentarily stunned. The revelation that Subai had adopted a cross-dressing singing style astonished them. What struck them most were the lyrics. Our vast nation thrives on benevolence, an unyielding faith enduring through the millennia. It struck a chord deep within the audience's hearts. Among the world's ancient civilizations, only the Huaxia civilization has flourished for thousands of years, an uninterrupted legacy. The vast expanse of territory has nurtured the grandeur of Huaxia. With 5 millennia of civilization and the bloodline of Yin and Huang, this represents the indelible faith in the hearts of the Huaxia people. Even after enduring humiliation in modern times, the spirit of the Huaxia people has allowed them to rise once more. The revolutionary ancestors sacrificed their lives to forge the prosperity of contemporary Huaxia. The audience's sense of national pride surged instantaneously. To right of the heavens, only a corner of the sun and moon's long passage. To paint the earth, only a glimpse of mountains and rivers intact. To observe the ages, across 5,000 years. Heaven and earth behold in awe. Only Yin and Huang, hearts unburdened, roaming freely in all directions. As these lines echoed, countless spectators were utterly entranced. Some older individuals and public officials stood in stunned silence. Those industry insiders were left wide-eyed and speechless. The onlookers, eagerly poised in front of their screens to witness the spectacle, were equally astounded. Could it truly be that this song was penned by Subai at such a young age? What a jest! The lyrics were grand, the vision expansive, and the melody strikingly memorable. It was as if a magnificent tapestry of mountains and rivers unfurled before them, encapsulating 5 millennia of the illustrious history of Huaxia. Resplendent and turbulent. On the judging panel, Han Hong, Yang Mi, and Wang Feng gazed at Subai on stage with eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments prior, they had questioned whether he possessed the ability to compose a song imbued with patriotic sentiment and a distinctive style. only to be astonished by the reality of his creation, an exquisite melody that introduced fresh elements without straying from its central theme, invigorating the listeners. Many young netizens expressed their exhilaration in comments, proclaiming, "This is the patriotic sentiment we adore. How could it not be? I am utterly enchanted. I can almost envision the breathtaking landscapes of our motherland. How fortunate I am to be born in your embrace. I have no regrets in this life for choosing Huaxia. Such an abundance of positive energy, truly delightful." Even some older individuals found themselves moved to tears. One could not deny the brilliance of the song, which resonated deeply with the patriotic fervor of the older generation. Under Su Bai's extraordinary vocal prowess, he gradually entered a state of transcendence. Reflecting on the passage of time, as the light flows, each brick and tile is steeped in history, contemplating the withering and flourishing. Every flower and tree embodies joy and sorrow over the ages. Across the vast expanse, my homeland shines with a singular beauty. Only Huaxia, radiant and poised, blossoms along the path. Suddenly, the male vocals ceased, giving way to a soaring female voice, filled with theatrical resonance, as the red sun rises in the east. Its path is awash in brilliance. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, carrying the lineage of blood that flows through me. Together we endure, sharing blessings, and standing tall with pride. Our nation, vast and compassionate, holds an everlasting faith through the ages. The climactic moment surged forth, striking the audience like a mighty river, as the pristine and grandiose lyrics ignited a deep resonance within their hearts, their emotions set ablaze. The infectious power of his divine vocal talent propelled the audience to their feet in a collective wave of fervor. The viewers at home were no exception, all overwhelmed with emotion and misty-eyed. "Oh no, what should I do? I can't stop the tears," they exclaimed. "I'm teary-eyed. Let us get this on the Spring Festival Gala. Why does this new song evoke a sense of nostalgia, as if I've heard it all my life?" Yes, I feel it too. There is indeed a familiarity, like a cherished melody from childhood that never grows tiresome. On stage, Su Bai began to draw his song to a close. As the red sun rises in the east, its path is awash in brilliance. The melodious music gradually faded away. 1,000 points of popularity obtained. The performance concluded, and a profound silence enveloped the audience, who remained entranced by the atmosphere, unable to extricate themselves for an extended period. After a while, the auditorium erupted into thunderous applause, an enduring ovation. The four mentors rose from their seats, offering heartfelt applause to the young performer on stage. Tears shimmered in Yang Mi's eyes, reflecting the extraordinary nature of true talent that defies conventional understanding. Han Hong, with reddened eyes, reminisced about Su Bai's captivating performance, the resonant echoes still lingering in her ears. It was simply magnificent. Wang Feng was utterly astonished. To compose a song in just 5 hours was already a staggering feat, but the caliber of this piece was exceptionally high. How could this individual exist? What chance do other artists have? In the director's room, the entire crew was left in awe by Su Bai's performance. Zhang Lei smiled as he wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, glancing at the backstage data. 10 million. A staggering 10 million points of popularity. Zhang Lei was left speechless. Chapter 20. The expanding influence and envy of others upon the conclusion of the program. The song Wanjiang swiftly ascended to the trending charts of various websites. Fans promptly edited and shared videos of Su Bai online. Within a mere hour, the video had been shared hundreds of thousands of times, with view counts soaring into the millions. This was just the initial hour, and both shares and views continued to rise exponentially. Professionals began to voice their opinions. Hu Fei remarked, "Su Bai is the most promising young talent I have encountered. He shines brightly across diverse fields. A simple patriotic song has garnered popularity comparable to mainstream music. Truly remarkable." Other musicians chimed in with their praises. In Su Bai, I see a sincere and genuine patriotic sentiment. His work is vibrant with the relentless vigor of wild grass. His vocal style possesses an exquisite beauty, perfectly suited for such a mainstay melody, evoking a profound sense of national pride. The song's artistic conception is exquisite, naturally invoking a sense of immersion, akin to standing atop a majestic mountain as a resplendent sun breaks forth, enveloping the world in a radiant glow. It embodies our nation's vastness, founded on benevolence and an unyielding faith that has endured for millennia. As I close my eyes, I envision the figures of venerable patriots like Yuan and Qian fading into the distance, tears cascading down my cheeks. Truly unparalleled national heroes. May our mountains and rivers remain unharmed. After the professionals spoke, a wave of netizens began to echo their sentiments. Well said, indeed professional. Unlike me, who grew up without education, merely exclaiming wow to traverse the world. As a student abroad for many years, I was moved to tears, feeling a deep resonance in the softest corners of my heart. I yearned to purchase a ticket home immediately. At this moment, all I wish to express are 3 words. Let us be on the Spring Festival Gala. Agreed, let us be on the Spring Festival Gala. Some audacious individuals directly tagged CCTV. To my astonishment, within just half an hour, the network responded, not only sharing the video of Wang Jiang but also offering a commentary, a song filled with positive energy. We will consider including it in the lineup for the Spring Festival Gala. This announcement ignited another wave of fervor online. Wow, the Central Television has actually responded. Su Bai is incredible, and Wang Jiang is phenomenal. Brother Su Bai, you are amazing. I adore you, and I will support you forever. Can I proclaim Su Bai as the strongest newcomer of the year? 3 original songs, all masterpieces. The key is that each song showcases a distinct style, which is truly formidable. Upon this reminder, many realize the truth of this statement. It is too overwhelming to contemplate further. In that moment, a dedicated fan under the alias Shufin #1 rallied online, raising a clarion call. Brothers, I have cast my vote. Don't forget to vote. Almost forgot about this. Hurry and vote. Let us go, let us go. Meanwhile, Su Bai returned to his residence and opened his phone to check the latest news. Discovering a voting link shared by netizens and promptly clicking on it, the page appeared remarkably simple. Featuring only 2 columns, the red one displayed the title Wang Jiang along with its vote count, while the blue column bore the title Qin Shan and its respective votes. The red column ascended rapidly, akin to a rocket, while the blue one crawled up like a sluggish snail. Moreover, the gap between the two was ever widening. Su Bai closed the link, fully aware that Wang Jiang was destined for victory. Despite the substantial fanbase of Qin Shan, the majority of online users were young individuals. It was evidently clear which song resonated more with the youth. Half an hour later, numerous onlookers began to take screenshots and post them under the Weibo accounts of Wang Qingsong and Zhang Weimin, among others. The blue column had shrunk to nearly invisible, while the red one surged ahead, leaving everything behind. Zhang Weimin, Teacher Zhang, are you going to eat your words? Will it be self-produced or sent by the netizens? Zhang Weimin, Expert Zhang, you promised, and everyone is waiting. Don't pretend you can't see. I'll remind you daily. Expert, the people need you. Come forth. Zhang Weimin. At that moment, Zhang Weimin in his study wore a grim expression, as if he were about to burst into tears. He could hardly fathom that Su Bai had such remarkable talent, managing to compose a patriotic song within a mere 5 hours that rivaled Qin Shan. This was utterly beyond reason. He was even more astonished that Qin Shan would suffer such a complete defeat. Reflecting on his earlier boast that Wang Jiang would only achieve half the popularity of Qin Shan, the thought of having to livestream eating his words filled him with rage. Eat my words. In your dreams. I refuse to do so, if you have the ability. Come through the internet and take my life. Subsequently, Zhang Weimin deleted the earlier post regarding the livestream. The netizens, upon noticing this, burst into laughter. Playing tricks? Do they think we are naive? Does the internet lack memory? Immediately, screenshots flooded Zhang Weimin's Weibo. Su Bai, witnessing the scene, nearly laughed himself to death. These netizens were incredibly witty. Zhang Weimin remained silent until midnight, choosing instead to feign death. Meanwhile, Wang Qingsong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had refrained from betting against Su Bai and making bold statements. Otherwise, he would have lost face completely. Thus, the netizens did not spare him either, inundating his Weibo with various screenshots. Wang Qingsong was on the verge of bloodshed from anger. He silently vowed, all right, Su Bai, if the mountains want to move, the waters will twist. Seeing that various artists had remained silent, some netizens flocked to Huaqinyu's Weibo to express their disdain. During the recent I Am a Musician livestream performance, Huaqinyu had refrained from grandstanding, opting to sing an unremarkable song, which garnered a rather mediocre response and lacked any significant heat. Opening his phone, he saw the online sensation Wang Jiang trending fiercely, stirring jealousy within him. Once again, it was Su Bai. With National Day behind, the next episode would be his chance to shine. Having been constantly overshadowed by Su Bai, Huaqinyu's pent-up frustration and anger were palpable. A newcomer like Su Bai had now achieved popularity and traffic comparable to that of a second-tier star. Suddenly, Huaqinyu's Weibo backend was inundated with notifications. Upon opening the door, he was immediately overwhelmed with rage, nearly losing his balance. His agent, alarmed, swiftly steadied him. Once informed of the circumstances, the agent squinted, lost in thought. Su Bai chose to disregard the online turmoil. opting instead for a brief freshening up and a light meal before resting. The following morning, Subai's phone was inundated with calls. Numerous entertainment companies were reaching out, extending enticing offers that he politely declined one by one. Eventually, Youngmi also called, not to discuss contracts but to invite him to lunch. Subai accepted, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. As noon approached, he followed the navigation to the designated hotel. Upon arrival, he was ushered into a private room by a server. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Youngmi seated at the center, flanked by several stunning ladies, all with captivating eyes scrutinizing him. Subai's eyes widened in surprise. All were prominent stars, and among them was the renowned top-tier celebrity, Reba. Chapter 21. Even stars have their idols. Deng Ziki was not only surrounded by enthusiastic fans, but also several familiar faces. The one who left the deepest impression on him was the girl beside him, whose smile resembled that of a little goldfish. Subai was taken aback. Could it be that Deng Ziki also existed in this world? She bore a striking resemblance. He rummaged through his memories. At this time, Deng Ziki had just debuted, and her iconic song had yet to be released. Hello, Teacher Subai. I am your fan. Teacher Subai, please take a seat. Youngmi playfully chimed in. I've arranged this dinner at the behest of so many beautiful ladies. I hope you don't mind my lack of prior notice. Subai chuckled and replied, how could I be upset? Being invited to dine with such a multitude of beauties and celebrities is quite a surprise. As everyone settled down, Subai found himself positioned amidst several enchanting women. The alluring fragrance surrounding him made him somewhat uneasy. Noticing Subai's discomfort, Reba winked at Youngmi and then leaned in closer, her stunning face mere centimeters from Subai. Engaged in conversation with Youngmi, Subai felt the warmth of breath on his neck. When he turned to look, he was startled to find Reba so near, nearly leading to an accidental kiss. Embarrassed, Subai quickly stood up and apologized. The others burst into laughter at the sight of Subai, who resembled a bashful young boy. They were astonished that such a talented individual, known for his fierce rebuttals in the entertainment industry, could also be so innocent. Oh, don't tease Teacher Subai, Reba exclaimed. Teacher Subai, I'm your fan. I adore your song Qinhua. I've been playing it on repeat. It never gets old. I also think your song Fukua is quite remarkable. It has a unique flair. Deng Ziki added in agreement. The others joined in, showering Subai with compliments, genuinely adoring his recent rise in popularity and the widespread acclaim of his songs. They had managed to arrange this meeting through Youngmi, eager to discover what kind of person this musical prodigy truly was beyond the stage. To their delight, he was just as charming in person. Who could resist a man who was both handsome and talented? A female star mused. The group engaged in lively conversation. Mijia, I am a musician, has invited me to be a guest challenger in the next episode. What do you think? Should I go? Deng Ziki suddenly asked. Youngmi understood Deng Ziki's concerns. Firstly, the rivalry between the two shows had been quite public, and she feared that participating in a competitor's program might betray her friend, as she was a mentor on The Voice. Secondly, I am a musician featured seasoned artists and singers. As a newcomer, she could easily become overshadowed, like a drop of water in the ocean, making no discernible impact. Have you chosen your challenge song yet? Deng Ziki nodded. The company has selected one for me, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not quite right for me. Youngmi patted Deng Ziki's shoulder and said, that's simple. We have a musical genius right here. Why not let him help you? Does that sound good? What is the issue? Do you have the sheet music? Show it to me. Deng Ziki took out a sheet of music from her bag and handed it to Youngmi. Youngmi received it and promptly placed it before Subai. Oh, great talent, considering I treated you to a lavish meal. Could you kindly review this song for my sister? With Youngmi's request, there was certainly no hesitation from Subai. He picked up the sheet music and took a glance. Oh dear, I can't decipher anything. But it was of no concern. He had ample resources in the system. He promptly spent 1 million popularity points to exchange for 10 skill points, elevating his music composition skills to a master level. A warm sensation coursed through his body, and as he looked at the sheet music again, everything transformed into clarity, akin to the simplicity of elementary arithmetic. In an instant, he identified the issue. This was a lyrical Cantonese song, and while the quality was commendable, it was misaligned with Deng Ziki's vocal strengths. Her defining traits were her powerful breath control and the penetrating quality of her high notes, which she could sustain and stabilize over long periods. Even as she could perform this song, it failed to showcase her unique advantages. Subai was aware that in his previous life, another individual, much like Deng Ziki, harbored boundless energy within a petite frame. However, he needed to ascertain Deng Ziqi's true capabilities. Feigning contemplation, Subai remarked, "The song is fine, quality is good, but what?" The girls inquired in unison. The essence of selecting a song lies not merely in the song itself, but in aligning it with one's personal attributes to exploit one's strengths. The girls suddenly understood. Deng Ziqi's eyes lit up as she gazed at Subai in astonishment. "Mr. Subai, I always felt something was amiss, so it's like this. I shall return and choose a song I truly like." "Hold on. Let me hear your voice. Sing a song you find most comfortable," Subai suggested. Deng Ziqi paused for a moment. "Here? Now?" "Yes, right here. Once you're done, I'll assist you in selecting a song." "Really?" Deng Ziqi beamed with joy, her face adorning two delightful dimples. With that, she pushed her chair back, stepped aside, cleared her throat, and sang with abandon. As the final notes faded, applause erupted from the girls. "Ziqi, your singing is truly exceptional. So beautiful. Ziqi, don't hesitate. I believe you'll do brilliantly." "Indeed. Your vocal condition is simply a gift from the heavens." Deng Ziqi laughed heartily, her gaze fixed on Subai. In her eyes, his opinion was the one she most yearned to hear. Though Subai had only recently emerged in the public eye, he had already produced 3 remarkable songs, earning the admiration of this newcomer in the music industry. Subai nodded and said, "Miss Deng, your voice is indeed remarkable, with stable breath control and powerful projection. You should select a song that is both dynamic and emotive, accompanied by a light instrumental backdrop, allowing your vocal prowess to take center stage. This approach will truly showcase your unique qualities." Subai's words instantly resonated with Deng Ziqi. Truly, he is a musical genius, articulating the issue with such clarity in just a few phrases. However, she soon reflected that, in her quest to participate in I Am a Musician, she had meticulously chosen and discarded numerous songs, yet none had truly satisfied her. "Teacher Subai, do you have any recommendations?" Deng Ziqi addressed him with respect, switching from the informal you to the formal you. The other girls, Youngmi and her companions, were astonished. How could Deng Ziqi be so courteous after just a few words? There was no need to rely on someone else's song. As this was her first entry into a mainland program, it would be best to use a song tailored specifically for her, ensuring she would make a striking impression. Chapter 22, Bubbles in the Sun, Fragile at a Touch. As Subai's words resonated, the girls were enveloped in confusion. What did he mean? Was he suggesting creating original work? Youngmi pondered. "Subai, what are you implying?" "My suggestion is, if Miss Deng does not mind, I could assist you in composing a song." Deng Ziqi instantly became animated. "Teacher Subai, are you truly offering to write me a song?" It was common knowledge that Subai had skyrocketed to fame with 3 original songs that had captivated the entire internet, earning him the title of a musical prodigy. The prospect of him crafting a song for her ignited her excitement. Could this mean she too would bask in the limelight? Youngmi's interest piqued as well. "Subai, is this genuine?" She was delighted for Deng Ziqi, who shared a close bond with her, and was eager to witness whether Subai could indeed pen another original masterpiece. Subai chuckled. "Of course it's genuine. Am I the sort to jest aimlessly?" The others perked up, having heard much about Subai's musical talent, yet never having witnessed it firsthand. There were rampant rumors online suggesting that Subai's success was merely a product of capital manipulation, with claims that his so-called original songs were bought rather than crafted. How could a mere trainee suddenly compose music, let alone 3 classic hits that dominated the charts? Such a phenomenon seemed utterly implausible, leading many to harbor skepticism. However, with only 3 days left until the recording, was there still time to create something worthwhile? Deng Ziqi felt a twinge of worry. Rushing to write a song could jeopardize its quality, especially since she needed ample time to familiarize herself with it and harmonize the melodies. Her earlier excitement began to wane, replaced by a wave of rational thought. Have you forgotten how Wanjing was created? That guy was arguing online at noon and performed the song by evening. Youngmi's words struck a chord with Deng Ziqi, who realized they served not just as comfort, but as a reminder for Subai to expedite the process. Time waits for no one. Subai smiled. "Sister me, there is no need to worry about me. I can manage. By the way, do you have any paper and a pen?" The girls exchanged bewildered glances. "What do you need paper and pen for? You're not planning to write it right now, are you?" Deng Ziqi was taken aback. Wasn't he concerned about the time constraints? In an instinctive gesture, she retrieved the paper and pen she always carried in her bag and handed them over. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai took them and immersed himself in writing. The girls stared at him in disbelief. Wasn't this a tad too casual? Even a primary school student would spend some time brainstorming a theme before writing an essay. Wouldn't it be too reckless for him to dive in without consideration? Deng Ziki felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Was teacher Su Bai merely toying with her? Despite being a newcomer, she possessed a grasp of music theory and enjoyed dabbling in original compositions. The notion of writing original music sounded deceptively simple. Yet the reality was akin to grappling with constipation, an arduous endeavor. She had observed masters composing songs, typically beginning with inspiration, followed by conceptualizing themes and styles, and then crafting the lyrics. With the framework established, the endeavor to compose a melody commenced, ensuring that the emotional essence and rhythm of the lyrics were harmoniously aligned. Only after this preliminary phase did the formal arrangement take place, determining the instrumentation and other elements. Who writes songs in such a manner? Reba gazed at Yongmi and Deng Ziki, her eyes filled with confusion, silently questioning whether this was the customary approach for songwriters. Were they mocking her ignorance? Upon glancing at Su Bai, she noticed the fluidity of his process, devoid of any hesitation. The group was once again taken aback. Surely, transcribing an essay could not be this seamless, could it? In truth, Su Bai was indeed transcribing. He merely sought to reinterpret a song from his previous life for someone strikingly reminiscent of that era. Some songs are only perfect when sung by specific individuals, embodying the ideal they represent. Before long, Su Bai paused his actions, handing a densely written sheet of paper to Deng Ziki. Here you go, hum this. Deng Ziki, utterly astonished, wondered aloud if it was truly complete. How could it be done in such a short span? Would it not merit at least a glance for any errors? The dishes just served were still warm. With a mix of skepticism and intrigue, she accepted the paper and began to read. The lyrics? Su Bai had pinned them with remarkable detail, to the extent that a professional could easily follow along. Deng Ziki began to hum softly. Bubbles under the sun shimmer in hues, just like me, deceived yet blissful. What does it matter, the right or wrong? Your lies are rooted in your enduring love for me. Beautiful bubbles, though fleeting like fireworks. As she sang, Deng Ziki became increasingly captivated by the lyrics and melody. Unable to contain herself, she continued singing, becoming more engrossed and lost in the moment, her voice growing ever louder. I should have known that bubbles burst upon touch, just like a wounded heart, unable to withstand the torment. The sudden high notes left Yongmi and the other women in utter astonishment. It is not anyone's fault, no matter how many lies. As long as you still love me. Beautiful bubbles, fleeting like fireworks. All your promises, though so fragile. Love is but a bubble, if one can see through it. What sorrow remains? By this juncture, the women present were entranced, their hearts seemingly ensnared by Deng Ziki's voice. Why the sorrow? What sorrow is there? Suddenly pausing, Deng Ziki inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful crescendo. All are but bubbles, merely fleeting fireworks. All your promises, utterly frail. And your silhouette. I lament not having perceived it, hence my deep sorrow. As she concluded, Deng Ziki was entirely immersed in the music, softly trailing off as if marking the end of a love story. What good are your declarations of love, if they are mere deceptions? I would prefer your silence. Yongmi clutched her scalp with both hands, her eyes wide in astonishment as she watched Deng Ziki, her entire being radiating a sensation of goosebumps. Reba's mouth hung open, her body covered in chills. The expressions of the others were unmistakably one of shock, as if they were meeting Deng Ziki for the first time. To their astonishment, the girl next door, seemingly unassuming, possessed an immense energy, her unaccompanied singing wielded such power. Suddenly, they recalled Su Bai's earlier words. One must choose a light accompaniment and prioritize the vocals to truly showcase one's individuality. It dawned upon them that the true force was not Deng Ziki, but rather this effortlessly composed man who discerned the essence with mere words. To compose a song in the span of half a meal, a song tailored specifically for her. The key was that this song was undeniably exquisite, especially when performed by Deng Ziki's voice. Well, the girls were left in awe, their senses overwhelmed. It wasn't just Yongmi and Reba who were rendered speechless. After Deng Ziki finished singing, she found herself ensnared in her emotions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When she turned to Su Bai, her gaze was filled with a new and profound recognition. Having traversed the music industry in search of her signature piece, often plagued by despair, this man had, in the brief span of a meal, alleviated years of her regrets. How could she not be exhilarated? Chapter 23. A temporary change of song. Huang Zhan was astonished. Yongmi took the sheet of music and examined it carefully. It was completed in one go, without a single trace of correction. Is this what genius looks like? Do such individuals truly exist in this world? Yongmi took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Su Bai, you have left me utterly astounded. Had I not witnessed you compose the song in real time, I would never have believed that someone could create such a high-quality original piece in the span of a mere meal. You are nothing short of a prodigy. What do you say to joining my team? Name your terms, and they shall be fulfilled. The others, including Reba, were taken aback by Yang Mi's words. Name your terms? After all, Subai was merely a newcomer. His circumstances were a far cry from her own initial signing. After some contemplation, Subai graciously declined. Having lived a second life and equipped with a system, he was confident he could carve out a name for himself without being beholden to anyone. Mijia. I stand by my previous statement. I wish to focus solely on finishing the competition for now and do not wish to contemplate these matters. Yang Mi felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from pressing further. Deng Ziki, unable to contain herself, interjected as soon as their conversation concluded. Subai, could we discuss the possibility of collaborating on the copyright for this song? I absolutely adore it. I would like to use it as my debut performance for the challenge. Subai nodded in agreement. Of course. Deng Ziki, brimming with excitement, asked, So, what will be your asking price? Price? Wasn't it just mentioned that I wrote it for you? If you like it, consider it a gift. Subai replied nonchalantly, while he remained composed. The others were anything but calm. They had all just heard the song, and its quality was on par with any piece on the Huaxia music charts. With proper management, the revenue from platform shares could easily begin in the hundreds of thousands, not to mention concert earnings and program licensing. The total profit was incalculable. How could Subai so casually offer such a lucrative song as a gift? Yang Mi cautioned, Subai, do you realize how much benefit this song could bring you? I must urge you not to act foolishly. Indeed, Subai, this song is far too valuable. I cannot accept it so readily. How about this? I will ensure that all profits generated from this song, after deducting the company's operational costs, go entirely to you. I will take nothing. Only the right to perform it. How does that sound? Deng Ziki, feeling that Subai's generosity was somewhat imprudent, recognized that she could not take advantage of him. The popularity and attention this remarkable song would bring her were immeasurable. Subai was about to decline once more when Yang Mi decisively declared, It's settled then. Subai, this is what you deserve. Seeing their resolute attitudes, Subai relented and accepted Yang Mi's decision. They exchanged phone numbers and established a chat group before parting ways at the hotel. Deng Ziki felt a sense of urgency. All she wanted now was to return and prepare thoroughly for this song. She believed she would undoubtedly shine in the challenge 3 days hence. Upon returning to her residence, Deng Ziki immediately contacted her manager to inform her of the situation. What? You wish to change the song? This piece was specifically prepared for you by the company. How can you simply decide to swap it? The manager quickly lost her composure. With the competition fast approaching, as a newcomer, selecting the right song was of utmost importance. One must not act impulsively. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, the manager hurriedly brought along the renowned musician Huang Zhan from Hong Kong and rushed to Deng Ziki's abode. Both were from the same agency, and Huang Zhan's purpose for coming to the mainland was to assist Deng Ziki in establishing her presence in this market and to manage relationships. Upon learning of Deng Ziki's sudden desire to change songs, Huang Zhan felt a tinge of displeasure. He had reviewed the original song and was confident it suited her vocal capabilities, ensuring a commendable stage presence. It was crucial for her to firmly establish herself on the stage of I Am a Musician. The focus now should be on steady and deliberate progress. However, with the performance looming, Deng Ziki's capriciousness in wanting to change songs was quite unexpected. Altering a song at the last minute was a grave misstep in such haste. The quality of the song and the effectiveness of the performance could not be assured. Even seasoned artists with formidable talent would hesitate to be so casual. Seeing Huang Zhan arrive in person, Deng Ziki greeted him with a smile. Teacher Huang, I didn't expect to trouble you. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Huang Zhan replied tersely, What is going on? The performance is imminent. How can you simply change the song that was prepared? He continued, You must take responsibility for yourself and for the company. You are stepping onto the stage as a challenge artist. Your success or failure will impact the perception of Hong Kong artists in the mainland. This is not solely your affair, do you understand? Deng Ziki, chastened by her senior's admonition, dared not retort and simply stuck out her tongue, murmuring, Teacher Huang. This isn't a frivolous decision. I just believe this song suits me better. Would you care to take a look? Huang Zhan, intrigued by what song could prompt such a last-minute change, accepted the score. Before him lay a densely packed sheet of handwritten lyrics and music. Foam? After reading a few lines, Huang Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. The more he read, the more shocked he became. He found himself humming along involuntarily. What a splendid song! The lyrics are beautifully profound, and the melody flows continuously, rising and falling like waves, demanding exceptional vocal skill from the performer. Those lacking breath control cannot master it. Upon reaching the climax of the piece, Huang Zhan could not help but slap his thigh in admiration. Brilliant. Ziki, is this the song you wish to change to? Yes. It is indeed the song, Teacher Huang. Do you think it's suitable for me? I feel it resonates with my style. Huang Zhan exclaimed. What do you mean? Suitable? This piece is tailor-made for you. Where did you acquire it? Which prominent figure in the music industry crafted this masterpiece? Huang Zhan asked, astonished. Meanwhile, the manager, equally surprised, observed Huang Zhan's uncharacteristic excitement, unable to refrain from intervening. Teacher Huang, is this song truly remarkable? It is not merely impressive. It is remarkably suited for Ziki to perform. As her vocal timbre and range align perfectly, Huang Zhan grows increasingly curious about which esteemed figure in the music industry crafted this piece. Such an individual has bestowed the opportunity upon the newcomer Deng Ziki to create a song. Indeed, this girl is fortunate to encounter such a talent. Teacher Huang. This song was composed by a teacher I recently met during lunch, she remarked. Oh, which esteemed teacher? Why didn't you invite me? Deng Ziki shyly replied. He is not really a senior. He is even younger than I am. We were discussing the lack of suitable songs for the competition, and he spontaneously composed this for me. Huang Zhan was taken aback, and as he gazed at the handwritten score, a realization struck him, prompting an astonished inquiry. What do you mean by spontaneously composed? Did he write it during lunch? Yes, he wrote it at the dining table. In just about half an hour. Huang Zhan? Chapter 24. Identity exposed. The pig farm can no longer be concealed. Upon learning the truth, Huang Zhan was utterly dismayed. Is it the same Subai who has recently been trending incessantly? Deng Ziki nodded in affirmation. After receiving confirmation, Huang Zhan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he lamented, this individual possesses extraordinary talent. How laughable it is that I have been hailed as a musical prodigy since my debut. Compared to Subai, I am unworthy even to carry his shoes. Ziki, if there is an opportunity, you must introduce me to him. Certainly, Teacher Huang. I will make sure to introduce you when the chance arises. But what about changing the song? An artist who doesn't change their song is simply out of their mind. Let us commence right away. I will personally guide your rehearsals over the next few days. Hearing their conversation and witnessing Huang Zhan's fervent emotions, the manager standing by was utterly astonished. What has come over Teacher Huang? Was he here to counsel Ziki? How did he end up being the one persuaded? Upon returning from the hotel to his residence, Subai slept soundly until nightfall. It was only when his stomach began to grumble that he rose to prepare instant noodles. While eating, he opened Weibo, only to find his notifications had skyrocketed to over 99. Upon inspection, he discovered they were all messages from fans and detractors alike. The hottest post featured a photograph of Su by feeding pigs. In the image, he was clad in overalls, wearing a straw hat and rubber gloves, busily tending to the pig farm. Covered in dirt, one would scarcely recognize him as the idol singer Subai. His appearance was a stark contrast to that of a polished pop star. Subai chuckled, noting how absurd it was that these individuals would go to such lengths to disparage him, even unearthing images from the pig farm. They were relentless, delving into his family matters, including his father who lay bedridden due to a cerebral thrombosis and his mother who struggled with her mental health. Major media outlets swiftly followed suit, with front-page headlines dominated by news of Subai. Popular Voice's rising original singer turns out to be a pig farmer, paralyzed father abandoned by idol singer, a moral decline, or a distortion of humanity. Over 20 million in debt, the tragic tale of pig farmer Subai. From seasoned trainee to musical prodigy, is there a shadow of capital behind it? Various sensational headlines flooded the internet, thoroughly exposing Subai's past, even detailing the whereabouts of his elementary school teacher. Most narratives were detrimental to Subai's image, insinuating that the originality of his songs was questionable, possibly orchestrated by some behind-the-scenes financial backing. Those envious or dismissive of Subai seized the opportunity to criticize him harshly. From pig farmer to genius original singer, a significant leap. Indeed, how could someone with such origins aspire to be a pop idol? It is truly laughable. When I hear him sing, I can only envision him feeding pigs. It's utterly incongruous. This is merely capital hype. Can you genuinely believe that a seasoned trainee could suddenly transform into a genius original artist? It's akin to a failing student in your class suddenly topping the examination charts, barring cheating. Is there any other possibility? Upon hearing this, many netizens began to recognize the validity of these sentiments. Music, a field of profound specialization, is undeniably more challenging than the college entrance examination. As mere talent can eliminate a significant number of contenders, can an ordinary individual suddenly experience an awakening of genius? They remain skeptical, unwilling to entertain such notions. With an elderly father bedridden, instead of fulfilling filial duties, he ventures far afield in pursuit of his musical aspirations. How disheartening. The stark contrast between his glamorous stage presence and the person he truly is reveals the adage, one may know a face but not the heart. How disillusioning. I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of others, yet it pains me to discover that my idol is merely a pig farmer. Oh, Subai, why must you be a pig farmer, surrounded by swine? How repugnant. The filth and stench make it impossible for me to support you. Within a mere half-day, the incident gained unprecedented notoriety, prompting many fans to quietly withdraw their support. Each individual harbors a longing for their idol to embody the idealized image they cherish, particularly the impressionable youth, untouched by the trials of life. The thought of Subai amidst a throng of foul-smelling pigs renders him less appealing. Those who eagerly awaited Subai's downfall seize the opportunity to gloat. Watching you, on Weibo, sneered, art stems from life, and music is no exception. Your life reflects who you are. Zhang Weiman also weighed in, stating, as a father, I wish Subai would focus his energy on his family. Time is fleeting. Music pales in comparison to loved ones. Industry insiders, previously confronted by ardent Subai fans, found a newfound outlet for their grievances. I had always pondered what sort of individual could pen 3 such classic songs in succession. I reassured myself that such a person must be exceptionally gifted, coupled with diligent learning. Yet, I was left disheartened, as I found no evidence of authenticity. For those engaged in music, the foremost principle is to respect the art. Any deceitfulness will only jeopardize one's career and hurt devoted fans. One after another, industry figures emerged, donning an air of superiority, gazing down upon us from their lofty perches. Meanwhile, his supporters online were drowned in vitriol. Even the most devoted fan, known as Shufan Number 1, waving her banner, was unable to stem the tide of negativity. Simultaneously, the group that Subai had just joined erupted in response. Reba and Deng Ziki were flooded with the overwhelming news online and rallied to Subai's defense. It must be the work of those malicious trolls. So what if he farms pigs? Can he still sing? My father is a farmer. Subai, are you holding up? Don't heed the words of these netizens. Reba shared her thoughts, accompanied by an angry emoji. Subai, I adore pigs. They are so cute. Don't let it bother you. Deng Ziki chimed in with a playful smile. Subai, let me tell you, in this industry, such occurrences are common. We have all faced them. Keep a light heart. This frenzy will pass soon. Some individuals are akin to dogs. The more attention you bestow upon them, the more fervently they bark. As someone with experience, I have grown accustomed to it. Laughing emoji, when you mention purchasing a song, we are hardly convinced, as we have witnessed you compose an original piece right before our eyes. Your talent has truly captured my heart. Winking emoji, as Subai observed the comforting words in the group chat, a warm sensation enveloped him, reminding him that genuine affection exists in the world. Thus, he replied, Thank you, dear sisters, for your encouragement. I am not so fragile. Engaging in a war of words is not my style. Rest assured, I am eating well and sleeping soundly. That's more like it. How about you write a song for my new film someday? And for my upcoming drama? Consider it. I'll offer you a market price plus a 10% bonus, but you must sing it yourself. You all seem to be calculating. I can hear the clinking of your abacuses from home. Haha. Everyone is striving to uplift the atmosphere, attempting to rekindle Subai's spirits. Especially Reba, who is making an earnest effort to amuse Subai, proving to be quite endearing. Once again, Subai found himself touched. He responded, Let us not discuss money. Feel free to reach out to me for songwriting. As he gazed at the cacophony of voices online, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 25, Pig. Your nose has 2 holes, dripping with mucus when you have a cold. Do you find pigs repulsive? Do pigs reek? Pigs have their adorable side, you know. Subai promptly descended the stairs and ventured to the toy store, procuring 2 delightful pig plushies. Passing by a stationery shop, he purchased some wallpaper and art supplies. Upon returning to his residence, he repositioned his computer desk to a corner against the wall. After a brief arrangement, he placed the pig plushies in a spot visible to the camera. After a moment of contemplation, Subai accessed the system and exchanged 10 skill points, allocating them entirely to his painting ability, elevating it to the master level. A familiar warmth enveloped him as he instantly felt his artistic prowess surge. enabling him to translate any image in his mind onto the canvas with remarkable ease. Thus, after a flurry of activity, a charming array of little pigs sprang to life on the background wall, radiating cuteness. Subai felt immense satisfaction with his creation. After a simple tidy-up, he pondered for a moment and exchanged another 10 skill points, enhancing his guitar performance to a divine level. Being able to play and sing would surely amplify his emotional resonance. With both his vocal and guitar skills elevated to the divine, his expressiveness and emotional impact multiplied exponentially. Having accomplished all this, Subai activated his computer's webcam and began to play and sing. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Subai posted an update on Weibo. In truth, it is not external circumstances that shape a person's fate, but rather their authentic inner self. Sometimes, viewing the world from a different perspective reveals that pigs can be quite endearing. He included a link below. Within minutes, netizens discovered Subai's post. Curiosity piqued as they clicked on the link. Most were instantly captivated by the content of the video. In the video, Subai sat on a chair surrounded by an array of delightful pig plushies and a charming backdrop. After greeting his audience, he gently strummed the strings of his guitar, and a cheerful melody filled the air, followed by his profoundly engaging voice. Pigs, your nose has 2 holes, dribbling with mucus when you catch a cold. Pigs, your eyes are dark and deep, gazing endlessly into the distance. Pigs, your ears are so large, flapping about yet oblivious to my teasing. Pigs, your tail is curly and springy, essential for your frolicsome antics. Oh, pig head, pig body, pigtail, a well-mannered little one who is never picky with food. Sleeping in until the sun is high in the sky. Many netizens were immediately enchanted by this delightful tune. The lively rhythm and charming lyrics vividly depicted the image of a lazy yet adorable little pig. The almost hypnotic singing style rendered it impossible for listeners to stop. Numerous young fans were drawn in, and those who had previously found pigs dirty and foul-smelling suddenly discovered solace in Subai's words. What he expressed appeared effortlessly natural to them, devoid of any pretense. It dawned on them that the superficiality lay within themselves. They recalled a saying, "You perceive the world as you are." A wave of shame surged within, as some of Subai's female admirers found tears streaming down their cheeks. This song is so delightful. Subai Gij sings beautifully. I adore it. They exclaimed. Oh dear, I never realized how adorable the little pig could be. I apologize, Subai Gij, for not standing by you when it mattered most. I understand your words now, and I shall forever cherish them, always supporting you. As an increasing number of netizens flocked in, the song's popularity soared, and its shares multiplied exponentially. With its catchy melody, it rapidly spread across the internet, igniting fervent discussions. Ding. Gained 1,000 popularity points. Ding. Gained 1,000 popularity points. Ding. Gained 1,000 popularity points. The electronic sounds echoed wildly in Subai's mind. He knew this wave was surely going to be a success. In the Villa district, Yangmi and Riba had just concluded a long day of work. Having finished their evening routines, they lounged on the living room sofa in their robes, sipping red wine. Riba, feeling bored, scrolled through her phone when she suddenly came across Subai's post and link, which had already garnered countless excited comments from netizens. She clicked on the video, her eyes lighting up instantly, and soon found herself in fits of laughter. What song is this? Is it really that funny? Yangmi teased. Sister, I always knew that Subai was a bit unruly. If he can confront Wang Qingsong, how can he possibly swallow his pride now? Look, he has posted again. What? This Subai, after all the advice given, why can't he just listen? It's a critical time. Can't he just hold back a little? It's truly frustrating. Yangmi felt a mix of anger and helplessness, while simultaneously worrying for Subai. Unbeknownst to her, her concern for this sunny young man had transcended the bounds of ordinary friendship. Upon learning about his family's circumstances, Yangmi felt an overwhelming sense of worry and compassion. Only now did she realize that Subai's return to the entertainment industry was driven by the enormous debts his family faced. She contemplated lending him money under her own name but feared it might bruise his pride. Reflecting on how he gifted a song to Deng Ziki without asking for a penny, she found him adorably foolish. After much contemplation, she devised a plan to leverage her personal connections to help him promote his original songs, thereby generating income to assist him in repaying his debts. Riba laughed heartily, even humming along softly. Yangmi snatched the phone from her. What is so amusing? Let me see. Oh, sister, don't you have your own phone? It's just Subai's latest post. This guy is incredible. He can insult without profanity and vanquish gossip with a single song. Hurry, give me the phone back. I haven't finished watching yet. It's so delightful. Yangmi, eager to see, opened her own phone and clicked on the link. The scene of Subai performing appeared, surrounded by adorable, pink pig decorations. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. Yangmi found herself irresistibly enchanted by Subai's voice. Listening to the cheerful and optimistic melody, her mood lifted considerably. The lyrics speak of a whimsical pig. With its head, body, and tail, a creature that never turns its nose up at food. It rises leisurely each day, basking in the sun's rays long past the morning. This carefree being never brushes its teeth, nor engages in quarrels. Oh, dear pig, your belly is so round. It is evident that you are familiar with the hardships of life. Your skin is so fair, one can only surmise that in a past life. You must have belonged to a wealthy family. Oh, the lyrics are so innocent and delightful. Accompanied by an upbeat melody that Yangmi could not resist moving her body to the rhythm, joining in the song. This tune is so accessible that after just 2 rounds, one can sing along effortlessly. Ba and Yangmi decided to sing together, with a head like a pig, a body like a pig, a tail like a pig, a well-mannered child who never picks at food. They laughed heartily until the final line, you resemble him. They collapsed onto the sofa in fits of giggles. Sister, what do you think is in Subai's mind? How is it possible for him to compose one classic song after another? Though this piece is quite simple, it is undeniably catchy and will surely be widely sung. I have no idea how this fellow's mind works, but I believe this storm will be weathered without issue. Yangmi held Subai in the highest regard. Online. This song swept across the internet like a whirlwind. Chapter 26. One wave subsides, another rises in a private recording studio. Deng Ziki and Huang Zhan had just concluded their rehearsal. The two made their way to the lounge. Ziki, you performed splendidly today. Maintain this momentum until the competition begins. This song is remarkable. I truly wish to meet Subai in person and experience the charm of this prodigious talent. Huang Zhan remarked, sipping his tea. Teacher Huang, I will certainly find a way to arrange a meeting for you after the competition. However, recently, Subai has been subjected to severe online backlash. These individuals have no sense of decency, exposing all of Subai's private matters and embellishing them with fabrications. As she spoke, Deng Ziki instinctively took out her phone to check the latest updates on the internet. Subai has responded? Deng Ziki paused, surprised. Wasn't it agreed to remain indifferent? Responding at this moment does not seem like a rational decision. The best approach to dealing with widespread online criticism is to let the fervor die down. The internet has no memory, and with time, people will forget. In truth, one's circumstances are determined not by external factors but by their true inner self. Sometimes, viewing the world from a different perspective reveals that even pigs can be quite endearing. Well said, pigs are indeed quite delightful. Deng Ziki murmured, upon seeing Subai's post. Noticing a link below, she clicked on it. Hello everyone, I am Subai, and I present to you an original song, the pig song. Pigs. Your snouts have 2 nostrils, and when you catch a cold, they drip with mucus. Deng Ziki was instantly captivated by the song, her laughter ringing like silver bells. This Subai is incredibly talented. Who would have thought pigs could inspire such an adorable song? Huang Zhan, having set down his teacup, leaned in closer. Ziki, what are you watching that makes you so joyful? Seeing Huang Zhan approach, Deng Ziki decided to project her phone onto the large screen used during rehearsal. Teacher Huang, this is a song Subai just composed in response to those online detractors. Take a look. At that moment, the song reached its climax. On the screen, Subai strummed his guitar, gently swaying his head. Pigs' heads, pigs' brains, pigs' bodies, pigs' tails. Never picky, such a good child. Sleeping until noon every day. Never brushes his teeth, never gets into fights. Huang Zhan's eyes brightened. So this young handsome fellow was indeed Subai. He had a commendable presence. As a seasoned musician with decades of experience, Huang Zhan's immediate focus was on Subai's vocal quality and singing technique. He continued to watch while formulating a comprehensive assessment. The vocal conditions were quite good, and his singing technique was stable. However, the song itself was rather simplistic, failing to showcase his vocal prowess. The proficiency and technique exhibited on the guitar indicated a seasoned player, clearly someone who had invested considerable effort. Though the song was a mainstream earworm, the fact that it was composed in such a short span was no small feat. Furthermore, the rhythm and lyrics were exemplary within the realm of pop songs. The song's message was profound, conveying a spirit of optimism and innocence, depicting not just pigs, but the everyday lives of ordinary people, easily resonating with the audience and evoking empathy. At this moment, the song was drawing to a close. You resemble him. Upon hearing the concluding foreshadowing, Huang Zhanqing could not help but burst into applause. With a smile, he remarked, indeed, the final line is a stroke of genius, evoking boundless imaginations. It turns out it is not merely about singing of pigs. Haha, everyone harbors a pig in their heart, don't they? The entire song instantly conjures a sweet sensation, prompting young men and women to perhaps think of someone special, leading them to smile involuntarily. What remarkable talent! Such a simple pop song has been masterfully crafted by Subai. Huang Zhan is truly a masterful musician, hitting the nail on the head with his insights. Speaking directly to the essence of the matter. From beginning to end, he has not ceased to praise Subai. Deng Ziki had never witnessed Huang Zhan speak so extensively. Although not particularly reticent, he usually refrains from engaging too much with others. It is evident that Huang Zhan holds Subai in high regard, offering lofty praise. Having been preoccupied with Deng Ziki's affairs recently, Huang Zhan had yet to truly immerse himself in Subai's other songs. However, after experiencing the pig song, he found himself instantly intrigued, disregarding any rehearsals to indulge in auditory pleasure first. Ziki, doesn't Subai have 3 more original songs? Let us listen to them, he urged. Deng Ziki promptly played a compiled video from the internet on the large screen. The first piece, Blue and White Porcelain, ensnared Huang Zhan immediately. And he was lost in thought for a long while. His eyes glistened with emotion, and he clapped incessantly. Wow, the lyrics are simply exquisite. It feels as if I have transcended time, unable to articulate my regrets. The beauty of this sentiment is overwhelming. To shatter tokens and forego the next life. How did he conceive such words? The song stirs memories in my mind, nearly spilling forth. Truly remarkable. The second song, Extravagance, left Huang Zhan at a loss for words. Wow, the contrast between these 2 songs is astonishing. This vocal prowess surpasses that of even the greatest masters, effortlessly navigating through its nuances. Finally, he encountered Boundless Lands. This song brought forth tears from Huang Zhan. As a veteran patriotic singer, he has performed numerous classic patriotic anthems, including the widely acclaimed My Countrymen's Hearts, which is among his signature works. The lofty theme of this song, with its grand vision, evokes the imagery of a magnificent landscape. Alas, I am growing old. Such sentiments tug at my heartstrings, and I cannot hold back my tears. Observing the tears streaming down Huang Zhan's face, Deng Ziki quickly handed him a tissue and assisted him in sitting down. Ziki, this young man Subai has boundless potential. You must cultivate a good relationship with him and learn from him. Meanwhile, the sentiment on the internet has shifted considerably. Those who intentionally sought to undermine Subai not only failed, but inadvertently propelled the pig song to fame. Its popularity has surged, reaching a broader audience than Subai's previous works. This song reverberates through every street and alley. Even so, there remain those unwilling to relent, seizing upon the plight of Subai's incapacitated father to malign him, spreading slanderous accusations of filial impiety. In this land of Huaxia, what people value most is filial piety. For the common folk, engaging in unfilial acts may result in mere whispers from the gossipers at the village's information station. However, the entertainment industry operates on a different plane. Any blemish can serve as a weapon for others to assail you. Moreover, when it comes to the fundamental issue of honoring one's parents, malicious rumors from ill-intentioned individuals can render any attempt at redemption futile. Just as one wave recedes, another rises. With the broadcast date looming, the production team is in a state of unease. Assistant Yang, with a furrowed brow, said to Director Zhang, "There has been a surge of negative news surrounding Subai lately. Could this affect the airing of the show?" "Affect the airing? Are you foolish? This is all about generating buzz," Zhang Lei retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the young assistant. Chapter 27. The recording begins. Reactions of the crowd currently. The online sentiment is largely divided into 2 factions. One faction predominantly consists of the youth. Since the release of the Song of the Pig, young individuals have become indifferent to Subai's identity as a pig farmer. Rather, they find it endearing, perceiving it as a charming attribute. This group of admirers holds Subai in high regard, believing him to be exceptionally talented. They express profound sympathy for his family's plight. Some zealous female fans even swarm Subai's Weibo, inundating it with comforting messages, expressing their heartfelt concern for him, and fervently requesting him to host a live stream, eager to offer him monetary support. The other faction comprises hired trolls and detractors, stemming from fans of celebrities who have previously faced Subai's retorts or have been criticized by his supporters. Additionally, there are those who have been financially incentivized to stir controversy against him, vowing to relentlessly denounce Subai. "Subai, are you still even a man? Where is your sense of responsibility? With your father in such a state, how can you bear to leave him to your relatives? Subai, your mother is calling you home for dinner. What a heartless ingrate. You let 2,000 pigs perish and just walked away." Why didn't your father just prevent you from being born? Seriously, brother, that essay bit harsh? Isn't it? How much were you paid for that? I simply cannot abide the actions of certain individuals. How could I be swayed by a mere $5 to incite negativity online? I just don't understand why you are so critical of Subai. It's not like his father is lying in bed because of you. Exactly. Subai is striving to earn money to repay debts. How can one treat him this way? Such noble sentiments. Yet it echoes the ancient saying, no filial son remains by the bedside of a long-sick parent. At the recording venue of The Voice, as Subai stepped inside, many furtive glances were cast his way, though outwardly, the onlookers maintained their composure, whispering amongst themselves. Yet, Subai remained unfazed. Upon seeing him approach, Youngmi smiled and walked over. Subai, how are you feeling? Don't let online comments affect you. Focus on recording the show. I understand your feelings. If you need to borrow money, just let me know. Don't feel you have to endure alone. Everything is fine, sister me. Those words belong to others. I cannot control them. All I can do is sing well. Subai responded with a cheerful demeanor. That's the spirit. Now, hurry and prepare. I have matters to attend to. Please, go ahead. After this, Youngmi made her way to the judges' panel, where the director was engaged in discussions with Xie Tingfeng and others. Noticing Youngmi's approach, Han Hong inquired, So, how is Subai doing? Is he ready for today's recording? He's holding up. Let us freshen up a bit. The recording is about to commence. In truth, Han Hong had some reservations about Subai's choices. Having lost her father at a young age, the term father was a sensitive subject for her. Were she in his position? She could never bear to leave her incapacitated father at home, venturing out to forge her own path. At the very least, she would ensure he was by her side, personally caring for him. Forget it. Everyone has their own way of living. Perhaps the relationship between father and son has always been fraught. Han Hong thought to herself. Subai arrived backstage, where the top 16 contestants had already completed their makeup, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the show. Subai, how is your father's health? I had no idea your family's situation was so complicated. If it were me, I would have collapsed by now, remarked a female contestant. Indeed, it's not easy. No wonder you were able to create so many songs. It turns out you have experienced so many stories. Many consoled Subai, urging him not to take the online comments to heart. At that moment, the staff's voice rang out. Everyone, please prepare. There is a 2-minute countdown. Contestant number 1. Get ready to go on stage. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense once more. At the front, host Hua Xiao began to introduce the mentors and the rules of the top 16 competition. The scoring and advancement rules had not changed significantly. It remained a mentor scoring system. The 8 contestants with the lowest scores would be eliminated. Tonight, the top 8 contestants would be determined, and the competition was undeniably ruthless. In the audience, numerous support groups for the contestants were present, each holding signs and loudly chanting their idols' names. As the contestants took turns to perform, it was soon Subai's turn. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. Youngmi was the first to speak. Subai, it seems your popularity is quite high. What song will you be bringing us today? An original song, replied Subai. Oh, another original? Aren't you producing these a tad too frequently? How are we mentors supposed to keep up? Wang Feng quipped, eliciting laughter from the audience. Subai, you make me feel quite talentless, said Xie Tingfeng, wearing a helpless expression as he jested with the contestant. If you have the time, could you write a couple of songs for me too? Perhaps we could perform together someday. The audience erupted into cheers once more. Holding his guitar, Subai responded, If teacher Xie doesn't mind, it would be my honor. Then it's settled. Han Hong interjected, Subai, could you briefly introduce the song you are about to perform? Subai nodded, a hint of sadness in his voice as he said, I would like to dedicate this song, Father, to my father who is far away on his sickbed at home. I hope for his recovery. I want to tell him that he has always been very important to me. He continued, I also dedicate this song to the countless fathers around the world. As soon as Subai's words faded, Youngmi felt a jolt in her heart. She glanced at Subai with resignation, knowing he would not easily let go of this burden. This period had not been peaceful for him. She had never seen him take a hit without retaliating. Yet, she wondered whether this song, Father, could successfully turn public opinion around like the pig song had. The stakes were high. If Subai failed to write this song well, or if it were merely a hollow display of father-son affection manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Such songs are notoriously difficult to write and perform. In the face of potential embarrassment, Youngmi secretly wiped his brow, harboring grievances about the lack of communication, a little guidance would have sufficed. Yet they persist in their approach of unilateral decision-making. Han Hong and Wang Feng exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. At this critical juncture, Su Bai's actions resembled a precarious dance upon a razor's edge. A misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Furthermore, Han Hong held reservations regarding Su Bai's ability to compose a song of this nature. Such thematic compositions demand a profound reservoir of emotional depth and life experiences. Otherwise, they fail to resonate and touch the audience's hearts, potentially resulting in an excruciatingly awkward performance. He is still too young, especially with the recent public scrutiny surrounding his father's issues. It is likely that in a moment of impulsivity, he hastily embarked on this endeavor. The audience, too, appeared momentarily stunned. Was Su Bai's style becoming excessively erratic? To date, he had not produced a single song bearing a similar style. One might wonder if he had been intoxicated by his previous successes, genuinely believing himself to be a paragon of versatility. Nevertheless, let us listen and see. I still harbor faith in Su Bai. Quiet now, the performance is about to commence. Su Bai, dear brother, I shall forever stand by you. Chapter 28. Time, oh time. Slow down, do not allow him to age. As the stage lights dimmed, the spotlight illuminated Su Bai, resembling a character emerging from a painting, captivating all who beheld him. Cradling his guitar, Su Bai gently closed his eyes, his slender fingers delicately caressing the strings. The prelude began, and a melancholic emotion spread through the air, gripping the hearts of the audience as if by an invisible hand, always demanding of you, yet never expressing gratitude. It was only in adulthood that I understood your struggles. Each departure was feigned with ease, a smile masking the tears that welled in my eyes upon turning away. In just a few poignant lines, Yang Mi on stage was instantly mesmerized. She was certain this would be another chart-topping hit, her earlier anxieties fading into oblivion. Han Hong gazed at Su Bai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The audience below fell into a profound silence, captivated solely by Su Bai's poignant melody. How I long to hold your warm hand, as in days of yore. Yet you are not by my side. May the gentle breeze carry my wishes for your well-being. The lyrics resonated deeply within the audience, echoing the sentiments toward their own fathers. Wasn't this how they remembered their fathers? Silent love, unspoken sacrifices, professing indifference while harboring immense affection and concern for their children. Some emotional spectators found tears streaming down their cheeks without realizing it. Most astonishing was Han Hong, typically so resilient, now overwhelmed with tears. On stage, Su Bai's emotions surged as he reached the song's climax. Time, oh time, slow down. Do not let him grow old any further. I would trade everything I possess for your everlasting presence. Oh, strong father, what can I do for you? Accept this trivial concern, and thank you for all you've done. You have upheld our home with unwavering strength, always giving your best to me. Am I your pride? Do you still worry for me? Your beloved child has grown up. As Su Bai hummed with closed eyes, his heart-wrenching melody reverberated throughout the auditorium, deeply touching every soul present. Many audience members, with misty eyes, remained oblivious to the tears that soaked their garments. On the panel, Han Hong was rendered speechless by her tears. Having lost her father at a tender age, Su Bai's song evoked the faint memories of his presence. How she wished her father were alive to witness her achievements. Yang Mi's eyes too were reddened, continuously wiping away her tears. Wang Feng and Xie Tingfeng fared no better, tears cascading down their faces. In this moment, Su Bai transcended into a state of oblivion, his extraordinary vocal prowess amplifying the song's emotional depth to its zenith. The entire auditorium seemed enchanted, gazing at Su Bai, their eyes brimming with tears. In the director's room, Zhang Lei had lost count of how many times he had wept. Lamenting through his tears, why can't Su Bai sing something more ordinary, instead of this? Father, I am truly sorry. I am so preoccupied with work that I scarcely find the time to visit you. The stage lights, too, seemed to have remained untouched for an eternity, with the lighting technician busy wiping away tears. Thankfully, Su Bai remained steadfast in his performance, otherwise, the lighting technician's wages would surely be deducted. All the staff, deeply moved by the song, gazed intently at Su Bai on stage, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. At this moment, the entire The Voice production team resembled a grand emotional gathering, filled with the sounds of weeping. Yet Su Bai, seemingly unwilling to relent, once more heightened the emotional intensity, leading us directly into a powerful crescendo. Time, oh time, slow down, do not let you grow old. I would trade everything for you to remain timeless. For my strong-willed father, what can I do for you? Accept this meager concern. Thank you for all you have done, for holding our family together with your hands. You always give your all, providing the best for me. Am I your pride? Are you still worried about me? Your child, who you care for, has grown up now. After such a heartfelt delivery, many audience members had shed their tears completely. Han Hong wept uncontrollably, while Yang Mi's makeup was ruined by her tears. Having gone through an entire pack of tissues, behind the stage, Zhang Lei choked back sobs, the backstage atmosphere resembling a state of paralysis. The crying continued unabated. Subai slowly opened his eyes, satisfied with the atmosphere he had created. He decided to raise the emotional stakes once more, bringing the climax back around. Meanwhile, security personnel from the television station faintly heard the sounds of weeping emanating from the studio, an unsettling occurrence in the late hours. Coincidentally, station leaders were descending the elevator and passed by, catching the sound of cries, causing them to frown in confusion. What could possibly be happening to disrupt the recording of a perfectly good show? A nearby secretary opened the door, guiding the leaders inside. In no time, they too became part of the emotional wave, crying openly. It was only after the song concluded that everyone gradually regained their composure. The station leader awkwardly wiped his tears and inquired, "Who is singing on stage? I've never heard this song before." "It seems to be Subai, an original singer competing in the knockout round of The Voice," someone replied. "Ah, he's the Subai that Mr. Wang mentioned." The leader's expression turned complex. The secretary quickly added, Yes, he's the one who has not catered to Mr. Wang's Tianxiang Entertainment Company. His talent is impressive. No wonder so many companies wish to sign him, only to be turned down. Is he close to Tianyi? Indeed, he was once a trainee under Tianyi. What do you mean by that, leader? The station leader replied dismissively, No matter how well he sings, how can he succeed if he does not follow orders? He is merely a newcomer, after all. How can he compare to Mr. Wang's influence? With that, he stepped out of the studio, followed closely by the secretary. The secretary felt a twinge of regret, pondering the nature of influence. Was it not merely the substantial sponsorships provided each year? It was a mutual arrangement. I provide funding. You elevate talent, and we progress together. Such is the nature of talent shows. If they wish to eliminate you, advancement becomes impossible. Regardless of how well you connect with the mentors, what does your strength amount to? I possess the power to alter the competition format and modify the scoring criteria. In essence, I can do as I please at my whim. At that moment, Subai concluded his performance on stage. The entire auditorium was still sobbing uncontrollably. It took quite some time for the audience to regain their composure. Subai, you rascal, your singing has brought me to tears. You must take responsibility. How utterly devastating. This song has such an overwhelming impact that I feel compelled to rush back home to see my father. My father passed away merely 2 months ago. I had just begun to recover, yet this song has shattered my defenses, and I can no longer hold it together. Some audience members called their fathers during the performance. Dad, it's me. How have you been lately? Ding. Earn 10 popularity points. Ding. Earn 10 popularity points. Ding. Earn 10 popularity points. Subai's popularity has surged to 3.8 million, and it is anticipated that the official broadcast of the program will yield another significant boost in popularity. Chapter 29. The broadcast of the show, the whole internet weeps undoubtedly. Subai has advanced once more, achieving a final score of 45, a full 10 points ahead of the second place. After successfully progressing, he returned to the backstage lounge to change his attire before departing. Within the lounge, the contestants, who had previously engaged in lively chatter, fell silent upon seeing Subai. Their gazes seemingly laced with animosity and jealousy. Only after his departure did their conversations resume. Such formidable talent, why even participate in a talent show? Does he not consider the existence of others? Indeed, it feels as though we are merely his backdrop, despite our own commendable abilities. It seems he relies on teacher Youngmi's favoritism. Can one not discern that she grants him perfect scores each time? Upon returning to his residence, Subai received several calls from entertainment companies, the most formidable of which was Tianxiang Entertainment. Allegedly, they commanded a significant portion of the entertainment industry, boasting a plethora of stars, both first and second tier. However, what relevance did this hold for Subai? He had no desire for a life akin to that of cattle or horses. This marked Subai's third rejection of Tianxiang's invitation, and the other party's tone had begun to reflect their displeasure. Time swiftly passed to the day of the show's broadcast. To enhance the program's allure, both The Voice and I Am a Musician resorted to their old tactics, surreptitiously releasing viewer perspective clips online. Notably, I Am a Musician introduced a new segment featuring emerging talents, tantalizing the audience. At 7 in the evening, Subai opened his phone, eager for the show's premiere, particularly to see if Deng Ziki had succeeded in her challenge. Even before the broadcast commenced, viewers had already settled in front of their screens. Having heard that I Am a Musician had introduced a new segment called Newcomer Challenge. Should a challenger succeed, the contestant with the lowest score would face elimination. Oh, is that how it's played? Aren't they all established artists? Have they no sense of pride? They are certainly willing to sacrifice for viewership and popularity. I must witness this. I've heard a charming young lady from Hong Kong is participating. One wonders about her capabilities. At the very least, she is earnest in her craft. Whether the competition is merciless or not is irrelevant to the audience, as long as it is engaging. Indeed, with so many seasons of The Voice, it has grown rather stale. If it weren't for Subai this season, I would not have bothered watching. Subai? That ungrateful child? I've already switched my allegiance. My admiration has turned to disdain. I fail to comprehend why Subai is labeled unfilial. What do his family matters have to do with you all? Each of you only pretends. I've seen little evidence of your own filial piety. Finally, the time for the show's broadcast arrived, and both programs were suddenly inundated with viewers. Within the Voice production team, Zhang Lei scrutinized the backstage data, his expression far from pleasant. Director Zhang, the popularity is significantly lacking, trailing the opposing show by 2 million viewers. I've heard their program has introduced a new twist, featuring a female singer from Hong Kong. The strength is undeniable, and the promotion from the opposing side is commendable, shrouded in an aura of mystery, akin to the delicate half-concealment of a pipa, igniting the curiosity of the audience. It has stirred within me a desire to witness it firsthand. We are relying solely on Subai to uphold our spirits. What shall we do in the next season? Zhang Lei silently sighed, pondering the very notion of a next season when this one seems destined for a lackluster conclusion. Just yesterday, the leadership at the station had summoned Zhang Lei for a discussion with a singular theme, the elimination of Subai. He understood that without Subai, the ratings and popularity of The Voice would undoubtedly plummet. He had wished to contest this decision, but the resolute stance of the leadership left him powerless. As he scrutinized the disheartening data, his mood soured further. With irritation, he addressed the staff engaged in idle chatter. Is there nothing to do? Off you go. Identify which segment faltered. This month's bonuses are all at stake. In a villa district, Reba watched curiously as Yongmi prepared to take a bath. Sister, the show has started. Aren't you going to watch Subai perform? No, I've seen it on the show. You enjoy it yourself. With that, Yongmi cast a meaningful glance at Reba before retreating into the bathroom, firmly shutting the door. She tested the soundproofing and found it insufficient, so she donned earplugs. After applying a facial mask, she comfortably settled into the bathtub. Hee, listen to Subai sing? Don't you think I've shed enough tears? Excessive crying can lead to wrinkles, you know. Aren't you going to watch Zichi's performance? Reba, somewhat bewildered, shrugged her shoulders and poured herself a glass of red wine. Slicing some fruits and nestling herself on the sofa, she joyfully toggled between the two screens, indulging in whichever performance was more captivating. In a luxurious hotel suite, Deng Ziki and Huang Zhan were eagerly stationed before the television, each holding a glass of red wine. Zichi, congratulations on advancing. Let us toast. After finishing his wine in one gulp, Huang Zhan smiled. In my experience, you are bound to achieve stardom. I'm here specifically to watch Subai perform. Teacher Huang, are you being so blunt? I still wish to see how my own performance turns out. Deng Ziki pouted. You are the last to perform. There's still time. Let us enjoy The Voice first. As the contestants took to the stage one by one, the reception remained lukewarm, and the popularity of The Voice continued to wane. It was only when Subai appeared that the audience's enthusiasm surged once again. It was evident that most viewers had come specifically for Subai, comprising genuine fans, detractors, and casual onlookers alike. After all, even a critic must witness a performance before forming an opinion. Thus, popularity is inevitably drawn. As Subai stepped onto the stage with his guitar, Huang Zhan's expression shifted in surprise. He maximized the volume of the television speakers. The melancholic melody began to play, instantly captivating Huang Zhan. Deng Ziki bit her lip, fixated on the handsome visage displayed on the screen. At that moment, Subai's emotionally charged voice resonated. I always asked for so much, yet never expressed my gratitude. Only upon growing up did I understand the challenges you faced. Each departure, I feigned nonchalance. With a smile, she uttered, let us go back. But as she turned, tears welled in her eyes. Time, oh time, please slow down. Do not let you age any further. I would willingly trade all that I possess for the gift of your enduring youth. At this moment, Huangzhan was rendered speechless by his tears, his face a cascade of sorrow. Deng Ziki was not faring much better. Tears had already saturated her eyes. She thought of her solitary wanderings, her mother's countless admonitions before parting, while her father silently packed her belongings. Even as the car disappeared from view, he lingered at the street corner, reluctant to bid farewell. Upon opening her backpack, she discovered a letter at the very bottom, containing money that her father had secretly slipped to her. Overwhelmed by this realization, Deng Ziki succumbed to tears. In the villa district, he bought as tears flowed uncontrollably, her eyes swollen and red, mingled with sobs and grief. 1,000 miles from home, the image of her aging father weighed heavily on her heart, the towering figure who had once carried her on his shoulders. Various scenes flickered through her mind like a film reel, as if life itself were but a fleeting dream. It was only after the program had concluded that she gradually regained her composure. When she saw Yangmi emerge from the bathroom, Heba finally registered her surroundings. "Ah, you've caught me in your ploy." Chapter 30. The Iron-Lunged Dynamo. What? This is also a song by Subai? That night, the entire internet wept for Subai. His song Father was edited and circulated across major platforms, garnering a staggering click rate of over 8 million within merely 3 hours of its broadcast. With numbers still on the rise, the telephone bills for communication companies soared to unprecedented heights. Unseasonably, traffic jams emerged on highways as many listeners, moved by Subai's song, called their fathers. Those living nearby hastily drove home. Subai's Weibo account was inundated, overwhelmed by countless netizens. The naysayers and industry critics found themselves mercilessly lambasted beneath their posts. Among the netizens were those with ill intentions. How could one claim he is unfilial when he is capable of composing such a song? Can you write one yourself? Every family has its own struggles, and what Subai seeks is to uphold his family, not to indulge in petty grievances. This is the essence of a man's responsibility. Should anyone dare to bring this up again, I shall ensure they delete their Weibo. To those who have shifted their allegiance, forgive my superficiality and tendency to follow the crowd. This song brought me to tears. Last night, I dreamt of my father, youthful and vibrant, and I joyfully called for my mother to see him return. Alas, the tears flow uncontrollably again. In the past, I wish time would hasten so I could grow up quickly, sparing you from the burdens of raising me. Yet now, I yearn for time to slow down. I have yet to show you the beauty of this world before time turned your hair white. Damn, stop the chopping upstairs. I'm teary-eyed. This song can only be listened to once. It's not that I dislike it, but every time I hear a few lines, tears cascade down. Meanwhile, Subai's mind was incessantly filled with electronic sounds, amassing over 5 million in popularity points. Concurrently, as a challenger on the show, I am a musician. Deng Ziki made a stunning entrance with her song Bubble, igniting a sensation across the internet. Alongside Subai's father, she dominated the trending charts. With her sweet appearance, exceptional voice, and powerful delivery, she quickly captivated a vast audience. Wow, this little girl is incredible. Her small frame harbors such immense energy. Could her lungs be made of iron? Bubble is so beautiful. Yet another original composition. What has been happening lately? A succession of hit songs. Finally, is there someone who can rival Subai? The trending lists are filled with his songs. Why aren't his songs available for streaming? Watching videos is such a hassle, even though he is quite handsome. At last, we have a worthy contender. The quality of Bubble rivals that of Subai's father. Doesn't it? Both are high-caliber songs, a true clash of titans. Just as the discussions among netizens intensified, a significant revelation emerged online. A keen-eyed user had captured and magnified the small text beneath Deng Ziki's song introduction during her performance, sharing it widely on the internet. Upon encountering this news, netizens were instantly taken aback. Is this truly penned by Subai? Surely, you must be joking. Many were incredulous and revisited the original video, only to find the same undeniable truth. The lyrics and composition were indeed the work of Subai, initially thought to be a battle of deities. It turned out there was but a single divine talent. Is this individual impervious to creative stagnation? It seems they are relentless. Subai appears to be intent on remaining atop the trending charts. I am enamored with such a gifted Subai. This news spread like wildfire, and within a short span, half the music industry was in the know. Music producer Hufei was the first to share Subai's new song, Father, commenting, "This song evokes memories of my kind and great father, a figure I deeply admire and take pride in. He is the unwavering son in my heart. Father encapsulates the bittersweet pain of wishing to care for one's parents, yet finding them gone, expressing longing and infinite love for them. It reminds us all to cherish our hard-working fathers and avoid regrets. Who Fei's post quickly garnered a flurry of likes. The esteemed Mr. Who has arrived. Truly an expert, exclaimed netizens. I adore how Mr. Who articulates his thoughts. His words resonate deeply. I absolutely love this song, though I dare not listen too frequently, lest my heart be overwhelmed. Shortly thereafter, the rising star Deng Ziki also took to Weibo. Having just registered, she attracted a wave of fans, bolstered by endorsements from numerous friends in the entertainment industry. To everyone's surprise, her inaugural post was a puzzling one. Subai, you owe me medical expenses. Accompanied by an angry emoji. Confused, netizens flooded the comments section. Subai, come forth. How could you mistreat our Ziki? Ziki, what transpired? Did Subai bully you? Others demanded explanations, threatening, don't underestimate Ziki's fanbase just because she is new. Meanwhile, Subai's fans were equally bewildered. Given that Deng Ziki's song was written by Subai, it was evident they must be acquainted. A myriad of speculations filled the air. Finally, Subai responded, what medical expenses? Upon seeing Subai's presence, fans eagerly sought clarification. We caught you red-handed. You dare feign ignorance. What mischief have you wrought upon our Ziki? Subai, feeling overwhelmed, countered, my dear lady. I have done nothing to you. In response to Subai's apparent distress, Deng Ziki finally chimed in. The song Father was so moving that my eyes swelled with tears. Will you not cover my medical expenses? Subai, with a playful smirk, observed the laughter of fans around him. Chi, you are so mischievous. I adore it, haha. He lamented, what a tragic fate for me, sitting comfortably at home while trouble descends from the heavens. Should I also demand compensation? My eyes are swollen from crying. Subai, pay up. Subai, pay up. As he witnessed the merriment of netizens, his spirits began to lift, spurred by the persistent chime in his mind. Ding, gained 1 popularity point. Ding, gained 1 popularity point. Ding, gained 1 popularity point. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. At the television station, Zhang Lei stood nervously at the doorway of the leadership office. The previous night, he had reveled in the success of the program, as the once dismal popularity surged following Subai's performance. Yet, the recollection of the leadership's earlier discourse dampened his spirits. He understood all too well that if Subai were to depart, the show would inevitably meet its demise. After a restless night filled with contemplation, he resolved to make one final effort. Alas, producing a successful program is no easy feat. Chapter 31. The quarterfinals of The Voice, a change in format. Zhang Lei glanced at his watch. It was 9:30. His superior should be arriving soon. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the elevator doors opened. The deputy director, slicked back hair and a teacup in hand, emerged, his briefcase tucked under his arm. Upon spotting Zhang Lei, he regarded him with a knowing look and inquired, Xiao Zhang, is there something you need to discuss so early in the day? Zhang Lei bent slightly to assist his superior with the door, receiving the teacup and briefcase with practiced ease. He quickly set about boiling water and preparing tea. Observing Zhang Lei's conscientious demeanor, the deputy director settled comfortably onto the sofa. Just as he produced a cigarette, Zhang Lei promptly offered him a light. Xiao Zhang, as a veteran employee and a pillar of our station, feel free to speak your mind. After completing his tasks, Zhang Lei perched on the edge of the opposite sofa, steeling himself before stating, Leader, I'm here to report on the work progress. As you know, the 4th season of The Voice is witnessing dwindling popularity, exacerbated by the competition from I Am a Musician, which has further deepened our woes. I heard from Secretary Wang that your recent episodes have performed quite well, even surpassing the competition in ratings. The deputy director interjected. Exactly, and this is what I wanted to address. The reason for this success is Subai. According to our back-end data analysis, his appearances yield the highest viewership and audience retention rates, while the other contestants fall considerably short. Zhang Lei paused momentarily, casting a furtive glance at his superior, who narrowed his eyes in response. I understand your implication, the deputy director remarked thoughtfully. You wish to retain Subai and secure his advancement, correct? Xiao Zhang, I made our position clear yesterday. Subai shall not progress. This decision comes from the leadership team. You should liaise with the mentors to prevent any unexpected developments. This round, we will alter the format, introduce additional judges, and adjust the scoring to elevate that contestant named Ji Kuan. This season's champion should be awarded to him. Ji Kuan? The mention of this name left Zhang Lei feeling conflicted. Leader, Ji Kuan's abilities are rather mediocre. He merely excels in K-pop-style performances and rap, which pales in comparison to Subai's talent. If we forcefully promote him, I fear it may lead to allegations of impropriety regarding our program. The deputy director's eyes glinted coldly. What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating there is something underhanded going on? Tianxiang has assured me they will collaborate with us to craft a song tailored for him. Young girls today are enamored with K-pop idols, and his popularity has remained consistently high. We could also suggest to the judges that dance performances be included in the scoring criteria, thereby maximizing his advantages. Wouldn't that be reasonable? Xiao Zhang, I must say, as a seasoned program director, you need to learn to be adaptable. If you cannot manage this matter effectively, I will have to consider replacing you for the next season of The Voice. Do you understand? Zhang Lei's heart sank. This was a veiled threat to his career. If it weren't for his family obligations, he would have wanted to confront the situation head-on. Alas, his only recourse now was to minimize the impending fallout as much as possible. In truth, he was not standing up for Su Bai at their age. The sharp edges of youth had long since dulled, and all he could see were the advantages and disadvantages. The reason he mustered the courage to approach the leadership was merely due to his respect for Su Bai's talent and popularity. Zhang Lei walked out helplessly. Just as he was about to close the door, the leader's voice rang out. Xiao Zhang, once Ji Kun secures the championship and the final sponsorship payment arrives, bonuses will be distributed to your production team. Thank you, leader. Well, a palm for a date. Zhang Lei's last vestige of frustration dissipated. This news was soon discreetly conveyed to the mentors. Upon hearing it, Yang Mi was taken aback. Has Zhang Lei lost his mind? Who brought the popularity to The Voice? Can he see clearly? Ji Kun? That kid is quite ordinary. Even if he is a Tianxiang artist, can he be forcefully promoted? What about the program's reputation? Han Hong, upon hearing this news, felt indignant and declared fiercely, I will score according to my own standards. I do not need Zhang Lei to instruct me. Wang Feng and Xie Tingfeng said little, merely sighing and shaking their heads. Although they were also displeased with the production team's actions, they felt powerless. Clearly, this was beyond Zhang Lei's control. Someone higher up was orchestrating it. Even if they felt it was unfair and had grievances, the outcome would remain unchanged. They were veterans in the industry and understood the ways of capital all too well. Such occurrences were not uncommon. But it was the first time they had witnessed such a significant disparity in talent levels under these circumstances. Indeed, not long after, further news arrived. The scoring mechanism for the show had been altered. 6 new judges would join in scoring collectively. Even if the 4 of them awarded perfect scores, it would be futile. The key lay in the nature of these 6 judges. Several were obscure music producers, and 2 had somewhat of a reputation, albeit with a tarnished image. The rest were hardly worth mentioning. Upon learning this, Yang Mi and Han Hong left in a huff. Wang Feng and Xie Tingfeng also made no delay in departing from the production team. In the villa area, Yang Mi sat on the sofa, visibly upset. Reba curiously asked, Sister, who has upset you? The production team of The Voice. Yang Mi, having found someone to confide in, recounted the events of the day. Reba, incensed, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, How dare a contestant of Ji Kuen's caliber challenge Su Bai? It infuriates me. I shall expose them online. As she spoke, Reba pulled out her phone. Yang Mi, alarmed, quickly grasped her arm. Don't act impulsively. No one would believe such claims. They have ample marketing tactics. Don't get yourself into trouble. Your career has just begun. Is it to be left like this? If Su Bai finds out, how distressed he must be. What kind of world is this, where talented individuals receive no recognition while those with connections thrive? It's utterly unjust. Reba was unable to contain her outrage. Yang Mi sighed and remarked, There is no way around it. The power of an individual cannot contend with that of capital. What use is talent, then? Let this be merely a trial in Su Bai's journey of growth, a lesson imparted by society. She continued, By the way, the company has arranged for you to take part in a film titled Painted Skin, where you will portray the second female lead. Focus on honing your acting skills and devote your energies to the film for now, as the investment is substantial. Reba nodded in acknowledgement. She understood Yang Mi's words, yet felt a sense of injustice, wanting to stand up for Su Bai. That evening, Su Bai received a call from Yang Mi. After much contemplation, she decided it was best to communicate the situation to Su Bai clearly, so he could brace himself for the impending news and avoid an overwhelming shock. Yang Mi briefly outlined the circumstances to Su Bai and offered him some words of comfort before ending the call. Su Bai felt somewhat bewildered. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not upset by the outcome. However, he was not at the point of despair either. He was indifferent to much else. But the prize money was paramount. 1 million. What on earth? He exclaimed. Is this how it's going to be? Chapter 32. The Centennial of the Founding of the Party. The semifinals commenced. Su Bai, feeling utterly bored, scrolled through his phone, pondering what song he should choose for the upcoming competition, knowing that elimination was inevitable. Should he select a particularly classic piece to leave them at a loss, or perhaps liberate himself by opting for something unconventional to unsettle them? Just as he was mired in these thoughts, a piece of news captured his attention. In celebration of the centenary of the founding of the party, a thematic solicitation event was launched to promote the ideals of never forgetting the original intention and remembering the mission, showcasing the spirit of the new era. This initiative aimed to encapsulate both the past and the present through images and music, recording the values and spirit of the times. Subai's eyes brightened at the mention of the centenary of the party's founding and the call for thematic works. Memories from his previous life surged forth. He recalled that the event had been grandly celebrated nationwide, yielding numerous exceptional works. An idea struck him. What if he could sing a song that would be chosen by the national team? With this thought ignited, he began to scrutinize the requirements and timeline for the solicitation event. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. He would not make it to the national selection before the recorded broadcast of the show. Moreover, even if selected, he would not be permitted to perform the song publicly on such a talent show. What was he to do? His recollections of that past life were somewhat hazy, and he struggled to recall the details. He could only remember a few familiar songs, one of which was Wanjing, a piece he had performed. Subai opened the system's marketplace, hoping to discover something useful. The marketplace boasted a wide array of goods. A memory capsule? It could accurately retrieve memories from any past time frame. Price: 2 million popularity points. Subai gasped in astonishment. How exorbitant! Glancing at his balance of over 8 million. He gritted his teeth and made the purchase. As 2 million popularity points vanished, a flash of golden light appeared, revealing a rather ordinary-looking capsule in Subai's hand. Was this the memory capsule? It resembled the amoxicillin. Could it be a counterfeit? After a moment of hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Before long, a warm sensation enveloped him, and a torrent of memories flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. All pertinent information regarding the centenary of the party's founding was imprinted in his consciousness. What a remarkable item! It felt as though he had truly lived through those moments. In no time, Subai had reached a decision. The song he had in mind had once topped the charts. Although not particularly challenging, it had garnered the attention of the People's Daily's new media division. Selected as the theme song, with lyrics reworked under their supervision, this lent significant weight to its value, as it was not merely a personal submission from the author. Primarily, the song's melody was captivating, widely disseminated, and imbued with a positive emotional tone. The original piece had already gained traction among the youth, rendering it a prime candidate for adaptation in major thematic promotions. This would be the song he would choose. With his extraordinary vocal prowess, Subai is confident that he can captivate the audience on the stage of The Voice, particularly among the youth. This, he believes, will undoubtedly attract national attention. If the show seeks to eliminate him, they will likely nitpick and disparage his performance, ultimately assigning low scores. However, this is precisely the outcome Subai desires, as he intends to leave everything to time. Should the nation remain oblivious, he will simply rework the song and submit it elsewhere. The likelihood of such a scenario is minimal. The song has already withstood similar trials in a past life, and he remains optimistic. Moreover, he possesses another piece, Wanjing, which would be hard for the nation to overlook. With a firm resolution in his heart, Subai's mood lifted, and he indulged himself with a sumptuous meal, adding 2 poached eggs to his instant noodles. Quite a treat. Soon, the day of the recording arrived. Subai arrived punctually at the backstage of the production team. By then, the contestants had donned their extravagant outfits and completed their makeup, anxiously awaiting the show's commencement. Upon seeing Subai, the gazes of the crowd varied. Some expressed pity, others disdain, while a few relished in his discomfort. Those who had reached this stage typically had some connections, and whispers of rumors circulated. Subai's attention was drawn to a man with bleached hair, dressed in suspenders. Is this Jikuan? His surname is rather unusual, and his talent appears formidable. Jikuan also noticed Subai, sizing him up in return. Subai, today's competition isn't solely about vocal skills. It also involves singing, dancing, and rap, all of which are my strengths, as well as advantages of K-pop. I refuse to lose to you. Subai felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. It is a pity that the contemporary Chinese music scene lacks the prowess it once had. Many superstar icons are absent, including the legendary Zhou, who once proclaimed the superiority of Chinese pop. This has allowed J-pop and K-pop to rise in prominence, garnering the admiration of many young people. Some pretentious individuals even declare, "Oh, I don't listen to Mandarin songs. I'm unfamiliar with them. Thank you." in such an environment. The number of young talents aspiring to become K-pop trainees is staggering. Upon their return, they are often idolized by impressionable youths, elevating their sense of superiority. How ridiculous. Subai rolled his eyes, thinking, these ungrateful souls will soon learn that Chinese pop is indeed the finest. Unfortunately, he could not change today's song. Otherwise, he would have showcased a spectacular performance reminiscent of Zhou's legendary style. Perhaps next time. Ji Kuan did not anticipate that Subai, appearing so refined, would be so cutting with his words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Not indulging him, Subai turned and headed to the restroom. Watching his retreating figure, Ji Kuan seethed. You think you're so great? Just wait. The other contestants exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Did you hear? Subai has made an enemy. He'll likely be eliminated tonight. I have heard that this individual lacks discretion and has attracted an overwhelming amount of attention recently, offending quite a number of people in the process. To speak frankly, Subai's singing is commendable, yet it is merely adequate. For a newcomer to reach such heights is already quite impressive. However, the true competition lies in one's overall capabilities. Those of us with a solid foundation possess the advantage. Indeed, I share this sentiment. After a few analyses from the panel, I suddenly felt invigorated, my confidence soaring. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, the audience has gradually filled the seats. The staff's preparations and adjustments are nearing completion. Following a reminder to silence their phones, the host, Hua Xiao, steps onto the stage. After a flurry of enthusiastic introductions, the stage lights illuminate, and the mentors make their grand entrance, waving to the audience and the cameras. The crowd erupts in cheers. The spotlight shines on the mentor seats, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Curiously, on either side of the mentors area, 3 additional lower chairs have appeared, encircling the stage and placing the 4 mentors at the center of attention. The audience, perplexed, begins to whisper amongst themselves. Chapter 33. Could it be that our love will be blown towards the sea by the wind? How come there are so many chairs? Could it be that there are special guests? It is quite possible. That would certainly add to the spectacle. Wow, could my idol be here? I can hardly wait. The voice has finally made some changes. There has been progress. At this moment, Hua Xiao's voice resonated. Hello to all the audience present and those watching at home. The competition of the voice has entered an intense phase. To ensure fairness and justice in the competition, the production team has specially invited 6 esteemed judges to participate in the scoring, evaluating from various dimensions, such as professionalism and entertainment value. This raises the bar for our contestants. Now, let us welcome our 6 guests with a round of applause. Cheers erupted from the audience once more, as curiosity filled the air regarding which esteemed guest would appear. As the guests took their seats, the audience exchanged glances, wondering, who are these people? I don't recognize them. Where's my idol? Goodness, why are there a few oddballs here? Perhaps they are professional musicians, engaged in composition and arrangement. They might be suitable as judges, given their expertise. Who knows? Meanwhile, the expressions of Young Mi and her fellow mentors at the judges' table were far from pleasant, and they did not greet the guests. Hua Xiao picked up the microphone again to explain the competition rules. This round will be scored on a scale of 100. Each guest and mentor has 10 points to award, and the 4 contestants with the lowest scores will be eliminated. Who will ultimately prevail? Let us wait and see. The first contestant took the stage. He was a young man with blonde hair, quite handsome, accompanied by several hip-hop dancers, bouncing energetically. After his performance, the judges offered high praise from various perspectives, awarding him a score of 85. The second contestant was a young woman who covered a classic song by a popular diva, receiving a score of 83. The subsequent contestants scored around 85 points as well. The grand finale featured Ji Kuan, who performed with several backup dancers, dressed in overalls, engaging in a lively song and dance. The audience seemed to be enjoying themselves, and the atmosphere was electric. Is that Taizan Kyo? I feel like dancing too. Hey, be careful, your straps are falling. Don't trip. Ouch, there's even rap. It sounds good, though I can't quite understand the lyrics. His enunciation is unclear. What do you know? Brother Kun just returned from Korea. This is a K-pop song, very trendy. Indeed, I adore Brother Kun's music. He is an idol trainee from Korea. And I've heard he endured 2.5 years of rigorous training. Oh, my heart aches for him. The mentors Yang Mi and Han Hong were left in disbelief. What is this? Can't they just sing properly? If this continues, it will turn into another circus act. Ultimately, Yang Mi awarded a score of 7. Had it not been for the production team's repeated insistence, she might have even given a 5, deeming it inadequate. Giving a score of 7 was already quite generous. Surprisingly, all 6 judges awarded scores of 10 and 9, culminating in an impressive total of 90 points. Securing the top position, Han Hong could hardly bear to watch. After enduring this season, she vowed never to return for another. A motley crew indeed. Upon witnessing such scores, the audience felt they were rather inflated. How could this possibly merit 90 points? Surely, there has been a mistake. After a song, nothing lingered in memory except for the mention of Tai Shan. Could this truly be classified as art? Something incomprehensible to mere mortals? Though I can't articulate it precisely, it seems unjustifiable to receive such a score. Is this program a celebration of vocal prowess or dance? It hardly qualifies as melodious. What are you all saying? This is the trendiest song. Do you not understand? Kuan Kuan is the most beautiful. Kuan Kuan is the most handsome. Forever in support of you. Kuan Kuan. This is what you have earned after 2.5 years of hard work. Keep pushing forward. This is where your dream commences. Ji Kuan never anticipated that this place would not only mark the beginning of his dream, but would also become a widespread phenomenon across the internet. The extent of its reach is heart-wrenching. Even a single word, a note, or an abstract meme can trigger memories of this dream. On stage, the performance was nearing its conclusion. Subai was scheduled to appear last. By this time, the audience's fervor had waned, leading to aesthetic fatigue, which was detrimental for the singing contestants. Please welcome our final performer, Subai. As the host's voice resonated, Subai's handsome figure gracefully stepped onto the stage. Clad in simple attire, he bore no guitar, only a microphone. Youngmi watched Subai on stage with a heart full of sympathy. No matter what, the outcome was unavoidable. Elimination was certain. Even a perfect score of 10 from herself would be futile. Han Hong, resigned, asked in customary fashion, Subai, which song have you prepared for today? An original piece titled Stars in the Sea, I wish to share with everyone. Oh, yet another original song? Subai to date. All your songs have been original and of high quality. May I expect a splendid performance from you tonight? Please commence. The lights gradually dimmed. The spotlight centered on Subai. He did not engage in a frenzied performance like other contestants, but stood quietly, gazing deeply ahead. The audience wore expressions of eager anticipation. Wow, Subai is so handsome. I adore this serene beauty. I prefer a calm singer. The live show is nearly deafening. Subai's music is my favorite. What is K-pop? I can't even comprehend it. It simply does not align with my aesthetic. It's merely favored by the youth. At that moment, the prelude began to play. The ethereal music instantly captivated the audience's hearts. Subai slowly began to sing. I wish to become a star, guarding the buzzing beneath the sea. With just these 2 lines, Youngmi on the judges' panel was profoundly drawn in. Upon learning this news, I initially presumed that Subai would succumb to despair. However, to my astonishment, not only did he present an original piece today, but from the first 2 lines, it was evidently a remarkable song. Han Hong also unfurled her previously furrowed brow. Just from the prelude and those initial lines, she sensed that this song would undoubtedly be exceptional. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire the talent, acknowledging that the music industry truly needs such youthful individuals. Albeit regrettably. It's my dream, it's magic, to your eyes. How far is the distance? Through the sea of people, don't stop now. While there is still hope. A long, drawn-out note heralded the approach of the climax. The song surged directly into its peak. Subai's heartfelt cries resonated throughout the venue. Could it be that our love will be swept away by the wind towards the sea, never to return? Every time you walk towards me, tell me of the stars in the sea. Following the eruption of these climactic lines, the audience erupted in fervor, eyes wide with astonishment. Many clutched their heads in sheer disbelief. Chapter 34, A Song of Stars in the Sea, Emotions Explode. After a brief pause, Subai continued to sing passionately. Lost in the moment. The distant glimmer accompanies me, blooming at dawn. To your eyes. How far is the distance? Crossing through the sea of people. Do not stop. While there is still hope, will our love be carried by the wind to the sea, never to return. Every time you approach me, telling me of the stars and the sea. Oh, upon hearing this, the audience was left in awe. My goodness. Absolutely phenomenal. It is a veritable feast for the ears. Wow, the high notes and the explosive feeling are simply exhilarating. This is the song I long to hear. Meanwhile, on the judges' panel, Han Hong was astonished. Mouth agape, incredulously watching Subai's uninhibited performance. Youngmi was already in tears. This must be Subai's defiance against fate. While there is still hope, what does a little good voice matter? His goal is the stars and the sea. Youngmi couldn't help but rise to her feet, applauding Subai. Such a figure cannot be suppressed by mere petty tricks. Wang Feng was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely find words, tears welling in his eyes. This atmosphere, seemingly reaching the heavens, is precisely what he had been desperately seeking. Xie Tingfeng leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, mouth wide open, shaking his head in disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wow." Even the 6 guests were moved. Yet, they ultimately restrained themselves, maintaining an air of indifference, for they are professionals. Regardless of how well the song was performed, it would inevitably fall short in their eyes. At this moment, after a brief interlude, Su Bai took a deep breath. While there is still hope, will our love be carried by the wind to the sea, never to return. Every time you approach me, telling me of the stars and the sea, oh, will our love, like the stars, guard the sea, never to depart. I rush towards you. You are the stars and the sea. Oh, at this juncture, the climax came to an abrupt halt, perfectly timed, like a valiant warrior retreating gracefully. Without leaving a trace, the music slowed down, and Su Bai returned to a low, melodic singing. The blazing star in my eyes illuminates my path through the long night. The music concluded here, once again abruptly. Brief yet powerful, clean and decisive. All present were momentarily stunned, still immersed in the frenzy of the preceding climax. Many were already in tears. The song's inherent fervor and the pursuit of the stars and the sea evoked an irresistible swell of emotion, bringing tears to the eyes. In the backstage control room, the staff stood in shock. More than half of them were in tears. The song's emotional potency was overwhelming, utterly involuntary. They had lost count of how many times Su Bai had moved them to tears. Such a soulful singer is to be eliminated. What a travesty. I am willing to forsake this job to demand an explanation. Director Zhang Lei, too, is not faring much better. One rendition of Stars and Sea transports him back to his youthful days of striving. In those times, our motherland flourished and thrived. The spirit of collective effort palpable before our eyes. Tears streamed down his face, utterly uncontrollable. After the performance, he struck himself twice, lamenting, "I am truly despicable. How could I collude with the capital to eliminate such a singer? My conscience is deeply troubled." In the brief silence that followed, the audience erupted into fervent cheers and applause. Su Bai, I love you." Someone cried out, "Please sing it again. I must record it. I cannot wait for the show to air. Sing it again. I can't contain myself. It's another original. I can't find it online. Will I survive until Saturday? This is a true masterpiece. What is K-pop compared to this? C-pop reigns supreme. Champion. How exhilarating. It's so satisfying." With divine vocal prowess enhancing the song, the emotional impact reached its zenith. The atmosphere became almost uncontrollable. The abrupt cessation following such soaring climaxes was overwhelming for anyone. Observing the audience's fervent response, Yang Mi and Han Hong felt immense satisfaction. At this moment, whether or not he was eliminated was of little consequence. The audience's acclaim was the greatest validation. This is a figure destined for the stars and the sea. The 6 guests on stage struggled to maintain their composure, suppressing their emotions behind a facade of coolness. Yet, they too felt the weight of their task. Exchanging glances, they confirmed their intentions for the day. They had sharpened their metaphorical knives, prepared to articulate their critiques. Singing and songwriting were not their forte. Hua Xiao gradually approached the stage, battling his inner excitement. Although the redness around his eyes betrayed that he had recently wept. However, he had a duty to fulfill and refrained from excessive praise, diving straight into the scoring segment. The mentors began their evaluations. Yang Mi spoke first. "Su Bai, regardless of the outcome, in my heart, you are already a champion. You are extraordinary. Keep it up." Han Hong, with tear-filled eyes, added, "Since your appearance on the stage of The Voice, my tears seem to have become cheap. I had no idea I was so prone to weeping." The audience resonated with this sentiment, cheering and clapping, some even whistling. "Yet, I must thank you. Thank you for gracing the stage of The Voice, for your presence in the Chinese music scene. The audience will remember you. The Chinese music world will remember you." Some audience members sensed an unsettling undertone. What does this mean? Is it truly a farewell? How could Su Bai possibly be eliminated? Has teacher Han Hong lost her wits? Bidding farewell to Su Bai? Ha ha, how amusing. If Su Bai is eliminated, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head. In the backstage and the broadcast room. As Han Hong's remarks became increasingly absurd, Zhang Lei urged his assistant to discreetly signal Hua Xiao to act quickly. Observing the gestures from the audience, Hua Xiao sensed something was amiss and hurriedly proceeded to the scoring segment. Yang Mi chose not to compromise and boldly awarded a score of 10. The audience gasped in astonishment. Han Hong also bestowed a score of 10. The director backstage turned pale. This was a disaster. Fortunately, the scoring system had been revised. Next up were Wang Feng and Xie Tingfeng. Compared to their female counterparts, they were relatively composed. They understood that Su Bai could not be retained regardless. So they decided to extend some courtesy to the production team. Both awarded a score of 9, which was still considered commendable. After the mentors had cast their scores, it was time for the live guests to do the same. A musician named Huang Xin shockingly rated the performance a mere 6. The entire audience was left in disbelief. What on earth? A score of 6? Is he here to amuse us? Does he even understand music? Chapter 35 and 80? Not worthy of the stage? You must be blind. Huang Xin was well aware that the crowd would question him, and he had long been prepared for it. He calmly took the microphone and stated, "Those who lack an understanding of music may perceive the atmosphere as delightful and deem the song as exceptional. However, I must assert that the arrangement of this piece, Stars in the Sea, is excessively formulaic, with a simplistic harmonic progression devoid of innovation. It bears the characteristics of mass production, lacking any artistic originality, and in the current vibrant music market, it simply cannot hold its own." As soon as Huang Xin finished speaking, the audience fell silent in shock. Many were so incensed that they began to shout, "What is this? Glitch? No artistry? Do you even understand music? Who invited this guest, a so-called music producer? With such a lackluster standard? Go back from whence you came and stop blabbering. If you have the ability, sing us something worth hearing." The audience's uproar was loud, and nearly everyone present could hear it. Yet, Huang Xin remained unfazed. He continued, "Please do not be agitated. Since we are on this stage, I will offer my professional perspective without maliciously disparaging any song. Nevertheless, this song is indeed as I described. Thank you." Hua Xiao quickly shifted the topic to allow the next guest to provide a score. This guest, also a music producer named Wang Bidan, took it a step further, assigning a mere 5 points, the lowest in the room. He had never given such a low score even to performers of dubious talent. The audience erupted once more. Wang Bidan bluntly remarked, "What teacher Huang stated is absolutely correct. The melody of this song, from its inception to its conclusion, resembles the simplicity of a child's play, lacking any technical prowess. While it may appear splendid on the surface, it is ultimately filled with cliches, stars in the sea repeated ad nauseum, devoid of any profound depth, merely a superficial display of words without soul. Therefore, I awarded it a 5, for in my view, this song does not meet the criteria of excellence." His words struck the audience like thunder, causing an uproar. "What the hell are you saying? Get lost. Go home." Yet, some began to question the validity of the critiques. If the experts say this, could it be that the song truly is subpar? But why do I still find it enjoyable? There are still a few professionals yet to score. Let us wait and see. I'm confused. It sounds quite good to me. And so, the next guest was called upon to provide their score. It was still a mere 6, barely passing. This song is merely at the level of an internet hit. I see nothing that captivates my attention. It can only be described as just passing. The subsequent score was again a 6. The lyrics are filled with empty lamentations, incessantly revolving around love and longing. Do you think that by piling on grandiose phrases that the audience cannot comprehend, you can deceive us? It is hollow and pretentious, lacking any foundation of genuine emotion, merely catering to those young dreamers. It cannot stand on a prestigious stage. With these words of severe depreciation, the atmosphere grew tense. Young Mi, unable to endure the situation any longer, rose from her seat and exited. "What on earth is this? Is this even human language?" she exclaimed. "Professor Yang, what is the matter?" Hua Xiao inquired hastily. Regaining some composure as she surveyed the audience, Yang Mi smiled and said, "Oh, I apologize, everyone. I'm feeling a bit unwell and will take my leave." Following suit, Han Hong also stood up and departed with Yang Mi. Hua Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the difficulty of his job. Frankly, if it weren't for the responsibilities of family, he would have considered fleeing. The audience seemed to catch on, murmuring amongst themselves. In the end, Su Bai received a score of 80, the lowest in the entire auditorium. Su Bai's fans were left in disbelief. What is happening here? A song that moved the entire audience, yet it garnered the lowest score? If you say the song was lacking, I might accept that. But what about the performances of the other contestants? Was there a single commendable act among their singing, dancing, or rapping? I came to listen to music, not to witness a circus act. Do they think I'm a fool? There must be some underhanded dealings at play. Just look at the contestant who scored the highest, Kuan Ji, or rather, Ji Kuan. What was that performance? Tai Shan Kao? What in the world was that tune? It nearly killed me. At that moment, a bespectacled gentleman could no longer contain himself. He leaped onto his chair and shouted, "Damn it! Refund!" One voice quickly led to another. "This is absurd. I refuse to accept this. Refund." With a fiery temper, another audience member rushed the stage, intent on confronting the most disparaging judge. Fortunately, security intervened in time to avert a confrontation. Thus, the caliber of the singer was reflected in the temperament of the fans. Music is indeed contagious. "Host, can I recalibrate my score? I think 6 points is far too generous." The snarky guest chimed in, stoking the flames of discontent. At that moment, a filthy shoe, seemingly equipped with navigation, soared through the air, striking the guest squarely in the face. What on earth is going on in this studio? The atmosphere descended into chaos. Zhang quickly instructed security to restore order. It wasn't until all 6 guests had exited that the furious audience, persuaded by the staff's earnest entreaties, gradually dispersed. Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, it wasn't a live broadcast, or it would have been a catastrophic incident. He never anticipated such a strong reaction from the audience. One could only imagine the repercussions once the episode aired. Alas, they could only rely on post-production editing. After all, this recording session was over, and another one would conclude soon. Let it be a disaster if it must. At least controversy equates to viewership. Even negative attention can be beneficial. As the focal point of the entire incident, Subai remained composed, observing everything without uttering a word. Let them criticize, let them belittle. The more disparaging, the better. Unable to make it to the stage? Not worthy of the grand occasion? This was precisely the effect Subai desired. The following day, in the editing room of the production team, someone queried, "Director Zhang, how shall we edit this program?" "It's entirely up to you. I certainly do not dare to make that call." The staff member shrugged helplessly, declaring that he could not bear the burden of this responsibility. Zhang repeatedly scrutinized the final segment of the original footage, lost in contemplation. Should we eliminate the judge's commentary altogether? Perhaps retain only the final scoring segment? The assistant suggested, but we must provide the audience with a reasonable explanation. "We cannot obscure the truth. This song is inherently..." A young girl blurted out, suddenly realizing her misstep, and quickly covered her mouth. She intended to express that the song is indeed quite beautiful. What justification is there for scoring it a mere 80? Zhang mind raced with decisions. Entertainment programs operate on this principle. Traffic reigns supreme. The greater the controversy, the more sensational the topic, leading to an inevitable surge in viewership. Concern for reputation? If one values their image, they ought not to engage in variety shows. Aside from the segment involving the throwing of excrement, everything else shall remain unedited. The original footage will be aired as is. Zhang made his definitive decision. Chapter 36. The outrage of netizens in the response of the production team soon. The evening of Saturday arrived. Various online platforms began to promote the preview trailers. Audiences and music enthusiasts across the internet eagerly awaited the commencement of the show. The moment it aired, a flood of attention poured in from multiple channels. Has The Voice altered its competition format? Any change is a welcome change. Stagnation will inevitably be cast aside by time. Such a plethora of professional music producers. How impressive they appear, even though I do not recognize a single one of them. Look, my favorite, Quan Quan, has taken the stage, so dashing, blending singing and dancing with dazzling rap skills. Truly, a remarkable trainee returned from Korea. Wow, what a stunning look. He is destined to set trends and become an unparalleled superstar. How ridiculous. What sort of song is this? A nonsensical performance that offends the eyes. Where's Subai? I tuned in specifically to see him. The show is nearing its end, yet he has yet to appear. Finally, the moment arrives for Subai to perform. The online popularity surges once more. His song, Stars in the Sea, explodes across the internet. The audience is enthralled. This is what a good song sounds like. It brings me to tears. Is this Subai's 6th original piece? His caliber remains unmatched. This fellow truly has no creative bottleneck. Some artists spend their entire lives without producing a single masterpiece. To the person above, are you referring to the magician? The audience is not only enjoying the performance but also engaging in lively discussions. Aside from a handful of misguided individuals and K-pop fans, the remaining viewers are convinced that Subai is undoubtedly the top contender of this episode. However, to everyone's astonishment, during the scoring segment, several judges issued unexpectedly low scores, harshly criticizing the song. Many netizens were left bewildered. What is this nonsense? Glitch? Lacking artistry? Unworthy of the grand stage? Is this just empty lamentation? How could such a beautiful song end up in last place? An appalling 80 points. In an instant, The barrage of comments shifted dramatically. What sort of trash judges are these? Do they even understand music? There must be some hidden agenda. Even a fool can see that. They are treating us like fools. This is outrageous. Wishing the voice to become increasingly disreputable. This garbage program. I shall never watch it again. As the show concluded, frustrated netizens found nowhere else to vent their anger, so they flocked to the official website of The Voice to hurl insults. Those with short tempers directly called the production team, overwhelming the staff with their grievances. Eventually, they had no choice but to disconnect the phone lines. The program's email inbox became inundated with spam, rendering it inoperable. Throughout the night, Zhang Lei's phone rang incessantly as he listened to frantic reports from his staff. Feeling utterly at a loss, had he known such a result would ensue, he would not have anticipated the storm's intensity. In a luxurious hotel, Deng Ziki and Huang Zhan were also watching Su Bai's performance. A few simple yet climactic lines stirred Deng Ziki into a frenzy of excitement. Unable to contain herself, she began to sing along. While there is still hope, will our love be blown towards the sea, never to return, every time you approach me. Speaking of the stars and the vast ocean, oh, Deng Ziki's high notes are truly remarkable. The female rendition rivals Su Bai's male version. The two seem to be harmonizing in perfect unison. Huang Zhan felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. The youthful pursuit of dreams, that fervent passion, soared to the heavens. Tears could not help but cascade down his cheeks. Even after Su Bai's performance concluded, Huang Zhan's chest continued to rise and fall with emotion. After taking a few deep breaths, he regained his composure. Wow, another original piece. How astonishing. The lyrics brim with fervor, breadth, and openness, inspiring listeners to face challenges fearlessly and press onward. Su Bai can no longer merely be described as a prodigy. He is indeed a formidable talent. With him in the Chinese music scene, a new era is surely on the horizon. Huang Zhan hoped that Su Bai could reshape the perceptions of youth towards Chinese songs, steering them away from the allure of foreign influences. He mused aloud, generously bestowing praise upon the young talent, genuinely optimistic about his future. Deng Ziki was taken aback. Could Huang's assessment be too lofty? Su Bai ushering in a new era for Chinese music? Just then, the sound of guest evaluations echoed from the screen. I believe this is nothing but empty lamentation, a mere accumulation of ornate words, contrived and artificial. Unworthy of the grand stage, in my opinion, it barely passes. Listening to the guests' nonsensical critiques, Deng Ziki was left dumbfounded. Were they not speaking absurdities? An 80 out of 100? The last place? How ludicrous. Huang Zhan transitioned from calm to astonishment, then to anger, before finally shaking his head and returning to tranquility. As a veteran of the entertainment industry, he had seen through it all. Someone was clearly targeting Su Bai, intent on preventing his advancement. The so-called new competition format was specifically designed to eliminate him. The effort invested only underscored Su Bai's formidable talent. Huang Zhan sighed, lamenting, alas. This is precisely why the Chinese music scene has been overshadowed by Japan and Korea. Deng Ziki grasped Huang Zhan's implication and anxiously exclaimed, Teacher Huang, are you suggesting that Su Bai is being suppressed? Indeed, it must be so. How can they act in such a manner? It's infuriating. Teacher Huang, can you devise a way to assist Su Bai? Huang Zhan shook his head helplessly. Had I known in advance, perhaps I could have tried. But now it is too late, and I am powerless. In a villa district, Reba angrily smashed the television. These bastards are utterly despicable. To belittle such a beautiful song, do they even understand music? I could just, ugh. Yangmi emerged from the bathroom clad in a robe. Stop smashing it. It's already in ruins. Didn't I tell you Su Bai was going to be eliminated? Reba sulked on the sofa, arms crossed defiantly. It's just so infuriating. Elimination is one thing, but why speak so harshly? The key is that this song, Stars and Ocean, is simply exquisite. I will not allow anyone to maliciously disparage it. Yangmi sighed helplessly. All right, you've vented your anger. Now let's calm down. By the way, how is the filming of Painted Skin going? Why do you have time to come back? Isn't the crew busy? Reba pouted. I'm just the second female lead, so I can come back whenever I want. The audio-visual experience at home is fantastic. It's quite enjoyable. Observing Reba's demeanor, Yangmi smiled and advised, do not let this incident affect your mood. Focus on performing well. Understood? Got it, sis. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei reported the situation to his superior, only to receive a scathing reprimand. Are you foolish? Is this how you edit? Chasing views without considering the subsequent repercussions? Why must I clean up your mess? Shouldn't you consult a few insiders for feedback and enlist some online support? Do I have to teach you everything? Are you incapable of balancing praise and criticism? Ji Kun has quite a following. Why not leverage that? If you can't handle this properly, don't come back to report. The call ended with a busy tone. Zhang Lei felt an overwhelming bitterness. He was merely a pawn, easily disposable. At that moment, he longed to return the call and lash out at his superior, declaring, "I quit. Let anyone else handle it." However, upon seeing the photo of his son on his phone's wallpaper, he restrained himself. He took out a small notebook filled with densely packed phone numbers and began dialing one after another. "Rest assured, I am a professional. Subai?" The pressure from public opinion is immense. This job is not easy and requires additional compensation. As long as the payment is satisfactory, everything is negotiable. Ah. You can trust me, compared to money, principles are of little consequence. Chapter 37. Understated? The central bank. Are you implying that I lack prominence compared to you? Meanwhile, in the capital, within a solemn office building, a bespectacled middle-aged man hurriedly approached and knocked on the office door. "Come in." Upon entering, he was met by an imposing elder seated behind a grand desk, his authority accentuated by the national flag behind him. "Ah, it's you, Huang. What brings you here?" "Leader. We recently heard a song online that everyone unanimously agrees could serve as a theme song. We believe it could frame a music video depicting the history of our party's development." "Oh, what song has garnered such high praise from you all? I would like to hear it as well." Of course, the middle-aged man produced a tablet and wireless speaker he had prepared in advance. Placing them on the desk and pressing the play button, "I wish to become a star, safeguarding the buzzing of the ocean's depths. Whenever you approach me, telling me of the stars and the sea, I rush towards you, for you are the stars and the sea." Upon listening, the elder was visibly moved. He remarked, "This melody is enchanting, and the sentiment is uplifting, evoking an inexplicable sense of emotion. What is the title of this song?" "It is called Stars and Sea." The elder nodded in approval. "Stars and Sea, indeed a splendid name. Just like our current nation, our goal is the stars and sea. This is the one. Revise the lyrics slightly, and it shall serve as our theme song. I grant my approval." "But," the middle-aged man hesitated. "But what?" "Huang, feel free to express any concerns. This song has stirred some controversy online. Here is the situation." The middle-aged man recounted the entire story, emphasizing the singer. "Subai." The elder, astonished, replied, "Are you saying that the delightful song Wanjing is also sung by him? That song could also serve as a theme." He furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "Have these individuals become too bold, creating such chaos in the entertainment industry? It is unacceptable for such talents to brazenly suppress others." With that, the elder approached the desk and picked up the phone. "Xiaozhang, please come to my office." After hanging up, he dialed another number. "Have the main leaders of the station come to my office." Amid the uproar online, many professional musicians within the industry voiced their opinions. They asserted that there are hidden agendas behind good music. However, I beg to differ. As a responsible musician, I must say that Stars and Sea is indeed rather mediocre, lacking artistic value. Teacher Huang Xin, a longtime friend and a veteran in the music industry, possesses profound musical expertise. And as a special guest on Good Voice, I find his scores and critiques to be exceptionally professional. If I were to perform, my score might even be lower. Greetings, everyone. I am Huang Xin, a judge on The Voice. I take full responsibility for my words. A song can be perceived entirely differently by professionals compared to those who lack musical knowledge. I hope there is no misunderstanding. I am not targeting anyone. I have carefully watched the latest episode of The Voice, and I am heartened to see that our new generation of singers is clearly enhancing their stage presence, integrating singing and dancing, and aspiring towards international musical standards. This is indeed progress. The highest scorer this time, contestant Ji Kun, performed exceptionally well, seamlessly blending song and dance while making numerous bold attempts. Subsequently, Zhang Weiman sprang forth, launching cold jabs at Subai. The fans did not spare him, relentlessly questioning whether he had consumed the previous dish. Ultimately, he retreated in defeat. Ji Kun also adeptly seized the moment to bolster his popularity. Music ought to embrace diversification, paying heed to contemporary trends and the preferences of the youth, who stand at the forefront of popular culture rather than remaining insular and self-indulgent. Moreover, a link was attached that featured a basketball-themed music video, inciting wild cheers from the fans. As a multitude of musicians voiced their opinions, a surge of sycophants followed suit, elevating Ji Kun to great heights. His fans reveled in the attention as the topic gained traction. Meanwhile, Subai's song Starry Sea gradually became labeled as a mere internet song, criticized for its flowery lyrics and lack of substance. Despite the fervent support from fans under the guise of Shufan No. 1, the tide did not turn. Even those who initially found the song acceptable and maintained neutrality began to waver. Could it truly be that, as professionals suggest, the song is inadequate for the esteemed stage? As the online discourse began to shift positively, Zhang Lei hurriedly knocked on the door of the leadership's office to report on progress. His true intention was to garner praise and restore his image in front of the leaders. Inside the office, the leadership was entertaining guests, and Ji Kuan was also present. A corpulent middle-aged man, puffing on a cigar with a broad smile, patted Ji Kuan on the shoulder and addressed the leader, "Old Ma, this time. I owe you a great deal. Little Kuan, why don't you thank Uncle Ma?" "Thank you, Uncle Ma." The leader waved his hand dismissively, saying, Mr. Wang. Not at all. This is all due to little Kuan's own abilities and artistic prowess. Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to the director of the voice, Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, this is Mr. Wang from Tianxiang. Zhang Lei, well aware of Tianxiang's owner and industry titan, promptly stood, bowing and nodding. "Hello, Mr. Wang. So you are Director Zhang. Old Ma speaks highly of your capabilities. Do consider developing further at Tianxiang. Not at all. You flatter me." After Zhang Lei spoke, he addressed the leader. "According to your instructions, public sentiment has been successfully turned around." The leader nodded. "Yes, I understand. In the future, tasks must be executed in this manner." Without any ambiguity before he could finish, a knock sounded at the door. The secretary hurriedly entered, flustered, and upon seeing the gathering, hesitated to speak. The leader, visibly displeased, remarked with a slight click of the tongue, "Secretary Wang, what is the matter? Why the flurry? Speak plainly, we are not outsiders." "Leader, a grave situation has arisen. The general station has just issued a directive, ordering us to suspend the broadcast of the Good Voice program for rectification, with the specific resumption time contingent upon the outcome of the review." "What? Suspension for rectification?" Zhang Lei was the first to voice his disbelief. How could the general station interfere with such a minor program? This has never happened before. If we truly suspend it for rectification, the program will be doomed. Without at least a month of review, it cannot return to air. It's a weekly show. Zhang Lei was left utterly stunned. The leader's expression was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. The general station's issuance of a directive to rectify a program was an unprecedented occurrence. This matter would undoubtedly spread like wildfire in the industry. How could they hold their heads high in the future? They would be utterly humiliated. Ji Kuan was equally taken aback. "Suspension? What will happen to my championship?" he exclaimed. "Old Uncle, Uncle Ma, you must think of a solution." Just as Wang was about to offer words of comfort, his phone rang. "Hello? What? An entertainment restriction, and our company has been named?" Wang, upon hanging up, stood there in shock. The entire room was engulfed in a bewildering silence. What is happening? It feels as though we are being targeted. True to their roles as leaders and executives, they quickly regained composure and began to leverage their connections to seek information. However, the revelations they uncovered only deepened their trepidation. "The higher-ups are quite displeased with your actions. Tread carefully," came the message from the general station. The source of this information was of considerable rank. For someone of such stature to mention the higher-ups, that entity must be formidable indeed. Meanwhile, the central authority released a shocking announcement. Chapter 38. The Halt of the Voice. Did you feel the panic? The official Weibo account of the Central Mother updated its status. The news broke like a deep-sea bomb, sending ripples across the internet. The official Weibo post stated, "In celebration of the 100th anniversary of the founding of the party, we are now soliciting submissions for theme songs titled Stars and Sea in all territories. We welcome individuals from all walks of life to contribute enthusiastically. Detailed requirements are as follows." Upon reading this announcement, a multitude of netizens were left in disbelief. What have I just witnessed? A solicitation notice? Am I seeing things? Stars and Sea is being solicited as the theme song for the 100th anniversary? How astonishing is that? Was it said that Stars and Sea was unworthy of the stage? What on earth is happening? Is this some kind of prank? Hold on, let me verify this. Oh my goodness, it's true, no doubt about it. Unbelievable. For those who cherish this song and are fans of Su Bai, spirits were instantly lifted. After days of turmoil, feeling as if a heavy phlegm had lodged in their chests, they finally felt a sense of relief. This was akin to expelling that phlegm. A delightful release, a moment of triumph. The Central Mother is backing Stars and Sea, being solicited as the theme song for the 100th anniversary of the party. What a prestigious honor. This is tantamount to joining the national team. Just like athletes who train rigorously from a young age, carving their path through countless competitors. Their ultimate objective is to represent their country and bring glory to the nation. What honor and recognition could possibly outweigh this? Comparatively, the title of the voice champion pales in significance. It's utterly negligible. Awards like first prizes or golden song accolades hold no weight in comparison. In the past, this would have been equivalent to sealing it with an official stamp. Truly a matter of familial pride. The fans and netizens could no longer contain their excitement. Fan number 1 of Sue waved the banner. Brothers, the call to counterattack has sounded. What are we waiting for? Let's go for it. My mighty blade is eagerly anticipating action. Experts, I am coming for you. Tremble with fear. Experts, come forth and provide your commentary. Speak to me. Huang Xin. Esteemed expert, why have you not spoken the latter half of your statement? Let me help you. Everyone present is garbage. Come on, those who claim it's unworthy. Step forward. Let us compare whose platform is greater. Those who say it's mere lamentation, step forward as well. I may not understand, but I can certainly inquire with the Central Mother. This is too hilarious. Within just a few hours, the Weibo accounts of those experts were inundated with red flags. Zhang Weimin was repeatedly called out to eat crow, and steaming dynamic images flooded the feed, scrolling for 3 minutes without end, enough for him to feast for 3 years. These individuals were mercilessly criticized but dared not utter a word in response. Some, unable to withstand the onslaught, deleted their Weibo accounts. The most lively discussions transpired on Ji Kun's account, where a wave of talented netizens emerged, parodying his videos and remarks in various humorous fashions. In a fleeting moment, news spread throughout the vast expanse of the land, and the individual outshone even the melodies. Those fervent fans and K-pop enthusiasts were left in tears, desperate to retaliate, yet at a loss for how to proceed. Reporting, legal letters, deleting posts. There was simply no time for such measures. Some fans established numerous fan groups, seeking solace in unity and strategizing their response. Yet, at the crucial juncture, the so-called detractors shed their disguises, undermining from within and sounding the clarion call for counterattack. Astonishingly, these devoted fans ultimately discovered that the leader of their group was, in fact, one of the very critics they despised. Their naive fervor left them stupefied, akin to being ruthlessly bested in a contest of strength. Meanwhile, in the office of the television network's leadership, the executives, including Zhang Lei, were still present. Upon receiving the alarming news, they contemplated the implications with growing dread. The expression on their faces fluctuated between turmoil and despair, as if they had consumed something utterly distasteful. They had initially thought they could easily manage a newcomer, taking it lightly, for such occurrences were commonplace within the industry. If anything seemed amiss, it was the considerable gap in talent between Su Bai and the runner-up, a matter they believed they could easily manipulate. However, the fact that this song had been commandeered by the state was an unforeseen complication. Was it mere coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? So fortuitous that it led to the suspension of the program? Could it really be coincidental that a major entertainment company like Tianxiang was warned by the central station? If it wasn't coincidence, then Su Bai must be concealing a formidable background, supported by influential figures. At that moment, the executives felt as if countless metaphorical alpacas were spitting at them from within their minds. Why rely on talent when one could leverage connections? A simple nod from them could have guaranteed the championship. Most troubling was the stench this situation would soon emit, rapidly permeating television stations across the nation. The fervent discussions surrounding stars in the ocean had never ceased, rife with controversy. Throughout the ordeal, the network's blunders were manifold. In an attempt to eliminate Su Bai, they first altered the scoring system, appointing a hodgepodge of music professionals as judges, who delivered astonishingly low scores that left audiences in disbelief, their critiques bordering on the outrageous. Had security not intervened, chaos would have erupted on set. Subsequently, in a bid to capitalize on the final wave of attention, the program avoided substantial editing, preserving all the contentious footage, showing utter disregard for the audience. Perhaps they simply did not appreciate the influence of this newcomer, Su Bai. Ultimately, in response to the public outcry, Zhang Lei, under the direction of the executives, enlisted a legion of online commentators and industry insiders to sway public opinion. They sought to forcibly redefine black as white, attempting to alter the narrative. In a short span, they indeed succeeded, as many bewildered netizens transitioned from skepticism to belief. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the central authority intervened. Not only was Stars in the Ocean selected as the theme song for the centennial of the founding of the party, but Su Bai's other song, Wanjing, was also requisitioned. If, at this juncture, some still did not comprehend the situation, the news of the suspension and restructuring of the voice left no doubt in the minds of netizens about the true nature of events. What of florid language? What of being unworthy of the stage? Matters of love and aimless lamentations? It seems that the voice has been stirring the pot, inciting public opinion. Everyone is aware of the industry's hidden truths, but have you not taken your audacity a step too far? Do you hold the audience in such contempt? Do you genuinely believe you can operate unchecked? Alas, retribution has arrived. The broadcast has been halted and a restructuring is underway. At this moment, director Zhang Lei feels as if he has been struck by lightning. Bearing this stain, his career may well be over, unless the show can resume by this Saturday, live. For recording is too late. Zhang Lei implores, leaders, we cannot afford to halt the program. The repercussions are too significant. This is a blow to the television station's reputation. With your extensive connections, you must devise a solution swiftly. Ji Kuan anxiously adds, indeed, Uncle Ma, this cessation of broadcast could lead to monumental embarrassment for me. The station leaders and General Wang are well aware of the stakes. The directive has just been issued, yet there remains room for maneuver. They begin to make calls to seek assistance. However, the responses they receive chill their spirits. Old Wang, I cannot make any decisions on this matter. I can only inquire on your behalf. This is not a decision from the main station. I hear it was a direct order from higher-ups. And I am powerless to intervene. Old Ma, I am somewhat aware of the situation. Do you not think you have overstepped? Do not turn to me for help. I cannot assist you. The group slumps onto the sofa. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes the station leader. To untie the knot, one must seek the one who tied it. Find Subai. Chapter 39. The intentions of various variety shows and the invitation from the main station to seek Subai. Zhang Lei was utterly perplexed. How can we still have the audacity to seek out Subai after offending him to such an extent? Ji Kuan shared the same confusion. Are we really going to beg him to return to the show? That would mean forfeiting our championship. Uncle Ma, old uncle. What good would it do to seek him out? We should be pulling strings to reach the higher-ups. However, Wang, the general manager, had a clearer understanding of the situation. It was evident that someone standing behind Subai was orchestrating this mess. Instead of scurrying around to mend fences, it would be more prudent to confront the source of the issue. Wang's gaze towards the station's leadership was filled with admiration. Brilliant, old Ma. He then chastised his nephew. This is not your place to speak. Heed your Uncle Ma. The station leadership finally made a decision. Xiao Zhang, this matter is entrusted to you. You will personally apologize. As long as you agree to revoke the higher-up's decision, let him set the terms. Zhang Lei blinked innocently, inwardly cursing his luck. Why did all the troublesome matters fall upon him? After having offended Subai so gravely, it was a miracle he didn't get slapped for it. Now, they expected him to ask for assistance? For the sake of his career, Zhang had no choice but to muster his courage. To his dismay, upon making a phone call, he was immediately blocked. In desperation, Zhang reached out to Yangmi, well aware that she had the closest relationship with Subai. Director Yang, I can inquire about this matter for you. I'll update you if there are any developments. With a dismissive laugh, Yangmi hung up. Now you come seeking help? What were you doing when you were causing trouble for him? Good luck waiting for news. Meanwhile, the news of Subai's songs being requisitioned by the state spread throughout the entertainment circle. Numerous television stations and production teams engaged in hushed discussions. Let's invite Subai to our next episode, suggested a member of a production team. But director, we are a lifestyle show. The style doesn't team match. Can't a lifestyle show have some singing? As long as he comes, it's fine. Similar scenarios unfolded across various variety show production teams. In no time, speculation about Subai's identity ran rampant within the industry. It wasn't merely the fact that his songs were requisitioned. The timing of this event was particularly significant. With The Voice suspended and Tianxiang Entertainment under scrutiny, a veil of mystery surrounded Subai. Huang Zhan smiled knowingly upon hearing the news. He remarked to Deng Ziki, "This Subai is quite remarkable. His songs have been sought by the state. You should associate with him more. It will benefit your career." Deng Ziki was equally astonished. Just a few days ago, I was criticized mercilessly, and now everything is flipped? It's truly satisfying. Gold will never be buried. Well done, Teacher Subai. Shortly after, Deng Ziki shared a jubilant expression in their group chat. The actress Heba, currently filming, was elated upon hearing the news. She exclaimed in the chat, "Subai. Well done. He's joining the national team. Let's see who dares to critique him online now." Yangmi added, "Let's see if they have the guts to try." The one at the forefront, Huang Xin, dares not utter a word. He claims Starry Sea is beneath him? Does his platform surpass even that of the central authority? How laughable. What a delightful slap to the face. Subai has also chimed in, expressing gratitude for everyone's support and concern. Yangmi, Subai. Zhang Lei reached out to me. wishing to mediate between you and him, hoping to persuade the higher-ups to retract the suspension of the voice. He has agreed to any conditions. I've told him to await your response. Is the voice truly suspended? What a relief. Humph. Only now does he seek reconciliation? Where was he during the turmoil? Utterly repugnant. Why engage with them? Let them stew in their own consequences. Subai responded with a wave emoji, signaling his stance. By the way, Subai, some say you are the offspring of a certain enigmatic magnate. Is there any truth to this? Perhaps you could lend me a hand. Could the rumors be accurate? Have I truly allied myself with a powerful figure? Subai, I implore you for some unwritten rules. Yangmi, observing the frivolity of certain actresses, retorted, the more they speak, the less decorous they become. Let's converse properly. Subai, is your offer to help me write a song still valid? Subai is no longer the same as before. To request a song, one must now offer remuneration. I'm willing to pay. Subai, when shall we gather? Let's set a date to celebrate. It's on me. Subai was thoroughly engrossed in conversation with several individuals in the group. Yangmi even took the initiative to call Subai. Is Zhonglei truly ignoring you? Subai understood that Yangmi was testing the waters, seeking to discern if he indeed had a mysterious benefactor behind him. Sister me, could you facilitate this? A slap followed by a date, and this matter would be settled? I am not a child. Since you've made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment. I will certainly support you. What are your future plans? Would you consider coming to my company? Given your family's substantial debts, this situation is untenable. Subai paused, contemplating the paths before him. The first option is to sign with an entertainment company, the safest choice, granting access to abundant resources and expediting the accumulation of popularity, however. It comes with numerous restrictions, effectively reducing him to a mere tool of capital. The second option is to strive independently, leveraging his systematic advantages to collaborate with various music platforms. Yet this route is fraught with challenges, demanding immense effort and necessitating confrontation with hostile capital. As he has already offended many, the third option entails not signing personally, but rather signing for his works, retaining autonomy over participation in programs and commercial performances. This would not only alleviate many trivial matters, but also conserve considerable energy, granting him personal freedom. However, for the company, the returns would be limited, making effective control over the artist difficult and hindering long-term brand development. Perhaps he could discuss his thoughts with Yangmi's sister me. I have some ideas of my own. Subai articulated his thoughts. To his surprise, Yangmi, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Subai, for me, this is not a concern at all. We can discuss all the agreements in detail, fully respecting your wishes. The company will only sign your works. Your personal freedom remains intact. Given this, we have come to an understanding. Your song should be registered for copyright while the momentum lasts, and once expenses are deducted, we shall take merely 10%, with the rest belonging entirely to you. 10%. Subai was taken aback. From his understanding, such a generous share was rare in the industry. After all, the promotion of works relies heavily on the company's platform and resources. A 30% cut would be considered modest, as many artists often split profits 50-50. It was fair to say that Yangmi had already been exceedingly generous. Taking no percentage at all was simply unrealistic, for one cannot work without compensation. With the conversation reaching this point, Subai felt it would be unreasonable not to agree. Yangmi continued, when you have time, come by the company to authorize your works. I will also arrange for a manager to assist you, which will alleviate much of your burden. All right, thank you, sister me. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. Within 2 minutes, an unfamiliar number called. Upon checking the area code, Subai realized it was from the capital. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, who is this? May I speak with Teacher Subai? Yes, this is he. Who am I speaking to? I am a staff member from CCTV. Congratulations. Your song Starry Sea and Myriad Lands have been selected as theme songs for the centenary of the founding of the Communist Party. We would like to invite you to participate in the adaptation of the lyrics and music, as well as the recording of the music video, scheduled for 3 days from now. Would that be convenient for you? Of course, it would be an honor. Excellent. Further details will be sent to your phone shortly. Please check for them. Goodbye. This was a splendid opportunity to gain exposure and increase popularity. He simply had to attend. Chapter 40. The businesswoman Tian and Wenjing together they proceeded to the headquarters. Shortly after, Subai received a text message. It contained a detailed address, an invitation, and information about complimentary accommodation and meals. After filling out the necessary details, Subai made a call to Yangmi and then headed to her company. Before leaving, he ensured that a few songs were uploaded promptly. Tian Entertainment Company, top floor office. Yang Mi sat behind her desk, while opposite her sat a well-dressed young woman, who smiled and inquired, "Sister Mi, what brings you to seek me so urgently?" "Wenjing, I understand you've just returned from abroad and should take some time to rest. However, we have a newcomer in the company with several new works that require promotion. The company places great importance on this, and after much consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate." The young woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. "A newcomer? What kind of newcomer has new works right after signing? Besides, what good works can a newcomer possibly have? After my further studies, I aim for a higher starting point and simply do not have the time or energy to cultivate a newcomer. Perhaps you should consider someone else." Tian Wenjing held high aspirations and had encountered many newcomers before. She had grown weary of the current generation, often restless and lacking genuine talent. Unwilling to endure hardship or learn, frequently throwing tantrums and acting entitled. She had lost interest in nurturing such talents. Yang Mi, being a longtime friend, was well aware of her thoughts and temperament. "Wenjing, you've misunderstood. We haven't signed the individual, only their works. We've just negotiated a 9-to-1 split. I merely wish for you to promote the works." Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Tian Wenjing responded incredulously, "Oh, how peculiar. Only signing work, and they're asking for just 1%? It seems they lack confidence in their creations. Sister Mi, have I been away for so long that the company is in such a state? Is this the caliber of work that requires my involvement in its promotion?" Yang Mi recognized that Tian Wenjing had misinterpreted the situation again. The 9% was for the artist, while the 1% was for the company. Tian Wenjing found Yang Mi's words and actions today rather odd and incoherent. "Sister Mi, are you feeling all right? You should take care of your health if you're tired." Tian Wenjing feigned concern. "Enough of that. Don't disguise your criticism. This matter is not something I can explain to you in a short while. Here, listen to these songs. If you find them acceptable, then we can proceed. If you truly have no interest, I want to press you into it." Yang Mi promptly sent Tian Wenjing several links. Tian Wenjing dismissed it lightly. "All right then. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she rose gracefully and departed. Not long after, Su Bai, guided by the receptionist, arrived at Yang Mi's office. "I'm here." "Yes, Sister Mi. I just received a call from the headquarters asking me to come in to discuss modifications to the songs and to record one as well. I wanted to drop by and greet you, and also to ask for your assistance with my songs." Su Bai expressed his gratitude towards Yang Mi. She smiled. "Don't worry about it. I'll handle this small matter for you. But remember, if you have new songs, you mustn't hand them over to other companies. You must prioritize me." Su Bai chuckled. "Rest assured, Sister Mi, I am not a sow from a production team, giving birth one litter after another. I lack such prowess." After exchanging a few more idle remarks, Su Bai prepared to take his leave. Just as he opened the door, a whirlwind of a figure collided with him. From afar, he heard, "Sister Mi, I've taken on this job." Oh dear. The two were caught off guard and stumbled into each other, rubbing his sore forehead. Su Bai finally discerned that the one who bumped into him was a young lady. She too had taken quite a hit. And Su Bai hurriedly extended his hand to help her up, apologizing, "I am truly sorry. What a coincidence." The lady, not one to hold a grudge, responded with an apology of her own. "My apologies. I was walking too hastily." Su Bai stepped aside and departed. The woman was none other than Tian Wenjing, who had just returned. Earlier, out of boredom in the restroom, she had clicked on a link sent by Yang Mi. The first song was Su Bai's Qinghua, and she was utterly captivated within mere lines. With her discerning ear, she recognized the song's exceptional quality. It was destined for greatness. Eagerly, she clicked on the second link. Upon hearing the familiar melody of Fukua, she could no longer maintain her composure. Was this the most popular Mandarin song on YouTube at present? So this was its origin. Halfway through her restroom break, Tian Wenjing abruptly decided to hold it in. Next came Wanjiang, Zhuji Gu, and finally Xingchen Dahai. My heavens, what had she nearly missed? Tian Wenjing, you truly are a fool. She hastily returned to Yang Mi's office, resulting in the earlier scene. "Sister Mi, I've taken on this job." Tian Wenjing panted. "These songs are bound to be hits, even if we only take 10%. It would be more profitable than those taking 70%. Why has such talent been signed directly?" Yang Mi sighed. "If I could have signed him, I would have done so long ago. You needn't remind me." She then recounted Su Bai's situation to Tian Wenjing. "Look, Su Bai just left. You still have time to catch him." Only then did Tian Wenjing recall that the handsome man she had bumped into looked somewhat familiar. "Oh, he is Su Bai? Sister Mi, give me his number. Isn't he headed to Beijing? I shall go too." Tian Wenjing was decisive and highly professional. After quickly familiarizing herself with all of Subai's information, she promptly contacted him. Initially reluctant, Subai found himself swayed by her persuasive words and soon found himself boarding a plane to the capital together. Your trip is a personal choice. You can enjoy the station's complimentary accommodation. If I accompany you, it will be a company matter, so I'll ensure you receive both allowances. How does that sound? With the prospect of enjoying company benefits while simultaneously taking advantage of the station's hospitality, Subai found it impossible to refuse. How delightful. The next morning, Subai and his companion arrived at the station's towering headquarters. Indeed, it was the premier station of Huaxia, an imposing structure. At that moment, the square was teeming with people, lively and bustling. With the anniversary approaching, numerous programs were in preparation. The theme song and MV were merely promotional, alongside various galas, films, and promotional clips, among others. Upon presenting the prepared credentials and completing the registration, the two individuals smoothly entered the building's interior. Staff members were already present on the ground floor to receive them. Following the flow of the crowd, they were ushered into a vast auditorium, which had been designated as a meeting room for a motivational assembly. After the senior leader concluded his address, the allocation of venues and tasks commenced. Along with the assignment of dedicated personnel, Subai found himself assigned to the Music Association. As the large meeting adjourned and they transitioned to a smaller conference room, Subai glanced at the nameplates on the table and smiled. His familiar old rivals were all present. The vice president of the Music Association, Wang Qingsong, the renowned musician, Zhang Weiman, and many who had publicly criticized him online were also in attendance. Well, it seemed these days would not be dull. One could only wonder what new antics would unfold. Fortunately, a longtime acquaintance, the music producer Hu Fei, was also there. Chapter 41, Love and Affection, Step Aside. The meeting was presided over by the esteemed president of the Music Association, accompanied by the deputy director Yuzhen from the main station, Wang Qingsong. A member of the leadership team cast occasional glances towards Subai. A few middle-aged men also directed their attention towards him intermittently. Tian Wenjing quickly grasped the situation. Subai, these old fellows might be plotting against you. We must be cautious and not fall into their traps. With a chuckle, she added, well, being single, I don't mind if it gets a bit messy. I have no concern for appearances. Indeed, Tian Wenjing appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Subai was left speechless, pondering her role as his manager and her true allegiance. Tian Wenjing, unfazed, remarked, they surely won't resort to violence. They'll just hurl a few insults. With your temperament, you won't come out worse for wear. Noticing Subai and Tian Wenjing whispering to each other, Wang Qingsong slapped the table, asserting his authority. I urge certain individuals to maintain decorum, no whispering during the meeting. If this continues, I shall call security to escort you out. Although his words seemed directed at the entire assembly, his unwavering gaze was fixed on Subai. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted towards him. Many who had previously overlooked Subai suddenly recognized him. Ah, this living legend has graced us with his presence. One exclaimed. Who is this person? Another inquired. You don't know him? It's Subai. Since his debut, discussions surrounding him have never ceased. Our Vice President Wang even had a spat with him online. Is that so? This should prove to be entertaining. Will Vice President Wang seize the opportunity to confront him? Shoo, keep your voice down. I've heard this young man has released 2 songs. Though he seems to stir trouble, his luck is undeniably remarkable. Isn't he merely an 8th-place contestant? What real talent does he possess? It's just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Indeed. This is a prestigious venue. Every attendee is a luminary in their own right, seasoned artists all. The government is merely accommodating the aesthetic sensibilities of the youth by incorporating some popular songs into the mix. Just look at those young people in the corner. They certainly stand apart. Ah, the pop selections will only amount to 10 songs, and even among the finalists, some will inevitably be discarded. They must adapt their songs. But how can they make them resemble anything of substance? It's all merely romantic fluff. These are promotional pieces. The primary focus remains the performances by veteran artists. Truly a showcase of seasoned talent, no ambiguity there. Before such a large assembly, Subai refrained from retaliating. Tian Wenjing remarked, they've turned their attention to you so quickly. The speakers seem to focus solely on you. Everyone, please quiet down and refrain from disrupting the meeting. Once the president of the Music Association had outlined the fundamental details, Deputy Director Yu added, first and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all of you for traveling such distances, especially the many young individuals present. To be brief, Our task is to adapt the collected songs to align with the corresponding thematic music videos for promotional purposes. However, time is of the essence, and the workload is substantial. Once the song adaptations are completed, we must also proceed with the filming and production of the music videos. Thus, summoning such industry experts serves to eliminate unnecessary steps, conserve time, and expedite progress, collaboratively determining the arrangement of each song. Should any piece prove unsuitable, it may face rejection, so everyone must prepare themselves mentally. The first song, Youth in Flight by Li Changjiang, shall first be played by the staff, followed by displaying the original score on the large screen. As Director Yu's voice fell, the hearts of the young singers tightened. They had initially believed their song's inclusion was a foregone conclusion, unaware of this additional hurdle. Having already made arrangements and extended invitations, the prospect of being turned away would be utterly humiliating. As the staff completed the playback of the first song, a group of industry experts began to scrutinize the score and offer critiques. Wang Qingsong, as the vice president of the association, was the first to speak. The song is quite commendable. From its title to its lyrics, it essentially meets the thematic requirements, and the melody is rather conventional. My recommendation is to approve it, allowing it to proceed to the MV production stage. Mr. Wang is correct. I concur. I too agree. Agreed. Observing the unanimous approval from the experts, the singer exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from their brow. Finally, it was time for President Mai and Director Yu to cast their votes. All eyes turned toward them. The two exchanged glances, with President Mai stating, "It is standard and without major flaws." Director Yu added, "Unpretentious and straightforward, it can pass." Group Leader Liu, "You are in charge of MV production. What are your thoughts?" Group Leader Liu replied, "This song aligns with one of our themes, so I believe it can be approved." Very well, on to the next. The second song was played and similarly approved. Next came the third piece, titled Her in My Heart, which primarily expresses admiration and love for a partner. Due to its pleasant melody, it could be slightly altered to honor our motherland, elevating its sentiment. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingsong frowned slightly. While the melody was mediocre, the lyrics and title felt rather cliché, steeped in youthful romance. My suggestion is to place it on hold. Ranking it last, we should prioritize songs that align closely with our themes for MV production, and if the lyrics cannot be suitably adapted in time, it will regrettably be passed over. Zhang Weiman quickly chimed in. I concur with Mr. Wang. Our resources should focus on superior songs. I too agree. Agreed. At this juncture, a discordant voice emerged. I believe the intent and emotion of this song are quite appropriate. Relegating it to the end seems rather unjust. The group turned to see music producer Hu Fei, a middle-aged man of average build, wearing glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor. Wang Qingsong responded with displeasure. It is merely a temporary position at the end. If adapted effectively and aligned with the theme, the ranking can be adjusted. Time waits for no one. Opportunities favor the prepared. I find no fault in Mr. Wang's statement. The theme of this song does indeed stray somewhat. Let us expedite its revision. The voices of support primarily belonged to Wang Qingsong's faction. Seeing no allies in his argument, Hu Fei chose to remain silent. Ultimately, the president of the association and Director Yu decided to proceed according to the voting consensus. Time is of the essence. Let us move on to the next song. The forthcoming selections are largely conventional. However, any piece imbued with themes of love and affection is relegated to the end. Even Subai, though somewhat naive, comprehends the underlying dynamics. Each participant presents themselves with an air of sophistication, but it is evident that they are merely laying the groundwork, preparing to scrutinize Starry Sea. He harbors no concerns regarding Boundless Land, as it is difficult to find fault with it. At that moment, it was time for Boundless Land. As anticipated, this song indeed proves to be without discernible flaws. Aside from Zhang Weiman's comment on the female vocal stylings, the others had little to contribute. Now, we move on to the next song, Starry Sea. Chapter 42. Isn't it just an adaptation? How simple. As the melody began to play, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly beautiful." The president of the association, Mai Hui, inquired, "What are everyone's thoughts on this song?" This time, Wang Qingsong did not speak first. Instead, Zhang Weiman, the front-runner, stepped forward. This song follows the same old pattern of love and longing. My suggestion remains consistent. Let it be placed at the end. After Zhang Weiman finished speaking, others quickly chimed in. The lyrics are excessively monotonous, filled with repetitive phrases, offering little room for adaptation. The emotional depth is nowhere near that of the previous songs. How should I put it? The lyrics feel rather hollow, expressing emotions in a vague manner, lacking a grounded sense of reality. I echo teacher Zhang's opinion. Let us set this aside for now and focus on the other excellent pieces. I concur. I share the same sentiment. Witnessing so many experts making unfounded statements, Tian Wenjing's face flushed with indignation. Where is it hollow? Where are the emotions vague? It seems to me these individuals are speaking deliberately. Su Bai sensed the impending outcome and directed his gaze towards the president and others, eager to gauge their thoughts. If they were all in agreement with Wang Qingsong, any resistance he might muster would be futile, prompting him to simply walk away. At that moment, musician Hu Fei spoke up. I hold a differing view. I believe this song is not as terrible as you all claim. The emotional value of the piece is quite high. With proper lyrical adaptation, it could embody a profound theme. Wang Qingsong shot Hu Fei a disdainful glance, retorting, "Little Hu, we must not base our assessments on personal preferences. We need to consider the collective opinion. This is a national selection, and we must be prudent. Our time is limited, and there is no margin for error. It is only natural to allocate resources to mature songs." Hu Fei frowned and replied, "Vice President Wang, what makes you think this song is immature?" Wang Qingsong, taken aback by Hu Fei's boldness in questioning him publicly, suppressed his displeasure and feigned a cordial demeanor as he said, "Isn't it obvious? It's filled with clichés. Take this line, 'Will our love be blown to the sea by the wind, never to return?' What does it even mean? And then this line, 'Every time you walk towards me, telling me of the stars and the sea, will our love guard the sea like the stars?' Do you understand what it conveys? I certainly do not. To put it bluntly, I still fail to comprehend why this song was nominated." Upon finishing his statement, the room fell into stunned silence. Hu Fei was taken aback by Wang Qingsong's harshness and retorted, "Vice President Wang, I am addressing the emotional and thematic aspects of this song. If the lyrics are lacking, they can be revised. Why do you persistently dwell on these trivial details? I suspect you are intentionally targeting this song." Hu Fei's words elicited another wave of gasps from the audience. Many were aware of the animosity between Wang Qingsong and Su Bai. The recently nominated piece, Wanjing, was spontaneously created by Su Bai in a showdown against Wang Qingsong. The outcome was a resounding victory for Su Bai, leaving Wang Qingsong utterly humiliated. It is widely acknowledged that Wang Qingsong's remarks were not aimed at the song itself, but rather at Su Bai. However, this was merely left unspoken. To everyone's surprise, Hu Fei directly exposed the underlying truth, indicating that an exciting spectacle was about to unfold. Noticing the atmosphere in the venue becoming somewhat tense, President Mike quickly intervened, stating, "Well, you all present valid points. Since we are discussing the theme, I would like to hear from the planning team. Team Leader Liu, please share your thoughts on behalf of your colleagues." Team Leader Liu felt a surge of anxiety, wondering why the blame had fallen upon him. In today's climate, expressing any opinion could easily offend someone. Liu's mind raced, and suddenly, he had a stroke of inspiration. "I believe both Teacher Hu and Teacher Wang have made valid points. If the lyrics can be adapted appropriately, the song's theme is quite commendable. However, time is rather limited, and our planning team must prioritize songs that are closer to completion." Upon hearing Liu's words, the audience could not help but applaud. Truly cunning. What he said amounted to nothing. President Mai and Director Yu exchanged helpless glances. Realizing Liu was indeed a seasoned player in this game, it seemed that dealing with offending matters had to be done personally. President Mai then declared, "In that case, we shall assess the situation regarding the adaptations later and place this on hold for now." Hu Fei shook his head inwardly, lamenting how a song with such potential had been tarnished due to personal grudges. This was a national celebration selecting songs, yet it had turned out to be so sordid. To say they would review the adaptations later was, in reality, a death sentence. Adapting lyrics was no simple task. It required meeting various criteria and ultimately passing through discussions, thus leaving the fate in the hands of these individuals, resulting in the same outcome. Su Bai was almost laughing in anger, reflecting on how a once popular song had now been deemed so inadequate in their eyes. The eloquent fade they presented was merely a ruse, and Su Bai was acutely aware of the truth. These individuals were shamelessly duplicitous. They clearly intended to block any progress while providing a semblance of hope, compelling one to exhaust energy on adaptations, only to arrive at the same conclusion. Tian Wenjing was on the verge of voicing her outrage as a prominent agent. Her aesthetic sensibility and insight had always been impeccable. It was unequivocally not the song's fault. She understood the situation all too well. These people were utterly unscrupulous. It was shocking that such a setting could be so murky. Tian Wenjing was indignant. Fortunately, Wanjing had made the shortlist. But bearing the label of being rejected would have immeasurable repercussions on the promotion of Xingqian Dahu and its future endeavors. At that moment, President Mai's voice rang out. If there are no objections, we shall conclude today's meeting here. I hope everyone will cooperate diligently in the ensuing work to deliver a satisfactory report to the nation. Wang Qingsong and his companions looked triumphantly at Hu Fei and Su Bai, preparing to applaud and take their leave. Su Bai could no longer contain himself. Were these old frauds conspiring against him? Wasn't it merely an adaptation? How simple could that be? He raised his hand and spoke up. President Mai, I have something to say. The crowd, just about to applaud and exit, turned their heads at the sound, instantly reveling in schadenfreude. It was none other than Su Bai. Now, there was entertainment to be had. I knew this young man would not be able to hold back. He was certainly not the type to suffer in silence. Indeed, he had already slapped countless faces on Weibo. If he could endure it, he wouldn't be himself. Let us observe the spectacle. The matter is already settled. Mere words will not alter the outcome. This young individual is exceedingly impulsive. Tian Wenjing was taken aback as well and quickly tugged at Su Bai's sleeve, whispering, Su Bai, do not act rashly. Avoid causing a scene in public. If Su Bai were to publicly insult and erupt in anger, he would irrevocably sever his ties with the Mandarin music scene. With Wang Qingsong's capabilities and temperament, it would be a trivial matter for him to accuse Su Bai of disrupting a national celebration, hurling insults at his seniors, and defying the management of the production team. A little media manipulation would spell the end for Su Bai. Thus, when Wang Qingsong and his companions observed Su Bai raising his hand to speak, they felt a sense of anticipation, hoping he would hurl a few insults their way, and it would be even better if he resorted to physicality. Hu Fei was equally startled by Su Bai's demeanor and quickly gestured to him, urging him to remain calm. President Mai was somewhat surprised to see Su Bai raise his hand to speak. Comrade, if you have a question, please proceed. Su Bai stood up, unhurriedly stating, President Mai, may I take a few minutes of everyone's time? Having listened to the opinions of esteemed experts, I have just revised the lyrics. Could the staff assist in projecting them? Chapter 43, On-Site Lyric Modification and Performance, shocking the audience. As Su Bai's voice faded, Tian Wenjing stood beside him, utterly stunned. Just now he had improvised? Without even a piece of paper or a pen, was he conjuring lyrics from thin air? She had already been aware on the journey here that Su Bai had not produced a completed version of his work. Was this mere nonsense? What was Su Bai attempting to achieve? Most attendees had notebooks to jot down meeting notes, while a select few relied on memory. Su Bai was among them. Wang Qingsong and others also recognized this discrepancy. Just now, he had modified the lyrics? Surely, he was deceiving them. It was evident that he had prepared this in advance. If he sought to showcase his talent, then let him project it for all to see. There was no way he could escape scrutiny. Hu Fei, with a face full of anticipation, still acknowledged Su Bai's talent. It seemed he had come well prepared. Among the crowd, only Tian Wenjing felt the utmost tension, fully aware that Su Bai was fabricating. At that moment, the president of the association spoke up. Oh, you have the revised lyrics? Let us see them. Su Bai confidently approached the computer by the large screen, and despite Tian Wenjing's attempts to hold him back, he pressed on. Watching Su Bai's self-assured demeanor, Tian Wenjing wondered if he truly was prepared, or if he had merely been deceiving her during their journey. A staff member reached out, intending to retrieve the lyrics. But Su Bai waved his hand and said, allow me to present. You can type them directly. The staff member paused, then moved a chair to sit down. Ready to transcribe. You are a star in my heart, guiding me forward ceaselessly. It's my dream. It's magic. Dreams bloom across the sky. A century-long journey is not without its trials. At that moment, the crowd realized that Su Bai had not prepared any written text in advance. He was articulating his thoughts on the spot. As he spoke, the staff member was transcribing live. Was this fellow truly improvising? Without paper or pen? Crafting lyrics in his mind? Unthinkable, absolutely inconceivable. Yet, how could they explain the current situation? Any rational individual, having prepared lyrics ahead of time, would surely present meticulously crafted documents to enrich their work and garner the attention and recognition of experts, rather than waiting until faced with criticism before revealing anything. Thus, it was highly likely that Su Bai was indeed composing in the moment. Could it be? Was this fellow genuinely a prodigy? From the moment his song was critiqued to now, how much time had passed? Was such genius truly possible? Hold on, I can improvise too. The quality remains to be seen. Indeed, let us examine the content further. Wang Qingsong and his group felt a twinge of anxiety. Logically, this should have been impossible. They had thought the same just days prior, yet they had been soundly proven wrong by Su Bai. In a mere 5 hours, from challenge to evening performance, a high-level song, Wanjing had emerged, Hu Fei fixated on the large screen, observing as the staff member typed out the lyrics. The esteemed chairman Mai and director, both exceptionally astute individuals, shared a glance of astonishment. Is it truly possible for someone to compose lyrics on the spot? And with such fluidity? Tian Wenjing was utterly dumbfounded. It seemed that Su Bai was indeed drafting in his mind. How remarkable it was, improvised in real time. At that moment, the screen continued to display the lyrics, dictated by Su Bai. All the trials and tribulations are ultimately swept away by the winds, never to return. With youth, I approach you, traversing the vastness of stars and seas. Cloaked in starlight, I strive with all my might. Ambitions unafraid of towering mountains. A century of pride, gazing steadily at this world. Crossing mountains and seas, continuing to write our fervent love, resounding in the era of youth. Upon reading this, the audience was left utterly speechless. Chairman Mai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the lyrics on the screen and at Su Bai, who continued to recite. The simplicity of the lyrics had transformed into a vibrant exuberance of youth. What exquisite lyrics! Director, you could not help but softly recite along. With a fervent heart and passionate blood, we compose brilliance with our youth. So beautifully penned. The vitality of the younger generation had been vividly captured. This was indeed our new Xi'an nation, striving and persevering. I recall the revolutionary predecessors who sacrificed so much. How many of them were young when they fell? Just as the lyrics proclaimed, I rush towards you, symbolizing our shared ideals and the hard-earned new society. This is truly the theme song of our party, forever harboring hope. All the trials and tribulations are ultimately swept away by the winds. Such eloquence evokes an inexplicable emotion. Such profound words draw one into the vast river of history, taking us back to an era of relentless endeavor. Through all the hardships faced, our nation has come so far. At this moment, Su Bai reached the conclusion of his recitation. The blazing star within my heart accompanies me as I bravely forge ahead. The sound of the keyboard ceased, heralding the end of the lyrics. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone present was utterly stunned. Even Wang Qingsong and his old adversaries could not help but admire the brilliance of the lyrics, which seemed to paint vivid imagery. The arduous journey of our party over the years, the sacrifices of our predecessors, all striving towards a common ideal. Some of the older attendees had tears in their eyes. Wang Qingsong and Zhang Weimin exchanged glances, pondering how they could find fault now. In this atmosphere, any attempt to criticize would only solidify accusations against Su Bai. Group leader Lu of the theme planning team was left speechless, suddenly becoming animated. These are the lyrics I sought, perfectly aligning with the MV visuals I have envisioned for so long. Slap. Lu harshly smacked himself across the face. Damn it. I nearly doomed such an exceptional piece of work. Chairman Mai and Director Yu, both exhilarated, turned to Su Bai and asked, Comrade Su Bai, could you perform it live for us? We wish to experience the synergy of the lyrics and melody. Su Bai nodded. Certainly, but without instruments, shall I sing a cappella? There's no need for that. Let us proceed to the studio where the band is already present, and the sheet music is ready for immediate accompaniment. After the director concluded his statement, he signaled to a staff member who promptly hurried away. The crowd rose in unison, a sea of movement toward the studio. Tian Wenjing, now fully aware of the situation, quickly approached Su Bai and whispered, Are you really going to sing? Do you remember the lyrics? If I'm not mistaken, you just improvised that, didn't you? Su Bai shrugged. I suppose I was somewhat coerced into it. Tian Wenjing felt a jolt, although she had suspected as much. Hearing Su Bai admit it was still a profound revelation. He was a genius among geniuses. Many struggle to pen lyrics, akin to a constipated effort. Producing a complete piece is already a feat, let alone crafting words of high caliber, which is as rare as winning the lottery's grand prize. Yet, for him, it seemed as effortless as drinking water. At that moment, Hu Fei joined them. Brother, you've truly opened my eyes on our first encounter. I greatly admire your talent. Su Bai humbly replied, Thank you, my friend, for your kind words. Such generosity deserves recognition, and I shall treat you to a gathering soon. Absolutely. It feels as though we've known each other for ages. Let us make sure to share a drink when we have the chance. Very well. Let us exchange numbers. As they arrived at the studio, the band members were already prepared. The sheet music for Stars in the Sea was also in place. Su Bai took the microphone and walked to the center of the stage, signaling the band to commence. Chapter 44. Achieving Absolute Priority. As the melodious prelude resonated, Su Bai's ethereal vocal prowess enveloped the space. You are a star within my heart, guiding me ceaselessly forward. Forever harboring hope, all the trials and tribulations are ultimately swept away by the winds, never to return, approaching you with youth, traversing the vast starry sea. Oh. As the climax unfolded, a shiver coursed through the audience. Team leader Lou from the planning group clenched his fists in exhilaration. Overwhelmed by the emotion and essence of the performance, it was simply magnificent. The esteemed director and the revered guides sat in the front row, their scalps tingling from the fervor. Memories of passionate years surged forth, a nation once weakened, a century-long journey. This song seemed to encapsulate history, truly transcending both time and space. Old you, we nearly missed something monumental. Indeed, we almost strayed onto another path. They exchanged knowing glances towards Wang Qingsong and his companions. Wang Qingsong sensed their gaze yet feigned ignorance, appearing deeply engrossed in the melody. Hu Fei, unable to contain himself, rose gently, humming along to the rhythm. The newly adapted lyrics, paired with the music, wielded an unparalleled emotional impact. He envisioned the jubilant celebrations following the successful explosion of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. The nation rejoicing as the first artificial satellite ascended. He also glimpsed the dawn of victory, a century of fervent love. At this moment, all of Tian Wenjing's worries dissipated, tears streaming down her face. The live performance, augmented by a professional band, was irresistibly powerful. Just moments ago, she had feared Su Bai might falter with the lyrics. But to her astonishment, he not only recited them flawlessly, but sang with extraordinary prowess, truly a prodigy. Reflecting on Yang Mi's earlier recommendation, she now regretted her initial dismissiveness, nearly missing out on such a remarkable talent. Many older audience members could not contain their tears. In the grand expanse of Huaxia, heroes emerge from every generation, striving for self-reliance, boldly competing to be the best. With unwavering resolve, they shall not be subdued. Long live the great people of Xia. Long live the valiant People's Liberation Army of Xia. Long live the magnificent leader. These were the resounding slogans echoing in the hearts of the elders at this moment. Simultaneously, Su Bai's impassioned singing captivated individuals from various departments nearby. The chief director, Chen Wei, accompanied by his assistant, passed by and noticed a throng hurrying towards the studio, perplexed by their lack of diligence. What could draw them away from their work? It seemed someone was performing in the studio. Chen Wei felt a twinge of irritation. Having just concluded a meeting and assigned tasks, shouldn't they be fervently engaged in their responsibilities? What audacity allowed someone to commandeer resources for singing at such a time? His discontent mounting, Chen Wei proceeded towards the studio with his assistant. Upon reaching the entrance, he found himself at a pause between climaxes. The stirring music piqued his curiosity instantly. Stealthily entering the studio, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. An ocean of people filled the space, every inch occupied by those engrossed in the performance. Everyone stood as if bewitched, motionless and silent, with only the music drifting through the air. After a brief interlude, Su Bai's soaring notes in the second climax resonated throughout the auditorium. With unwavering anticipation, all the hardships and setbacks were ultimately swept away by the winds, never to return. Carrying the essence of youth, I journeyed towards you, traversing the vast expanse of stars and seas. Oh, the fervent heart beats passionately, weaving brilliance with youthful exuberance. Without hesitation, I rushed towards you, crossing the cosmic ocean. Oh, the emotionally charged melody abruptly ceased, plunging the venue into profound silence. A couple of soft notes concluded the performance. The blazing star in my heart accompanied me bravely onward. As the music came to an end, there was no lingering sentiment, no endless delay, simply a clean and decisive finish. The audience remained in utter stillness, while the band members heaved with emotion, unable to regain their composure. The song was utterly captivating, with wave after wave of climactic intensity crashing upon the soul and mind, deeply moving. Chen Wei stood at the entrance, profoundly shaken by Su Bai's voice. This song is so evocative. Chen Wei felt countless heart-stirring images flash before his eyes, inspiration overflowing. Xiaozhang, go find out who this is. What song is this? Is it the theme song for the MV? Assistant Xiaozhang was jolted back to reality by Chen Wei's voice and hurried to inquire with the staff. At that moment, someone began to applaud, followed by a tidal wave of fervent clapping. Ding. Gain 10 popularity points. Ding. Gain 10 popularity points. Ding. Gain 10 popularity points. Fantastic. What a performance. Can anyone tell me what this song is? It's so beautiful. This is Starry Sea, a well-known piece online, albeit a revised version. Is this really an internet song? This is an internet song. I love it. I'm going to search for the original. Director Mai and director Yu had red-rimmed eyes, profoundly moved. They expressed their sentiments, saying, "A surge of emotions, truly inspiring. The adaptation is remarkable. This is precisely the thematic song we need. I never imagined a pop song could convey such a strong sense of patriotism. What an eye-opener." At that moment, Chinwei approached, guided by his assistant. "Director Chin, what brings you here?" Director Mai, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, greeted him politely. He was the head of the entire anniversary celebrations artistic program. Despite Yujin being the deputy director, the difference was vast. There were numerous deputy directors responsible for various categories, but there was only one main director, Chinwei, standing before them. "Director Mai, I was drawn here by the music. What on earth is going on? Could you explain it to me?" Director Mai quickly elucidated the situation to Chinwei. Upon learning that such a song had been relegated to the end and nearly cut, Chinwei was filled with indignation. In the presence of so many onlookers, it was not appropriate to express frustration. Fortunately, the outcome remained favorable, averting any significant blunders. This song has been designated as the top priority, and in 3 days, I hope to witness the completion of the music video. Can this be accomplished? I assure you that the task will be fulfilled. As Subai descended the stage amidst the crowd's gaze, he was promptly approached by President Ma and Director Yu, accompanied by Team Leader Liu. "Subai, we have unanimously approved this song. It is our foremost priority. Team Leader Liu, make every effort to ensure the final product is ready in 3 days." As specifically instructed by the leadership, Team Leader Liu was taken aback. Leadership? Who else could command such respect from these two? He quickly responded, "I will return to make preparations immediately." From a distance, Wang Qingsong observed the entire scene, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that not only would Su Bai's work remain intact, but it would also ascend to the highest priority. Truly, it was a case of failing to steal the chicken and losing the rice. Zhang Weiman scoffed, muttering a few curses under his breath as he departed in frustration. Meanwhile, Tian Wenjing and Hu Fei were filled with exhilaration. A song that had nearly been eliminated had miraculously risen to the top priority, with resources entirely redirected towards it. In the span of merely half an hour, this remarkable feat was accomplished by none other than Subai. For the following 3 days, Subai immersed himself in the planning team. Chapter 45. Recording complete. Effects maximized. The director's dilemma of Shangenling in the recording studio, as Subai concluded the final lyric. The theme music video for Starry Sea reached its perfect finale. Team leader Liu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found himself at a loss for words. The staff, having endured 3 days of relentless work, exchanged relieved smiles upon witnessing the finished product. It was unexpected that teacher Subai not only excelled in singing but also possessed unique insights into the production of the music video. Perhaps art is indeed universal. Teacher Subai's artistic prowess is truly remarkable. The suggestion of the boy turning around brought tears to my eyes. This has been the best music video I have ever participated in throughout my career. The song aligns seamlessly with the theme, creating an immersive audiovisual experience that stirs emotions, evoking tears and igniting a passionate fervor. This theme music video is destined for immense success. Team leader Liu carefully stored the USB drive and addressed the group, saying, "All right. The work ahead is both significant and demanding. Time waits for no one. Let us swiftly move on to the next theme." Turning to Subai, he added, "Teacher Subai, please take a moment to rest in the next room while I present the finished product for the leader's review. If all goes well, this song will be approved, and we can begin planning for your next piece, Wanjing. Thank you, and please carry on." After exchanging a few courteous words, Team leader Liu departed with the USB drive. Shortly thereafter, President Ma and Director Yu arrived to view the completed video. "Team leader Liu, you have worked tirelessly." They quickly connected the computer and projected it onto the screen. As the familiar music resonated, a profound sense of history enveloped the audience. The scene transported us back to the early days of the party's founding, a time of immense struggle, where darkness was met with perseverance, and faith in the light ahead remained unwavering. As the lyrics proclaimed, the century-long journey was anything but smooth. The screen unfolded with a tapestry of blood and fire, a poignant narrative of revolutionary ancestors who sacrificed their lives, their spirits eternally hopeful despite the daunting future. The camera then panned out to reveal a battlefield strewn with ruins, a testament to the trials faced for the sake of a brighter tomorrow, each hardship ultimately swept away by the winds of time, merging into the river of history. When the lyrics sang of walking towards you with youth, crossing the starry sea, a pair of shackled, tender yet weathered feet emerged on screen. Blood-stained soles and tattered pant legs met the cold, unyielding stone path. The steps were slow, yet remarkably resolute and steady. The scene shifted to reveal a scarred young face. Walking calmly under the guns of reactionary soldiers, eyes firmly fixed ahead. In a moment before his execution, the boy turned to face the viewer, undaunted, filled with a yearning for light, without a trace of hesitation. Witnessing this, tears flowed freely from the audience. The scene transitioned to the inaugural consultative conference of the party, heralding the establishment of the new summer nation, a vibrant and hopeful era. Yet, those ancestors gradually faded into the annals of history. The screen continued to showcase one significant achievement after another from modern history. The successful detonation of the atomic bomb ignited a wave of jubilation across the nation. For the people of the Summer Kingdom have finally stood tall with pride. The advent of manned spacecraft and satellite launches has stirred the hearts of the populace. Filled with fervent passion, hosting the Olympics showcased the splendor of the Summer Kingdom to the world as the younger generation tirelessly strives, crafting brilliance with their youth. Ultimately, the majestic military honor guard made its appearance, solemn and dignified, while the square resonated with the thunderous sound of cannon fire, fully igniting the emotions of the citizens. Tears streamed silently down the faces of all present. The journey of our party has been fraught with challenges and tribulations. Then, a song resounded, "I come to you," crossing the vastness of stars and seas. The imagery depicted the younger generation bravely striving forward, Olympic athletes racing on the field, bringing glory to the nation, and achieving honor after honor. This reflects the youth's deep love for their motherland and their heartfelt homage to the revolutionary ancestors who sacrificed their lives a century ago. Traversing the expanse of history, crossing the celestial seas, our aspirations have never been confined to mere land. Our true destination lies within the vast cosmos. We labor for the strength and prosperity of our nation. Ancestors, this prosperous era is as you wished. In conclusion, 2 lines of soft singing accompanied the fluttering red flag in the morning sun. The audience, each and every one, had red-rimmed eyes, tears flowing freely. Several minutes passed before the crowd regained their composure, rising to applaud. My goodness, it was utterly explosive. Words fail to convey the depth of my emotions. I was overwhelmed with tears. Old Lou, you have truly progressed. You have presented a magnificent gift to our party. The thematic arrangement is nothing short of masterful. I must commend you to the leadership. Lou, the team leader, humbly replied, "Leader, I cannot claim all the credit. The contributions of teacher Sue Bai are indispensable." Old Lou, do not be modest. Sue Bai's singing is indeed remarkable. But the brilliance of the MV's production is a credit to you and your planning team. Do not shy away from it. Leader, I am referring specifically to the filming of the MV. Teacher Sue Bai contributed significantly. The team leader, Mai, and several others were puzzled, wondering if Sue Bai was merely a singer. Could he also be involved in MV production? This seemed an entirely different discipline. Although skeptical, they noted that Lou's earnestness seemed genuine. Are you saying Sue Bai participated in the production of your MV? Indeed, the most poignant scene, depicting the brave sacrifice of young predecessors, was suggested by Sue Bai. Ma was utterly astonished, recalling that very moment which had resonated deeply with him. Especially the final glance that brought him to tears. Director Yu was equally stunned. That scene of the young predecessor was indeed the heart of the entire MV. Serving as a bridge, profoundly moving. The brilliance of this scene was unexpectedly crafted by the hands of the seemingly inexperienced Sue Bai. Such talent is remarkable. It is often said that art is interconnected, and this instance bears witness to that truth. Who would have imagined that Sue Bai, at such a young age, possessed such profound insight? We have underestimated the capabilities of these younger generations. The waves of the Yangtze River push the preceding waves forward. Talents emerge across the generations, each leading the way for centuries. We should indeed lend an ear to the voices of the youth. I propose that the image of the young one's glance be used as the cover for the promotional film. I concur. I too am in agreement. Let us convene a report with Director Chen and, in the process, present our achievements to him. We gather on the 2nd floor, in the office of the Chief Director. Inside, there is a desk and a small conference table, facing a large LCD screen meant for reviewing scripts. When several of us arrived, a number of assistant directors were already seated, engaged in discussions regarding their respective projects. A middle-aged man, wearing a flat cap, grimaced and addressed Director Chun, saying, "Director Chun, you must support me regarding the interlude for Shangenling. There is simply no suitable option available in the market, and the film's promotional release is imminent. I am on the verge of despair. What use is it to come to me? I have numerous matters to attend to daily. Can I manage everything? Look. They are still queuing up. Now go on. find a way yourself. Upon noticing the arrival of Chairman Ma and others, Chun Wei began to usher people out. The middle-aged man, infuriated, dragged a chair to the entrance and sat defiantly, behaving like a petulant child. The other assistant directors found the scene unbearable. This rogue was indeed wasting everyone's time. Chun Wei, at a loss for a solution, remarked, "Old Qin, do not act childishly with me. There are so many matters at hand. I will give your issue some consideration. How about this, Chairman Ma?" Surprised that he had any involvement, Chairman Ma promptly responded, "You, from the Music Association, have brought many seasoned artists, have you not? Organize a meeting and have them compose a film interlude for Old Qin. With so many esteemed experts in the music field, it should be a simple task, wouldn't you agree, Old Qin? This should suffice, no?" Chapter 46, a promotional MV shot like this. Are you trying to exhaust us? Director Qin finally rose, shifting the chair that blocked the door, yet remained rooted to the spot. "All right, I shall wait here. Your reputation, Chun Hu, is indeed thunderous. Do not attempt to deceive me. Chairman Ma, you all seem busy. Once you are done, let us depart together." Chun Wei felt a wave of frustration. It was only because Qin was an old classmate that he dared to act so unruly. Choosing to ignore him, he turned to Chairman Ma and inquired, "Chairman Ma, what can I assist you with? I shall prioritize your needs, and afterward, I will ensure this young man is taken away." Chairman Ma handed over a USB drive. "Director Chun, this is the completed piece you requested. As per your requirements, it was finished within 3 days, and today marks the 3rd day. Please take a look. Oh, is this the theme MV for Stars and Sea? Let us see it immediately." As soon as Chun Wei finished speaking, a staff member took the USB drive and approached the computer. The other assistant directors seated nearby exhibited mild discontent at Chairman Ma's interruption, while also harboring curiosity. After all, it was merely a promotional MV. Why was Director Chen so invested? At that moment, the lights dimmed, and the large screen began to showcase the Stars and Sea MV. After just a few lines of lyrics, everyone was astounded. As the song progressed to its climax, Director Qin stood up in shock. Could a mere promotional MV possess such caliber? The song resonated perfectly with the theme. The voice was so compelling, the lyrics exceptional, truly uplifting. How splendid it would be if his own film could boast such a cohesive song. Hope ignited within Director Qin. This was a creation from Chairman Ma and his team, indicating that these seasoned artists still had much to offer. His film held promise. It seemed his earlier stubbornness had paid off. He was determined to persuade Chairman Ma to organize a focused creative meeting. Chun Wei had already prepared himself. His intuition suggested that this song, paired with the right theme, would shine brilliantly. Yet, today's final product exceeded his expectations. Old Yu and Old Ma were indeed remarkable, showing significant improvement. The assistant directors were equally astounded. Their mouths agape. Was the quality of this thematic MV truly so elevated? Was it necessary to be so meticulous for a mere promotional piece? Would this not render their own skills inadequate? After viewing this peripheral promotional film, would the audience not be met with an overwhelming contrast when they attended the formal gala? Ah, Old Yu. As the MV continued, the small calculations in everyone's minds gradually dissipated, deeply affected by the emotions conveyed. Director Qin could no longer contain himself, tears cascading down his cheeks. The other assistant directors were not faring much better, their eyes reddening as tears flowed freely. As the well-traveled and experienced director, Chun Wei ultimately succumbed to the tide of emotion, allowing tears to pool in his eyes. At last, the MV concluded. The staff, still enveloped in the atmosphere from earlier, momentarily forgot to turn the lights back on. After a prolonged silence, Chun Wei was the first to emerge from the emotional haze. "President Ma and Lao Yu, your work is truly commendable. It has opened my eyes to the extraordinary potential of a music video. This sets a remarkable precedent for everyone. Let us offer them a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. Chun Wei took the lead, and everyone joined in the applause. "Lao Yu, while you have set a fine example, you have also placed considerable pressure on us. When I encounter difficulties, I expect you to lend a guiding hand. Lao Ma, you seasoned artists are genuinely impressive. Your skills in lyricism and composition are remarkable, sure to attract a multitude of young, patriotic enthusiasts. I had thought that veteran artists only performed songs from bygone eras, yet here you are, brimming with youthful vigor. President Ma, Lao Yu. Director Qin just mentioned that you must assist me in composing a theme song for Shangenling." Listening to the praises, President Ma felt both delighted and somewhat embarrassed. These lyrics and melodies were not crafted by seasoned artists but by a young lad in his 20s. Not only did he write the song, but but he also contributed creatively to the MV production. President Ma, eschewing the desire for personal acclaim, divulged the truth. The crowd was left astonished. "Are you saying a newcomer wrote this? You must be jesting," exclaimed one. "And he was involved in the creative process for the MV? Is this for real, President Ma? You certainly have a knack for humor. I believe I've heard this song before. Wasn't it sung by a contestant named Subai? My son often howls it in his room. I think it's this very song. Is that true? Are the youth today truly this talented?" President Ma affirmed. "This young man is indeed exceptional, with a high artistic caliber. He has been selected for 2 songs this time." 2 songs? What is the other one? It is titled WNGing, and it has recently gained significant popularity. Upon hearing this, several assistant directors were once again taken aback. WNGing? Are you certain these 2 songs are performed by the same individual? The styles are vastly different. Ah, so this song is also sung by him? I particularly adore it. Its grandeur and sweeping imagery are truly captivating. My son is fond of this song as well. I had no idea the original artist was present. I shall make it a point to visit him and request an autograph for my son. Old Wang, I suspect you are the one desiring the autograph. Just admit it. There is no need to hide behind your son's name. You're just too concerned about appearances." At that moment, Director Chin, who had been waiting at the door, could no longer contain himself. He seized President Ma's sleeve, exclaiming, "President Ma, time waits for no one. It's clear to me that your association is brimming with talent. Let us call them together for brainstorming. I've already reserved a studio for us. Let us go now." Without waiting for President Ma's consent, Director Chin pulled him towards the exit. Hey, Director Chin, slow down. I never said I wouldn't help you. Just let me make a quick phone call. Everyone is already on standby. Don't rush me. I'm not as spry as I used to be." The crowd watched Director Chin's enthusiastic departure with amusement, chuckling as they bid farewell. President Ma made a phone call, and before long, the studio was bustling with people, including the band. Director Chin was thoroughly satisfied with the arrangement. In this gathering of venerable artists, there is a palpable urgency. If the film's accompanying melody is not crafted today, none shall depart these premises. In a corner, Subai and Tian Wenjing have also received the summons and hastened to join. Hu Fei occupies a seat nearby, though the assembly is not yet complete. Discussions have already commenced. Why has Director Mai called us here with such fervor? I still have tasks at hand. Indeed, our group is on the verge of finalizing the lyrics for our adaptation. I have heard that it is for a promotional film, personally overseen by the director, who claims our abilities are commendable. Is that so? Then I must ensure I make a notable impression. Do refrain from self-indulgence, given your current skill. You wouldn't be able to produce something in a night, let alone a month. Quite right, especially for a film with a specific theme. Even crafting an interlude is immensely challenging. In the rear corner, Tian Wenjing and Hu Fei engage in their own conversation. Professor Hu, do you believe it is feasible to compose a satisfactory interlude in a single evening? Hu Fei shook his head, responding, for an individual, it is quite difficult. However, with so many seasoned artists and professionals present, collaboration could yield fruitful results. If we pool our talents, producing several patriotic songs should pose no significant challenge. Yet, we remain unaware of the film's theme. It would be prudent to view the original footage. Upon uttering this, Hu Fei and Tian Wenjing exchanged glances, turning their attention to Subai, who was dozing off. This fellow had indeed composed a high-quality song in just 5 hours before. Yet this particular theme diverged greatly from Subai's usual style. Without having experienced that era and lacking the requisite accumulation of emotion, it would be impossible to evoke such sentiments. Just then, Director Mai's voice resonated through the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's gathering is to compose an interlude for a promotional film. Let us first view the movie. Chapter 47, The Arrival of Leaders. The observation of old heroes and Wang Qingsong's thoughts as the lights dimmed, the large screen in the distance began to showcase the film Shanghanling. This cinematic masterpiece recounts a tale that is all too familiar to us, centered around the 8th Company of a certain regiment of the Volunteer Army. It vividly portrays their steadfast defense of the Shanghanling position under extreme adversity, scarcity of food and water, coupled with relentless bombardments from the enemy. The soldiers, overcoming unimaginable hardships, displayed indomitable will and fearless sacrifice, repelling countless enemy assaults and ultimately securing victory in the battle. A poignant interlude unfolds within this narrative. In a desperate attempt to evade enemy artillery, the soldiers resort to tunnel warfare. After a series of grueling confrontations, they teeter on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed by injuries. In this most agonizing and helpless moment, Wang Cheng's sister, Wang Lan, serving as a medic, is called upon to sing a song that would rekindle the soldiers' morale and their resolve to defend their homeland. However, this segment has yet to be filmed due to the absence of an appropriate song. As the film concluded, the auditorium was enveloped in a profound silence, resonating with the emotional weight of the volunteer army's tenacity. Particularly moving was the scene in the tunnels where, in a moment of dire thirst, the soldiers shared their apples, prompting tears from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pool our collective creativity tonight and strive to produce a remarkable piece. The band instructor is here with us, so let us not tarnish the reputation of our association. Should anyone or a small team present a fitting work, Director Chen's crew will bestow a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Now, let us invite Director Chen to share a few words. Please give him a warm welcome. As Mai Huichang concluded his remarks, the auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Director Chen wore a face of discontent, inwardly lamenting, "Did I ever promise you a cash reward? By saying this, you've put me in a difficult position." Yet, with the matter having been raised, he could not renege on his word. "I sincerely thank everyone for taking the time to assist our crew. I assure you that the promised cash reward will be fulfilled, and I will also cover tonight's supper. Now, I hand the floor over to you all. Once again, thank you." With Director Chen's words, the auditorium buzzed with activity. Only Subai remained dozing off. He had stayed up late the previous night, recording the program, and had not closed his eyes since. Tian Wenjing, aware of Subai's exhaustion, restrained her urge to disturb him, even though she was eager to witness his talent. As a musician, everyone yearned to showcase their prowess. And Hu Fei fell deep into contemplation. Not far away, Zhang Weiman covertly scrutinized Subai's every move. Upon noticing Subai dozing, an idea sparked within him. "Teacher Wang, look at Subai. While everyone else is engaged in creation, he is merely napping. He must be ill-equipped to handle a song of this nature." Huang Xian chimed in. "It would be remarkable if he could. After all, how old is he? Such cultural depth is beyond him. Without having endured those arduous years, he simply cannot produce anything worthwhile." Zhang Weiman, with ulterior motives, remarked, "Isn't he the one hailed as a musical prodigy? He made quite a splash a few days ago, embarrassing us. I shall recommend him later and relish seeing how he handles it." "Impressive, old Zhang. You masterfully orchestrate the art of subtle sabotage. Let us proceed with this plan. I'll be right beside you, fanning the flames." Wang Qingsong remained silent, merely smiling in acquiescence before turning his thoughts to his song. This genre was precisely his forte. Revolutionary songs, classic melodies, patriotic anthems, he had crafted countless pieces. The task of weaving them together to create a new composition was a mere trifle for him. As the vice president of the Music Association, Wang Qingsong was determined to secure this honor, not merely for the modest prize of 100,000 yuan, but for the sake of his reputation and prestige. This was a national promotional film, and claiming this interlude would significantly enhance his standing and popularity. At this moment, he had already penned over half of the lyrics. His speed astonishing. It is often said that literary figures hold a certain disdain for one another, outwardly polite and cheerful, yet inwardly competitive. Thus, whether among the seasoned artists or the emerging musicians present, a subtle rivalry brewed beneath the surface. A few who shared a closer rapport formed an informal alliance, preparing to share in the glory of this endeavor. Observing the lively atmosphere, Chairman Mai felt quite satisfied, turning to Director Chen with a grin. "What do you think?" "Director Chen, our team is putting in the effort, wouldn't you agree?" Director Chen mirrored his satisfaction, sensing that the day's tensions could soon dissipate. "Chairman Mai, once this flurry of activity subsides, let us find an opportunity to gather properly. I shall host." "Haha, certainly, certainly." At that moment, Director Chen's phone rang. "All right, I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, he exchanged brief farewells with Chairman Mai and the others before hastily departing. Time flew by, and soon more than an hour had passed. The doors of the studio swung open, with Director Chen leading the way respectfully, followed by several elderly gentlemen clad in vintage green military uniforms, their chests adorned with numerous medals of honor. Despite their advanced age, their strides remained steady, exuding an aura of formidable presence. They were clearly veterans who had weathered the storms of battle. To the left of the old warriors stood Chief Director Chen Wei, while a middle-aged man, the Deputy Director Liu Zhibin, accompanied him on the right, trailed by various channel directors and other dignitaries. The impressive assembly sent ripples of understanding through the crowd in the studio, instantly heightening their tension. Look at those esteemed veterans. 2 first-class merit medals, 3 second-class, and several third-class ones. My goodness, It is said that third-class honors are awarded standing, second class while reclining, and first class are received by family members. These veterans are living legends, akin to gods of war. Incredible. The glimmering medals on their chests dazzled the onlookers. Such heavyweight figures. Just look at how many high-ranking officials from the main station are in attendance, with the deputy director personally accompanying them, adopting a remarkably humble demeanor. Could it be that they have come to listen to us compose? It seemed likely, considering the veterans had suggested they were veterans of the Korean War. Here to hear the interlude of Shangyeonling. With so many leaders present, I must showcase my abilities and perform well. Brother, what do you think of my composition? I would appreciate any feedback. Brother Wang, what do you think of my song? At that moment, Chenwei led a group of people to take their seats in the front row. Director Chin, understanding the situation, took up the microphone and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the leadership has placed great importance on our film score and has taken time out of their busy schedules to attend. We are also honored to have several veteran heroes among us. If anyone has remarkable works to share, please feel free to present them. Additionally, we are accompanied by several national treasures of singers who will perform live, and we will collectively vote to select the best song. Furthermore, beyond the promised prize of 100,000 yuan, the rights to the chosen song will be purchased by the state, with the specific price determined by the quality of the work. Let's give a warm welcome to our esteemed leaders and veteran heroes. Director Chin led the applause, and the sound of clapping thundered through the venue, echoing endlessly. Below the stage, Wang Qingsong could barely contain his joy. The presence of so many influential figures presented a magnificent opportunity for recognition. He felt a profound confidence in his creation, as he was undeniably among the elite in terms of talent, especially since this genre was tailor-made for him. Wang Qingsong could already envision his song being performed, the audience's admiration filling the air. Veterans moved to tears, leaders exchanging handshakes, reporters clamoring to cover the story, and himself receiving both the prize and royalties. It was truly a prospect of both fame and fortune. Oh, someone has already prepared the score. Please have the staff bring it up. Chapter 48, Live Performance Subai, Do Not Slumber, What of Your Creation? As the host's voice reverberated, a staff member hurriedly presented the score of an esteemed artist. The band conductor and national team vocalist perused the manuscript, marking the initial phase of selection. Should the work fall short, the opportunity for performance would be forfeited entirely. The elderly artist seated below radiated palpable tension, akin to a condemned soul awaiting judgment, fidgeting restlessly. Moments later, after the jury's evaluation, the piece garnered preliminary approval, meeting the performance standards. The ultimate judgment, however, was entrusted to the audience, a rule that bore a semblance of fairness. The artist exhaled a sigh of relief, fearing a complete disqualification would be a dire embarrassment, especially for one of his stature within the industry. Suddenly, stirring music erupted, filling the studio with a rousing anthem. The seasoned national singer effortlessly rendered this symphonic classic. One must concede, the veteran artist's recent composition was surprisingly commendable, invigorating enough to kindle the fighting spirit within the warriors. As the performance concluded, the studio erupted in enthusiastic applause. Director Chin, exhilarated, felt fortunate to have enlisted the help of President Ma. The quality of the first piece was already promising, with many more esteemed artists yet to follow. Vice President Wang Qingsong, a luminary in the field, piqued Director Chin's anticipation for his contribution. Wang displayed an air of confidence, suggesting he was well prepared. The leaders in the front row were clearly captivated, recognizing the rarity of such a fine song. However, a few veterans appeared somewhat indifferent, possibly due to their familiarity with similar songs, rendering them less impactful. The audience buzzed with commentary. Old Rin possesses commendable skill and audacity, daring to be the first to present his song, remarkable courage. Indeed, admirable. Alas, I have struggled in silence, unable to produce even a whisper. What a splendid opportunity to shine. Me too. I had composed half a piece, but with so many leaders present, my nerves obliterated my creativity. Look, old Lu has raised his hand as well. Oh, even he is ahead of my elder. Our team must hasten. With the initial encouragement, submissions began to flow in. Yet, contrary to expectations, the quality dwindled after the first few commendable pieces. Over half of the submissions failed to pass even the initial screening, disqualifying them from performance. A wave of despondency swept through many participants. Director Chin, initially brimming with confidence and high hopes, found his spirits plummeting as the number of rejected works escalated. Thankfully, Wang Qingsong remained. The leaders below began to shift uncomfortably, shaking their heads slightly. At that moment, the steadfast Wang Qingsong rose slowly. He knew his moment had arrived. As the quality of others' works faltered, the collective disappointment would only serve to highlight the excellence of his own creation, and he had been patiently awaiting this opportune moment. Look, President Wang is making his move. Teacher Wang has taken the stage. Observing his confident demeanor, one could be assured that his work would be nothing short of exceptional. Indeed, who could he be but a seasoned artist? Such themes are effortlessly conjured by Master Wang. Director Qin, seated among the audience, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he beheld Wang Qingsong's display, his anticipation mounting. Finally, Master Wang revealed his creation. The leaders in the front row wore expressions of delight. With Master Wang's grand entrance, it was certain that the quality of his work would be unparalleled. Esteemed artists like him value their reputation, seldom revealing their creations unless they are masterpieces. Ultimately, the initial screening personnel nodded in approval as they admired Wang Qingsong's work. Offering their commendations, the orchestra was poised to perform. The auditorium buzzed once more with discussion. Master Wang remained composed. It appeared yet another exquisite piece was at hand. This time, he would certainly bask in the limelight. Old Wang, you must treat us if you win the prize. It is a must. Nearby, Zhang Weiman and others began to lavish praise upon Wang Qingsong, showering him with compliments. Wang Qingsong reveled in their admiration, buoyed by their flattery. He relished this feeling of respect and adulation. Indeed, as the national team's singer performed, the song garnered unanimous acclaim. Remarkable. The composition Onward is splendidly written, inspiring vigor. It stirs within me a fervor. Were I on the battlefield, I would wield a kitchen knife and charge forth. By heavens! It makes me yearn to return to those days and confront the enemy. A song that ignites such passion within me. The audience's response was not merely favorable. Leaders also rose to applaud. The previously reserved veteran nodded frequently, finally expressing his approval. Director Qin was elated. The film's accompanying piece had finally found its place. In a corner, Tian Wenjing observed Wang Qingsong and his companions with a tinge of envy, disdainfully muttering, small-minded individuals reveling in their success. Hu Fei chuckled, shaking his head. This girl certainly spoke her mind. He was aware that Tian Wenjing still harbored resentment over their previous encounter. Little Tian, let bygones be bygones, but regarding this song, it is indeed commendable. My own work hasn't even had the chance to be showcased, and among the pieces presented, this one is of the highest quality. Hu Fei spoke candidly, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment. Tian Wenjing remained unimpressed, unable to tolerate his demeanor. After speaking, she glanced at Su Bai, who seemed nearly drooling with sleep, and irritably patted his shoulder. Hey, are you still dozing? It's almost over. Su Bai, stirred by her voice, slightly opened his eyes, appearing dazed. At that moment, the host prepared to conclude, asking for silence. Are there any additional works to be presented? If not, we shall proceed to the award and signing ceremony. Just then, a voice rang out. I believe someone deserves a chance to showcase their work. The crowd turned to see it was Zhang Weiman. The host and leaders in attendance were intrigued, pondering the implications of his statement. Who was he referring to? Zhang Weiman desired precisely this effect, continuing, although the individual I recommend is a newcomer, his creative talent is on par with that of seasoned artists. Since his debut, he has produced numerous high-quality original works. Curiosity enveloped the crowd. Who could this be? Some seemed to comprehend, their eyes scanning the venue for Su Bai's presence. Zhang Weiman pointed to the corner where a bewildered Su Bai was situated, exclaiming, I am referring to Su Bai. A chorus of gazes swiftly turned towards him. Observing Su Bai's disheveled state, freshly awakened, some couldn't help but chuckle. He just woke up, and there's drool at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Weiman, with a mischievous glint, seemed to revel in the moment, as Su Bai clearly appeared unprepared, having just roused from slumber. Was this not an attempt to embarrass him publicly? While Su Bai possessed undeniable talent, the theme at hand was not particularly aligned with the interests of the youth, hence his prolonged slumber. Laughter erupted, as if the intent was indeed to humiliate him. Tian Wenjing's expression darkened, anger flaring within her. This individual was clearly stirring trouble, openly aiming to put Su Bai in an uncomfortable position. The host, intrigued, noted that someone had made a recommendation, suggesting there must be merit behind it, and thus inquired, Esteemed teacher, might you have a suitable work to present? At this point, Su Bai was thoroughly awake. So, I was merely resting in the corner. And trouble comes from above, does it? I had no intention of engaging in your affairs, yet here I am, seemingly inviting trouble. Chapter 49, My Motherland, a most potent battle hymn. At this moment, Huang Xin also began to chatter excitedly. This esteemed teacher Su Bai is truly remarkable. His widely circulated piece, Wanjiang, is a testament to his talent. For this theme song solicitation, he has not one but two original compositions to present. Such a gifted individual must surely contribute to the nation's endeavors. Shall we allow him to showcase his prowess? Upon hearing this, many began to cheer in agreement. So it is he who sang Wanjiang. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Who would have thought to encounter the man himself? Let us have a performance. Teacher Su Bai, please grace us with your talent. Director Qin in the audience suddenly recalled who Su Bai was. Just moments ago, he had watched the theme MV for Starry Sea, only to have forgotten about it in an instant. This young man is undeniably a prodigy, but can he truly compose such songs? Several leaders present had heard Wanjiang, and they were taken aback to discover that the creator was so youthful. Most of those aware of the rivalry between Wang Qingsong and Su Bai were merely spectators, eager for entertainment. Su Bai's style seemed utterly incompatible with the theme, without the depth of life experience and the unique sentiments of the era. Such compositions would be unachievable. Clearly, Su Bai shared this sentiment. His disheveled state upon waking indicated his resignation. Hu Fei and Tian Wenjing, filled with indignation, were tugging at Su Bai, urging him to leave. What kind of people are these? Are they deliberately trying to make a fool out of him? Such a small-minded approach for a music association. Su Bai glared at Zhang Weimin and the others, seething with anger. You wish to undermine me? You are woefully underprepared. I come equipped with an entire archive of past works, and you think you can challenge me? Su Bai patted Tian Wenjing's shoulder, withdrawing his hand, and strode purposefully toward the stage. Tian Wenjing shouted in desperation, Su Bai, are you out of your mind? Come with me. Just say you're unwell. It wouldn't be too embarrassing. That simply would not do. I cannot suppress this indignation. Do not hinder me. I shall return shortly. Hu Fei reached out to pull Su Bai back, but it was too late. In a few strides, Su Bai reached the stage. Oh dear, this is quite the predicament. Hu Fei was exasperated, wishing to curse. As Su Bai stepped onto the stage, everyone was rendered speechless. Goodness, he is quite brave. He truly went up there. He is still so young, clearly walking into a trap. Could he possibly have works to present? Nonsense. I just heard him snoring. Could he have been composing in his dreams? Look at him, empty-handed. Where would he have the works? Is he going up there to berate someone? Well, you cannot deny it. He just might do it. Let us simply enjoy this as an amusing spectacle. Zhang Weimin and his cohorts were expressions of triumph, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The host, noticing Su Bai approaching the stage empty-handed, inquired curiously, Teacher Su Bai, where are your works? Su Bai replied, no need. They're all in my mind. I conceived them on the way here. May I have a few minutes to write them down? The host was taken aback, thinking Su Bai was jesting. Are you implying that you can complete a song in mere seconds? With skepticism, she instructed the staff to bring paper and pen. What is the meaning of this? Writing on the spot? Are you joking with me? Do you think this is a composition written by an elementary school student? Is he serious? Surely, he can't be attempting to be humorous. Zhang Weimin nearly burst into laughter. He genuinely wished to witness who could compose a song on the spot. Lyrics and melody combined. If he truly managed to create something, he would willingly perform a handstand while consuming excrement. Wang Qingsong smirked with disdain, thinking, you foolish lad. A naive youth. Are you so easily flattered by a few words of praise that you consider yourself a genius? Tian Wenjing and Hu Fei exchanged glances, both pondering whether Su Bai could genuinely create something on the spot. The situation hardly seemed like a bluff. They no longer hoped for any high-quality work from Su Bai. They merely wished for him to produce something to silence the critics. If he could manage this level of output under pressure, the title of talent would surely be his. Director Chun Wei engaged in conversation with the leaders, introducing Su Bai on stage. The leaders appeared quite intrigued by this young man. Regardless of whether he could produce a song, his fearless and brave demeanor in the face of adversity had already won their favor. Su Bai sat upright, his pen dancing gracefully across the paper, a fluidity akin to flowing clouds and running water. The host and national team singers closest to him were astonished. Even the band leader discreetly leaned in, eager to see what was unfolding. The audience whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. In truth, before Su Bai even stepped onto the stage, he had expended 1 million popularity points to purchase 10 skill points, elevating his music composition skill to its pinnacle. Subsequently, he spent 2 million popularity points to acquire all relevant memories from the film Shangenling. The song he was composing in his previous life was hailed as the second national anthem, titled My Motherland. There was a saying circulating online in his past life, When the wind was favorable, one would sing Me in My Motherland. In a headwind, they would sing March of the Volunteers, and in dire situations, My Motherland would be the ultimate battle song. Unlike those loud and forceful anthems that attempted to stoke fervor, My Motherland initially seemed plain and unrelated to its theme. A broad river, waves rolling wide. The fragrance of rice flowers wafts across both banks. It contained no graphic depictions of the horrors of war and refrained from employing any ornate language to laud or glorify. It simply conveyed the feelings one experienced and the aspirations one held. It exemplified the notion of great elegance and simplicity, with concise wording, a melodious tune, and a powerful emotional expression that encapsulated the audience's love for their homeland. If one were to ponder why they love this country, they might reflect on memories of their hometown, the great river in front of their door, the beloved family members, and the cherished landscapes. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When wolves approach, there are rifles. This embodies what each individual truly wishes to protect. As Subai wrote this song, his heart was already filled with poignant sorrow. For reasons unknown, whenever the melody began to play, he felt an inexplicable urge to weep. By the time he completed his composition, his eyes were already reddened. The host beside him was utterly astonished. What is happening? Did he write a song that made himself cry? When Subai handed over the score, the singers and band instructors were left in a state of disbelief. Has he truly completed this in such a short time? The crowd hurriedly gathered around, eager to discover what Subai had penned. My Motherland. A vast river flows with wide waves as the wind carries the fragrance of rice flowers along its banks. My home resides by the shore, accustomed to the calls of the boatmen and the sight of white sails upon the water. This is my beautiful motherland, the place where I have grown. The conductor of the band meticulously read the lyrics, humming softly as he sang. Is this perhaps a bit off topic? It does seem somewhat disconnected from the film's atmosphere. Indeed, it may not align perfectly, yet it possesses an inexplicable charm. As the melody flows easily, it evokes a profound emotion that is hard to articulate. Shall we perform it? Certainly, this song holds a commendable quality. It has passed the initial screening without issue. As for its reception, that shall be judged by the audience. I concur with this sentiment. Let us refine our performance and begin. Observing the singers and band instructors engaged in animated discussion, the audience below grew increasingly curious. Could it be that Subai has genuinely composed a piece on the spot, and that it meets acceptable standards? It is worth noting that many works presented earlier were swiftly dismissed after only a brief glance. Those open for discussion are generally deemed satisfactory. Zhang Weiman's heart raced wildly. Could it be that he is truly about to face an absurd fate? Chapter 50. A vast river rolls with waves. The breeze carries the fragrance of rice blossoms along the shores, and the old soldiers weep with profound emotion. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the music in the studio begins to play. A singer, strikingly reminiscent of a character from the film, strides to the center of the stage and lifts the microphone. Her voice resonating as she sings. A vast river rolls with waves. The breeze carries the fragrance of rice blossoms along the shores. My home resides by the bank, accustomed to the boatman's calls, familiar with the white sails on the vessel. As these lines are sung, many professionals furrow their brows, whispering to one another, "What is this? Has this person not seen the film?" Battle at Shanganling depicts the harsh realities of war where soldiers need to be uplifted. This song feels rather bland, does it not? One might mistake it for a song about one's hometown. However, they acknowledge that the melody is pleasant, even enjoyable, while the majority deem it off-topic. The old soldier in the front row becomes visibly stirred. The song continues. This is a beautiful motherland, the place where I was born. Across this vast land, bright sunshine is everywhere. As these high notes resonate, the old soldier can no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Nearby, a few leaders are astonished. Despite having heard many passionate anthems, they have never witnessed such a profound reaction from the veterans. What magic does this song possess? Then, the singer's voice takes on a more melodious tone. The girl is like a flower, the young man's heart is wide, in pursuit of new horizons, awakening the slumbering mountains, transforming the river's appearance. This is the heroic motherland, the place where I was born. As the song reaches this point, everyone gradually senses its enchantment. Vivid images of their hometowns emerge in their minds, childhood rivers and streams, expansive plains and forests, the gentle smoke rising from home, the calls of their mothers summoning them for meals, childhood friends with runny noses, and the village's most beautiful maiden. They recall the old man smoking by the village edge and the aunt sitting under the great tree, mending shoes. As they listen, many cannot help but shed tears. The song, with its simple yet heartfelt delivery, touches the softest corners of their hearts, awakening a quiet strength that lies deep within. The singer on stage, her eyes reddened, perseveres, ensuring her tone remains unaltered. The band members are also moved, and many bear tears on their faces. The melody continues. On this ancient land, the power of youth is everywhere. Beautiful mountains, beautiful waters, beautiful places, all roads are wide and smooth. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. If wolves should come, a shotgun awaits them. Upon hearing these lines, several old soldiers can no longer restrain their emotions. It is as if they have been transported back to their youth. Fighting valiantly on the battlefield to protect their loved ones, safeguard their homes, and defend the motherland they cherish. After the war's conclusion, they spent countless nights in dreams of battle, the scars of war trailing them throughout their lives. In this moment, they seemed to exist within a dream. Confronting a well-equipped enemy that vastly outnumbered them on the battlefield, shrouded in the cacophony of artillery. Fearless, they charged forth at the sound of the battle horn. Clad in tattered garments and wielding rudimentary weapons, their gazes unwavering as they advanced toward the foe, one after another. For they knew that behind them stood their loved ones and their homeland. A hoarse roar reverberated through the auditorium. Kill. 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 The eyes of the veterans were bloodshot, tears streaming down their faces as if their frail bodies contained boundless strength. The very aura of death and destruction that enveloped them sent chills down the spine and drew the gaze of all present. It was profoundly moving, stirring the hearts of everyone in attendance. If such a brave and unyielding army were to stand before you, their mere presence could instill terror in the hearts of their adversaries. All present were deeply touched by the veterans, and they finally understood why their homeland could face the most formidable coalition of 18 nations with unwavering resolve during its darkest hours. The First World War had instilled a sense of dread within them. It forged the backbone of the people of Siak country and secured a century of peace. The once arrogant soldiers of the 18-nation coalition would tremble in their dreams at the sound of our charge. Now, the answer is clear. Should an enemy dare to approach, every person present would rise to the occasion, seizing whatever was at hand, even a brick, and fearlessly strike at the adversary's head. This is a powerful homeland. It is the place of my upbringing. On this warm land, peace radiates everywhere. As the soprano's voice lingered at the conclusion, the song came to an end. The audience rose, tears glistening in their eyes, and applause echoed endlessly. The veterans were still engulfed in the emotions of the moment, weeping profusely. For what they had safeguarded with their lives remained, ultimately triumphing over formidable foes. Several leaders on stage, with reddened eyes, gently assisted the veterans to sit down, softly comforting their emotions. Observing the array of medals adorning the chest of their commander, the crowd finally grasped their significance. They were forged from the veterans' lifeblood, not mere cold metal. Deputy Director Liu Jibin, hailing from a military family with ancestors who sacrificed for the nation's cause, was already in tears upon hearing the song. At this moment, he managed to wipe his eyes and regain some composure. He turned to the Chief Director Chun Wei and remarked, "Old Chun, your planning for this centennial event is commendable. I've seen this film, and with such an interlude, it will undoubtedly become a classic, cherished for eternity." Shenwei was taken aback, hastily expressing his gratitude. "Oh, no. It's all thanks to the leaders." Those nearby were equally astonished. Typically, a leader of Liu Jibin's stature would not voice an opinion first, but rather listen to public sentiment before making a decision. With this declaration, did it not imply that the interlude's top piece would be My Motherland? Wang Qingsong's move forward was abruptly dismissed. Liu Jibin spoke without deliberately lowering his voice, and those around him heard every word. Wang Qingsong, not far away, certainly caught wind of it too. Instantly, his face turned ashen, and he stormed off in a huff. Though he felt a sense of indignation, he recognized that, judging by the veteran's demeanor moments ago, he had been defeated. The reactions of the crowd had already rendered their verdict. Remaining there would only bring him disgrace. Zhang Weimin and the others wore expressions of embarrassment and, feeling dejected, decided to leave as well. They could hardly comprehend how, in such circumstances, they could suffer defeat. What kind of anomaly had achieved this? Were they even human? Composing music on the spot? And such a sensational hit at that. What were they even doing? Having orchestrated such a scheme, they managed to shoot themselves in the foot. It was akin to a cooked duck suddenly taking flight. They hurried to exit, for it was evident to all that they had dug their own grave. If they lingered any longer, they would indeed become pariahs. As they departed, they couldn't help but mutter a few curses in frustration. Chapter 51. Selling Copyrights and the Invitation to the Central Bank's Evening Gala in the corner. Tian Wenjing finally regained her composure, exclaiming with fervor, "Su Bai, You are truly remarkable, absolutely stunning. Hu Fei could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists tightly, overwhelmed with joy. Initially, they believed Su Bai would merely stir up trouble. But to their astonishment, he actually took to the stage and began composing a song live. They silently prayed for Su Bai to craft something that was at least presentable, hoping it would pass the preliminary screening, especially given the limited time available. However, they were utterly unprepared for the bombshell he unleashed. The band instructors and performing artists were brought to tears, playing their instruments while tears streamed down their faces. What initially appeared to be mundane transformed into a deeply moving and explosive experience once music and lyrics intertwined. The host finally understood why Su Bai had been so emotional while composing. Without such passion and investment, how could one possibly create a song of this magnitude? A genius. That is what he is. Director Qin could no longer suppress his inner excitement, his gaze towards Su Bai becoming fervent. At that moment, 3 words echoed in his mind, utterly astounding. He had thought that Wang Qingsong's song was already an enormous boon for the film. Yet here was another talent, one of an entirely different caliber, simply incomparable. Tonight was undeniably worthwhile. He resolved to secure the copyright for this interlude. Even if state funding fell short, he, Qin Xianglin, would personally cover the costs, even if it meant sacrificing everything. The esteemed elder artists were at a loss for words, each striving to inspire the warrior's spirits through passionate melodies. Yet this young man took an entirely different approach. He began from the ordinary, never mentioning war directly, yet igniting a fierce sense of determination throughout. The effect was astonishing. Aside from the term genius, perhaps no other words could aptly describe this young man before them. Mai Huichong and several venerable figures from the music industry were engaged in a spirited discussion regarding the essence of the song. A great river, they mused. Without specifying which river, would it not be better to reference our mother river? I disagree. The ambiguity is precisely what makes it powerful. When I hear this song, what immediately comes to mind is the great river of my hometown. Recalling the moments my father took me to watch trains by the riverside, that is a memory I shall cherish for a lifetime. Indeed, every hometown has its river of memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia in each listener. This is the very essence of the concept. It is brilliantly conceived, marvelous, truly extraordinary. In the audience, others were fervently discussing the song as well. To be honest, this song moved me to tears. I have never cried so cathartically before. Alas, I am growing old, and I cannot bear even the slightest pang of sorrow. I must confess, aside from the national anthem, this is the second song that makes me feel willing to sacrifice everything for my country. It is not mere fervor, rather. It has clarified my thoughts and allowed me to face death with serenity. I share your sentiments. When friends arrive, there is good wine, and when wolves approach, there are rifles. The Xia nation is no longer the Xia nation of a century ago. Let these wolves come and try their luck once more. I must express my sudden gratitude to Zhang Weiman. Without him, this classic song would not exist. Alas, I nearly forgot about those rascals. They are truly insufferable. I ought to confront them and demand their reflections on the song. Where have they gone? They've already scampered away. How utterly infuriating. Oh, and Teacher Wang has departed as well. What else could he do but leave? Is there still any suspense regarding the first place? The crowd seeks Zhang Weiman, yet his presence remains elusive. Who knows where they have vanished to? Tian Wenjing and Hu Fei have also come to realize they have yet to settle accounts with those few miscreants. Wasn't there a desire to see Su Bai compose a song? Now that it has materialized, why don't they come and engage in a discussion? Are you all dogs, running off so swiftly? At that moment, Director Qin took to the center of the stage, inviting Su Bai to join him, and then took the microphone from the host. I hereby announce that the theme song for the film Shengenling is Su Bai's My Motherland. Zhang, please bring forth the cash prize of 100,000. Our director's word is his bond. Su Bai, this sum is yours. Su Bai accepted the bundle of cash, his eyes gleaming with delight. Thank you, Director Qin. He had been oblivious to the cash reward, having dozed off during the announcement of the prize rules. Had he known about the money, he would have never succumbed to sleep. What could be more invigorating than cash? Moreover, further good fortune continued to unfold. Deputy Director Liu Zhibin also took the stage, lavishing praise upon Su Bai's work, and then proposed to purchase the song's rights for the nation. With the price to be discussed privately, Su Bai readily agreed to the acquisition. For him, this was yet another windfall. The nature and positioning of this song dictated its sanctity, and entrusting it to the nation is its most fitting destiny. Eventually, the veteran stepped forward, clasping Su Bai's hands tightly, filled with emotion. Related staff approached Tian Wenjing, broaching the subject of negotiating the copyright fees. Tian Wenjing momentarily lost her train of thought. Suddenly realizing that she was indeed Subai's manager, she had been so caught up in excitement that she nearly overlooked this detail. Instantly regaining her composure as a professional manager, she followed the staff to a small office for negotiations. Since taking on the responsibilities assigned by Yang Mi, Tian Wenjing felt as if she were living in a dream. Subai's performance had opened her eyes to new realms, leaving her utterly astounded, as if everything seemed so surreal. The previously haughty staff now treated her with utmost courtesy, offering tea and inquiring if she would like coffee. Tian Wenjing felt elated. Her success as a manager provided ample reason for her to return to the company with newfound pride. Throughout the negotiations, she held absolute leverage, with a harmonious atmosphere prevailing. Smiles exchanged all around. Tian Wenjing could not help but marvel at how the excellence of the work instilled such confidence in her. Ultimately, it was Subai's renown that bolstered her position. Ultimately, considering the immense impact and value this song could generate, they agreed on a direct purchase price of $5 million for the rights. For the nation, this is an astonishingly high figure. It is noteworthy that some ordinary songs may not even fetch 10,000. Having successfully completed their tasks, Subai accompanied Hu Fei and Tian Wenjing to a barbecue restaurant to enjoy a late-night snack and indulge in a modest drink to celebrate. Hu Fei lifted his glass and said, "Subai, I toast to you, wishing you a splendid future. Cheers." "Indeed, I appreciate your kind words, Hu Go." Tian Wenjing also raised her glass. "And what about me? Am I excluded from this toast? Ladies can drink as they please." "Oh, who do you think you're looking down on? With your attitude, I must drink 3 times as much." Just then, Tian Wenjing's phone rang. "Hello? Who is this?" "Yes. I see. What did you say?" "Really? All right, we will get back to you promptly." After hanging up, Tian Wenjing was visibly exhilarated. "What happened? Did you win the lottery?" "You're so excited." Subai took a bite of meat. "It's even more thrilling than winning the lottery." Just now, the director of the evening gala personally called to invite Subai to perform at the event, not as an audience member, but to sing watching. Chapter 52. The promotional film leads the way. Shangenling broadcasts the grand finale of the evening. Upon hearing the news, Hu Fei became increasingly exhilarated. "Are you serious? An event of such magnitude will gather a multitude of talents, each showcasing their exceptional skills. Even merely making an appearance is coveted by many. The nature of this stage is incomparable to ordinary events. It symbolizes status and prestige, and stepping onto it can instantly elevate one's worth." Tian Wenjing, fully aware of this reality, shared in the excitement. It's akin to the Spring Festival Gala, a rite of passage for every artist. Just consider the renowned comedians in our country. Their standing within the industry is vastly different based on their participation in the gala. "Subai, there's no doubt about it. You must attend. I'll call back right now." With such a marvelous opportunity at hand, Subai could hardly refuse. A platform of this exposure would undoubtedly propel his popularity to soaring heights. In recent days alone at the main station, he had accumulated over 10,000 popularity points. Eagerly anticipating the program's airing to reap even more. The system was indeed impressive, offering a plethora of valuable resources, albeit at a steep price. A single memory capsule cost 200,000 popularity points. Though it pained him to part with such a sum, the benefits were undeniably substantial. Take his 2 uses. For instance, both were exceedingly worthwhile. The first instance occurred when he faced elimination on The Voice. In a moment of decision regarding song selection, he utilized a memory capsule to pinpoint the song Starry Sea, laying the groundwork for a series of forthcoming events. Not only did it halt the broadcast of The Voice, allowing him to vent his frustrations, but it also garnered the attention of the central authorities, leading to his participation in the program. His second use of the memory capsule netted him a remarkable 500,000 in copyright fees, with the song being officially recognized by the state. With this platform, his popularity would flow in continuously, a true bargain. The live gala was scheduled for 3 days hence. Subai's sole task during these 3 days was to rehearse diligently, ensuring that the live broadcast would proceed flawlessly. Each time it was his turn to perform, the area was crowded with staff and fellow artists, all enamored fans. WNJI sounds incredible. Subai's vocal prowess is simply extraordinary. I adore the female vocal style. Just 2 words. Breathtaking. It never grows tiresome. Shall let us go get his autograph together. I'm a bit shy. I want one too. Let us go, now. Subai's other song, My Motherland, was also set to be performed as the grand finale by the national treasure-level artist Song Zuyun. It was said that upon hearing the song, he specifically requested to sing it. Simultaneously, the 500,000 in copyright fees had arrived. After reserving some funds for daily expenses, Subai entrusted Tian Wenjing to return to his hometown to settle a portion of his family debts. Now, Tian Wenjing had shed her former pampered demeanor, diligently serving as Subai's assistant. She had already apprised Yang Mi of the happenings at the main station over the phone. Yang Mi, nearly numb to the news, would no longer be surprised even if told that Subai was running for president of the beautiful nation. The purpose of Tian Wenjing's call to Yang Mi was singular, not only to secure Subai's works, but also to claim him as their own. Disagreement arises. She subtly employs the tactic of gradually drawing him in, cloaked under the guise of work, assisting him in every endeavor. Once Subai becomes accustomed to this arrangement, it will be the opportune moment to seize the initiative. The day preceding the Centennial Gala, major media outlets commence an overwhelming promotional campaign. The interfaces of various mobile applications transform into vibrant shades of red, celebrating the occasion. Music videos themed around the founding of the party begin to play in a continuous loop, all of exceptional quality. However, the standout piece is Subai Stars and Seas, accompanied by a nostalgic poster of youthful reflection, swiftly garnering over 10 million views within a mere day, eclipsing all others in engagement. Online discussions flourish fervently. Many remarkable songs emerge, shedding their vintage tones to resonate with the taste of the younger generation. The quality surpasses that of trending pop songs, particularly the revamped version of Stars and Seas. Previously, I found it difficult to move on from her, but after listening to this song, I gradually redirected my focus from romantic entanglements towards actively contributing to the nation's development. My goodness, the brother upstairs has broadened his horizons. Keep it up. After contemplating national sentiments, I can no longer dwell on personal affairs. Maturity has arrived. The brother has truly expanded his perspective. To those who entered upon seeing the cover, you dedicated your lives in your 20s, while we relish the fruits of your valiant struggles. With the song's reimagining, the scope has magnificently widened. Look at the performer. It is none other than Subai himself. Wow, truly impressive. As the atmosphere across the internet intensifies, the promotional wave for the film featuring the sixth princess from CCTV surges forth. At noon, and following the evening news broadcast, the Grand War film Shangenling plays on repeat. The populace understands one truth: productions from CCTV are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. The viewership for The Sixth Princess reaches unprecedented heights, shattering long-standing records. Following the premiere, major online media outlets receive authorization for widespread retransmission. Data analytics from these platforms reveal that the segment most retained in viewers' memories is the poignant movie interlude My Motherland, sung by the female medical personnel. It becomes clear that this song encapsulates the very essence of the film. Director Chin, upon receiving the data from the staff, is left in a state of bemusement. This day is destined to be one of collective tears across the internet. There is no avoiding it. Audiences become emotionally immersed in the film's narrative. Dark tunnels filled with wounded souls, the overwhelming despair and morale of the masses reaching a breaking point. At this moment, the song My Motherland emerges, and the entire internet is brought to tears. A great river flows wide. The wind carries the fragrance of rice on both banks. I find myself weeping uncontrollably. This song evokes tears instantly, akin to a reflex. What enchantment is at play here? I recall my great-grandfather, who perished in that war. In the past, I struggled to comprehend, but now I understand. Were I in his place, I would embrace the explosives without hesitation. From the moment I heard the great river's melody, my eyes threatened to overflow like a mighty torrent. Brother, you are not alone. I share in your sentiments. I, too, am equally affected. For an entire day, the electronic voice in Subai's mind never ceased. Popularity points flowed into the system account like a rushing stream. Soon after, the much-anticipated announcement from CCTV arrived, igniting a fervor among netizens. To everyone's astonishment, Subai was included, along with Wan Jing. Look, even Master Song Ziyun is present, set to perform My Motherland, accompanied by the nation's premier orchestra. How exhilarating, especially with a global live broadcast. Such grandeur is truly remarkable. Let us hold our breath. For tonight, we eagerly await these two performances. That evening, in the broadcasting hall of CCTV, the chief director Chen Wei presided over the control room, meticulously orchestrating the preparations of the staff. Despite numerous rehearsals, to claim he was unperturbed would be a falsehood, even for a battle-hardened director like Chen Wei. The thought of the esteemed audience attending that day stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. As the live broadcast approached, the audience began to fill the venue, one by one. Chapter 53. the popularity machine, Su Bai, igniting national pride across the internet. At the forefront stood a group of veterans clad in military uniforms, their chests adorned with numerous medals of honor. Supporting them on either side were influential figures, distinguished by their epaulets that shimmered resplendently, exuding an imposing aura. Following them were civil servants dressed in various uniforms, representing crucial positions within the government. Further back were esteemed individuals from diverse sectors of society, most of whom were seasoned veterans of their respective fields. Among them were also youthful faces, draped in red and adorned with flowers, including firefighting heroes, national labor models, and recipients of the top 10 influential people of summer country. Witnessing this grand assembly, the entire production team felt an immediate surge of tension. The singers backstage, preparing for the program, were equally anxious. As everyone gradually settled into their seats, the true luminaries took the stage, figures frequently featured in the national news broadcasts. At the moment they waved to the audience, everyone rose to their feet, erupting into enthusiastic applause. The first female singer poised to perform wiped the cold sweat from her brow, striving to steady her racing heart. In the control room, Chenwei held the intercom, announcing, "There are 10 minutes remaining. Let us double-check the lines, lighting, and backup systems." Everyone in position. The lines were functioning normally. The lighting was perfect. The backup systems were ready. Chenwei glanced at the clock. It was 5 minutes until countdown, and the host was preparing. Backstage, as the host made their entrance, the crew began arranging for the first singer to take the stage. Meanwhile, the entire online audience awaited the commencement of the show, glued to their screens. Wow, what an impressive lineup. The big names are all here. Look, there's the heroic firefighter Wang Shigong, my idol. The atmosphere was electric. What a formidable assembly. May our nation thrive and prosper. As the program unfolded with performance after performance, the ambience reached its zenith. Finally, it was Su Bai's turn to shine. The audience below began to whisper among themselves. This young lad is so youthful. How did they manage to book such a fresh face for this stage? Could it be connections? Don't speak nonsense. Such a stage wouldn't accommodate connections. He must possess genuine talent. I know this guy. He is the one who sang WNG-ing. Quite impressive. Oh, I recognize that song. It's beautiful. I always thought it was penned by a master. I had no idea the original composer was so young. At that moment, Su Bai, adorned in traditional attire, began to sing. With divine vocal prowess complemented by a top-tier national band, he radiated like the sun upon the stage, shimmering brilliantly. Upon completing WNG-ing, the audience rose in unison, applauding fervently, even the distinguished figures in the front row. Such a beautiful performance. I apologize for my earlier remarks. This young man is indeed remarkable, surpassing even some seasoned vocalists. This song unfolds like a magnificent landscape. Its scope is truly grand. Netizens across various streaming platforms erupted in excitement. Su Bai is commanding the stage. The entire audience is on their feet applauding. He is the first to achieve this, isn't he? The esteemed figures also rose to their feet, applauding vigorously. Absolutely phenomenal. This song deserves the highest praise, and so does Su Bai. Su Bai is undoubtedly the youngest singer on this stage, bringing pride to our youth. Not only is this event significant domestically, but it is also broadcasted globally, with many overseas Chinese tuning in to witness this momentous celebration. Numerous viewers on YouTube were moved to tears. As an expatriate who has wandered abroad for much of my life, listening to this song made me realize it is time to return to my homeland. I never imagined the rapid development back home. This song embodies the confidence of the Chinese people, encapsulating the rich history and majestic landscapes of our nation. Having persevered in the music scene in a foreign land, I was astounded by the talent of domestic young musicians. I sincerely hope that the Chinese music industry can catch up and thrive. Even after Su Bai's bowing exit, discussions about Wang Jiang persisted online, with major trending topics immediately revolving around Su Bai and the song. The gala continued, and the grand finale was delivered by Song Zuyun. A great river flows wide and deep. The breeze carries the fragrance of rice blossoms from both banks. My home is right by the shore. On this vast land, sunshine is abundant everywhere. After his performance, the audience was not merely teary-eyed like during Wang Jiang, but utterly overwhelmed with emotion. The attendees, particularly the military personnel and revolutionary forebears, were filled with a profound sense of patriotism. This song resonated deeply with their love for their homeland, expressing their sentiments with heartfelt clarity. Not only were the audience members moved to tears, but even the dignitaries in the front rows had glistening eyes. Thus, following Wang Jiang, the entire studio stood in unison, their applause echoing like a tidal wave. Teacher Song's voice possesses an extraordinary emotional power, and this song amplifies that impact even further. The journey of our nation has been fraught with challenges. In comparison to the sacrifices made by our forebears, I realize I have contributed so little. For the sake of my loved ones and my country, every effort is worthwhile. In the control room, Chinwei stared at the backstage data, utterly astonished. My goodness. The popularity of these two songs skyrocketed during their performance, achieving the highest viewership in the nation. We have created a record, a miracle. Chinwei understood that many viewers and netizens were drawn specifically to these two songs, which is why the ratings and popularity displayed such a parabolic rise. The viewership began to climb slowly before Su Bai's entrance, peaking during the performances of Wanjiang and My Motherland, only to decline sharply after the songs concluded. Both of these masterpieces were crafted by Su Bai, truly a phenomenon of popularity. Chinwei resolved that future large-scale programs and galas must feature Su Bai. In retrospect, spending $5 million to acquire the rights was an exceedingly wise investment. Until the conclusion of the gala, discussions surrounding these two songs remained fervently alive across the internet. Particularly on overseas streaming platforms, expatriates and international students found it difficult to contain their emotions. As a member of an ethnic minority, I only came to appreciate the greatness of my homeland after venturing abroad. I love my country. Having immigrated to Canada at the tender age of 13, I have now spent 23 years here, growing increasingly fond of my homeland. Both my grandfather and maternal grandfather participated in this significant battle, and they are the heroes in my heart. I take immense pride in being a citizen of the Xia Nation. I fervently hope for the prosperity and strength of my country to flourish. First and foremost, I am a citizen of Xia Nation, and subsequently, a resident of Hong Kong Island. I feel an overwhelming sense of pride for this land. Upon hearing this song, I am unable to contain my tears, wishing only for national peace and prosperity. Though the lyrics do not explicitly call for patriotism, they possess a profound power that stirs one's emotions uncontrollably. While studying abroad, I found myself weeping under the covers after listening to it. As an overseas student, I wish to express that no matter where I go, my heart will always belong to my homeland. If the nation requires sacrifice, I shall not shy away from adversity or fortune. I am a Chinese person residing in Canada, and I take great pride in being a child of China. The impact of this song transcends the global Xia Nation community, igniting an unprecedented wave of patriotic fervor that has sparked an event which has left our fellow citizens exhilarated and foreigners utterly astonished. Chapter 54. A surge of patriotism across the internet. Is Fei Fei Yin Di causing trouble? Fishermen from Xia country apply to engage in battle. This matter traces back to the grassroots organization Etoin Fei Fei, emboldened by the backing of the American patron, attempting to orchestrate an event to commemorate the centenary of the Xia country's establishment. Their intention was to provoke and annoy. Lacking the courage to conduct official activities, they resorted to spontaneous grassroots events. What sort of event, you ask? They proclaimed their intention to mobilize over 200 fishing vessels to assert their claims over, complete with a ceremonial send-off before departure. Unbeknownst to them, their plans were swiftly broadcasted online by Xia nationals residing in Fei Fei. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The domestic response was instantaneous and explosive. Various civic organizations and influential figures took to social media, disseminating the news far and wide. Within mere hours, the entire internet was abuzz with the news of Fei Fei's grand scheme. Major coastal fishing fleets voiced their support on Weibo. Brothers, assemble. The Zhangjiang fleet has reported in, ready to witness the sunrise at Rock Island. Those joining, report in promptly. Time waits for none. Only 200 vessels? Who do they think they are? We shall show them. The people of Shandong expressed their willingness to engage. Citizens from Inner Mongolia also sought to join the fray. The inland compatriots were tasked with rallying the spirits while the coastal brethren took charge of the actual engagement. Coastal friends, hurry and report. Don't let the inland folks outpace you. I'm already en route, brothers. Sound the charge. Let my motherland play, and let the call to arms resound. Already departed. Already departed one. Already departed two. Already departed 189,789. Inland netizens were elated. Some booked flights on short notice to race to the coast, while those closer prepared to drive in a grand procession. Could someone take my wife along? Tie her to the bow. She has quite the colorful vocabulary. Wow, incredible. Brother. That's impressive. The village intelligence station also sought to join the cause. One netizen even shared a photo of himself paddling a makeshift raft, asking, "Brothers, send me the coordinates. I'm lost." This brought laughter to many online. The Gansu observation team is ready. The Hong Kong observation team is ready. Meanwhile, in Feifei, after a grand ceremony, the 200 fishing vessels set sail towards. Numerous media outlets clamored to cover and document this historic moment. The American naval fleet loomed 1,200 nautical miles away, providing support to Feifei. In a moment, Feifei's spirits soared, emboldened and brimming with confidence. However, to everyone's astonishment, the 200 modest vessels halted a mere 60 nautical miles from, engaging in a flurry of selfies and slogans before abruptly retreating. The American naval commander was left bewildered. Having invested so much, orchestrated such a grand display, and yet, these timid individuals fled without even catching a glimpse of. Just as the commander pondered this perplexity, his subordinates had significant developments to report. The chief military officials gathered in the operations room, gazing in astonishment at the satellite map. They finally comprehended why Xiao Fizi had fled. The NC satellite imagery revealed a vast, ominous swarm of fishing vessels, surging forward without a hint of concealment. The count reached into the hundreds of thousands. Each vessel was audaciously broadcasting live, sounding their battle horns for the entire world to witness. These fishermen aimed to demonstrate to the world their resolve. Dare to challenge our great nation with mere 200 ships? Here we come with hundreds of thousands. Enough to encircle your territory, a display of arrogance that would surely instill fear. This was more than just a multitude of fishing boats. Nearby, national warships provided escort. Who would dare to intervene? This shocking display captivated global onlookers, as videos of the fishermen heading towards flooded platforms like YouTube and TikTok. With such a spectacle, who wouldn't feel trepidation? Domestic netizens were exhilarated, spontaneously contributing towards the fishermen's fuel costs. As a local from the fishing port, I must admit, if you asked them to fish, their enthusiasm might wane. But if you urged them to engage in battle, they would flock to the cause with unmatched fervor, fearing they might miss the action. There is a term among us in the summer nation, you're in nature, which foreigners, especially Xiao Fizi, might not grasp. Yet our fishermen embody this spirit. When faced with significant issues, the men of our nation do not waver. We rise to the occasion. In times of trouble, support comes from all corners. A testament to brotherhood. Overseas netizens were equally stirred, with many trembling in fear, leaving comments in awe. I was dumbfounded. Could this be the second navy of the summer nation? My heavens, I have never witnessed such a fleet setting sail together. The sheer sight could indeed frighten anyone. A sufficient number of ants can devour an elephant. Surely even an aircraft carrier would retreat in the face of such a formation. The density of these vessels, moving in perfect harmony without collision, raises the question, are these fishing boats or warships? No coalition of 5 or 6 European nations could muster such a fleet. A single event can reveal a person's character. And in this case, it showcases the national solidarity and might, impressive indeed. Such a scene could only be orchestrated by the summer nation. No other country could replicate it. Xiao Fizi's audacity in provoking this proverbial tiger. Does he not fear being devoured whole? Surely our navy would find these fishing boats formidable. Xiao Fizi quivers in the embrace of his American patron. Just as the world marveled at this spectacle, an even more daunting scene unfolded. After assembling, all the fishing boats lined up, facing the rising sun, proudly displaying their national flags. The throngs on deck united in a rousing rendition of My Motherland, stirring emotions and bringing tears to many eyes. Viewers felt a shiver down their spines. Foreigners trembled in fear, overwhelmed by the unity of the summer nation. With its vast population exceeding 1 billion, to provoke them would be akin to courting death. The official intervention was unnecessary, as the grassroots movement successfully resolved the issue. This incident has ignited an unprecedented wave of patriotic fervor across the nation. Among all these events, the most frequently played and uplifting song has been My Motherland. The incident garnered significant attention, and the broadcasting network received commendations from higher authorities. The atmosphere at the network was jubilant, with leaders walking as if buoyed by elation. Chen Wei's directing team was collectively recognized in a meeting for their efforts. Notably, for the pivotal figure, Su Bai, a special meeting was convened. It was unanimously agreed that Su Bai would enjoy the privileges and honors accorded to national team singers. Furthermore, he would be granted priority rights for any future thematic songs needed by the country. Upon this announcement, Tian Wenjing was left in disbelief. Su Bai had effectively joined the national team? It was astonishing. At such a young age, his future is boundless, truly boundless. As for Su Bai, in recent days, the system has been rapidly accumulating popularity points, with his account balance now a dizzying array of numbers. He will no longer need to worry about insufficient popularity points. Chapter 55, Celebration Banquet. Deng Ziqi's distress as Su-bai disembarked from the plane. He received a call from Yangmi, esteemed talent. Shall we gather for dinner this evening? Consider it a celebration in your honor. Ziqi and the others will be joining us. It has been quite some time since our last gathering. I hope you will grace us with your presence. With Yangmi's invitation, it was impossible to decline. Send me the location. I shall take a brief rest and arrive promptly this evening. Su-bai felt immense gratitude towards Yangmi. Her circle of celebrity friends was delightful, perhaps a reflection of the adage that birds of a feather flock together. He felt at ease and comfortable in their company. Upon exiting the airport, he spotted Tian Wenjing waving at him. Admittedly, Su-bai acknowledged that Tian Wenjing was indeed commendable, always diligently assisting him without complaint, even traveling to his hometown to help settle debts and manage trivial matters. They arrived at the hotel, where Su-bai took a soothing hot shower before collapsing into bed. The past weeks had been exhausting, with late-night rehearsals becoming the norm. He slept soundly until the alarm on his phone jolted him awake. Glancing at the time, he realized it was 6 in the evening. In the hotel lobby, Tian Wenjing awaited him. It was evident that she had not left. 5 empty coffee cups adorned the table. Su-bai felt a flush of embarrassment, eager to express his gratitude, but Tian Wenjing anticipated his words. Hold on. No need for that. Yangmi is already waiting. Let us be on our way. At that moment, someone in the lobby recognized Su-bai. Hey, doesn't that handsome fellow look familiar? Isn't that Su-bai? Which Su-bai? Are you unaware? His ringtone is one of his own songs. Oh my goodness, it's the real deal. Let us go. We must take a photo. 2 excited young women bounded over, shyly asking, Su-bai, I am your fan. May we take a photo together? Su-bai Gij, I am also your fan. I adore every one of your songs. Could we take a picture? Su-bai smiled warmly, of course. Wow, this is thrilling. Excuse me, dear sister. Could you assist us in taking a photo? Thus, Tian Wenjing reluctantly became the designated photographer, capturing numerous moments with the 2 fans. Su-bai positioned himself between them, gently resting his hands on their waist while maintaining a respectful distance. Unexpectedly, the 2 young women embraced him exuberantly, nearly causing Tian Wenjing to fumble her phone. Look. Isn't that Su-bai? Hurry, let us get a closer look. Oh my goodness, it truly is Su-bai? As more people in the vicinity recognized him, they rushed over, including hotel staff and receptionists, all clamoring for autographs and photographs, enveloping Su-bai in a sea of admiration. Su-bai and Tian Wenjing found themselves overwhelmed, barely managing to respond to the throngs of fans who began frantically posting on social media and calling friends and family. In a state of panic, Tian Wenjing grasped Su-bai's hand, urging him to flee, while a considerable number of fans trailed behind, shouting, "This is so incredibly overwhelming." Su-bai could scarcely believe the magnitude of his own popularity, having grown accustomed to the anonymity of being a passerby. I now realize that stepping out requires the adornment of hats and sunglasses, and perhaps a touch of makeup as well. Fortunately, with Tian Wenjing's ample experience, she skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, evading her fervent admirers and discreetly escaping in her vehicle. Upon arriving at the hotel for the gathering, Su-bai, donning Tian Wenjing's hat and mask, felt emboldened to approach the VIP room. By this time, Yangmi and others were already waiting. Aside from the absence of Riba, all the familiar faces had gathered. The only unfamiliar visage was an elder seated beside Deng Ziqi. Tian Wenjing explained the reason for her tardiness, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Su-bai, you are now a prominent star. Henceforth, you must take precautions when venturing out. Otherwise, you shall encounter myriad troubles, having to contend not only with enthusiastic fans but also with the ever-watchful paparazzi. We are well versed in such matters. Allow me to guide you over a drink, and I shall mentor you personally. What experience could sister would possibly have? I have encountered my fair share of such situations. I shall teach you. Enough of this nonsense. With such fine food and drink, you still cannot restrain your chatter. Su-bai is still young. Do not lead him astray. As the banter resumed, Yangmi, the matriarch of the group, interjected, leading Su-bai to the elder and saying, Su-bai, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, Mr. Huang, who has come all the way from Hong Kong to meet you, knowing you would be attending this gathering. Huang Zhan, devoid of any pretense, rose with a smile and extended his hand. Greetings, young friend Su-bai. Today, I am fortunate to bask in the glow of Boss Yang's hospitality, seeking a drink while also wishing to meet the remarkable talent behind songs like My Motherland. It is a pleasure to see that your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Su-bai took a moment to appraise the elder, finally recalling the memories associated with him. What an illustrious figure. Huang Zhan, Once one of the four literary talents of Hong Kong, is revered as the godfather of the lyricist world, having penned nearly 2,000 songs throughout his lifetime, giving rise to many iconic film scores such as The Bund, A Laugh in the Sea, and The Man Should Be Strong. In his earlier days, he also hosted numerous variety shows, earning the title of the television prince. Moreover, Huang Zhan has contributed articles to newspapers and published his own books. Later on, he co-wrote and directed films with friends, achieving considerable box office success. His vast array of accomplishments across various fields is indeed awe-inspiring, having garnered accolades such as the Best Theme Song Award, the Golden Horse Award, the Golden Melody Award, the Cash Music Achievement Award, and the highest honor in Hong Kong's music scene, the Golden Needle Award, among others. Huang Zhan adeptly blends traditional Chinese culture with modern pop elements, and his songs resonate widely, making him particularly fond of Su Bai's compositions Jinghuan Wanjing, as they evoke reflections of his own youth. Now, it was Su Bai's turn to be astonished. Such a luminary stood before him, resembling an amiable neighbor, warm and approachable. Su Bai graciously grasped Huang Zhan's outstretched hand and humbly replied, "Master Huang, you are far too kind. I am unworthy of such praise. My achievements pale in comparison to yours." Huang Zhan gazed at Su Bai's modest demeanor, growing increasingly satisfied and fond of him. Such a humble yet talented young individual is indeed a rarity. He had encountered numerous young aspirants, many of whom, despite lacking even half of Su Bai's talent, carried an air of arrogance, looking down upon others. In stark contrast, Su Bai's capabilities shone brightly. Huang Zhan nodded in approval. It is precisely such young talents who can journey further along the path of music. Do not be so formal, young friend Su Bai. Simply call me Old Huang. Shall we enjoy a drink and share some thoughts today? To receive guidance from Master Huang is a privilege that Su Bai eagerly anticipates. He adopted a humble posture in the presence of his esteemed elder. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats, clinking glasses in camaraderie. The conversation between Huang Zhan and Su Bai flowed effortlessly, with mutual admiration blossoming as they gradually shifted to discussing Deng Ziqi. Since her meteoric rise to fame with Bubble, Deng Ziqi has garnered immense popularity in the mainland, known for her passionate persona and undeniable talent. Recently, a Hollywood blockbuster is set to premiere in Xiagua, and in need of a Mandarin theme song for promotion, the task was successfully assigned to the rising star, Deng Ziqi, through company efforts. After countless nights of dedication to crafting the song, several versions of the piece emerged. Though the quality was commendable, it still felt as if something was missing. Upon learning of today's gathering, Deng Ziqi brought along the score, hoping to seek insights from the talented Su Bai. Hearing about the Hollywood film's theme song instantly reminded Su Bai of a song from his previous life, with a strikingly similar backdrop. Could it be mere coincidence? Su Bai's curiosity piqued. Would Deng Ziqi of this world compose a song akin to that of his past? Chapter 56, The Invitation from the Painted Skin Crew. Timing and song modifications. Upon seeing Su Bai nod in agreement, a charming dimple appeared on Deng Ziqi's face. She hurriedly retrieved several sheets of sheet music from her backpack and presented them to Su Bai with both hands. Inquiring about the film's title and theme, Su Bai discovered that it bore a striking resemblance to a movie from his previous life, titled Passengers in Space. A sense of perplexity enveloped him. What manner of world was this? Why were there so many similarities to his past life, yet also numerous differences? Many works existed in his former existence, albeit in a disordered timeline. Nevertheless, he decided to cease overthinking it. Su Bai resolved to diligently study the sheet music he had received. Huang Zhan adjusted his glasses, attentively observing Su Bai's every move. Meanwhile, the diners around them took notice of this scene, setting down their chopsticks and wine glasses. Intrigued by Su Bai's live assistance to Deng Ziqi, all present had witnessed Su Bai's remarkable talent when he had previously composed Bubble for Deng Ziqi, leaving them in awe. After perusing the songs, Su Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. Where was the song Light Years Away? Deng Ziqi, dear Deng Ziqi, have you not awakened to your true potential? Or are you merely a doppelganger of another? Unable to find the song he yearned for, Su Bai decided to assess the quality of the remaining pieces. If any surpassed Light Years Away, he would advocate for that one. However, if none could compare, the rightful piece must still make its appearance. Indeed, his sixth sense proved accurate. Although the quality of the songs was satisfactory, none could rival Light Years Away from his previous life. Thus, he resolved to recommend that song, leaving the decision to Deng Ziqi's discretion. Noticing that Su Bai had scrutinized the pieces without a significant reaction, Deng Ziqi's heart sank considerably. Su Bai, what do you think of these songs? I am feeling quite anxious. Deng Ziki confessed, her unease palpable. These were the fruits of her labor, crafted over several exhausting days and nights. If she were to abandon them now, she would miss the promotional opportunity for the film, not only forfeiting this chance, but also incurring substantial penalties for breach of contract. Subai replied, "Let us analyze them one by one. Take this piece, for instance. While its quality is decent, it does not align closely with the film's theme. As for this one, it feels rather lackluster, lacking the emotional intensity required. Lastly, there is this piece." Each of Subai's words was a gem, articulately expressing the strengths and weaknesses of each song. Deng Ziki felt increasingly unsettled, while she had been oblivious to these flaws during her creation. Subai's insights resonated with stark clarity. Huang Zhan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Subai's astute observations. He had not anticipated such a high level of artistic prowess from someone so young, and his admiration for Subai grew substantially. As Subai concluded his analysis, Deng Ziki's expression turned somber, tears nearly brimming in her eyes. She turned to Huang Zhan. "Teacher Huang, what do you think? Are these songs beyond redemption? With only 3 days left until submission, what am I to do?" Huang Zhan consoled. "Subai is absolutely right. He has articulated the pros and cons quite clearly. The challenge now is that creating a new song might be too time-consuming. However, submitting these few songs could very well result in failure with the client. The only viable solution is to select the best among these songs and refine it accordingly. Perhaps there is still hope." Huang Zhan, a seasoned musician, immediately grasped the situation and proposed a pragmatic solution. Yangmi and others chimed in to comfort. "Ziki, don't lose heart. We have 2 musical prodigies here. 3 days should be ample time to craft a new song. Indeed, do not rush. There is still time, and we must have faith in them." At this, Deng Ziki finally put away her woeful expression, pouting as she looked at Huang Zhan and Subai with a pitiful gaze. Huang Zhan and Subai exchanged smiles, indicating that they had reached a decision. "Rest assured, I will assist you. Within 3 days, I shall deliver a work that meets the standards," Subai assured her. Huang Zhan then suggested, "Subai, Ziki, shall we meet at the recording studio tomorrow?" Deng Ziki's spirits lifted. "Thank you, Teacher Subai, and thank you, Teacher Huang." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead in frustration, pulling out a bank card from her bag and handing it to Subai. "Look at my forgetful mind. Teacher Subai. This is the revenue from Bubble, approximately 1 million. Please take it for now. I will consolidate the subsequent earnings and transfer them to you later." Initially, it was agreed that Deng Ziki would receive the singing rights, with all profits after operational costs going to Subai. Yet, Deng Ziki felt that Subai was at a disadvantage. The influence of this song on her life was immeasurable, far beyond mere monetary value. However, Subai was not entirely comfortable accepting it. In his view, this song belonged to Deng Ziki. Although he understood that the Deng Ziki from 2 different worlds was not the same person, nor from the same realm, he felt he could manage his family's debts. "Ziki, this song was originally a gift to you. If you insist on payment, let's do it this way. I will accept this 1 million as a buyout for the song. And all future earnings will belong to you," Subai stated earnestly. "That simply cannot be. I have already gained an immense favor from you. How could I also take the earnings from this song? No, absolutely not." Deng Ziki was resolute, her sincerity evident without a hint of pretense. Observing their mutual insistence, Huang Zhan smiled silently, while Yang Mi and the others were unsure whom to advise, recognizing that both were speaking from the heart. Subai knew that this back and forth could continue indefinitely, and with a spark of inspiration, he proposed, "Let us not push any further. I suggest we donate the future earnings to the Hope Project to assist those in need." Upon hearing Subai's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. A grand vision. Huang Zhan nodded, smiling. "Well said. Let us proceed with that." Huang Zhan was thoroughly impressed by Subai, admiring the young man's integrity. His unwavering stance before authority, his disinterest in wealth, and his selflessness among friends. At that moment, Yang Mi's phone rang. "Hello, Reba. How are you adjusting to life on set? What's up?" That's wonderful news. Great. Subai is right here. Let me tell him. Goodbye." Upon hearing the mention of Subai, everyone turned their attention to her. Yang Mi hung up the phone and smiled. "Subai, an opportunity has arisen. Are you interested?" "What opportunity?" Subai inquired. "Reba, who plays the second female lead in the film Painted Skin, has informed Yang Mi that the production is well underway. Yet they have yet to find a suitable theme song. The director's team has invited several popular singers to customize a song for the movie, and upon learning this, Reba recommended you as well. The production has stated that if the song fits, they are willing to pay a handsome price." "Painted Skin?" Subai was momentarily bewildered. Does this movie exist in this world too? Yet another jumbled timeline. When there's money to be made, one should seize the opportunity. When do they need it? Specifically, 2 days from now for a face-to-face meeting with the production team. The song must align with the script, and since the film has not yet been released, the script is confidential and cannot be sent electronically. You'll have to visit the set. After Yangmi finished speaking, she suddenly recalled something and glanced at the anxious Dang Ziki beside her. Oh no, she had spoken too freely. Subai had just agreed to help Dang Ziki revise her song, and now their schedules were colliding. Chapter 57. Fate brings us together beyond the turmoil of the world. Yet destiny demands that we love amidst peril. Noticing Dang Ziki's concern, Subai reassured her with a smile, do not fret. I shall assist you in completing the song before we set off. Ah, might this delay your schedule? After all, we must reach the film crew in 2 days. And time is rather tight. Perhaps it is best to forego it. I have teacher Huang to assist me, and crafting a song should pose no significant challenge. Dang Ziki felt overwhelming gratitude towards Subai, yet a sense of guilt washed over her. She did not wish to impede Subai's plans due to her own circumstances. Huang Zhan interjected, Subai, leave Ziki's matters to me. You should take these next 2 days to rest well, familiarize yourself with the film's script, and prepare thoroughly. The competitors in your field possess considerable talent. Do not engage in battles without assurance. In 3 days, I will visit the Shabao town film base to catch up with some old friends. If you were still around then, we might share a drink. Before Subai could respond, Yangmi erupted with excitement. She was well aware that aside from the Painted Skin crew, a monumental film was also in production at the Shabao town film base, featuring the illustrious Stephen Chow from Hong Kong. He is a titan of the film industry, an iconic figure known to all. The progenitor of absurdist comedy in Hong Kong cinema, the name Stephen Chow guarantees box office success. Teacher Huang. The old friends you speak of, could one of them be Stephen Chow? Indeed, a Xing and I share a cordial relationship. And I have collaborated with director Liu as well. It is the perfect opportunity to visit them. Wow, Stephen Chow is my idol. I would love to have a signed photo. Me too, me too. I long for an autograph. The girls instantly transformed into enthusiastic fans. Such a request is easily fulfilled. I shall arrange it for you, Huang Zhan declared. Really? Thank you, Teacher Huang. Subai fell into deep contemplation once more. With Stephen Chow present in the Northwest for filming, could it be a Chinese odyssey? It is highly probable. In his previous life, Subai had admired Stephen Chow immensely and dreamed of meeting him. Now, this opportunity lay before him. Although Huang Zhan mentioned he would head to the Northwest in 3 days, what if he missed out on this chance? Regret would be unbearable. Teacher Huang, you are also going to Shabao town? Let us go together. I too admire Stephen Chow and would love an introduction. Subai proposed. Ah, together? I still have to assist Ziki with her song. I cannot abandon her, can I? Haha. Dang Ziki expressed with a hint of melancholy, feeling like a burden. At risk of being cast aside at any moment, Subai rose, declaring, of course we must attend to this. We have nearly finished our meal, and there is still ample time. Let us head to the recording studio now and finalize the song. Upon hearing Subai's words, the group was taken aback, then transformed their surprise into joy. Could it be that Subai would compose the song on site? Only Huang Zhan had yet to witness this firsthand, and now, intrigued by Subai's assertion, he yearned to observe the renowned talent and determine whether the legends held true. The group abandoned their meal, hastily making their way to the recording studio. This establishment was a private facility, owned by an insider in the industry, specifically rented out to stars for temporary recording sessions. On ordinary days, numerous celestial superstars have graced this place, their photographs with the proprietor adorning the walls. The group had made prior arrangements, and upon their arrival in the courtyard, the owner greeted them warmly. However, tonight's circumstances were rather unfortunate. The recording studio had already been booked for a 9 o'clock session by a singer hailing from the beautiful island. With the clock striking 8, only an hour remained, hardly enough time. Dang Ziki's mood oscillated like a roller coaster. Shall we come back tomorrow? She suggested. Alas, tomorrow is also reserved, with a deposit paid. Perhaps you could come the day after? I'll ensure you have a spot, the owner apologized. The group felt helpless, after all. Fairness dictated that they could not leap the queue simply because they were locals. Let me reach out to a friend and see if we might borrow their studio. Yangmi consoled, patting Deng Ziki's shoulder. Yangmi's company primarily focused on idol actors, with singers being a secondary concern, making the utilization of a recording studio less essential for them, especially given the substantial costs involved. Typically, entertainment companies are situated in upscale areas where real estate is precious. Professional equipment comes at a steep price, necessitating the employment of skilled sound engineers and mixers, not to mention ongoing maintenance expenses. Thus, only large-scale agencies with diverse operations would invest in their studios, while smaller firms would simply rent as needed. Subai, however, was eager to pen the song swiftly and have Dengziki record a polished version, wishing to avoid any further delays. Mimi, there's no need for such complications. An hour will suffice, he declared, prompting the group's concern. Subai, when you say an hour, it's hardly even that, they cautioned. Recording a song, even if achieved in one go, requires at least 30 minutes for preparation, leaving scant time for any necessary revisions. A quick phone call should suffice. Let us ensure we have ample time to refine the song. After all, it's the theme song for a Hollywood blockbuster. Pivotal to Dengziki's career, it's prudent to strive for perfection, he reasoned. Really, it's unnecessary. I have a general idea already. Let us commence promptly. If it proves inadequate, we can always seek assistance later. What do you think? Subai's audacity astonished them once more. You can't possibly have it all figured out already. Can you? One pondered. It's quite possible. This fellow defies conventional reasoning. Another replied. Then let us give it a shot. Upon entering the creative studio, before they could even settle, Dengziki laid out several scores on the table. Turning around, she was met with a jaw-dropping sight. Subai had picked up a blank sheet of paper and was writing with intense focus. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Subai's immersion in his craft resembled a masterful painting, captivating all who beheld him. Yangmi, having just brewed a pot of tea, stood in stunned silence, bewildered that Subai had begun writing directly. Huangzhan, having just removed his jacket, turned to witness the same astonishing scene, equally dumbfounded. The group was frozen in place. For a full quarter of an hour, they dared not breathe, fearing they might disrupt Subai's concentration. Only when he set down his pen did they slowly approach. Huangzhan and Dengziki, positioned on either side, were left in awe upon seeing the exquisitely crafted score before them. Is it truly possible to handcraft a song in just 15 minutes? Or is it a combination of lyrics and score? Astonishingly, there are no signs of revision, and it appears to be the work of an individual. Goodness, if another person were to transcribe it, they might well make errors. And even completing it in a quarter of an hour seems improbable. Regardless of quality, this remarkable skill alone leaves everyone utterly astounded. Next, one gazes upon the title, Beyond Light Years, feeling the sensation lingering at the tips of my fingers. How does one instantaneously freeze time? Remember to gaze into my unwavering eyes. Perhaps there will be no tomorrow. Confronted by the vastness of the starry sea, we are as insignificant as dust, adrift in a realm of helplessness. Fate has conspired to bring us together amidst chaos, yet destiny compels us to love in times of peril. Upon reaching this point, Huangzhan is utterly astonished. Is this truly a song born of improvisation? The lyrics and melody align perfectly with the film's theme, even devoid of the movie's narrative context. It stands as an exceptional piece of music. What is even more astonishing is that the vocal requirements for this song seem tailor-made for Dengziki. Huangzhan has come to fully appreciate the formidable talent of Subai. Truly, one hears legends, but is left speechless upon meeting the reality. Meanwhile, after softly humming the melody, Dengziki trembles with excitement. She is certain that this is the song she has been yearning for. Chapter 58, Departing for Sandcastle Town. A successful signing of Beyond Light Years. Upon witnessing Dengziki's exuberance, Yangmi and others hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter, Ziki? Are you dissatisfied with the song?" "Not at all. I am utterly satisfied. I shall familiarize myself with the song immediately and record it on site." Dengziki was entirely consumed by the score of Beyond Light Years, her foremost thought being to perform it without delay. Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed excitedly to the recording studio. "This child, Subai worked tirelessly to compose the song for you, and you didn't even utter a word of thanks." Huangzhan chuckled. "Don't take it to heart." "She is just like that." Subai waved his hand dismissively. "It's perfectly fine. What truly matters is helping Ziki finalize the song." After Subai departed, Yangmi and the others inquired, "Teacher Huang, it seems Ziki is quite pleased with this song. What do you think of it?" Though Yangmi and Tian Wenjing had developed an almost blind confidence in Subai, having a seasoned musician like Huangzhan before them made them eager to hear his assessment, to see if it aligned with their own thoughts. Huangzhan replied, "Pleased is an understatement. This song has left me profoundly astonished. Given my decades of experience in the music industry, I firmly believe this song is destined for greatness. It is hard to fathom that Subai composed this on a whim. Had I not known he had only just learned of the film's theme, I might suspect it was premeditated. Such a phenomenon is truly astounding. The new generation of musicians is rising. It is indeed their era, and I, as an old man, find it challenging to keep pace. Youngmi and the others were aware that the song would not disappoint, yet they were taken aback by Huang Zhan's high praise. How thrilling, and how full of anticipation. Tian Wenjing simply wished to wait in silence for the finished product. They were all curious about the nature of the song that could elicit such remarks from the once great musical talent, Huang Zhan. A quarter of an hour later, Su Bai called to summon them to the recording studio to listen to the song. Inside the studio, Deng Ziki stood before the microphone, wearing headphones, and flashed a playful smile at the arriving crowd. Wow, Ziki looks so cool while singing. There's an indescribable charm and confidence about her. Go, Ziki. Youngmi cheered with a fist pump. As everyone settled in, Deng Ziki signaled the recording engineer with an OK gesture. The melancholic sound of the piano began to play. Feel the sensations lingering at my fingertips. How to instantaneously freeze time. After just a few lines, the crowd was captivated by Deng Ziki's magnetic voice. It felt as though they were enveloped in the vast darkness of the universe, a profound sense of insignificance coupled with a melancholic uncertainty about the future enveloping them. We are as small as dust, drifting in a sea of helplessness. As she reached this point, there was a brief pause before the music surged dramatically. Suddenly, Deng Ziki's distinctive high notes resonated throughout the studio, bringing the song to its climax. Fate brought us together beyond the chaos of the world. Yet destiny demands that we love amidst adversity. Perhaps the future lies far beyond the light years. I am willing to wait in the unknown for you. I never anticipated that I would become so consumed by you. In the face of landslides and tsunamis, the thought of escaping without you is simply unfathomable. My mind has become utterly frantic for your sake. My pulse and heartbeat feel inconsequential without you. As I sing these words, the audience, separated by glass, gasps in astonishment. Their mouths agape as waves of climax wash over their souls. How enchanting and exhilarating this is. This song undoubtedly rivals Bubble. Huang Zhan, equally taken aback, finds himself at a loss for words. Despite his preparation, the actual impact exceeds all expectations. The merits of this song compared to Bubble are subjective, however. The platforms for their performances differ greatly. This song is the custom theme for a Hollywood film, and if chosen successfully, it will not only captivate the domestic audience but also resonate globally. Deng Ziki's worth will soar, propelling her to international stardom. How young is she? One could assert that this opportunity has been firmly grasped by Deng Ziki. Yet, rather than saying she seized it herself, it would be more accurate to say that Su Bai helped her secure it and practically thrust it into her pocket. What a profound kindness this is. It seems likely that this debt will never be repaid. Upon reflecting on this, Huang Zhan shakes his head helplessly, conceding that matters of youth should be left to the young. He understands Ziki's nature well. After finishing her performance, Deng Ziki cannot contain her excitement, tears welling in her eyes. She knows she has seized this opportunity. She rushes out of the studio, disregarding the gazes of others, and embraces Su Bai tightly. Su Bai, taken aback, finds himself unexpectedly enveloped by a beautiful woman. When they part, Su Bai spreads his hands, wearing an innocent expression, as if to say, "She embraced me. I was merely an unwilling participant. My hands did not engage." Observing this, Deng Ziki pouts, playfully vexed. "Teacher Su Bai, am I really that unlikable?" Yongmi bursts into laughter, and soon, others join in, filling the room with mirth. Huang Zhan is the first to speak. "Su Bai, this song is phenomenal. And Ziki's rendition was splendid. I can guarantee that not only will the contract be signed without issue, but this song will also sweep through both domestic and international markets. Will it really be that sensational?" "Indeed, it will be that sensational. Just wait and see." Su Bai is well aware that this song will achieve great success. In his previous life, it amassed a staggering 280 million views on YouTube, even requiring payment for international listeners. Youngmi glances at her watch, noting that there are still 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. Not only have they not exhausted their time, but they also have a surplus. This is simply astounding. Should this news circulate, few would believe it. They might think you are mad, spouting nonsensical claims. Yet, it has undeniably occurred. As they discuss the matters of song rights and revenue, the two begin to defer to one another once more. Ultimately, Huang Zhan makes the final decision, insisting they adhere to the established protocol. Deng Ziki was acutely aware of the significance this song held for her, and to Su Bai, she could only express her profound gratitude in silence, promising to meet again in the future. 2 days later, Su Bai, along with Tian Wenjing and Huang Zhan, boarded a plane heading to the northwest. Before the aircraft had even touched down, the trio received a jubilant call from Deng Ziki. The production team was exceedingly pleased with the song Beyond Light Years, having successfully secured a contract and prepared to shoot a music video to promote the film. It was rumored that the higher-ups were placing considerable importance on it, with substantial investment involved. Furthermore, there was an intention for this song to serve as a global promotional anthem, with no additional songs selected for other countries or regions. Underscoring their satisfaction with this particular piece, the three of them were overwhelmed with joy upon hearing the news. Throughout the call, Huangzhan discreetly observed Su Bai's expressions, attempting to discern his emotions, envy, jealousy, regret. Yet, all he witnessed was a genuine smile of happiness for his friend. At that moment, Huangzhan was entirely captivated by Su Bai. The notion that such an invaluable song could be given away so casually, without a hint of turmoil, was remarkable. Talented and virtuous. Despite having vowed never to take on disciples, he found himself moved by Su Bai's presence. Ultimately, he could only smile wryly to himself. Could he be a mentor? Did he possess anything worthy of teaching? In fact, in certain aspects, Su Bai could very well be his teacher. Since a mentor-student relationship was unattainable, perhaps they could forge a friendship across generations instead. He resolved to support him quietly from the shadows. Along with the exceptionally gifted Deng Ziki, Huangzhan couldn't help but reflect on the beauty of youth. Just as his thoughts wandered in myriad directions, the plane touched down at the airport. Chapter 59, Arrival at the Film Crew, Stars Gather at Northwest Airport. At the exit, a woman donned in a pink hat, oversized sunglasses, and a mask stood eagerly awaiting. Upon spotting Tian Wenjing and her companions, she waved excitedly, though she was bundled up. Tian Wenjing immediately recognized her as the actress Reba, who was filming in Shabao Town. Even Su Bai recognized her. Reba's elegant figure and characteristic movements were undeniably unique. After exchanging warm greetings, the group boarded a luxurious business vehicle and set off for their destination. After a 5-hour journey, they arrived at a nearby small county town. Following their hotel arrangements and a hearty lunch, they continued on their way. Another 2 hours of travel brought them to the renowned Shabao Town film and television base. Nestled in the arid desert of the Northwest, the landscape was a blend of the familiar and the unfamiliar, dust swirling in the air. Scenes and dialogues from the films flashed through Su Bai's mind as Tian Wenjing and Huangzhan expressed their awe. The dilapidated ancient city, the desolate desert, and the west wind whipping through the old paths, all set against a fiery sunset, created an atmosphere reminiscent of a martial arts drama. It was no wonder this film base was established here. Even upon arrival, the grandeur of the surroundings was palpable, lending an authentic sense of immersion. This vast land, sparsely populated, housed numerous ancient cities scattered far apart, each hosting various film crews. Nearby, a small town was constructed specifically to support the film base, thriving on the livelihood provided by these productions. Reba greeted Su Bai and his companions with the warmth of an old friend, enthusiastically introducing them to the area. "How is the film coming along, Reba?" Tian Wenjing inquired with concern. "Quite well. We've completed more than half. I estimate we'll wrap up in about 20 days. Director Liu is in a bit of a frenzy searching for the right theme song, which is why I recommended Su Bai to him. What do you think, great talent? I hope you're not upset that I brought you to this desolate wasteland." Reba playfully patted Su Bai on the shoulder, embodying the role of a gracious host. "Having boarded your ship, how could I dare be upset? I shall follow your lead." The four shared laughter as they approached the film crew, with Reba leading the way. Their passage was unimpeded. They arrived at a temporary reception area, where Su Bai spotted several familiar faces, specifically, renowned figures from the music industry, including Li Jian. Upon their entrance, the collective gaze of the assembled stars quickly focused on the prominent Huangzhan. "Ah, Teacher Huang, what a surprise to see you here," exclaimed several attendees, rising to greet him warmly. "Teacher Huang, do you remember me? I'm Xiao Wang, the one who shared a meal with you. Please, have a seat, Teacher Huang. Would you like some tea?" Huangzhan became the center of attention as he entered, a testament to his esteemed position in the music realm. "Please, everyone. No need for formality. Sit down, sit down," he replied graciously, showing no airs of superiority. "I truly didn't expect Director Liu to invite you as well. With you here, what need do we have of anything else? Indeed, with your presence, how could we dare to display our modest skills?" The crowd began to shower praises. Huangzhan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Ah, please do not misunderstand. The production team did not invite me. I have come unbidden, merely accompanying a friend to sit and see old acquaintances such as a Shing." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of relief. Since he was not summoned by the director's team, Huang Zhan would not encroach upon their business. They were acutely aware of Huang Zhan's prowess. Should he choose to intervene, those present might find their efforts wasted and even incur losses on their tickets. Teacher Huang, you mentioned accompanying a friend. Who might this esteemed individual be? Pray, introduce us, queried one. Indeed, Teacher Huang, where is your friend? To them, anyone deemed a friend by Huang Zhan must surely be a master of his caliber. What joy it would bring to forge a connection with such a luminary. Su Bai and Tian Wenjing were completely overlooked, regarded merely as Huang Zhan's assistant and agent. Tian Wenjing felt a surge of indignation. How could they disregard Su Bai, who stood right before them? Huang Zhan, recognizing the misunderstanding, rose and approached Su Bai, declaring, "Oh, this is the friend I spoke of. I am accompanying him." Director Lu's invitation was also extended to him. A chorus of astonishment arose among the industry veterans. The young man before them, once assumed to be merely an assistant, was now recognized as Huang Zhan's friend. Was he not rather youthful? He seemed somewhat familiar, one mused. Indeed, I feel I have seen him before. Is this not Su Bai, who performed Wanjiang at the 100th anniversary celebration of the founding of the party? Oh, he sang that song? Indeed. Are you aware of the recently viral song by Motherland? Rumor has it Su Bai penned both the lyrics and the melody. Goodness. The rendition featuring over 30,000 fishing boats singing in unison at Rock Yellow Island is that very song. Look at the goosebumps all over me, the crowd murmured. Growing more astonished, their gazes towards Su Bai softening with respect. In the arts, there is a universal reverence for the strong, particularly in the literary and artistic circles where merit speaks volumes and the worthy command esteem. Although young and relatively new to the scene, Su Bai had garnered respect through several high-quality original compositions. At that moment, the door to the reception room swung open. Director Lu Weiguo entered, accompanied by a weary middle-aged gentleman. "Ah, the main event has arrived. Director Lu, you have kept us waiting," exclaimed the renowned musician Zhang Qidong, who had come from Hong Kong, greeting Lu Weiguo with a smile. "I was engrossed in a discussion about a script with the producer and lost track of time. My sincere apologies." Lu Weiguo greeted everyone warmly, and upon noticing Huang Zhan's presence, approached him enthusiastically for a handshake. "Teacher Huang, you are here as well. I intended to extend an invitation to you, but I heard you have been quite busy, and I did not wish to intrude." "Oh, Director Lu, there is no need for such formality. I am merely accompanying Su Bai for a stroll. You all carry on with your work, and do not mind this old man." "Teacher Huang, your words are far too humble. You are indeed among the elite in this industry. Since you are here, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. You may not be aware, but the film is nearly completed, yet we have yet to find a suitable theme song. In desperation, I have resorted to this rather drastic measure, akin to issuing a bounty in the martial world." Lu Weiguo spoke with a blend of sincerity and jest. He had initially considered inviting Huang Zhan, but the latter's stature was too lofty, and the budget fell short. Thus, he had no choice but to enlist the help of some lesser-known musicians. Now, the investors were pressing for a quicker filming schedule, making the issue of the theme song a matter of utmost urgency. As for financial concerns, the investors assured him that they would consider additional funding, provided they were satisfied with the outcome. Therefore, upon seeing Huang Zhan arrive, Lu Weiguo felt a palpable sense of reassurance. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Zhan, he offered a brief greeting to Su Bai. Although Hot Bar had recommended Su Bai to him, he perceived Su Bai's experience as rather limited. Perhaps he had achieved some minor successes, but when compared to the more established musicians, there remained a significant gap. Ultimately, it was these industry elites who could truly lend him a hand. Chapter 60. Unexpected Words. Securing the theme song. Lu Weiguo, foregoing any preliminary remarks, directly delved into the crux of the matter. The purpose of convening everyone here was undoubtedly already known. He then introduced the middle-aged man beside him, stating, "This is our film crew's composer, Wang Jing. I will first provide a brief overview of the movie's plot, after which you may direct any questions to Mr. Wang." Following this, Lu Weiguo succinctly outlined the main storyline of Painted Skin. The film predominantly explores themes of love and humanity, narrating a fantastical tale of two beings from starkly different realms. Upon hearing his words, the audience appeared contemplative. Su Bai nodded to himself. The plot bore a striking resemblance to a film from his past life. Curiously, however, the original work of this adaptation, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, did not exist. Director Lu, the concept for this film is truly remarkable. It is bound to achieve great box office success, Zhang Qidong remarked. By the way, when do you need the theme song? This was the topic that piqued everyone's interest, and all eyes turned to Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo replied, at most, in 15 days. 15 days? Isn't that a bit rushed? Spoke Li Jian from the entertainment industry. Indeed, it is rather short. The creation of thematic songs is inherently challenging, and with the need for revisions and compositions, the timeline is indeed tight. Lu Weiguo acknowledged, I understand this may seem demanding, but the film is nearing completion, and the investors are pressing for results. I assure you, if we select your song, we will offer a 20 premium over the market price. Upon hearing this, the previously vocal musicians hesitated to voice their complaints about the tight schedule. After all, they were all on the same starting line. If one was pressed for time, they all were, and the songs produced would be equally hurried. Huang Zhan smiled silently, turning to Su Bai and quietly inquiring, Su Bai, the theme of this film is somewhat unconventional. Do you believe you can manage it in 15 days? It's not a problem. I won't need 15 days. Su Bai responded with a smile. What is the point of needing 15 days? The song from my past life has already reached its zenith. There is no need for a complete recreation. A simple and unadorned approach would suffice. Huang Zhan asked with curiosity, you must already have some ideas, right? Just a few thoughts. Before Su Bai could finish, Lu Weiguo, noticing the lack of objections, stood up and announced, everyone, we have another scene to shoot shortly. So I will take my leave. I entrust the matter of the theme song to you all. Please discuss the finer details with Mr. Wang. Understood. You carry on. Director Liu, I assure you I will give it my all. You can rest easy. Mr. Wang, could we further discuss the specific thematic requirements of the song? As Lu Weiguo prepared to depart, Su Bai called out to him. He was reluctant to wait another 15 days for a return trip. The journey was long and arduous. And if the matter could be resolved on the spot, there was no need to postpone it. As Su Bai's voice resonated, he addressed Director Liu, requesting a moment's pause, assuring that the song would soon be ready for presentation. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the previously boisterous reception room fell into an astonished silence. All eyes converging on Su Bai, Lu Weiguo halted his steps, directing his gaze towards the corner where the inconspicuous Su Bai stood. Tian Wenjing, startled by Su Bai's bold declaration, hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming in alarm, have you lost your mind? You just mentioned having a few ideas. And now you're claiming to have a finished product? With so many musicians present, don't make a fool of yourself. Her concern was understandable. Su Bai had recently been lauded as a musical genius, and it was imperative not to tarnish that reputation. Huang Zhan, too, was taken aback by Su Bai's assertion. Though he professed disinterest in participating, he had been quietly contemplating ideas, yet he felt far from producing a completed work. Just days prior, he had witnessed the miraculous birth of Beyond Light Years, and now, was he to behold yet another marvel? Lu Weiguo wore a skeptical expression as fellow artists. They shared a fundamental understanding that composing music bore similarities to penning a film script. Could one truly declare a theme and immediately produce a finished piece? It seemed absurd. The reactions among the musicians varied. Some were astonished, others dismissive, and a few shook their heads in contempt. Was this young man so desperate for money that he had gone mad? How could someone like him be invited here? It was laughable. They were eager to see if he could indeed present a completed work. Lu Weiguo was known for his temper. Should this youth seek to draw attention through grandstanding, it could lead to an awkward situation for all involved. Had they not observed Lu's displeasure? After a brief glance at Su Bai and then at Huang Zhan, who smiled and nodded, Lu Weiguo restrained his frustration, attempting to maintain composure as he addressed Su Bai. So, you claim to have a finished product? Here's the deal. I have some matters to attend to. Teacher Wang, please take a look at this and inform me of the outcome. I must excuse myself for now. With a smile, Lu Weiguo departed. He believed that granting Huang Zhan a favor was sufficient, as he had nothing to lose, allowing Wang Jin to handle the situation. Wang Jin understood Lu Weiguo's intentions well, yet the formalities had to be observed. Rising from his seat, he said, Mr. Su, shall we find a more suitable place to discuss this? Wang Jin escorted Su Bai to a secluded temporary office filled with props for the film's score. Half an hour later, while deliberating over the scenes, Lu Weiguo received a phone call from Wang Jin. What? Repeat that. All right. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lu Weiguo abandoned the shoot, leaving a bewildered crew and actors in his wake, pulling Heba along. The rest were left in confusion, wondering what urgent matter had arisen when the filming was only halfway through. Meanwhile, the musicians in the reception area continued their idle chatter, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Her eyes occasionally glanced outside. Alas, one wonders, after such a prolonged absence, why have they not returned? Could they truly have completed a song? Do you believe such a statement? I, for one, do not. I shall not wait any longer. I shall take my leave and return in 2 weeks. Just then, the door to the reception room swung open. Lu Weiguo entered, accompanied by Wang Jing, Su Bai, and Reba, a smile gracing his face as he addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme song for the film has been finalized. I kindly request your presence for a brief excursion. I shall treat you all tonight, so please do not depart. Chapter 61. Curious about the song's content? Wait for the movie's release. A visit to the A Chinese Odyssey film crew. Lu Weiguo's words struck like a thunderbolt amidst the crowd, rendering them unable to absorb the following statements. Director Lu, are you saying the theme song has been finalized? Might you reveal whose masterpiece it is? Surely it cannot be the work of Su Bai? Lu Weiguo replied, indeed. It is Su Bai's creation. We just heard it performed live, and we unanimously felt that this song resonates profoundly with the essence of our film. Hence we secured it on the spot. I am immensely grateful to all of you for making the journey to support us. Our crew will reimburse your travel expenses. Please take a short break, as we have a banquet tonight to welcome and bid you farewell. Upon hearing this, the musicians were left astounded. Is there truly a genius capable of composing on site? The brevity of time seems to have pleased Director Lu. Tian Wenjing and Huang Zhan were equally bewildered just moments ago. They were apprehensive about Su Bai's potential failure, yet he had unexpectedly delivered an enormous surprise. Director Lu, may we have the privilege of hearing the song? We wish to comprehend. Indeed, having traveled such a distance, they had barely settled in. I, too, am curious how such a high-quality piece could be produced in such a short span. The crowd murmured, expressing their disbelief and suspicion of an underlying conspiracy. As this seemed utterly preposterous, Lu Weiguo, of course, would not share the song with them. The risk of it leaking could significantly impact the film's promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme song pertains to commercial confidentiality and cannot be disclosed prematurely. If you are truly eager to hear it, you shall have to wait for the film's release. With Lu Weiguo's declaration, the attendees had no choice but to acquiesce, gathering their belongings in preparation to depart. Before long, the reception room was nearly empty. With individuals leaving one by one, their spirits dampened and puzzled. Particularly those who had claimed that 15 days was too brief felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Realizing that without comparison, pain is absent. It was indeed disheartening. Many began to question their own talents, wondering if they were ill-suited for the music industry. When had such an anomaly emerged in the realm of music? A greater number hastily sought to uncover the background of Su Bai, this previously unremarkable young man. What manner of individual is he? The information they unearthed left them even more astonished. He had debuted through a talent show, ascending the charts with his original song Qinghua. Subsequently, another original piece, Fukua, claimed the top spot on YouTube's Chinese music charts. Following this, he engaged in an online musical duel with the vice president of the Music Association, Wang Qingsong, crafting an original song, Wanjing, in a mere 5 hours, and performing it live on the program, once again dominating trending searches. The long-established Wang Qingsong was left utterly humiliated. Then came the widely acclaimed Song of the Pig, the emotionally stirring father, and it was revealed that even the debut song of the rising Hong Kong sensation, Deng Ziki, Bubble, was originally penned by Su Bai. Most astonishingly, he was nominated by the central government as the theme song for the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party with his piece Stars and Sea, delivering a resounding blow to the Voice of China program, which was subsequently suspended from airing. The most astonishing phenomenon currently captivating the internet is the song My Motherland, referred to by netizens as the second national anthem, which is an original creation by Su Bai. It has resonated profoundly both domestically and internationally, moving countless overseas Chinese to tears. Even now, its legend continues to circulate on platforms like YouTube. Upon learning of Su Bai's remarkable accomplishments, a multitude of musicians were left in awe, pondering the sheer talent of this individual. It is no wonder that the esteemed maestro Huang Zhan treats Su Bai with such deference, engaging with him as an equal and even accompanying him as a friend. Such respect is indeed a grand honor. With the free promotion from these musicians, Su Bai's fame within the music industry has once again flourished. When one mentions Su Bai, there are those who admire him, those who resent him, and those who envy him, but more often than not, one hears praises accompanied by exclamations of astonishment at the youth's prowess. After the crowd dispersed, Huang Weiguo approached Su Bai and Tian Wenjing to discuss matters concerning the copyright fees. He proposed a sum of 3 million, along with a share of the box office revenue post-release, specifically, a bonus of 100,000 for every 10 million in ticket sales. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing was left speechless. What kind of extraordinary composition had Subai created to warrant such a sum? This figure represented only the initial payment from the film's producers, excluding potential earnings from subsequent distributions. When all was accounted for, could a single song truly generate tens of millions in revenue? Huang Zhan was equally taken aback. This price far exceeded the typical value of a film's theme song, indicating the producer's immense satisfaction with the piece. His curiosity regarding Subai's musical creations deepened. Meanwhile, the reaction of Reba, who had witnessed the song's creation firsthand, remained composed. She found the composition utterly breathtaking and deemed the price entirely justified. Subai was content with the proposed amount and nodded in agreement, stating that he had one condition. What condition? Huang Weiguo inquired. As long as it falls within reason, I shall comply. The condition was that the song must be performed by Reba. Upon hearing this, Reba was initially taken aback but soon became exhilarated. Even she, despite being an outsider, recognized that this song was destined for success upon its release. Being entrusted with its performance would significantly enhance her reputation, far surpassing the impact of a supporting role. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Weiguo acquiesced. He had originally intended for the leading female role to sing it. But since Subai had made a request, he was more than willing to accommodate Reba. Once Huang Weiguo departed, Reba expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Subai, saying, "Thank you so much, Subai. I am at a loss for words. I never anticipated you would make such a request." Subai replied nonchalantly, "We are all friends. After all, remember when you jokingly offered to help me write a song in the group chat? I took that as a promise." However, Reba perceived the situation differently. Subai was at a low point then, and their words had merely been light-hearted banter to ease the mood. Who would take such matters to heart? As Reba continued to express her gratitude, Subai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. If you truly wish to thank me, how about treating us to a grand feast? I am absolutely famished." Tian Wenjing chimed in. "I, too, am starving and could certainly use a lavish meal. I am utterly impressed by you all. Come, there is a place renowned for its exquisite delicacies. Allow me to escort you there." How stingy. Reluctant to treat us to a sumptuous feast, resorting to mere snacks instead, eat if you wish. Hump the nearest hotel in the county. Reba has already returned to the crew, embarking on a demanding filming schedule. After a refreshing slumber and a light breakfast, the trio set off towards Stephen Chow's film set. "Xing, I'm en route, specifically to see you. No need for formality. We drove ourselves here." Fearing that they might disrupt Stephen Chow's schedule, Huang Zhan made a call in advance. Upon learning that Huang Zhan was coming, Stephen Chow was quite pleased and wished to send a vehicle for them, but Huang Zhan graciously declined. 2 hours of travel swiftly passed. The trio arrived at the film set. As they gazed at the swirling yellow sands and the dilapidated city walls, Subai's thoughts drifted back to a familiar film from her past life. "Hey, Teacher Huang, over here." The familiar cadence of Cantonese reached her ears, and Subai was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be the legendary Stephen Chow? Chapter 62. Is there something missing in the film? The familiar voice reached Huang Zhan's ears, prompting him to turn and behold the weathered face of Stephen Chow. "Ah, Xing, you have aged significantly. The environment here has that effect. I scarcely recognize myself anymore. By the way, who are these two?" Stephen inquired, glancing at Subai and Tian Wenjing behind Huang Zhan. Subai was utterly astonished upon encountering Stephen. The resemblance was striking. Every aspect, from his appearance to his voice, seemed to have emerged from the same mold, though the real name differed by just a character. Huang Zhan smiled as he introduced, "This is a dear friend of mine, Subai, a remarkably talented original singer. Just yesterday, I accompanied him to the set of Painted Skin to compose the theme song, and today I brought him here for a visit." Stephen's eyes widened with surprise. It was indeed remarkable that Huang Zhan referred to this young man as a dear friend. His interest piqued. He realized he was also preparing some incidental music and theme songs for his own film, and the arrival of these two could prove to be a significant boon. "Ah, Lei Hao, welcome. Stephen beamed his signature smile, extending a polite hand. Subai grasped Stephen's outstretched hand, responding, "Hello, Stephen, I am your fan. I particularly adore your films, which is why I asked Teacher Huang to bring me to meet you in person. Now that I have, I am utterly thrilled." "Not at all, let us step inside." Stephen led the way. The group entered a modest reception room, where several middle-aged men sat sipping tea and conversing in Cantonese. "Ah, Dejin, Lao, what brings you all here?" Huang Zhan recognized the men at once. They were prominent musicians from Hong Kong, and he was pleasantly surprised to see them here. "Teacher Huang, what a delight to see you," Stephen exclaimed. You didn't mention that you invited Teacher Huang. We feel much more at ease with him here. Please, have a seat, Teacher Huang. I shall brew you a cup of the cherished red tea that I have kept for years. Reunited with old acquaintances. The group exchanged pleasantries as Su-bai quietly took a seat off to the side. As the conversation progressed, it became clear that these musicians had been invited by Steven and director Liu Junwei. Steven possessed a unique understanding of cinema while filming. He often found himself dissatisfied with many of the scores and incidental music. Therefore, he preferred to halt production until the appropriate musical accompaniments were found. These musicians had been working tirelessly for several days, producing some scores, yet Steven remained unsatisfied. This was the reason he had personally come out to greet Huang Zhan upon learning of his visit. Teacher Huang, your arrival is truly a stroke of fortune. Could you lend your discerning ear to these few pieces of incidental music? Musician Dejin implored. Indeed, Teacher Huang. I feel quite embarrassed to have been dining on Steven's hospitality these past few days without contributing. A middle-aged man remarked, prompting Steven to playfully chide. If we don't manage to produce anything, dining won't be an issue. Just cover your own round-trip airfare. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, Huang Zhan chuckled, realizing he had indeed made the right choice. While he, an old man, might not possess the ability to compose, he had Su-bai. After enduring numerous experiences, Huang Zhan had unwavering faith in Su-bai's talents, confident that there was no song he could not craft. With a smile, he remarked, Xing, allow me to introduce you to my dear friend, who has recently composed a theme song for the crew of Painted Skin, much to the director's satisfaction. Today, you have encountered a savior. Should there be any issues with the film's score, feel free to consult him. Upon hearing Huang Zhan's words, Xing Yi felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity, primarily due to Su-bai's youth. Nevertheless, he politely responded, Mr. Su-bai, Teacher Huang is a highly esteemed elder. If he holds you in such high regard, I must trouble you for assistance. Huang Zhan humbly interjected, I am merely a newcomer in the music industry, unworthy of such lofty praise from Teacher Huang. Su-bai, in turn, displayed great modesty. The others cast inquisitive glances at Su-bai. Standing at 6 feet tall with striking features, he resembled a youthful idol. They pondered why Teacher Huang held him in such high esteem. Like Xing Yi, they were filled with intrigue. At that moment, the wooden door of the reception room swung open, revealing Director Liu Junwei. Director Liu, your timing is impeccable. I have delightful news. Our insert song is secured. Look who has arrived. Liu Junwei's eyes widened upon noticing the musical prodigy Huang Zhan in attendance, prompting him to greet him warmly. Huang Zhan cut straight to the chase. Xing, let us discuss the film. Please provide us with a brief overview and the type of insert songs and scores you require, so we can find suitable points for integration. Nodding in agreement, Liu Junwei succinctly recounted the main storyline of A Chinese Odyssey. After absorbing the details, Huang Zhan appeared contemplative, while Su-bai furrowed his brow. The film's narrative bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous life, albeit with a different conclusion. Absent the elements of tragedy, it culminated in a grand and fulfilling ending. This dissonance unsettled Su-bai, the time traveler. Gazing at the nearly 20 million popularity points in his system account, he promptly expended 2 million to acquire memory capsules related to A Chinese Odyssey. Vivid recollections of the film flooded Su-bai's mind, as if he had lived through it himself. Director Liu, I must commend you. The imagination behind this film is truly boundless. To portray the journey to the West theme in such a manner has opened my eyes. This will undoubtedly achieve remarkable box office success. Huang Zhan offered his praise. The others echoed his sentiments, affirming, Teacher Huang is correct. Coupled with Xing and Director Liu's meticulous attention to detail, this will surely be an outstanding film. Indeed. With such an exceptional script and Xing Yi's popularity, it is more than sufficient to penetrate the mainland market. As Su-bai listened to their conversation, a fierce internal debate raged within him until one thought prevailed. Do you not feel that this film lacks something? What? Su-bai's sudden interjection left everyone momentarily bewildered. Tian Wenjing, sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing him. We have come here to observe, after all. With so many esteemed musicians present, any musical insights would surely be valued. Why then, did you suddenly shift the focus to matters of film? Are you criticizing Stephen Chow? Tian Wenjing grasped Su-bai's arm tightly, signaling him frantically. Huang Zhan was also taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. The expressions of the others were peculiar. How could this previously modest young man suddenly appear so audacious? Stephen Chow cast a surprised glance at Su-bai, astonished that this youth would dare to critique the film industry. The script had been meticulously refined by them. So what audacity did a musician have to question the realm of cinema? Lu Junwei's expression darkened slightly, but out of respect for Huang Zhan, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Stephen Chow, intrigued, encouraged him to voice his thoughts. What, in your opinion, does this film lack? Chapter 63, clad in the garb of comedy, let sadness be the core, Star Master shocked. In a calm demeanor, Su Bai remarked, to be honest, I do not possess a profound understanding of cinema. However, I find director Lu's narrative rather mundane, lacking in emotional conflict, with comedy permeating the entire film. I believe that art transcends boundaries. Much like our musical endeavors, each genre demands its own unique approach. Is it not a pity to employ such a straightforward narrative for such an imaginative theme? Su Bai's words were strikingly audacious. Of course, with director Lu and Star Master headlining, the film's box office success is hardly in doubt, yet the plot has not been refined to its utmost potential. Tian Wenjing was left astounded. She could hardly believe Su Bai was drawing parallels between music and filmmaking. Did he not comprehend the adage that different fields are like distant mountains? Who is Star Master? A legendary figure capable of carrying a film solely on the strength of his name. How dare he presume to critique the craft? Embarrassed, she wished only to whisk Su Bai away from this uncomfortable situation. Huang Zhan, despite his lack of cinematic knowledge, understood that the essence of art, at its core, is indeed interconnected. Thus, he pondered Su Bai's criticisms carefully, realizing that the film might indeed harbor issues. Meanwhile, director Lu Junwei was growing impatient. How could he entertain the musings of an outsider? Star Master furrowed his brow, contemplating Su Bai's remarks. Tian Wenjing sensed the tension in the atmosphere and tugged at Su Bai's sleeve, attempting to smooth things over. Star Master, Director Lu, I sincerely apologize. Su Bai means no harm, he merely spoke in haste. Please do not take offense. Miss Tian, you exaggerate. I am not one to dismiss constructive criticism. Su Bai's observations hold merit. The essence of art is indeed universal, Star Master interjected. Tian Wenjing was taken aback by his unexpected response, interpreting it as mere politeness. Grateful that he had not openly rebuked Su Bai. Yet, she was unprepared for Star Master's subsequent declaration, which left her utterly astonished. With earnestness, Star Master turned to Su Bai. You assert that the emotional conflict in the film is insufficient and that the comedy is too linear. If it were in your hands, how would you approach the filmmaking? Following his inquiry, the room fell silent, everyone taken aback, their gazes fixed upon the two. What does this mean? Is Star Master genuinely seeking guidance from a newcomer? Director Lu stared at Star Master in disbelief. What has come over him? Isn't it absurd for an amateur to instruct a professional? After all, the script had been painstakingly refined. One must not allow it to veer off course. Incessant revisions are a filmmaker's cardinal sin. Choosing to ignore the astonished looks from the others, Su Bai spoke plainly. If it were my endeavor, I would don the film in the attire of comedy while allowing sadness to serve as its core, utilizing the journey of Ji Zunbao as the narrative thread. I would intertwine love, fate, and growth, culminating in a surreal comedic fade that ultimately concludes in tragedy. The joy the audience experiences must be met with an equally poignant heartache, for such a psychological juxtaposition is what ensnares the viewer's soul. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Star Master felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. The dilemmas and inspirations that had plagued him suddenly became crystal clear with Su Bai's insight. Observing the furrowed brows of Master Xing, Tian Wenjing was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though she were perched upon a bed of nails. Indeed, Master Xing was on the verge of an explosion. What to do when a musician attempts to showcase their skills before a film maestro? It would be wiser for her to take the initiative and bid farewell to Su Bai, rather than be dismissed. Meanwhile, Huang Zhan and Lu Junwei felt as though a veil had been lifted, suddenly enlightened, staring in shock at Su Bai. Master Xing became increasingly animated, exclaiming, "This makes perfect sense. Why did I not think of this sooner? If the film is altered in this manner, the caliber will be elevated beyond measure. The script must be revised, it absolutely must. Xing, are you truly intent on changing the script? Have you considered the risks involved?" Lu Junwei, though in agreement with Master Xing's perspective, recognized the delicate balance of interests at play. Unilateral alterations to the script could not only necessitate additional investments but also pose a risk of accountability should the box office performance falter. If they adhered to the original plan, even a lackluster box office would not implicate Master Xing. However, should the script be modified, any subsequent poor performance would fall squarely on his shoulders. Master Xing was notoriously exacting when it came to film, demanding meticulous attention to detail. Had the notion not been raised previously, it might have been acceptable, but now that a fresh vision had emerged for the film, It was clear that the outcome would be significantly improved. There was no justification for not making changes. Director Liu, the film must be altered. Su Bai's suggestions could elevate this project, enhancing its overall stature tremendously. If the box office does not meet expectations, I shall bear the responsibility. Master Xing's resolve left all present in astonishment. To alter the main plot of a film, a matter of such gravity, based solely on Su Bai's suggestion? Could such a change truly elevate the film? Was this not a touch absurd? Tian Wenjing felt utterly bewildered. What did elevating the film and enhancing its caliber even mean? Just based on Su Bai's 2 remarks? Was this not too casual? Should they not deliberate further? What if the project flopped? Would the blame rest on Su Bai's shoulders? Lu Jinwei recognized that such modifications would indeed yield a better result, though the risks were substantial. Yet, he understood Master Xing's temperament once he had made up his mind. There would be no room for negotiation unless he was excluded from the project entirely. To hell with it. Let's proceed, he declared. Xing, since the decision is made, we shall now reorganize the script and set aside all other matters. Lu Jinwei chose to align himself with Master Xing. The others present were left dumbfounded. Could it be that merely a few words had prompted these 2 titans of the Hong Kong film industry to revise the script? Madness. They had truly lost their minds. Master Xing was resolute and immediately set about revising the script. Su Bai, this concept is your brainchild. You cannot shirk your responsibilities. I will require your further insights and details, but rest assured, you shall receive every penny of your due compensation. As Master Xing departed, he made sure to bring along Su Bai, the architect of this audacious idea. Su Bai's inner thoughts are indeed contemplative. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, the film's box office performance was rather lackluster, primarily due to its early release, absurdist style, and narrative techniques that were far ahead of their time. The audience of that era was not particularly receptive. However, the timeline for this film has now become disordered, emerging in an age where new media flourishes and public acceptance is significantly greater. This film is destined to achieve remarkable success. Additionally, several classic musical scores and the heart-wrenching ending theme are timeless masterpieces. Since this world lacks such artistry, let it be bestowed through Su Bai's hands. Having resolved to participate, he shall do so wholeheartedly. Su Bai stood up with a smile. Master Xing, it is more respectful to obey than to command. Chapter 64. Expressing emotions through music, treading on a rainbow cloud with the one who captivates the heart as Star Master and Director Liu departed with Su Bai. The reactions in the reception room varied among the onlookers. Huang Zhan, having experience in filmmaking, possessed a superior understanding of cinema compared to the others present. His admiration for Su Bai transcended mere words. It was no wonder that Su Bai could compose original songs with the ease of sipping tea. His extraordinary artistic talent seemed innate. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly shine brightly in any circle. Tian Wenjing finally breathed a sigh of relief regarding her earlier concerns. She had never imagined that Su Bai held such unique insights into film. Clearly, Star Master valued Su Bai's opinions greatly, to the extent of bringing this outsider along to revise the screenplay. The others, less attuned to the nuances of filmmaking, could only express their astonishment. Could it be that Star Master and Director Liu actually took an outsider's words to heart? While I may not grasp the intricacies of film, I place my faith in the professionalism of Star Master and Director Liu. If they deem it viable, it certainly must be. Teacher Huang, your esteemed friend is quite remarkable. Indeed, we are thoroughly impressed, remarked one attendee. When the film becomes a box office success, this little episode will surely leave many astounded. I share your sentiment. It's likely that Su Bai will receive numerous offers from filmmakers in the future. Ha ha ha! Jean's comment awakened Huang Zhan and Tian Wenjing to the possibilities. Such occurrences could very well transpire. Yet it was uncertain whether they would be a boon or a bane. If given the choice, they would prefer Su Bai to focus on his music, rather than diluting his energies. Time flew swiftly, and while Star Master and his team revised the screenplay, Huang Zhan and several musicians composed a few interludes. Particularly, the original celebratory theme for the ending song was now to be transformed into a tragic melody, necessitating alterations to the finale as well. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Star Master and his companions returned, arms draped over each other's shoulders, laughing and conversing, reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting. Tian Wenjing and the others were once again taken aback by Star Master's unexpected camaraderie with Su Bai. Was this truly a rare occurrence? Has the screenplay been revised? Huang Zhan inquired. Yes, indeed. It went remarkably well, and I hold immense confidence in this film. Star Master replied, visibly elated. Let us have a meal first. In the afternoon, we will finalize the interludes and background music. after which we shall commence the intensive filming. Thank you all for your hard work. After a round of pleasantries, the group proceeded to the film crew's cafeteria, where Star Master, in high spirits, ordered several sumptuous dishes. Following a brief respite after their meal, they reconvened in the reception room. This time, Star Master introduced 3 more individuals. This one requires no introduction. Everyone is familiar with Teacher Luo. As for this individual, I shall introduce him. Su-bai may not yet know him, but this is our score composer, Teacher Bao, and this is our assistant director, Jiang Cheng. Upon seeing Luo Jiaying, Su-bai's memory was stirred, recalling her playful, singing mannerisms, which elicited an involuntary smile. After exchanging warm greetings, Star Master outlined the revised storyline before addressing the matter of the interludes. In accordance with my vision, there are several character appearances in the incidental music that we find unsatisfactory. Primarily, the exclusive background music for the character of Jizun Bao, particularly during pivotal moments such as when he first discovers, through the demon-revealing mirror, that he is indeed Sun Wukong, or when he rides the colorful clouds to rescue Zixia. The accompanying music should leave a lasting impression, evoking the atmosphere that resonates with the audience. Master Xing, as expected, possesses an innate sensitivity towards cinema, understanding precisely what elements are needed at critical junctures. His remarks prompted furrowed brows among the group. They had composed several pieces of background music. However, it was apparent that both Master Xing and Teacher Bao remained unsatisfied. Huang Zhondao inquired, "Do we have any finalized pieces to present?" The others exchanged wry smiles, responding, "Indeed, there are a few, yet Master Xing's standards are exceedingly high. None have met his approval." Huang Zhan was well aware of Master Xing's nature. His meticulous attention to detail is a cornerstone of his success. For details indeed determine triumph or failure. A Xing, among these numerous compositions, is there a melody that resonates somewhat? Perhaps we could build upon that foundation, Huang Zhan suggested. Several compositions lacked vibrancy, failing to deliver the auditory stimulation or the profound shock experienced by Ji Zunbao upon realizing his identity as Sun Wukong. Nor did they convey the audience's astonishment and anticipation. It is crucial to note that these scenes are devoid of dialogue. Hence, I require music to express these emotions. The notion of music substituting for dialogue in conveying sentiment left Huang Zhan astounded. He finally comprehended why several eminent musicians could not produce a work that satisfied Master Xing. The challenge was indeed formidable. Teacher Huang, could you also provide your insights on these compositions? Perhaps there is room for adaptation? Dejin remained undeterred, eager to hear Huang Zhan's thoughts. Certainly, let me listen, he replied. Dejin's expression brightened. At least there remained an opportunity. They were not working pro bono. Should any of their compositions be selected, they would receive due remuneration. Out of the several pieces, Dejin had composed 3. None wished for their efforts to be dismissed lightly. As the staff played each piece in turn, Huang Zhan listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly. Su Bai was also listening closely, and indeed, as Master Xing had noted, the compositions were rather bland, with no lyrics to convey meaning. The expressiveness relied heavily on the instruments and rhythm, and the chosen instruments appeared misaligned. As anticipated, Huang Zhan's appraisal was lukewarm. Dejin, these pieces are decent. Yet they do not fit the occasion. They certainly fail to meet a Xing's standards. I believe they lack the merit for adaptation. It would be prudent to consider a fresh creation. I share this sentiment. If they do not suffice, shall we set them aside and proceed to discuss the next piece? Teacher Bao suggested. Dejin's countenance dimmed, harboring a subtle sense of discontent. It is worth noting that he excelled in film scoring. The quality of these compositions was undoubtedly sound, and in any other film, they would have been readily approved. Yet, they found themselves at the mercy of Master Xing's exacting standards. Dejin sighed, conceding, "Very well, let us proceed as you say. I shall defer to Master Xing." Stephen Chow has never been one to mince words when it comes to such matters. Good is good, and bad is bad. Just as he was about to move on to the next point, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Bai. After all, isn't there a talented musician present? Shouldn't he seek his opinion? Su Bai, do you have any thoughts on the requirements I just expressed? The crowd collectively turned their attention to Stephen Chow, then simultaneously shifted their focus to Su Bai. Lu Jinwei's heart raced with anxiety. What does this mean? Why is he asking Su Bai again? He was beginning to feel apprehensive, fervently hoping that Su Bai would refrain from making any earth-shattering comments. After all, 2 of Su Bai's earlier remarks had already led to a script revision, and he could hardly bear another change. Su Bai, unhurried and composed, replied, "Stephen is correct. Pure music can indeed convey profound emotions, and these few pieces have evidently fallen short of expectations. Chapter 65. The sound of the Suona heralds the birth of the Shout-Out Society's overture. As Su Bai's words fell, Tian Wenjing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Could he not consider the feelings of others when he spoke? Did he not notice the pallor that had overtaken teacher Dejin's face? Indeed. Dejin's countenance had turned ashen. It was one thing for his compositions to be criticized repeatedly, but at least he was a respected elder in the field. Now, being dismissed by a junior in the music industry was intolerable. Oh, I am curious to learn how these compositions fail to convey profound. Perhaps you could demonstrate for us? Dejin retorted, his emotions teetering on the brink, spurred on by Su Bai's remarks. Tian Wenjing, noticing Dejin's rising ire, quickly interjected. Teacher Dejin, Su Bai did not mean it that way. I meant exactly that. You evidently misunderstand the intent of Master Xing, and your choice of instruments is flawed. The timbre lacks the necessary intensity and resonance to truly resonate with the audience, Su Bai stated bluntly. Tian Wenjing felt a sense of despair. She was trying to mediate, yet he was being so brutally candid. Was it necessary to be so blunt? The expressions of the other musicians darkened, as they too had a stake in the matter. To them, Su Bai seemed to take undue advantage of Master Xing's favor, showing a complete lack of respect for the venerable predecessors. Dejin's face was a storm cloud, nearly dripping with frustration. He gritted his teeth, holding back expletives. Very well, then you demonstrate for us. This sentiment echoed in the minds of the others. Show us your prowess. Do not merely speak without action. Huang Zhan, unusually silent, regarded Su Bai thoughtfully. Could it be that this young man was on the brink of a creative breakthrough? Master Xing and his companions showed no inclination to intervene, particularly Xing himself, who felt as if he had found a kindred spirit in Su Bai's words. Since Su Bai could articulate such thoughts, surely he could create the music he envisioned. Ignoring the tension-laden exchange, Master Xing eagerly inquired, Su Bai, if it were up to you, which instrument would you choose? Would you be willing to demonstrate? Rest assured, as long as the music meets my expectations, remuneration will not be an issue. Su Bai replied, if it were my choice, I would select the most traditional instrument of our homeland, the Suona, complemented by gongs and drums. The Suona? Gongs and drums? Aren't those typically reserved for festive occasions? Can they even be considered instruments? Dejin scoffed, initially expecting Su Bai to offer some profound insight. In this world, the music industry often exhibited a penchant for foreign influences, having endured a prolonged period of cultural stagnation. Some individuals remained obstinately rooted in the belief that foreign music and instruments were superior, dismissing ancestral traditions as obsolete. Particularly, instruments like the Suona, associated with celebratory events, were regarded as inferior, mere symbols of vulgarity. Ultimately, the absence of any representative works centered around the Suona in this realm contributed to its lowly reputation. The youth enamored with Korean and Japanese pop culture scoffed at such instruments, deeming them utterly banal. These are all remote and underdeveloped mountainous areas. The items in question are typically used for weddings and funerals. How is it that they can also create music? The cacophony of these crude sounds gives me a headache. There are so many exquisite instruments available, yet they resort to using a Suona? How intriguing. I am indeed curious to listen. Xing Yi, in a moment of contemplation, decided it might be worth a try. The props from the crew, used during the filming of the Monkey King's wedding, were neatly arranged nearby, and a few local musicians were still present. Su Bai, I have both the musicians and the instruments, if you wish to use them. I can summon them at this very moment. Xing Yi chose to grant Su Bai an opportunity. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Upon Su Bai's agreement, Xing Yi signaled for a staff member to leave. In truth, Lu Junwei and the music supervisor, Mr. Bao, held a skeptical attitude towards this endeavor. They inherently regarded these instruments as inferior. In their perspective, a violin and orchestral music could undoubtedly fulfill the requirements, and their tonal quality far surpassed that of these rustic instruments. Why resort to such things? Exchanging glances, they ultimately refrained from stopping Xing Yi, reasoning that it wouldn't harm to experiment. Su Bai silently shook his head, pondering their ignorance. They only knew how to fawn over foreign things, oblivious to the fact that the Suona was once hailed as the king of instruments by netizens in a past life. Today, I shall demonstrate the true prowess of this unruly instrument. Quietly, he expended 2 million points of popularity to exchange for 20 skill points, elevating his Suona proficiency to a divine level. When the host plays the Suona, emotional resonance is doubled. Before long, a staff member led in a few typical Northwest men, carrying Suonas, gongs, and drums. These individuals were seasoned masters, accustomed to handling local wedding and funeral ceremonies. Hired by Xingyi for the film, they were bewildered when informed that they were to provide musical accompaniment for a movie, apart from performing at weddings and funerals. They possessed no other skills. Observing the tattered instruments and the sun-baked, shabby figures, the musicians from Deji nearly burst into laughter. This was my first encounter with such a band. What a waste of time. They dare to claim our music is lacking, and yet this is the result? Subai, undeterred by the murmurs of discontent, approached the masters and patiently engaged in dialogue. The piece he intended to perform was titled Prelude to the Knife Society, beginning with the suona and permeating the entire composition, with gongs and drums serving a supportive role. The requirements for the musicians were not excessively high. Solid foundational skills and proficiency were all that was needed. Clearly, these seasoned masters, with decades of experience, had no issues with basic techniques and execution. Subai communicated smoothly with them, and after a brief practice, they understood how to coordinate effectively. Hearing the clamor, the musicians expressed their impatience. "Can we begin? Our time is precious. We cannot afford to waste it." Xingyi interjected, "If each piece progresses at this pace, it will impede the filming schedule." At that moment, Subai had finally assembled his small ensemble. "We can commence now. Everyone, please be patient. Just a few minutes will suffice." Subai personally held the suona. Standing in the center of the stage, could he truly play the suona? Was he preparing to perform himself? It was hard to believe that such a handsome figure could master the suona. Huangzhan was equally astonished. Could Subai really play the suona? Tian Wenjing was left speechless, grappling with the incongruity of such a striking man wielding a suona. Did he possess the skill? She had thoroughly researched Subai's background, and nowhere in his training had this instrument been mentioned. Could it have been learned in a pig farm? Astonishingly, that seemed plausible. Could a single suona performance have sent off 2,000 pigs? At that moment, a piercing suona solo erupted, resonating with a vibrant clarity. The sharp and deeply evocative sound reached into the very depths of the soul. Following this, the drums and gongs joined in a thunderous symphony. As the suona emerged like a formidable general, poised to lead an army into battle. Instantly, the audience was swept from the mundane into a grand epic of heroism. Then, the sound of the two pipa cascaded like pearls falling onto a jade plate, harmonizing with the suona, reminiscent of flashing blades clashing on the battlefield. Each encounter was like a sharp sword unsheathed, striking directly at the heart. The relentless beat of the drums conjured visions of a vast army galloping and clashing. The overwhelming scenes unfolding before their eyes, each strike resonating deeply, igniting a fervor in their veins. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, Stephen Chow sprang to his feet. This was precisely the experience he had been yearning for. Chapter 66, Star Master. Do you know what dang 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 means? The ensemble of suona and various traditional instruments repeatedly crashed into the souls of those present. Everyone was profoundly moved by Subai's extraordinary suona performance. Each cell in their body seemed to awaken to the exhilarating melodies, their heartbeats instinctively quickening with the rhythm, and their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Star Master felt a dormant spirit ignited within him, transforming him into a hero who boldly forged ahead toward his goals, cutting through all obstacles. Even when the music concluded, the reverberation of that profound impact lingered in their chests, refusing to settle. Not only were Star Master and his companions shaken, but even the most skeptical, Dejin, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp from Subai's suona. The group could no longer contain their excitement. Is this truly the power of the suona? Can it possess such vigor? Who knew the suona could be employed in such a manner? Its impact far surpasses that of foreign orchestral instruments. It is only now that I realize the incredible legacy left by our ancestors. It is a pity that it has been underappreciated for thousands of years during joyous occasions. How astonishing. Is this truly an impromptu creation? It is simply terrifying. Huangzhan was once again awestruck by Subai and developed a keen interest in traditional instruments of the Summer Kingdom. Subai knew that this would solidify his success. When this classic score appeared in the film, it would undoubtedly spark a renaissance for traditional instruments in the Summer Kingdom, especially the suona, which would surely break free from its constraints during celebratory events, ascending to a grander stage. Among all instruments, the suona reigns supreme. It either soars to the heavens or is used in wedding ceremonies. This was the assessment from netizens in a past life. This mischievous instrument that has been played from birth to the seventh day is no jest. Star Master grasped Subai's hand firmly, saying, "Subai, I shall acquire this background music. We will pay you the highest market price, and if you're unsatisfied, we can even share in the film's box office profits." At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. The highest market price? A share of the box office profits? Although this piece of music was exceptional, it was merely a background score. Isn't this a bit excessive? What will the creators of the main theme think? Lu Junwei also felt uneasy. Once this precedent was set, negotiations for future works would become problematic. Just as everyone was immersed in shock, Subai spoke again with astonishing audacity. He held Star Master's hand and said, "There is no rush regarding the price. Let us discuss it all together when the subsequent songs are completed." Star Master was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Good. Let us negotiate everything." Tian Wenjing nearly choked on Subai's words. "Are you planning to take all the music from a Chinese odyssey? Even if you think so, you shouldn't express it that way. It is far too offensive." Indeed, as soon as Subai finished speaking, the expressions of the musicians, including Dejin, soured, and they inwardly grumbled. Does this kid truly disregard us? I acknowledge that this piece of music is indeed impressive, but that does not guarantee that your future compositions will be equally remarkable. Do you really think we are pushovers? We have been here for several days, and I refuse to believe that you, a newcomer, can surpass us. That performance earlier was merely a stroke of luck. Let us compete once more." Huang Zhan, upon hearing Subai's astonishing words, felt a sense of admiration. It is natural for the youth to be a bit brash, for what is youth without a touch of audacity? In his younger days, he was far more reckless than Subai. Stephen Chow held great appreciation for Subai's talent, his audacity to express himself, unbound by societal norms and authority. Subai's skill in playing the sworn rival that of seasoned masters with decades of experience, clearly a testament to his diligent practice, his dedication to this unconventional instrument. Exploring its unique charm, deeply impressed Chow, as he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self in Subai. When the absurdist style emerged, it faced endless controversy and criticism, shunned by mainstream filmmakers. It was only after he produced one box office miracle after another that he truly established his footing in the film industry. As the interlude concluded, Chow moved on to the next segment. "Ladies and gentlemen, we need to craft an interlude for the character of Tang Sung. Let me elaborate on his portrayal in the film. Tang Sung exists within a spiritual realm, woven throughout the narrative. We aim to convey his kindness and compassion, his unwavering dedication to the quest for scriptures, his naive adherence to principles, and most importantly, his incessant chatter that encapsulates his character vividly, so that upon hearing this song, one instantly thinks of Tang Sung." Chow continued, surveying the musicians before him. "I must apologize, we were not entirely satisfied with the previous interlude, as it failed to bring this character to life." One musician remarked, "To convey such a multitude of messages within an interlude is quite a challenge. Moreover, instrumental music, devoid of lyrics, inherently possesses limited information. Perhaps it would be more effective to derive inspiration from the film's narrative. Music should serve as a complement, not overshadow the essence of the story. Otherwise, it could lead to a misalignment of priorities." Huang Zhan concurred with the musician's perspective, pondering whether Chow's expectations were perhaps too lofty. An interlude has its limitations, and to simultaneously express so many elements while breathing life into the character seemed an insurmountable task. He could not help but glance furtively at Subai, who appeared composed and self-assured. Could it be that this young man had another brilliant idea? Chow acknowledged. "I understand the difficulty, which is precisely why I invited all of you esteemed musicians. The character of Tang Sung is the soul of the film and must be vividly portrayed. Even if the interlude cannot encompass all our requirements, it should possess distinctive qualities. Regrettably, I have yet to see that in your compositions." With this single statement, the room fell silent, as everyone recognized Chow's high standards. They had anticipated rigorous expectations, but to this extent seemed excessively meticulous. After observing the once arrogant musicians humbled by Chow, Lu Junwei couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ultimately, Master Xing turned his gaze toward Subai, filled with anticipation for another surprise from him. "Subai, do you have any brilliant ideas? I am eager to hear your thoughts. Am I perhaps being too demanding?" Upon hearing Master Xing's inquiry, Subai pondered deeply. Everyone's opinions hold merit, indeed. Achieving such high standards for the background music and interludes is quite challenging. However, what if we expressed it in a different manner? What if we approached it from another angle? For instance, what if Tang Sung were to sing it himself? As Subai concluded his suggestion, the others fell into contemplation. Master Xing murmured, "Tang Sung singing it himself? Do you already have a specific idea in mind?" Subai replied with a smile, "Master Xing, do you know what dang 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 means?" "What?" Chapter 67, The Song That Drives People Mad. Subai, how could you be such a person? His words left Xing Yi in a daze. Teacher Bao, May I borrow some instruments from your props team? Subai inquired. Of course. What instruments do you need? I'll have someone fetch them for you, Teacher Bao replied. Any guitar or electronic keyboard will do. I'll bring them all to you, Teacher Bao said, instructing the staff to retrieve the instruments. Before long, the staff returned with the instruments, leaving everyone once again in a state of astonishment. Were they really preparing for an impromptu performance? How outrageous. Before anyone could process this, a rhythmic melody began to play. However, the accompaniment lacked any remarkable qualities. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this was an impromptu piece, and achieving this level was already quite impressive. At that moment, Jean and the others felt a slight sense of balance in their hearts. It seemed Subai wasn't as versatile as he appeared. This background music could be deemed more ordinary than theirs. After all, improvisation wasn't a bonus, it was the quality that truly mattered. Just then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Subai began to sing. However, the subsequent visuals were rather disconcerting. Opening with a kneeling posture. Only you can take me to the west. Subai immersed himself in the role of Tang Sang, as if he were transported back to a scene from a previous life, delivering his lines in Cantonese, leaving everyone utterly speechless. The sensation was akin to urinating on exposed high-voltage wires, sending chills throughout his body, involuntarily causing him to shudder. Tian Wenjing was left petrified. Was this truly Subai? The way he sang, it felt as if 1,000 grass-mud horses were spitting at him in her mind. The rest of the audience was equally dumbfounded, their minds filled with a single phrase, grass-mud horse. Yet, Subai's performance had only just begun. With a focused demeanor and an expression that resonated deeply, he drew the audience into his emotional world. As he sang with heartfelt intensity, his eyes brimmed with compassion for all beings, as if he were weeping. That sense of confidence was like walking on clouds, truly expressing himself. Only you can vanquish demons and spirits. Only you can protect me. No need to fear those clam spirits and crab spirits. Only you are so powerful. It is only you at this point. The audience gasped in disbelief, struggling to suppress the tingling sensation on their scalps. Just when they thought this torment was finally nearing its end, Subai's mischievous voice rang out once more. Oh, only you do not blame the master for his lament, or the headpiece again. Do not fear death. Just let it be if you encounter nails. Do not be afraid. I understand, give it your all if you're scared. Be scared double namo amabias. The crowd collectively gasped, their bodies shaking with cold tremors, as if their hearts were gripped in someone's hand, their faces involuntarily contorting in horror. The venerable Huangzhan, well-versed in the music industry, nearly succumbed to his excitement as he suddenly noticed the peculiar demeanor of those nearest to him. Director Liu, the veins on your forehead are bulging. Do try to contain your enthusiasm. Aixing, gripped by the music, clenched his fist for reasons unknown. Jean, please set down that stick. It's meant to prop open the door. Can't you see the sand blowing in? As the music gradually faded, the group grimaced, slowly relinquishing their tightly held items. Observing Subai, who was lost in his reverie, they stifled their urge to rush forward and vent their pent-up emotions. Jean felt as though he were being held down in muck, a sensation both bitter and inexplicable, yearning to breathe but too fearful to do so. Xingyi, fists clenched and teeth gritted, exaggeratedly regarded Subai. Tian Wen quietly returned the scissors in her possession to her bag, her hands trembling involuntarily. With a deep breath, Xingyi closed his eyes, inhaling several times as he raised his hands high and gradually pressed them down, slowly opening his eyes. Subai, too, began to regain his composure, noticing the flushed faces and bloodshot eyes of those around him, finally realizing the gravity of the moment. Calm down. We are all civilized individuals. Gentlemen speak rather than resort to violence. Just then, a gust of wind flung open the wooden door, drowning out Subai's voice in a flurry of sand. Xingyi brushed the dust from his clothes, exhaling a sigh of relief. I find this song rather delightful. What do you think, Director Liu? I concur, Lu Zhenwei replied, casting a sympathetic glance at Luo Jiaying, who would inevitably be tasked with singing. Luo Jiaying's face bore a resounding no. Are we truly going to perform this song? I fear that once the film is released, I shall be forever barred from receiving offers for idol dramas. Ha ha, but the song is indeed excruciating. It achieves precisely the effect I desire, perfectly aligning with the absurdist style. Subai, it seems you are quite suited to my cinematic approach. When you have the time, shall we collaborate on a film? Xingyi remarked, half in jest. Collaboration is possible, but I insist on securing insurance first. Subai replied, rubbing his sore shoulders. It was no wonder that stars often hired bodyguards. Today, he fully grasped the necessity of such precautions. Laughter erupted once more among the group. At this juncture, Dejin and his companions could not help but admire Subai's prowess. To spontaneously create a song and provide an explanation was one thing, but to do so twice was beyond mere luck. Moreover, the two songs, so stylistically distinct, aligned perfectly with Xingye's requests, making prior preparation implausible. Fortunately, the esteemed musician Sdangxi was immediately accepted by Xingye, followed by the incorporation of other musicians' minor interludes. This was still a result of Subai's generosity. He couldn't possibly monopolize the entire endeavor, lest he jeopardize his standing in the Hong Kong circle. Subai awaited the final classic ending theme, uncertain if it had yet been conceived. To his surprise, the day unfolded remarkably smoothly, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude to everyone present. Now, only the final ending theme remained, due to modifications in the film's conclusion. The previous songs had become obsolete. What was now required was a piece tinged with tragedy, one that could evoke boundless contemplation and a sense of regret in the audience. After Stephen Chow glanced at everyone, he continued, "Of course, this song will not affect the filming of the movie. We still have ample time, half a month." Dejin chuckled wryly. "Stephen, is half a month truly considered ample? The difficulty of composing this type of song far surpasses that of comedic pieces. 15 days is rather tight. To produce something exceptional will truly test our capabilities. I shall give it a try." Stephen Chow once again invigorated the group, stating that as long as they could deliver satisfactory works, the price would not be an issue and negotiations would be straightforward. Upon hearing the mention of money, everyone was revitalized, brimming with determination. "Stephen, I need to retreat for a while. I'm off. I too shall take my leave. Half a month is far too brief, and I cannot afford to waste a moment. Farewell." Stephen was exceedingly pleased with their attitudes. It is well known that the theme song of a film largely determines its potential success, and the level of rigor required for it is incomparable to that of a mere film interlude. Thus, everyone took it very seriously and hurriedly departed. Subai hesitated, contemplating whether to speak up, but decided against it, reasoning that there was no need to be overly dramatic since time was on their side. The scenery here is quite lovely. Lingering for a few days would not be a bother. Chapter 68. The stimulated musician Huang Zhan did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered on the set, reminiscing with Stephen Chow and others while discussing films. Subai, on the other hand, meandered through the film base as if it were a tourist attraction, exploring this and that with great delight. He watched others filming from a distance, captivated for hours on end, causing Tian Wenjing to fret incessantly, exasperated by his nonchalance. She had discerned that while others were diligently at work, he was merely indulging in leisure. With time slipping away, could he not seize the moment? They were all seasoned musicians. Without adequate preparation, how could they possibly compete? It was evident that Stephen Chow placed great importance on the theme song, and the price he offered was undoubtedly substantial. For the sake of the financial implications, should we not return to the hotel and get down to business? Tian Wenjing muttered anxiously. Upon hearing her last remark, Subai looked at her in bewilderment, asking, "What business do you propose we attend to at the hotel?" "Of course, writing songs. What else?" she retorted, suddenly realizing something. Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched Subai twice. "How dare you tease me?" Hey. No need for violence. I was merely jesting. There's no rush about writing songs. I have my own methods," Subai replied, squatting on a wall, his eyes fixed intently on the distant filming scene, thoroughly engrossed. Tian Wenjing, standing beside him, rolled her eyes in frustration. "Subai, you must understand that Stephen Chow's influence in the entertainment industry is formidable. His films rarely fail to sell. Do you grasp the significance of securing the theme song for one of his movies?" Yes, I understand. Let me put it this way. Songwriting is not merely an isolated endeavor. Works crafted in solitude often lack soul. What is most crucial in creation? It is to experience life, to delve into the essence of the film, and to resonate with it deeply to inspire one's creativity. Subai truly wished to express that the essence of creation lay in standing on the shoulders of giants. Tian Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this was indeed the case. Subai had achieved numerous miracles since his debut, and Mi Jie had often remarked that genius could not be measured by conventional standards. Therefore, it was impossible for her not to believe his words. Thus, over the following days, the two of them roamed about like carefree vagabonds, their figures appearing in various locales. They even found time to visit the set of Painted Skin, offering guidance to Yi Ba on singing. This news swiftly circulated within the industry. Several musicians, who claimed to be in seclusion, kept a close watch on Subai, their greatest rival, yet the information they gathered left them perplexed. Was Subai giving up? Was he neglecting his craft? It seemed he had run out of inspiration, thus deliberately presenting himself in this manner. This was indeed fortuitous. One less formidable competitor meant less anxiety for them. Not only musicians took note, but Huang Zhan also sought out Su Bai twice, elucidating the stakes involved. The latter assured him that he was nearly prepared. Stephen Chow and Lu Junwei were, of course, aware of this situation as well. Xing, I hold great expectations for Su Bai. I sincerely hope he can produce an excellent theme song. Yet, observing his unsteady demeanor, he seems rather indifferent. After Lu Junwei spoke, Master Xing pondered thoughtfully. Director Lu, you seem to misunderstand. Each artist has their unique creative process. Su Bai is not one to adhere to convention. Sometimes, the quest for inspiration requires a staggering 99% of one's time, while the act of creation flows naturally thereafter. Master Xing was drawing an analogy to his own creative methods. Indeed, your observation rings true. Time swiftly passed, and the moment for submission arrived. To Tian Wenjing's astonishment, the seemingly aloof Su Bai surprisingly presented a piece of work. When did this fellow compose a song? After Tian Wenjing delivered a USB drive he entrusted her with to the production team, the other musicians arrived, albeit belatedly, to submit their own creations. What followed was an interminable wait. The assembly was taken aback upon seeing Su Bai. They had presumed he had abandoned the project, yet here he was, presenting his work. In haste, one could only speculate the quality of his contributions. The seasoned musicians present were confident in their own pieces. Yet they felt a twinge of unease regarding Master Xing's unique tastes and preferences. None could predict the outcome. As the sun began to set, the music supervisor finally made an appearance. The door to the reception room swung open, revealing Master Xing and Director Lu Junwei. All three pairs of eyes fell upon Su Bai, their gazes laced with a profound solitude and melancholy, as if they had recently endured significant emotional upheaval. After such an extended wait, De Jin could no longer contain his impatience and inquired, Master Xing, Director Lu, what are your thoughts on our works? Do any of them resonate with you? Indeed, we have waited long enough. Please share your insights with us, the others echoed, their eager eyes fixed upon the trio. Master Xing composed himself and replied, we have thoroughly examined everyone's submissions, and they are commendable. However, after careful deliberation, we believe Su Bai's song aligns more closely with the requirements of our project. What? Tian Wenjing stood frozen in disbelief. She had no inkling of when this fellow had recorded a song, yet he had been chosen by Master Xing. The reception room erupted in commotion as everyone turned their gaze towards Su Bai. De Jin and the others exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the outcome. Isn't this ridiculous? When did you even write that song? De Jin pressed on. Master Xing, you must clarify this for me. I am well aware of the quality of my own song. So why was Su Bai's work selected? Precisely. We deserve clarity. I poured my heart and soul into this song, and to be dismissed so abruptly feels utterly unjust. Master Xing remained silent, while Lu Junwei stepped forward. Everyone, please remain calm and patient. I apologize for the lengthy delay. As of today, all musical scores for the film are complete. Tonight, I shall host a celebration. However, we are currently unable to disclose any information regarding the theme song, as it pertains to confidential business matters. Should any issues arise, we would be unable to provide an explanation to our investors. If everyone is interested, we invite you to discover it for yourselves when the film is released in theaters. Given Director Lu's stance, the group was left with no choice but to suppress their curiosity. Although they felt discontent, they understood the nature of Stephen Chow and realized that there would be no room for negotiation in this matter. Let us take a moment to rest. Teacher Su Bai and Miss Tian, shall we discuss the specific details of our collaboration? Chapter 69, the film's gradually premiere, Beyond Light Years captivates audiences. Teacher Su Bai. This song is simply magnificent. I find myself at a loss for words to express my excitement. Lu Junwei has now taken to addressing him as Teacher Su Bai. Stephen Chow has also offered high praise, saying, Su Bai, your song evokes a plethora of memories for me. To be honest, it has been ages since I last shed tears. This is the most fitting song for a film I have ever encountered. Maestro Bao, the music supervisor, remarked. Just imagine. As this song plays at the conclusion, one can only foresee the emotional impact this film will have. It truly embodies the saying, the more one laughs at the beginning, the more one will be cut at the end, as Luo Jiaying succinctly put it. The accolades poured in, igniting a sense of curiosity within Tian Wenjing. What kind of song had Su Bai composed that not only eclipsed numerous esteemed music producers, but also garnered immense admiration from industry giants, including Stephen Chow? You're all too kind. At the end of the day, the brilliance of this film's concept moved me profoundly. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Subai humbly replied. Standing on the shoulders of giants? Lu Junwei mused. What a classic phrase. It's a veiled compliment to the directing team. Stephen Chow chuckled, thinking Subai was flattering him, unaware that Subai referred to the system from which he derived his support. Then came the time for discussing compensation. How about this? For 2 interludes in the theme song, we are willing to offer $5 million for the rights to use the 3 songs in the film, while the copyright remains with you, Subai. Director Lu presented 2 printed contracts to Subai and Tian Wenjing, continuing, in addition, we have extra profit-sharing terms. If the box office exceeds $50 million, there will be a bonus of $500,000. This continues in increments of $50 million for every $500,000. With no upper limit. Tian Wenjing was astounded. $5 million? And that's merely for the usage rights? What kind of treatment is this? Even first-tier stars might not compare. Not to mention the box office share. Could Stephen Chow's films ever underperform? It was evident that both Stephen Chow and director Lu were genuinely sincere in their offers. Subai recognized the favor bestowed upon him by the two, understanding that the price was already at its peak. Naturally, he had no objections. Tian Wenjing, however, felt somewhat insecure. Is it truly worth such a high price? After all, she had not yet heard the highly acclaimed ending song. Shall we sign the contract now? Absolutely. No problem. As Tian Wenjing signed, her hands trembled with anticipation. Until they departed, Stephen Chow extended his hand to Subai, saying, Subai, once I get through this busy period, I will come to find you. We could collaborate on a film. Tian Wenjing was left in disbelief. Was Stephen Chow not joking after all? Would he genuinely seek to work with Subai? I would be honored. Subai grasped Stephen Chow's outstretched hand. Well, you were truly direct. Tian Wenjing, eager to find a polite excuse to decline, was taken aback by Subai's immediate acceptance. In her eyes, Subai should focus his energy on music. The film industry was fraught with challenges, and he didn't seem suited for it. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. In a rare moment of tranquility, Subai found himself reflecting on his newfound financial stability. With the royalties from the songs Yang Mi had entrusted to him, alongside the proceeds from his previous dealings with the state and 2 film productions, he had finally settled his family's debts, even leaving a surplus. It seemed that his decision to pursue a career in music had indeed been fortuitous. Had he not stepped away from the stage, he might never have unearthed the depths of the industry's hidden machinations. Upon hearing the news of the cleared debts, Subai's father experienced a remarkable improvement in his condition, although he remained physically limited. According to the physician, a complete recovery was a formidable challenge, and a return to his former self would require nothing short of a miracle. Then, as if summoned by hope, a miracle did occur. Subai revived the family pig farm and wheeled his father around to witness the adorable piglets, prompting his father to stand up in astonishment. He repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good." When they returned for a follow-up appointment, the doctor was left speechless, having just remarked that only a miracle could change the situations, only to find himself contradicted the very next day. What could possibly have triggered such a transformation? Upon learning the details, the doctor marveled. This is the power of money. They say wealth can move mountains, but who would have thought it could restore a paralyzed patient to his feet? Now, Subai had garnered a semblance of celebrity status, with his younger siblings trailing after him like devoted shadows. During the family's hardships, it was his uncle's family that provided unwavering support. And although the contributions from relatives were modest, the goodwill was genuine. Thus, with his newfound riches, Subai was generous, bestowing substantial red envelopes upon his relatives and fulfilling the small wishes of his siblings. Having concluded these endeavors, Subai prepared to return home as New Year's approached. The cinematic golden period was upon them, with 8 films set to premiere in the near future, and the internet was ablaze with promotional fervor. The anticipation surrounding the upcoming releases was palpable, featuring not only the Hollywood blockbuster Passengers, but also the highly rated fantasy film Painted Skin, and the grand finale from Stephen Chow, A Chinese Odyssey, among others. In a particularly bold move, the production team of Passengers released a promotional music video featuring Deng Ziki across major platforms, igniting a surge of excitement with the song Light Years Away sweeping the online community. Wow, Deng Ziki has a new song? Is this the promotional track for the film? It's so melodious. I've heard it's a Hollywood blockbuster premiering in Xia country. With a song this captivating, the film must be exceptional. When does it premiere? I must see it. Thus, the film generated significant buzz even before its release. Finally, the day of the premiere arrived, and cinemas nationwide were packed to capacity. Most attendees were drawn to the film by the allure of Light Years Away and Deng Ziki. At her invitation, Subai and Deng Ziki casually chose a theater, donning caps and masks as they settled into a secluded corner. To their left sat a couple, while to their right were two young men who appeared to be close friends. As soon as they took their seats, the couple began to converse, with the male partner being particularly chatty. "This film doesn't even sound appealing. Can't we choose a different one to watch? In just 2 days, Stephen Chow's film will be released, and I find immense delight in his absurd style. It is simply captivating. Wouldn't you agree? Yongli, what shall we do later?" "Yongli, let us just head out. I have no fondness for foreign films." The girl, quite exasperated, retorted, "Fine, then you go ahead. I shall watch it alone." All right, I suppose I can watch it too." The close friend on the right joined in the conversation. "To be honest, I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Deng Ziki." "Who isn't? Light Years Away is truly enchanting. I've been playing it on repeat these past few days." Unbeknownst to them, Deng Ziki was not far away, yet concealed from their sight. Upon hearing the praises, she couldn't help but chuckle quietly to herself. Before long, the movie commenced. Up until the very end, the incessant chatter from the adjacent seat failed to cease, repeatedly criticizing the film. The girlfriend was thoroughly annoyed. The pair of close friends also held a rather low opinion of the film. To be frank, Subai found it mediocre as well. Cloaked in a science fiction guise yet merely narrating a love story, and he believed the male protagonist's morals were questionable. It was only when the closing song began to play that Deng Ziki's captivating voice filled the air. Surprisingly, the chatty boyfriend and the two close friends remained silent, listening intently throughout. Even after the film concluded, the audience lingered in their seats, only departing in an orderly fashion once the final notes of the song had faded. You must admit, this film only had that one song worth noting. Truly, a beautiful song accompanying a lackluster production. Did you catch that the lyrics and music were seemingly by Subai? Oh, really? Which Subai? You don't know Subai? Surely you've heard of Qinghua. Oh my. It is indeed him. Chapter 70, Adjusting Strategies, Star Master Steady as a Rock. The premiere of the film has concluded. Passengers has shattered the single-day box office record over the weekend, surpassing 100 million. However, the reception has been polarized. A commendable theme and stellar cast were marred by the shortcomings of the plot. Many share a similar viewpoint. The purported love story pales in comparison to Deng Ziki's Beyond Light Years. I was drawn to watch it solely for Deng Ziki, only to discover she wasn't in the film. Clearly, the upstairs fan is deluded. The male protagonist's character leaves much to be desired, and the film is riddled with flaws. A romance aboard a spaceship? What were they thinking? Those who anticipated Beyond Light Years find it a travesty to pair such a magnificent song with this movie. I find the film to be quite satisfactory. The special effects are commendable. Moreover, some observant viewers were astonished to learn that the lyrics and composition of this song were by Subai. This revelation ignited a considerable uproar online. While you were engrossed in the film and music, did you even notice who the author of this song was? Who? ISNT at Deng Ziki? Initially, I too believed it was her, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Subai. Such a delightful song was penned by Subai? Is it true? Without a doubt. My goodness, it truly is. In no time, discussions about this song eclipsed the film itself. The musicians involved in the film's production were left astounded upon hearing this news. Conversations about Subai proliferated in both large group chats and private messages. The theme song of the film was indeed composed by Subai? Didn't he write the theme for Painted Skin? How can one person monopolize 2 theme songs for festive films? Nevertheless, this song is of exceptional quality. If it caught the attention of Hollywood, it must be remarkable. As I awaited the release of Painted Skin, my curiosity was piqued. I could not fathom what kind of composition could lead so many musicians and producers to retreat in defeat. I was also intrigued by the fact that it was spontaneously created on site. Just as the discussions reached a fever pitch, a bombshell erupted in the group, swiftly circulating among industry insiders. What was the news? Naturally, it was a tidbit from acquaintances within the Hong Kong circle. A friend from Hong Kong just informed me. Do you know what? What? Quit teasing and spill it. It's about the film's theme song, apparently. The theme for Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey was also penned by Subai. No way, is that true? Surely not. They didn't hire mainland musicians. All were top-notch Hong Kong artists. I'm aware that they did not engage mainland musicians. Where did this news originate? Come on, why would I deceive you? It's said that teacher Huang Zhan took them along for fun, and as a result, a group of so-called Hong Kong's elite musicians were left in the lurch. How astonishing. Indeed, it is said that 2 interludes and a theme song were composed, to the great satisfaction of Stephen Chow and director Lau. They decisively agreed on the spot that he was the only choice. Is it truly that remarkable? It absolutely is. The musicians shared our sentiments, expressing their disbelief and eagerness to discover the nature of the songs, yearning for clarity. Yet, Stephen Chow remained tight-lipped, suggesting, if you wish to know, watch the film upon its release. It appears we were not the only ones to face challenges under Su Bai's direction. Even our counterparts from Hong Kong were not spared. Your words stir my anticipation. I am eager to view these two films. Who wouldn't be? In the office of the film's production company, the distribution head, director Lau Weikwok, and various executives convened. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the film's promotional strategies. The Space Travelers, as the first film to be released during the festive season, has provided them with significant inspiration. The producer spoke, ladies and gentlemen, The Space Travelers achieved over $100 million in box office on its opening day. Our film is set to premiere shortly. What are your thoughts? The distributor interjected, I have watched and analyzed this film. The reviews are mixed. Although the opening box office was promising, I predict that its subsequent earnings will falter. I concur with this assessment. The crux lies in whether the audience will support them, and by extension, us. It is uncertain. The plethora of films during the festive season means that, if not handled adeptly, we risk failure. As the chatter continued, the producer turned to director Lau Weikwok. Director Lau, what is your perspective? Director Lau pondered. The inherent appeal of The Space Travelers is not particularly strong. Their promotional efforts, however, have been robust, generating high expectations among viewers, hence the impressive opening box office. Yet, I predict a subsequent decline in performance. Lau Weikwok's sentiments echo those of the producer. What do you mean? What I mean is their promotional strategies were executed flawlessly, especially the theme song Beyond Light Years, which resonates well with the youth. I have seen online reviews, and many viewers were drawn to the film primarily due to this song, only to find themselves somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, that is sufficient if no one watches. There would be no disappointment to speak of, would there? That reasoning holds merit. Our promotional efforts have been commendable as well. What is your point? Director Lau, do you know who composed Beyond Light Years? I shall tell you. It is the same individual who penned our theme song, and its quality is equally high. My suggestion is to release our theme song, creating a buzz to attract the audience before anything else. Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplative silence before expressing their unanimous agreement. The producer concluded decisively, let us proceed with this plan. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, Stephen Chow and Lau Ching-wan were equally monitoring the premiere of The Space Travelers. As seasoned filmmakers, they quickly discerned the crux of the issue. Should we follow suit? Create a buzz ourselves? Lau Ching-wan proposed. This year's festive film lineup is extensive. I believe we should seize the opportunity. Unbeknownst to many, Beyond Light Years is also a remarkable work by Su Bai, and discussions surrounding him are fervent online. I believe we can ride this wave of popularity. With the illustrious name of Stephen Chow accompanying Su Bai's theme song, it is certain to captivate a multitude of fans. The general consensus leans towards bandwagoning, seizing the opportunity for early traffic. Only Stephen Chow shook his head and remarked, our situation differs from theirs. This is an end-credit song. If released prematurely, it will not achieve the effect I desire, and the film's stature will diminish significantly. Therefore, my stance is to withhold any information and retain all suspense within the film. There are concerns that the competition may be too fierce, leading to excessive dilution. Yet, Stephen Chow pondered for a considerable time. He remains confident in the revised. The stark contrast between comedy and tragedy will evoke a profound psychological impact on the audience. When Su Bai's poignant song emerges, it will undoubtedly resonate with the viewers' hearts. Then let us stagger the release dates. I have faith in my work. They may focus on the premiere, while we shall emphasize our subsequent momentum. Stephen Chow decisively concluded. Chapter 71. As The Painted Heart premiered, the audience's fervor ignited. Once the strategy was established, the production team swiftly enlisted Reba for an urgent recording of a music video centered around film clips for promotional purposes. The production crew worked tirelessly, fortunate that Reba had already perfected the song, ensuring a seamless filming process. At last, a promotional video graced the front pages of various online platforms. Titled, The Painted Heart, sung by Reba, produced by the musical prodigy Su Bai, a medley MV from the film Painted Skin. The cover depicted a stunning fox spirit, imbued with a touch of melancholy, alongside two ancient characters. Countless netizens were instantly captivated. The Painted Heart? Wow, my goddess Reba is singing? And it's another song by Su Bai. Who is this genius? He is incredibly prolific. Isn't this the movie set to release during the New Year's season? I must see it. Upon clicking the video, soft piano melodies filled the air, laced with a hint of sorrow. The film's visuals unveiled a scene from the desolate western desert, where solitary smoke spiraled upwards and the sun set over a vast river. Soon, an enchanting woman graced the screen, her gaze imbued with mystery and solitude. The scene shifted as a valiant young general, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, burst onto the scene, bravely confronting a multitude of nefarious foes, his spear dancing like a dragon amidst swirling snowflakes. Inside, the exquisite woman lay on a bed, her long hair cascading, her half-naked form vulnerable yet captivating, her sorrowful eyes fixated on the general's silhouette, motionless. At that moment, Reba's voice resonated, incomprehensible. Is your lost soul? Elusive is the hue of your pupils. Just then, the general noticed the woman's exposed form, with a swift flick of his spear. He cast a thin garment over her, shielding her modesty. A flicker of something profound ignited in her previously vacant gaze. After vanquishing the villains, the general lifted the cloaked woman into his arms and departed with grace. As she gazed upon the general's towering figure, the woman surrendered to his embrace. Her gaze lost in admiration of his heroic visage. A gust of wind, a fleeting dream. Love is as unpredictable as life itself. What truly enchants your heart? Your silhouette is engulfed in the night. Witness the blossoming of peach blossoms. As I behold you cradling me, your gaze echoes the loneliness of moonlight. Let you find joy in another's embrace. The imagery transitioned to depict the beautiful woman as the general's wife, a vision of domesticity unfolding, revealing that the general seemingly had a legitimate spouse as well. Yet, the woman exuded an air of enigmatic allure. Loving you is akin to a heartbeat, elusive to touch. Depicting you, I cannot capture your essence. Remembering your countenance is my unwavering devotion. You are to me an unfinished melody. As the video progressed, the scene shifted once more, introducing two demon hunters. The audience began to sense an underlying disquiet. As the narrative unfolds, the demon catcher arrives at the general's estate, only to discover that the general's wife is, unexpectedly, a fox demon. In a desperate bid to evade the soldiers pursuing her, she flees to a secluded cave. In a heart-wrenching climax, a mysterious woman, her hair as white as snow and tears of blood streaming down her face, reveals herself as the true fox demon. The wife dies in the general's arms, leaving him in profound sorrow, cradling his beloved. The hauntingly beautiful melody of a song resonates, echoing the tragic love story. I love you, like a heartbeat difficult to touch. I paint you, yet cannot capture your essence. Remembering your visage is my unwavering dedication as I await your return. You are to me an unfinished song. As the song gently concludes, the scene freezes on the exquisite visage of the woman, gradually fading away. Upon the video's completion, viewers felt as though they had witnessed a poignant love story. Each sorrowful lyric intertwined seamlessly with the film's emotions and visuals, evoking a deep sense of empathy among the audience. Many found themselves immersed in the experience, unable to extricate themselves for an extended period. Within mere hours, this promotional clip surged to the trending topics across major online platforms, igniting fervent discussions about the film and the song White Porcelain. My goodness, what a heart-wrenching movie. What a beautiful song. I feel this film is perfectly tailored for me, and the song is simply divine. The character portrayed by the actress is breathtaking. Utterly stunning. Did she sing this song too? Incredible! Once again, Subai delivers, providing another explosive theme song. The renown of the musical prodigy is indeed well-deserved. And I have become an ardent admirer. Why isn't Subai cast in a role? He is so handsome and has a delightful voice. I adore him. Others echoed similar sentiments, proving that the film was not only capturing the attention of viewers but also that of skeptical musicians who promptly watched the promotional clip. Upon viewing, they were taken aback by the powerful impact it left. Those who had initially doubted were thoroughly convinced. They were already familiar with the film's plot and themes, and the song complemented the movie's essence perfectly. The mere montage of film snippets had captivated the audience's hearts, leaving them eager for the full release. Has everyone listened to the theme song of White Porcelain? Just finished watching it. What do you think? Was your curiosity satisfied? Absolutely, all my questions are resolved. 2 words, simply exquisite. It's undeniable. The writing surpasses mine by far, and Subai is indeed talented. I, too, am convinced. The song's depth aligns perfectly with the film, moving me to the brink of tears. Haha, I feel the same way. It's so emotive. I must buy a ticket to watch it in theaters. The video's popularity spread rapidly, and the producers of White Porcelain were soon aware of its trending status as discussions flourished across the internet. The producer laughed heartily, exclaiming to director Liu, "You truly outdid yourself. This strategy is simply brilliant." The person in charge of promotion boasted at that time. I thought the price for this song was excessively high, especially considering the revenue share from the box office. In hindsight, it seems incredibly worthwhile, given the current buzz. The film is bound to achieve remarkable box office success. The price is hardly steep at all. It's no wonder the illustrious Huang Zhan personally accompanied him. This Su Bai is truly extraordinary. We must seize opportunities to engage with him and cultivate a relationship. Talents like him are a rare find. Before long, the day of the premiere for Painted Skin arrived. The tickets for the film went on pre-sale and were sold out in a matter of moments, astonishing everyone once again. While the audience anticipated the film's success, they were taken aback by just how successful it turned out to be. The groundwork had been meticulously laid. Now it hinged on the film's quality and whether it would resonate with viewers. If it could maintain its momentum, the box office would undoubtedly surpass that of the previous film, securing the title of this year's New Year box office champion. In the days that followed, Su Bai remained at home, his popularity soaring as the two theme songs garnered him millions of fans. Ding ding ding. Su Bai's phone rang. It was Reba calling. Great talent. Tomorrow is the film's premiere. Would you accompany me to the cinema to soak in the atmosphere? Oh, not this again. Is this a woman's quirk? Having just accompanied Deng Ziki, Reba was back at it. All right, but there are no tickets available online. I've already secured the tickets. Just wait at home tomorrow. Chapter 72. The premiere of Painted Skin. A chance encounter with Zhao Liying at a charity gala in the bustling city of Donghai. The largest cinema buzzed with excitement. Su Bai and Reba nestled in a corner, clad in a duckbill cap and a face mask, thoroughly disguised. Su Bai, I crave popcorn. Reba tugged at Su Bai's sleeve. Endure it. How can we eat like this? Su Bai replied. It's so dark. Who will see us? Who goes to the movies without popcorn? Reba's voice was laced with a playful pout. Can't you hold out? 2 hours will fly by. I can't take it. If you won't buy it, I'll go myself. Reba stood up, ready to leave. Su Bai swiftly pulled her back, and she nearly stumbled into his arms. Perhaps you should remain seated, young lady. I'll fetch it, all right? Su Bai sighed. Though Reba was well covered, her strikingly large eyes made her easily recognizable, and he feared she might be spotted by an ardent fan. As they approached the popcorn stand, a familiar voice rang out. Boss, 1 serving of popcorn. Su Bai turned towards the sound, noting another figure equally bundled up. Although her appearance was obscured, the voice was unmistakable. And the familiar silhouette could only belong to Yang Mi. Accompanying her was a young woman, also donned in a duckbill cap, dark sunglasses, and a cartoon mask. Without directly addressing her, Su Bai called, Boss, 1 serving of popcorn. Indeed, Yang Mi paused, glancing over. Upon recognizing Su Bai's similar attire, she smiled and said, What a coincidence. You're here to watch a movie too? The young woman beside her queried, Mijia, who is he? Yang Mi whispered in her ear. Don't you want to meet the genius behind Painted Heart? The woman's eyes widened in excitement. Are you saying he is? So close yet so far. She extended her hand, eager to introduce herself, but Yang Mi pulled her away. It's crowded. Let us find a quieter place. As the trio of obscured figures moved away, the popcorn vendor stared in bewilderment at their retreating forms, muttering, How on earth did they recognize each other like that? All bundled up? The 3 arrived at a secluded corner. The young woman then graciously extended her hand. Hello, Su Bai. I am Zhao Liying, an admirer of yours for quite some time. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Su Bai felt a sense of familiarity, but was surprised to find that she was the popular star, Zhao Liying. He reciprocated the gesture. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Su Bai's phone buzzed. Are you not buying popcorn? Don't tell me you've run off. The movie is about to start. The frustrated voice of Reba echoed from within. Su Bai raised his hands in exasperation. Yang Mi, picking up on Reba's tone, grinned mischievously at Su Bai. You two aren't unjustly accused. We're merely here to enjoy a film. Su Bai defended himself, aware of Yang Mi's misinterpretation. Have you no confidence? You're so eager to explain yourself. Yang Mi teased. I'll ask Reba what's really going on. Zhao Liying, with her sparkling eyes, absorbed the nuances of their conversation. 3 individuals entered the cinema, and by sheer coincidence, they found themselves huddled together in a corner. Great minds think alike. Upon spotting Yang Mi and Zhao Liying, Reba immediately recognized them. Understanding at once why Su Bai had taken so long to procure popcorn, with a playful glint in her eyes, she interjected before Yang Mi could speak. It's merely a movie, nothing else, I swear. Humph. I'll settle the score with you after the film. At that moment, the movie commenced. One must admit that the first installment of Painted Skin maintained its quality and standard. The plot was compelling, and the performances of the lead actors were commendable. The innocent and lovesick Xiaowei, oblivious to worldly affairs, tugged at the heartstrings. As a monster devoid of pain, she displayed a visage of anguish when Wang Sheng stabbed her in the heart, releasing a mournful wail to the heavens. That single thrust seemed to pierce the hearts of the audience. A fox demon, unfamiliar with human emotions, experienced the ache of love for the first time, shattering the hearts of many in the theater. As the film concluded, the hauntingly beautiful melody of Painted Heart echoed throughout the cinema. Those prone to tears could no longer contain their emotions, with tears streaming down their faces involuntarily. Couples embraced their loved ones tightly, cherishing their affection even more. Not a single viewer departed before the credits rolled. They all rose to applaud. Such a splendid film. The cinematography was exquisite, and the music was enchanting. I must see it a second time. This must be Su Bai's second movie theme song, right? Not quite. Though stylistically different, both are equally delightful. I never anticipated that Reba not only excelled in acting, but also possessed a beautiful singing voice. I adore her. If only I could take a picture with her. It would be worth a lifetime. A young girl stood less than 2 meters away from Reba, expressing her admiration. Seeing her fans so enthusiastic, Reba nearly removed her mask for a photo, only to be pulled back by Youngmi. Don't be reckless. There is not a single security guard around. Let's avoid any trouble. At that moment, the girl's companion chimed in. I also adore Reba, and Su Bai is wonderful too. They are both stunning talents. How delightful it would be if they were together. Indeed. Hearing their conversation, Reba felt her cheeks flush. Youngmi wore a peculiar expression, sensing the atmosphere shifting. Zhao Liying swiftly changed the subject. Let us go. Let us have dinner together tonight to celebrate. I want to get to know Su Bai better since it's my first time meeting him. Who knows, we might collaborate on the next film. Let us go. I'll make the reservation. The 4 of them arrived at a secluded private club, each shedding their disguises to evade the paparazzi. It was then that Su Bai clearly discerned Zhao Liying's features. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the Zhao Liying of his previous life, every frown and smile identical. Zhao Liying, in turn, was appraising Su Bai. His youthful, handsome visage appeared more akin to that of an idol actor than an original singer. She couldn't help but marvel. Heaven has bestowed you with talent, yet you choose to rely on your skills? What have you been up to lately? It's been ages since I last saw you. I thought you had vanished. Youngmi teased. Oh, just been busy with things. Zhao Liying responded. There's a charity gala next month, and my company insists I attend, so I've been occupied with preparations. Mentioning the charity event, Youngmi suddenly slapped her forehead. I almost forgot, Su Bai. Wen Jing recently had some family matters and forgot to inform you. You have also been invited to the charity event, which the company has just confirmed for you. This is an event that you must attend. Su Bai felt somewhat bewildered. A charity gala? In his memory, such events typically involved singing and dancing, followed by auctions and donations, with the audience comprising either celebrities or affluent individuals. It seemed utterly incompatible with his status. He would indeed like to contribute, but having just settled his debts, the meager amount left in his pocket was hardly sufficient to avoid embarrassment. To donate? I truly have no money. If the company covers the expenses, I might consider attending. Su Bai lamented. Youngmi rolled her eyes. This year's rules have changed. The event is organized by the main station and involves celebrities visiting local communities, with live broadcasts to shed light on underprivileged groups in need of assistance, thereby garnering widespread social attention to raise funds. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but that is the gist of it. Sister Me was entirely correct. Which is why the company wants me to participate. It will enhance our visibility while also improving our image. Zhao Liying chimed in. All right then, just to clarify. It's not that I am unwilling to donate. I simply have no funds. Chapter 73. The box office is booming. Why is everyone so keen on the cinema? The 4 friends engaged in idle chatter for quite some time before parting ways. Upon returning home, Su Bai aimlessly scrolled through his phone, eager to ascertain the online community's opinions about the film. Discussions about the movie proliferated across major online platforms. Had everyone gone to the cinema? Naturally, the ending was heart-wrenching. Indeed, it was devastating. 2 women were utterly infatuated with the same man, and witnessing Xiao Wei's sorrow shattered my heart. Who wouldn't feel that way? Yet, I must say, the most detestable character is Su Bai. Su Bai? Buddy, did you mistakenly wander onto the wrong set? Nonsense. I could have contained my emotions until the very end. But then that rendition of Hua Xin broke me down, damn it. If I couldn't hold it together, then so be it. I too was in tears. You have no idea. My girlfriend was so moved that she ran off to find her true love, her ex-boyfriend. Damn it, Su Bai, you owe me my girlfriend back. Just walk away with a 6. Brother, My condolences. Subai laughed heartily. Indeed, the online commenters were all quite talented. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the office of the production team behind Huapai, it was already past 10 in the evening, yet the light shone brightly. A group of executives gathered, anxiously awaiting the box office summary from the premiere. The office door swung open, and an excited staff member rushed in. It's out. It's out. Everyone exclaimed. What is out? Is it the box office? How much? Speak quickly. The staff member handed a document to the producer, suggesting, let the boss reveal it. Upon receiving the document, the producer's brow furrowed slightly. The crowd exchanged worried glances. Could it be that the box office was disappointing? They were aware of the online demand. Tickets were nearly impossible to obtain. Was there an issue elsewhere? Boss, how did the box office perform? You're making me anxious. Calm down. It's just the first day. It can't be compared to Space Travelers, right? We should be fine against others, someone reassured. Indeed, I've seen positive feedback online. The producer chuckled heartily. The premiere box office has reached 150 million. We surpassed Space Travelers, and as of now, we are ranked first among the New Year releases. Only then did the crowd realize that the boss was merely teasing them. He was quite the trickster. Hooray, boss, we must celebrate with a late-night feast. Absolutely. I'm still hungry. The producer decisively declared, of course, we must treat everyone here. We'll head to the best restaurant. Let us enjoy a grand meal and celebrate. Meanwhile, in a high-end hotel, Stephen Chow and Lao Qingwan were also gathered, keenly monitoring the box office and the reactions from online viewers regarding Huapai. Xing. It appears their strategy has been remarkably successful. A significant portion of the audience was drawn in by the theme song, SMV. And the box office is reportedly surpassing Time Travelers. Should we consider following suit and jumping on the bandwagon? One suggested. He still believes that a strategic adjustment should be made. Perhaps to release some teasers in advance. There is no need to discuss this topic further, as time is of the essence. The film is about to premiere. So let us focus our attention elsewhere. Stephen Chow is rather obstinate, for he possesses unwavering confidence in his work, particularly in the adaptation by Subai. Especially with the poignant ending complemented by a melancholic theme song, which is destined to resonate with the audience. Thus, he intends to retain the suspense until the very end. Upon hearing Stephen's stance, the others ceased their persuasion. Deep down, they too were eager to witness whether the film could achieve great success without any gimmicks, solely relying on its merit. Soon, the day of the premiere arrived. Just as Stephen had asserted, there was no need for elaborate promotions. A straightforward publicity campaign sufficed. For the name Stephen Chow itself served as a potent advertisement. His box office appeal is no laughing matter. The tickets for A Chinese Odyssey went on sale, and the frenzy was no less than that of Painted Skin, rendering them exceedingly difficult to obtain. Finally, the moment had arrived for Stephen. A production by him is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Yet, that is not a certainty. This year's festive season has seen fierce competition, with several excellent films already released, which must surely place significant pressure on Stephen. Indeed, Painted Skin is already quite captivating. A great film accompanied by a great song is destined to become a classic. Whether it is good or not will soon be revealed. I have grown a bit weary of absurd comedies that lack depth. I share your sentiment. While humor is enjoyable, it pales in comparison to movies like Painted Skin, appearing somewhat juvenile in contrast. The two are not of the same ilk. After all, comedy exists to bring joy, and that is its sole purpose. You are absolutely right. Joy is what matters. Not only the netizens, but also the music artists from the island, who previously faced defeat without understanding, were early arrivals outside the cinema. Each one eagerly anticipated to discover what kind of song had caused their downfall. When this news reached the mainland, it was met with ridicule from their peers. However, upon hearing that their counterparts on the mainland had also fallen victim to Subai's prowess, they felt a sense of balance restored. Adhering to the belief of rising where one has fallen, the group of musicians stood patiently in line, hands in pockets. Meanwhile, Subai lay comfortably in bed, reflecting, finally, no one is inviting me to the movies. Just as he finished his thought, his phone began to chime incessantly. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Picking up the phone, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. The call was neither from Heban nor from Deng Ziki, but from Stephen Chow. Stephen, is there something you need? Subai, I'm downstairs at your building. Let us go watch the movie together. Subai slapped himself across the face. How could he have spoken so carelessly? Someone indeed came to invite him to the movies, and it was a man. Just a moment, I'll be right down. Subai thought it prudent to honor Stephen's invitation. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted a nondescript sedan parked by the roadside. Curiously, he glanced around twice. And at that moment, a head poked out from the car window. "Hey, over here." Who else could it be but Stephen Chow? Subai never anticipated that such a prominent star would be so unassuming, driving a car without any ostentation. As he opened the car door and got in, he remarked, "Master Xing, you truly embody humility." The star replied, "A car is merely a tool to fulfill various daily needs. Its cost is of little consequence. One should allocate funds where they truly matter." Subai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the cinema's underground parking lot. Upon alighting, he was greeted by several familiar figures. Director Liu Junwei and the lead actors were present, smiling as they acknowledged Subai. Among them was a goddess-like figure. None other than Zhu Ying, the actress who portrayed Zixia. During his time at the film base, Subai had not encountered Zhu Ying, but now, seeing her in person left him utterly captivated. Her beauty was strikingly remarkable. Zhu Ying extended her hand, saying, "Great talent. I have long admired your name. Let us be acquainted." Subai responded humbly, shaking her hand, marveling at her ethereal grace. "Master Xing, Director Liu, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Why? We are here to watch a film," came the cheerful reply. Yet, something felt amiss. There was an undeniable sense of something unusual in the air. Chapter 74. The final ace as a Chinese odyssey was set to premiere. A few individuals discreetly donned their paparazzi essentials and mingled with the crowd, making their way into the cinema to locate their seats. Once again in the corner. Such a peculiar habit. The film had yet to commence. Yet the audience engaged in animated conversation. A Chinese odyssey holds an air of mystery, not revealing a single detail. What mystery could there be? It's merely an absurdist comedy, characteristic of Stephen Chow's style. To speak candidly, after viewing numerous films by Chow, one might discern a certain monotony. It's not that they are unenjoyable. Indeed, they are quite amusing, but upon conclusion, one struggles to retain any memorable elements. Is it truly necessary to be so critical? Just enjoy the spectacle. One cannot expect both laughter and tears simultaneously, can one? Indeed, my friend. Can you even see the film through those sunglasses? A man noticed an odd scene. In the rear corner, 5 or 6 gentlemen adorned in caps, masks, and sunglasses were gathered. Upon hearing his remark, others turned their gaze, chuckling at the peculiar sight. "Shh, quiet down. The movie is starting." As the film opened, a lively skirmish erupted between Sun Wukong and Guanyin Bodhisattva. While the character portrayed by Lo Ka-ing, the monk Tang Sung, interjected with his characteristic humor, the audience erupted in laughter as Chow's hallmark absurdity and witty dialogue unfolded throughout the film, with a cascade of comedic moments and iconic scenes. I'm dying of laughter. What on earth is this nonsense about destroying flowers and plants? The second in command is hilarious. This blind man seems to have perfectly good eyes. Why is he called blind? Tang Sing's incessant chatter was infuriating. Witnessing his insufferable demeanor, one might feel compelled to give him a good slap. Laughter was nearly uncontrollable. "Where's the restroom? I'm laughing so hard I might burst." The film continued until Tang Sing opened the prison door, inviting Ji Zunbao in for a chat, prompting another wave of laughter from the audience. Good grief, a prison door opens from the inside, and he treats it like his living room, inviting others in for a chat. "Lo, please spare Stephen Chow. This script is beyond redemption." What torture! At that moment, Tang Sing grasped Ji Zunbao's hands tightly and earnestly asked, "Do you know what dang 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 means?" Ji Zunbao looked utterly bewildered. Then, the strains of Only You began to play, and with a mischievous glint, Lo Ka-ing began to sing, his expression a delightful mix of sincerity and playfulness. "Only you can accompany me to the west, only you can vanquish the demons and spirits, only you can protect me, no need to worry about those pesky clams and crabs, only you are so formidable, it's just only you." As he reached this point, Tang Sing cast a tender glance over his shoulder. The audience mirrored Ji Zunbao's astonished expression, popcorn falling to the floor, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. It was a moment of existential questioning. Just then, the music began to fade, and Ji Zunbao seemed to find relief, preparing to speak. Yet, the melody surged once more, as Tang Sing prepared to sing again. "Only you." Ji Zunbao's heart felt as if it were being tightly grasped by another. His body tense and his facial muscles twitching, his eyelids flipping. The audience's reaction mirrored that of Ji Zunbao. Some temperamental individuals were visibly agitated, their veins bulging, hands clenched, desperately in need of an outlet for their frustrations. It is no wonder that the master recited such verses: "Do not fear the constraints. Do not dread the impending doom when faced with adversity. One must understand, one must exert every effort. Should fear arise, let it manifest in fullness. Namo Amitabha. In the film, Ji Zunbao appeared to struggle to control his emotions. Yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. The audience could no longer contain themselves, as if they anticipated the imminent events. The intent to harm could not be concealed. The murderous intent was rising. Ji Zunbao must eliminate him. I cannot endure this any longer. Cowering in a corner, Luo Jiaoying trembled while watching the film, lowering the brim of his hat further, all the while casting a mournful glance at Su Bai. In that fleeting moment, Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine, as if someone intended to strike him. He could never have imagined that this song would resonate so powerfully within the film, driving one to madness. At this juncture, Tang Xing sang with increasing passion, tightly grasping Ji Zunbao's hands. It was evident that Ji Zunbao was on the brink of collapse. Finally, the song and music came to a complete halt. Ji Zunbao let out a long breath, clearly exerting immense restraint. Just then, Tang Xing opened his mouth to sing again. Ji Zunbao seized a hefty wooden stick and brought it down upon Tang Xing with force. Enough already. Are you finished? Pay no heed to whether one can bear your incessant singing. Sing again, and I shall stab you. At this point, the audience could no longer hold back. The strike felt as though it landed directly upon their hearts, providing immense relief. Well done. Beat him. I too wish to stab him. He is insufferable. Who penned this song? Truly a genius. Oh, enough of your nonsense. Who dares to sing that? Silence. Laughter erupted throughout the cinema, the atmosphere perfectly charged. Yet as the plot advanced, timelines and emotional arcs began to intertwine. Ji Zunbao encountered Bai Jingjing, intending to use the Moonlight Treasure Box to salvage their relationship, as they were to be wed. Yet fate was absurd, and destiny laughable. He crossed paths with Zixia. Zixia, of noble lineage, descended from the lampwick before the Buddha, a celestial being. She had once vowed that whoever drew her purple azure sword would be her destined partner. By a twist of fate, Ji Zunbao inadvertently fulfilled this task. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, Zixia had resolved to follow him through life and death. However, Ji Zunbao remained fixated on his Bai Jingjing, persistently evading and rejecting Zixia, only accepting her assistance to acquire the Moonlight Treasure Box to traverse time and reunite with Bai Jingjing. Yet Zixia remained blissfully unaware. Perhaps even if she knew, she chose to feign ignorance. As she delved into the depths of Ji Zunbao's heart, she discerned that his truest affection lay with his beloved, Bai Jingjing. Yet, resolutely, she chose to remain by his side. Ultimately, when Ji Zunbao reunited with Bai Jingjing, on the eve of their wedding, he found no joy. His thoughts consumed by Zixia. In that moment, Bai Jingjing left a letter, revealing that after 5 centuries, the woman he sought was another. Ji Zunbao finally grasped the essence of his own heart, awakening to the profound truths of existence. What sorrow in life, what anguish in death. Enlightened, Ji Zunbao willingly donned the golden circlet, transforming into the great sage equal to heaven. How could one love you while bearing the circlet? And how could one save you without it? Such is the nature of humanity, encountering the most exquisite soul in their most powerless moments. My beloved is a paragon of heroism, destined to ride the rainbow clouds to wed me then, as the strains of Little Knife Society overture resounded. The hero made his entrance. Excitement rippled through the audience. The great sage had finally arrived, and the narrative seemed to unfold favorably. What instrument is producing such exhilarating sound? Indeed, I too am curious, for it stirs my very soul. The energy is palpable, akin to the grand arrival of a mighty general. In that moment, the audience collectively believed that Ji Zunbao would save Zixia, and that love would triumph. In their hearts, the great sage was omnipotent. Yet, tragically, Zixia took a stab for Ji Zunbao, her life extinguished. I anticipated the beginning, yet the conclusion eluded my foresight at this juncture. The cinema's atmosphere shifted from joyous to somber, the audience visibly moved. Finally, the scene transitioned, transporting Ji Zunbao to another realm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he seemed to glimpse the woman he cherished. Standing amidst the crowd, he gazed at her intently. A gust of wind swept through, and the closing theme began to play. Chapter 75. As the theme of a lifetime of love resonates, even the dogs at the village entrance seem to express their regrets. The melody of the closing song gently unfolds. On the screen, under the sunset, the silhouettes of Ji Zunbao and Zixia gradually recede into the distance. Look. That person resembles a dog. At this moment, Su Bai's poignant voice strikes a chord within the hearts of the audience. The past has slipped away, never to return. The crimson leaves lie buried within the dust. Beginnings and endings have always remained unchanged. You, adrift beyond the white clouds. As the song reaches this point, some female audience members are already moved, enveloped by an indescribable sense of regret and melancholy in the cinema. This is the first time Subai has listened to his own song in a theater, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. Perhaps it is the divine quality of his singing that amplifies the emotional resonance. As the climax unfolds, the emotional intensity continues to rise. The tumultuous sea of love and hate. In this world, one cannot escape fate. The blind dates prove to be unattainable. Or perhaps I should believe in fate. As these 4 lines are sung, the figures on the screen grow ever more distant until they vanish beyond the horizon. At this moment, Subai hears a sob beside him. Turning to look, he finds that Stephen Chow is indeed crying. Not only Stephen, but several others also have red-rimmed eyes, now unbothered by their sunglasses, which they have long since removed. The song continues to linger in the air. Although the film has ended, no one chooses to leave. Lovers parting, never to meet again, the dissipating bond of affection, silently sitting, gazing beyond the mundane world, wishing to rekindle. Though flowers may wither, I only wish they shall bloom again for you. Beyond the white clouds, awaiting. Upon hearing this, many audience members can no longer contain themselves, their eyes brimming with tears. The film's classic lines flash vividly in their minds. My destined one is a peerless hero. One day he will come riding on rainbow clouds to marry me. I guessed the beginning, yet could not foresee this ending. Once, a genuine love lay before me. I failed to cherish it. And only when it was lost did I feel regret, the most painful experience in the world. If heaven could grant me a chance to start anew, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. If I must impose a deadline on this love, I wish for it to last 10,000 years. It turns out that girl left a tear in my heart, and I can fully feel how heartbroken she must have been at that moment. I have come to understand one thing. To love someone is such a profound pain. The tumultuous sea of love and hate. In this world, one cannot escape fate. As the song fades, resembling the departing Ji Zunbao and Zixia, they gradually drift further apart, slowly disappearing from each other's lives. Meanwhile, those musicians from the island who arrived early at the cinema, eager to unveil the final mystery, are left utterly astonished. Incredible! Simply incredible! At this age, I nearly wept while singing. My heart has been unburdened. Indeed, I am not worthy. This song is destined to become a classic alongside this film, forever to be cherished. The musical prodigy Subai has captivated me. I shall undoubtedly pay him a visit when the opportunity arises. As the film gradually concluded, the audience lingered, reluctant to depart. A young girl wept inconsolably, her boyfriend comforting her with tissues in hand. Woe is me, Yi Liangchen. Did you not assert that Stephen Chow's films are all comedies? You deceived me. How was I to know that he would suddenly alter his style? Please, cease your tears. Others are watching. It's not just me who is crying. Look, she is weeping as well. What harm is there in allowing me a moment of sorrow? Sob. The patrons in other theaters were no better off, expressing a myriad of sentiments. Stephen Chow is truly wicked. The contrast is striking. The laughter at the beginning was so robust, while the sorrow at the end is profoundly tragic, especially when the closing song played. Damn it. I can't hold back any longer. The more we laughed, the sharper the pain. Indeed, when the music begins, even the dogs at the village corner seem to lament. Who composed this song? At that moment, the end credits began to roll on the screen. One person pointed at the screen in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who is the music producer for this film?" Everyone turned to look. What the heck, Subai? He wrote this song? No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Damn it. This guy has made me cry several times. If memory serves, he also painted Skin, right? Indeed, that is him. So it is Brother Subai. His singing is simply marvelous. I adore him. He is the best. The song is truly enchanting. I yearn to hear it once more. As the audience buzzed with excitement, the lights in the cinema flickered on. In the corner, Stephen Chow rose and said, "So, shall we go up and meet the fans?" The security and host had already entered. "I think I'll sit this one out. I fear the audience might pounce on me," remarked Luo Jiaying. "Subai, why are you dawdling? Go up," Stephen urged, pulling the bewildered Subai along. Subai sensed that matters were not as simple as they seemed. It was merely a film screening, yet both the director and lead actor were present. This was clearly a surprise attack. He couldn't help but admire Stephen Chow's ingenuity. This unique promotional strategy was truly exceptional, capable of igniting discussion and drawing greater attention. When the audience noticed a multitude of security personnel entering, they looked on in confusion. What is happening? Is watching a movie now a crime? Then a female host entered, microphone in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your positions. Tonight we have a special surprise for you. The stars and director of this film have been seated among you, watching it together. The audience gasped, glancing around in surprise, whispering among themselves. Just then, a commotion erupted in the back row. Steven slowly removed his disguise, revealing his true identity. Once his face was recognized, the audience erupted into chaos. What the heck? It's Stephen Chow. My goodness, who do I see? Zhuing. Oh my. It's the fairy Zixia. ISNT, that Bodhi ancestor. And Tang Sung is here too. Old Wang. Didn't you just say you wanted to confront him? Go on. A man shouted, provoking a wave of laughter. Look, who is that? It's Su Bai? Oh my goodness, it truly is Su Bai? Su Bai, over here. Look this way. Su Bai, I'm right here. Please glance at me. Many young girls shouted excitedly, completely forgetting the tears they shed moments ago. Upon hearing their calls, Su Bai smiled and waved his hand. He smiled at me. My heavens. Su Bai, I adore you. Meanwhile, the boyfriends beside them wore expressions of helplessness. Having heard their lamentations about regrets while listening to music earlier, I said, "Hey, fellas, hope we're not interrupting you." Accompanied by security, the group made their way to the front of the screen. The audience below continued to cheer. How exhilarating it was that Star Master actually watched the entire film in the same theater with them. The fellow who had previously wondered if wearing glasses would help was utterly astonished. It turns out I was talking about Star Master just now. Goodness. I truly spoke without thinking. Chapter 76, Fan Meeting. Su Bai performs a classic live. Stephen Chow, with his iconic smile, greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am a Xing, also known as Jizun Bao. Thank you all for coming to watch our film. In fact, while sitting there just now, I couldn't help but laugh when I heard you all chuckling. The audience erupted in fervent shouts of Stephen's name. Many attendees took out their phones to capture the moment, while some small streamers began live broadcasting. Before long, a multitude of viewers flooded into the live stream. Wow, is that Stephen Chow? And there's Zixia Fairy. Oh my goddess. It seems like we're at a cinema. Which cinema is this? I want to go too. The audience here must be ecstatic to see the real people behind the film. Where is this? I want to go. Next, Zhuing took the stage. Hello everyone. I am Zhu Ying, the actress who plays Zixia Fairy. When Stephen laughed at your reactions, I almost couldn't hold back my own tears when I heard someone crying. Thank you all for loving our movie. The audience's excitement escalated even further. Zixia Fairy, I love you. Zixia, let me wield the purple cloud sword. Give me a chance. My goddess, oh my. I've admired you for so many years. Upon hearing the calls, Zhuing made a heart gesture towards a fan in the crowd. Oh my gosh. I'm going to faint. The goddess just sent me a heart. I want one too. The atmosphere was electric as the audience went wild, and the live stream viewers became even more fervent. The small streamer watched in amazement as her viewer count surged, bringing her stream into the top ranks on the platform. At that moment, Lu Junwei spoke up. Hello everyone, I am Lu Junwei, the actor portraying Bodhi Ancestor and also the director of this film. Seeing how much you all love this movie, witnessing your laughter and tears, I believe our 6 months of hard work has truly been worthwhile. The audience erupted in applause, with cheers echoing throughout the venue, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Then it was Luo Jiaying's turn. Hello everyone, I am Luo Jiaying, the actor who plays Tang Sung. To be honest, I was hesitant to come up here, as I just heard several brothers threatening to beat me up, which honestly scared me a bit. Laughter erupted from the audience. I must clarify that I initially refused to sing this song, but after Su Bai wrote it, Stephen insisted that I perform it. The audience suddenly realized, so it was Su Bai and Stephen who pulled this off, haha. Oh, this catchy song was written by Su Bai? Wow, what a genius. Haha. This style is completely unexpected. Teacher Luo took a huge risk singing this. It must have been quite a challenge. You're amazing. I will always support you. The viewers online were equally amused. Su Bai is actually the music producer for this film? How talented. That song Only You was written by him? It's so catchy. At this point, the microphone was handed over to Su Bai. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Bai, and I am fortunate to have participated in the musical production of this film. I sincerely hope that you all will venture into the cinema to experience this classic film, and I also wish for you to enjoy the music within it. As Su Bai concluded his speech, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Wow, the brother is so handsome. Su Bai, you are so talented. I adore your songs. Sing it again. I haven't had enough. Yes, sing it again. We simply can't get enough. Observing the audience's enthusiasm, the host approached Su Bai and remarked, "It is evident that the audience is enamored with the songs you have composed, and the call for an encore is resounding. What do you think?" Shall you grace us with another rendition live? One more. Came the enthusiastic shouts from the crowd. The audience's cheers echoed throughout the venue. Viewers on the live streaming platform were also clamoring for the host to encourage Su Bai to sing once more. A guitar appeared from an unknown source, and Xingyi along with Zhu Ying joined in applause, clearly anticipating Su Bai's live performance. Very well, the atmosphere is ripe for a performance. Let us sing once more. Su Bai accepted the guitar as a staff member handed him a microphone. Allow me to formally introduce this song. It is titled A Lifetime of Love. At that moment, the influence of the live stream grew exponentially, with the internet flooded with news about the surprise appearance of the Journey to the West crew at the Summer National Music Academy. In a spacious multifunctional classroom, students from the folk music department gathered to watch the live broadcast during their break. Look, quickly. Xingyi is surprising the cinema audience. Wow, the audience here is so fortunate. Look, that's my favorite original artist, Su Bai. I admire him too. He is a true original talent, a role model for our generation. Is he going to sing the closing theme live again? So this song is called A Lifetime of Love. Classmate, don't push. It's too crowded. I will project it on the large screen, and we have sound equipment for everyone to enjoy. All right, I will help. I'll turn on the speakers. Familiar with the setup. They finally managed to project it onto the large screen before Su Bai's performance, and the sound equipment was exceptional. Su Bai's vocal prowess and guitar skills were nothing short of divine. His rendition was refreshingly distinct from the film's score, offering a unique experience. The young host, upon glancing at the live stream, was utterly astonished. The viewership skyrocketed to over 1 million, with rockets continuously being sent in support. Am I suddenly one of the top streamers in the country? Not only were netizens tuning in, but also numerous celebrity singers joined the stream, including Youngmi, Reba, and many renowned domestic musicians. Wow, even Demi Mi is in the live stream. Reba is here too. Oh my goodness. Hua Hua has arrived. So many big stars. The live stream was ablaze with excitement. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, who was lost in his performance, electronic sounds resonated incessantly in his mind. Ding. Acquired 100 popularity points. Ding. Acquired 100 popularity points. Ding. Acquired 100 popularity points. Su Bai felt a sense of bewilderment. With such a scant audience, how could there be such a remarkable surge in popularity? As the song reached its zenith, an enchanting silence enveloped the venue. The emotional resonance was simply overwhelming. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless. Goodness, is this the sort of effect that can be achieved in a cinema? Can Three Wives truly produce such an impact? Alas, it seems I have something in my eye, and I can't help but shed a tear. Haha. I'm utterly amused. Someone, please escort this fellow out. I've learned something. I shall sing this for my wife. Half a song and a whole pack of cigarettes were consumed. Goodness, brother, I'll join you. The celebrities on the other side of the live stream were equally astonished. Notably, the old rival Hua Chenyu found himself increasingly impressed. This fellow's prowess had grown ever stronger. It seems I must unveil some new works. In the classroom of the Summer Country Music Academy, the live stream continued uninterrupted, even as the school bell rang. Many young ladies had tears welling in their eyes. What a pity, what an absolute pity. Chapter 77. The prelude of the Shoudao Society. Was this truly played on a Swana? Unbeknownst to them, the entrance of the classroom had become a gathering of students and teachers alike. An elderly professor, who had come to deliver a lecture, stood attentively in a corner, absorbed in the performance, undeterred by the passage of time beyond the scheduled class. It was only after Su Bai's song concluded that a student finally noticed him. Professor Yu. Oh dear, class time has arrived, and Professor Yu is here. My sincerest apologies, Professor Yu, for monopolizing this shared space. I shall turn it off immediately. Professor Yu waved a hand gently, signaling the student to halt. No, please continue. I am thoroughly enjoying this. Such an exceptional educational video is far more engaging than my lecture, and there is much to learn. The students were taken aback. Professor Yu, a revered master of traditional Chinese music and an expert in various folk instruments, was known for his strict demeanor and high expectations. Today, however, he not only refrained from reprimanding them but wished to watch together. Professor Yu smiled as he settled among the students. Do not merely listen, ponder deeply. It is essential to recognize both the strengths of others and the gaps in your own abilities. The young man performing live, though only slightly older than you, possesses unparalleled vocal skill and musicality. One can tell he has dedicated immense effort, and his guitar proficiency is nothing short of extraordinary. I, too, must concede to his talent. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed among the students. Was Professor Yu's praise excessively lofty, that even he would bow in admiration? Yet, considering that Professor Yu specializes in indigenous instruments, it was understandable that the guitar might seem inferior in his eyes. Nonetheless, this commendation was monumental. Subai was still quite young and had achieved such high artistry. Clearly, Professor Yu's words rang true, being a student at the pinnacle of traditional Chinese music. They must strive harder. Professor Yu continued, having acknowledged the young singer, let us discuss the song itself. A true master is one who can craft music of such caliber. Though I have not seen the film from which this song originates, the emotions conveyed within it have profoundly moved me. This is the standard that high-quality music should embody, elements that you all must diligently study and accumulate, alongside life experiences, which are equally indispensable. As Professor Yu eloquently imparted wisdom to his students, urging them to solidify their foundations, he emphasized that musical creation is not an instantaneous endeavor. It requires time and experience to cultivate one's craft, allowing talent to flourish naturally over the years. Yet, he sensed a peculiar shift in the students' expressions. What is it? Have I misspoken? Feel free to voice any questions. Professor Yu encouraged. Professor Yu, this song was also composed by the young man you mentioned. His name is Subai, a student spoke in a hushed tone. What? Professor Yu exclaimed, astonished. Are you saying that this song is an original composition by this Subai, performed by him? Indeed, Professor Yu, you may not know. But Subai is quite renowned among the youth. Since his debut, he has penned numerous classic songs. Suppressing his astonishment, Professor Yu turned his gaze to the large screen displaying the live broadcast, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, in the cinema, Subai concluded his performance. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Incredible! What a beautiful performance! Keep it up, brother. I will always support you. The live stream was abuzz with excitement, and the young streamer found herself overwhelmed by the unprecedented popularity. Subai, you are everlasting. A master of guitar and song. After listening, one viewer mused. I thought my wife left me, but then I realized, damn it, I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Goodness. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Another chimed in with humor, only to discover they shared a common bond. I want to hear only you. Please. Stop tormenting me upstairs. Let us switch to something serious. Streamer, I would like to know the background music for the appearance of the Monkey King. Another voice joined in. I'm curious as well. It stirs such fervor within me, the emotional impact is overwhelming. The timbre is so unique. I am eager to know what instrument it is. It feels so familiar. Hurry up and reveal it, and I will shower you with rockets. Gradually, the applause began to subside. The host approached Subai, exclaiming, Wow, the after effects of this song are tremendous. It nearly brought me to tears. The fans today are so passionate. Time is limited. Shall we greet the fans once more? Clearly, the host intended to conclude the meet and greet. Suddenly, a female audience member fervently raised her hand and shouted. It was the young streamer, striving for popularity and attention. The crowd noticed her enthusiasm, prompting the host to step off the stage and inquire, Do you have something to say to them? Handing her the microphone. She took it and said, Hello, Subai. I am a streamer, and the fans in my live stream are incredibly enthusiastic. They hope you can perform the background music for the Monkey King's entrance live. Everyone is curious about what instrument has such a profound emotional effect. Could you fulfill this request for your fans? Subai finally understood why such a small audience could generate so much popularity. There were streamers among them. I must deliver a performance. The popularity must soar. Although the current popularity seemed sufficient, the items in the system store were prohibitively expensive. And he feared running out one day. Therefore, the accumulation of popularity could not cease. The more, the better. In the live stream, the audience was ablaze with excitement. Rockets filling the screen. Ordinary viewers merely sought entertainment, but the professional singers and musicians were different. They had long recognized the powerful emotional resonance of that classic piece. The sound quality was exceptional, bright and resonant. It felt familiar, yet they could not recall where they had heard it before. Me too. I just can't place it at the moment. They thought, the music is classic. Subai should be able to perform it. In a world where local instruments are undervalued, it was indeed lamentable that these musicians could not even identify the sound of the suona. Alas, even among local music, few played the suona, most focused on the eru, pipa, and guzheng. In their eyes, the performances of the wedding and banquet troupe were excessively noisy and rather rustic. Unworthy of a refined gathering. They were not mistaken. It was indeed aimed at boosting popularity, and Subai would also take to the stage. However, just as Subai was about to perform, he realized, to his dismay, that he had forgotten to bring an instrument. Who would carry such a thing around? At that moment, a staff member surprisingly brought out a swana. Subai was taken aback. Goodness, they have this too? Yet, the others, including Xingyi, were utterly unfazed, evidently having prepared for this. As Subai accepted the swana, he marveled at the professionalism of the team, who had truly made meticulous preparations. Once the swana was played, not only were the audience present left in astonishment, but the viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered, while the celebrities could only stare in disbelief. Goodness, is that really a swana? Chapter 78, The Emergence of the Swana, Igniting the Entire Venue. At the Summer National Academy of Music, within the multifunctional classroom, Professor Yu and his students found themselves intrigued by the soundtrack mentioned by netizens, eagerly anticipating Subai's forthcoming performance. This excitement reached a crescendo when the staff presented the swana. A wave of astonishment rippled through the students. The swana? It truly is a swana. Is the entrance theme of the Monkey King played on a swana? One inquired. Professor Yu, why does our academy not possess this traditional instrument? Professor Yu, taken aback by Subai wielding the swana, was at a loss for words in response to the students' questions. Although they engaged with folk music, their repertoire was limited to the eru, dizi, pipa, and guzheng. The swana, along with gongs and drums, remained entirely unexplored. Its sound was often perceived as cacophonous, lacking fundamental musicality, suitable only for specific occasions, predominantly festive events marked by noise and celebration. Before a discussion could unfold, Subai inhaled deeply and commenced playing the swana. The sound erupted forth, an overwhelming force akin to an army charging forth. The audience envisioned the Monkey King descending upon them on a rainbow cloud. Goodness, my skin is tingling. Is this truly the sound of a swana? It is exquisite. Astonishing. What a thrill. The spectators gaped in awe, their spirits uplifted by the swana's audacious melodies, some reaching euphoric heights on the spot. Meanwhile, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Initially, upon seeing Subai with the swana, many were bewildered, including the musicians, who could scarcely believe that such stirring music could emanate from a swana. However, once Subai concluded, they were left speechless. Such a bold timbre. How had I overlooked this before? Remarkable. I must delve into this instrument. Where can one procure such a marvel? Concurrently, Professor Yu, having witnessed Subai's performance, was momentarily stunned before becoming overwhelmed with exhilaration. The essence of music lies in its ability to evoke emotions and resonate with the heart. And evidently, Subai had succeeded, as had the swana. Overwhelmed with a sense of shame, he reflected on his role as a professor of folk music at the nation's premier music institution, realizing his ignorance regarding such a splendid traditional instrument. He had naively deemed the swana as inferior, relegated to celebrations of life and death. It was astounding that a young individual like Subai could appreciate the significance of traditional instruments, while he, a supposed expert in folk music, had remained myopic. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, believing himself enlightened, had it not been for Subai's astonishing performance. Who knows when the swana would have regained recognition and appreciation. Oh, how he felt unworthy of his country and ancestors. Tears welled in Professor Yu's eyes as these thoughts consumed him. Professor Yu, are you all right? One student inquired. Oh, I am fine, merely moved by emotion, he replied, wiping away his tears. However, a bold thought had already taken root in his mind, to do everything in his power to persuade the school leaders to invite Subai to the academy to lecture, possibly introducing a course on the swana. Soon, the film fan meeting at the cinema came to a gradual close amid the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Yet, the electronic sound in Subai's mind did not cease. This meeting had garnered him over 1 million in popularity points. Accompanied by security, the crew exited the cinema. As they stepped outside, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The cinema was besieged by fervent fans. A throng of viewers and admirers drawn in by the live broadcast, many brandishing signs and chanting their idol's name. Both the cinema and mall security were fully deployed, striving to maintain order, with several police vehicles from the nearby precinct also arriving at the scene. They're out. They're out. Ah, Master Xing. I love you. Zixia. Over here. Brother Subai, please give me an autograph. Several of them exchanged glances, leaving at this moment would be inappropriate. So, under the protection of the security team, they engaged in a close interaction with the fans. Signatures, photographs, hugs. They fulfilled every request that could be accommodated. As evening approached, with the police using a loudspeaker to patiently persuade the enthusiastic fans to disperse, Subai and his companions felt as though they had endured a battle. their clothes soaked with sweat and their faces frozen in smiles. Subai's attire bore numerous lipstick marks, and his complexion showed signs of the fans' exuberance. That night, they celebrated with a feast, eagerly awaiting the box office statistics from the premiere. It's out. It's out. How much? 180 million. What? Say that again? I said 180 million. My heavens, that's astonishing. It's a hit, simply marvelous. The premiere was deemed a success. A result of their collective efforts, however, they could not afford to become complacent, as the ultimate outcome would depend on subsequent performance. Master Xing, remaining composed, did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. Understood. I will ensure the follow-up promotions are executed. The meal concluded in a jubilant atmosphere. Exhausted, Subai returned to his residence. After a brief refresh, he collapsed onto his bed, adopting the most comfortable position while opening his phone. The trending topics online were brimming with discussions surrounding a Chinese odyssey. This film is incredible. The ending was so unexpected. Damn it, Master Xing. I thought it was a comedy, I laughed, and then you stabbed me in the back at the end? So ruthless, I'm in tears. Initially, he managed to hold back, but upon hearing A Lifetime of Love, he could no longer contain himself. My dog ran away after hearing it. I finally learned to sing it for my wife, and after she listened, she told me to never sing again. Something feels off. It sounds lovely to me. Doesn't he? Oh, brother, install a camera at home. It might bring a surprise. It seems I have come to a realization. Subai, come forth. I have no desire to coexist with you. Who is this brother that has emerged? What is the matter? Has Subai, my elder brother, stolen your beloved? The mere thought of it ignites my fury. The last film I watched with my girlfriend was Painted Skin, and that rascal sang Heart of Painting, causing her to flee in tears to seek her true love, her ex-boyfriend. After a long wait, I finally found a new partner and thought to enjoy a comedy together, only to be thwarted once again by Subai. He sang the love of a lifetime, and my new girlfriend was swept away, claiming she needed to mend the regrets within her heart. He even dared to apologize to me. I was utterly dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. I can hardly contain my laughter. My friend, it is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. This is indeed a blessing. After perusing the comments from netizens, Subai chuckled. He then stumbled upon a trending video capturing netizens ambushing a cinema fan meeting. Even Subai could not have anticipated the uproar sparked by Amir Swona, culminating in a clash between the academic and local factions. He found himself reluctantly embroiled in the chaos. Chapter 79, The Controversy Sparked by the Swona, A Turmoil at the Music Academy. Subai opened the video and scrolled to the comments section. At this moment, the comment area had erupted. Initially, netizens discussed the film and the songs themselves. Gradually, the conversation escalated into a debate over the merits of traditional instruments versus Western mainstream instruments. Slowly, some professionals and influential figures joined the fray, each voicing their opinions. And the discourse became increasingly heated. The situation began with a student from a music academy. As a scholar of traditional instruments, he commented on Subai's stunning Swona performance, stating, "This is the allure of traditional instruments. This is the essence of folk music. We should diligently preserve the cultural heritage of our ancestors instead of succumbing to foreign influences." Such a comment incited ire among many who favored Western instruments. Is the Swona even a legitimate instrument? Such a crude thing deserves to be discarded. What heritage are you talking about? By your logic, are we to preserve the eight-legged essay and feudal superstitions as well? Traditional music? Soul? If that is the case, why have there been so few noteworthy works over the millennia? We ought to learn from the advanced. Is studying sophisticated Western instruments truly an act of sycophancy? Conversely, there were supporters, albeit few, as the numbers of those practicing traditional music are indeed limited, and even fewer appreciated. After all, the music development in our nation lags behind that of foreign lands, with our cultural backbone still struggling to rise. Supporters chimed in, stating, "An instrument is simply an instrument. As long as it can convey emotion, and the Swona has accomplished that, how can it not be considered an instrument? Indeed, if you are so capable, refrain from using it at your own funeral rites. Existence implies validity. Music knows no hierarchy. The preservation of traditional instruments must possess its unique merits, which we have yet to fully uncover. It is undeniable that traditional instruments possess their own distinct charm. The unique emotions and cultural connotations inherent to our nation cannot be supplanted by Western instruments. As a student of traditional music, I wish to express that their allure is beyond your comprehension, and conversing with you is futile. For those who dislike it, there is no need for insistence. Go ahead and worship your foreign idols. Thus, The two factions continued to clash vehemently, each unwilling to yield, nearly resorting to insults about each other's ancestry. At this juncture, an influential figure named Gao Song emerged to voice his perspective, introducing himself as a master of orchestral music. He remarked, "Having played instruments for decades, I wish to share my sentiments. While ethnic traditional instruments have their advantages, their drawbacks are even more pronounced. First and foremost, a fatal flaw is their lack of sophistication. Instruments like the suona are utterly pedestrian. Not only can they not grace the international stage, but they also struggle to find a place even on their home turf. Have you not noticed that during banquets, the suona ensemble often misses the hot dishes? Secondly, traditional music possesses a narrow range, is overly monotonous, and lacks harmony. It sounds unvaried, making it unsuitable for concertos and symphonies, which is another reason it fails to ascend to grand stages. Thirdly, traditional music is excessively coarse, with poor intonation, lacking in delicacy and precision. The root of this lies in the inferior craftsmanship of the instruments. How can such methods guarantee the quality of music? Thus, it remains a challenge to produce exceptional works. Unlike Western instruments, which are meticulously crafted, emphasizing the precision and stability of sound quality. The fourth point is self-evident. Western instruments enjoy widespread use globally, dominating major international stages, while traditional instruments languish in obscurity. The superiority of one over the other hardly requires elaboration. The remarks of the professional Gao Song sparked a firestorm online. Enthusiasts of Western instruments, invigorated by his words, rendered the proponents of traditional instruments powerless to respond. They find themselves sidelined, unable to keep pace, let alone engage meaningfully. Pursuing traditional instruments? Will they merely end up in a suona ensemble post-graduation? Experts possess a unique clarity of insight. To keep abreast of globalization, one must embrace the commendable and discard the inferior. In the realm of traditional instruments, few influential figures exist. The most notable are seasoned professors from the National Academy of Music, such as Professor Yu. Witnessing the online discourse, they too were incensed. An elderly woman, spirited and indignant, exclaimed, "What a disgrace to forsake our ancestral culture. You may not appreciate it, but must you so shamelessly denigrate it?" An elder concurred, "Indeed, this group is utterly despicable. Especially that Gao Song. I know him, a so-called orchestral master, merely a vendor of instruments, speaking thus to bolster his own business. What a pitiful sight. Should we not respond?" An elder fumed. Professor Yu sighed, "Let it be. Our words reside in others' mouths. We represent the academy and must refrain from engaging in online disputes. It could tarnish our reputation. Must we simply endure this? I cannot bear it. Even if you cannot bear it, we must. Our department is already at a disadvantage, and student numbers have dwindled in recent years. I fear that in a few years, our department may be eradicated." Professor Yu voiced his genuine concern. Without students, what justification remains for our existence? He too was aggrieved. Had this occurred in his youth, he would have stormed forth with fervor to confront the matter. Hearing this, the elder professors fell silent, their spirits deflated. Is there truly no hope for traditional instruments? Will they fade into oblivion upon their retirement, leaving them unable to face their mentors and ancestors in the afterlife? Observing the despondency among his colleagues, Professor Yu shifted the conversation. "I do have an idea. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me?" The professors perked up, intrigued. "What is your notion?" Professor Yu continued, "Is there not a source to this matter? Was it not that young man named Subai who performed the prelude to the Knife Society? I must say, I was astounded. To see a young individual master the suona to such a degree is remarkable. His fundamental skills and professional level are beyond reproach." "Old Yu, what are you implying?" The elderly woman seemed to grasp his intent. "Perhaps we could leverage connections to invite him to teach our students. If feasible, I would advocate for him to the school leadership for a lecturer position." Upon Professor Yu's completion of his remarks, the audience appeared somewhat perplexed. "You may not be aware, but this young man is truly remarkable. The children in my class are all his ardent admirers. Not only is he handsome, but he is also exceptionally talented, producing original songs one after another." At this point, the audience began to comprehend. How wonderful it is to have such an idol teaching here. What worries could there possibly be regarding student enrollment or their dedication to learning? "Old Yu, your intellect is truly impressive. This shall be our course of action." The agreement was reached among them. Just then, the office door swung open, and a young teacher rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Professors Yu and Zhang, you must come quickly. The students from the traditional music department and those from the Western music department are in a dispute." The elderly professors were instantly taken aback. It had been many years since any fighting had occurred within the school, and this was unacceptable. They hastily called for security, and if that proved ineffective, they would resort to contacting the authorities. There must not be any serious incidents. The young teacher paused, realizing the professors had misunderstood. Oh dear, I misspoke in my haste. It is not a fight, but rather a musical exchange taking place in the corridor of the academic building. Chapter 80. The students of two departments engage in a musical contest, and Su-bai is unwittingly involved. I was utterly taken aback. Shaoli, do refrain from speaking so breathlessly. My heart cannot endure it. Come, let us discuss this as we make our way. Several venerable professors took a deep breath and hurriedly proceeded to the scene. Along the way, teacher Shaoli briefly explained the situation. It turned out that this was yet another consequence instigated by Su-bai. Not only had the online discourse escalated, but it had also seeped into the very halls of academia. It is hardly surprising, as many of the fervently vocal netizens are young students from these institutions, brimming with youthful exuberance and unwilling to yield to one another, speaking without restraint. As events unfolded, some familiar faces were unmasked. The conflict shifted from the virtual realm to the tangible. The rivalry between the two departments had long been simmering, with each side harboring disdain for the other, one side deriding the other as provincial and unrefined, while the other accused their rivals of being sycophantic and ungrateful. This mutual disdain was not limited to the students. Even the faculty and professors maintained a hierarchy of contempt, though they appeared cordial in public. Their private conversations were far from gracious. As more individuals joined the fray, the situation grew increasingly volatile, had it not been for the security personnel intervening. A physical altercation may have ensued. Ultimately, someone proposed a musical contest on the spot. Was there not a sense of defiance? Were they not all musicians? Let their skills speak for themselves. Whoever faltered would have to bow their head in apology and concede defeat. Moreover, henceforth, they would be obliged to avoid each other. Before long, news of the musical contest spread throughout the entire academy. Students from other departments abandoned their evening study sessions to witness the spectacle. When the faculty realized they could not contain the situation, they simply set up a small stool and discreetly joined in to observe the commotion. In no time, the teaching building was overflowing with spectators, with countless individuals filming and live-streaming the event. The excitement quickly surged to trending status. A multitude of onlookers flocked to this esteemed institution of music, one of the premier conservatories in the country. Countless renowned singers and music producers have graduated from this school, as well as many esteemed artists. Thus, the attention was unprecedentedly high. Su-bai also caught wind of the live stream and tuned in. Upon grasping the unfolding events, he realized that he had unwittingly stirred this chaos. The live broadcast, as swiftly as it had begun, came to an abrupt end, not due to lack of talent, but rather because the institution feared a mass incident, prompting the administration to intervene decisively. Professors and counselors from each class gathered to escort their students back. Although only half of the contest had transpired, discerning observers noted that the students from the Western Music Department held a distinct advantage. Many online spectators felt unsatisfied. Is that it? It was just getting interesting. There was no need to continue watching. The superiority of the Western music students was evident, and prolonging the contest would only lead to further embarrassment. It must be said, these Western music students truly excelled. Clearly, the traditional music department was lacking, and this esteemed institution was at this level. At that moment, Gao's song reappeared, eager to bask in the limelight, not only offering sarcastic commentary but also including links to his own shop. It seems that after witnessing the prowess of the highest institution of learning, one has begun to act with reckless abandon. Is this truly all there is? It appears I was not mistaken. He took to Weibo, stating, when I first posted on Weibo, there were many skeptical voices suggesting I was biased. However, as a responsible musician, should I refrain from expressing certain truths? I believe I should. Having just witnessed the clash of these two groups of youngsters, I feel the matter has been sufficiently elucidated. Some individuals are truly harmful. His fans resonated with his sentiments. Everyone is well aware of whom Gao Song refers to. Some even ventured to Su-bai's Weibo to cast aspersions. Truly, it is a case of reckless enthusiasm leading to disaster. You indulge in your own revelries, yet mislead the atmosphere. I implore you, focus on your music and cease these antics. Let what ought to perish do so without interference. Upon encountering such foolishness on his Weibo, Su-bai was left perplexed. What on earth? I merely wish to observe the spectacle. What connection do I have to this? Is it such a grave sin to compose music for a film? All his frustrations coalesced into a single expletive. Damn. Subai meticulously scoured the context and eventually stumbled upon several of Gao Song's posts, igniting a fury within him. What an audacious fellow. As a public figure, a prominent Weibo influencer, how dare you belittle our ancestral heritage for the sake of promoting products? What utter shamelessness! And to drag me into your insults? Indeed, the development of traditional music in this world may be lacking, but it remains a treasure of our ancestors. If you do not cherish it, that does not grant you license to disparage it. Fueled by indignation, Subai was ready to confront. Music knows no borders nor hierarchies. It is the heart of individuals that determines worth. Regardless of the perceived inadequacies of our heritage, it is not for a charlatan to judge. Those who lack the capacity to appreciate our ancestors' gifts resort to fawning over others' legacies. How utterly laughable. Subai's post reverberated through the digital realm, leaving netizens astounded. This individual truly dares to speak out. We are all part of this circle, yet the insults are rather harsh, are they not? Indeed, I am merely a spectator. And the more tumultuous, the better. Gao Song, your mother calls you home for dinner. Is this young man truly so courageous? While I do not take sides in music, I stand with you against a certain song. The audacity of that certain song is unforgettable. Have we all forgotten how he previously clashed with numerous esteemed predecessors? Not only did he confront them, but he also struck a resounding blow to their reputations in full view of the internet. The memories of the netizens began to resurface. We recall the overwhelming support for Wang Jing in the online polls, to the point where Wang Qingsong nearly deleted his Weibo out of embarrassment. Did he truly believe that after a period of calm, he had transformed into a virtuous individual? The audience for this spectacle was growing. Indeed, Gao Song began to lose his composure. He retorted, "What use is mere banter? I speak with facts. The eyes of the public are sharp." He also incited his fans to join the fray. A musical prodigy, yet so foul-mouthed. Teacher Gao is absolutely right. What is the use of mere verbal sparring? Let the works and facts speak for themselves. The road has turned dark. How absurd. Subai observed these detractors with utter indifference and retorted decisively. Such despicable fans should swiftly depart. I have no interest in them. You speak of facts and let works do the talking? Have you? A mere frog at the bottom of a well, ever encountered genuine masterpieces? I bear no malice towards anyone. I merely wish to declare that all present are worthless. Subai unleashed his full might, taking on each and every one of them. In an instant, the onlookers were left astounded. Goodness, this individual. What remarkable combat prowess. Taking on the entire internet alone. Yet, the bystanders vastly underestimated Subai's capabilities. He was not alone, for his fans had yet to join the fray. Chapter 81. Confronting Heaven and Earth. The Invitation from the Music Academy. Indeed, it wasn't long before the fervent supporters of Subai, under the guise of Shu, rallied with great enthusiasm. The Shufan faction had assembled. The battle was on. Perhaps this was merely a display of flamboyance. The exaggeration stemmed from my eagerness for a brawl. My grand, magnificent blade has grown restless with desire. It has been far too long since my last skirmish. Was it with Hua Chenyu or someone else? Who is stirring trouble today? With weapon in hand, follow my lead. Sound the charge. These fans were the foundation that Subai amassed during his most arduous times. When Subai faced suppression and was led astray by others, it was these steadfast supporters who stood by him, bravely charging into battle. Undeniably, Subai's talent and his unyielding spirit against authority captivated them. Their relationship can be described as a mutual pursuit. Upon hearing that Subai had engaged in a dispute, instigated by the opposing side, they immediately united to retaliate. These fans wielded their words like daggers. Their insults, devoid of vulgarity, were nonetheless infuriating, leaving others speechless. Many fans of Gao Song were even driven offline by their barbs. What species are you to be so vociferous? So adept at quibbling? Are you needed on a construction site? Let's go have some fish together. I see you are quite the critic. Do you reside by the sea? You certainly have a wide reach. God scattered wisdom across the earth, but bestowed upon you an umbrella. You are not just a pencil. You are a true specimen of absurdity. Brother, do not rush. Once I am wealthy, I shall take you to the finest asylum. The entire online audience was once again left dumbfounded, their snacks falling to the ground unnoticed, all rendered utterly speechless. By heavens, what talent abounds! It is evident that the caliber of an idol reflects the quality of their fans, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and her companions observed the fierce online battle. Subai was once again embroiled in conflict. Sister, this isn't Subai's fault. They brought this upon themselves, didn't they? The insults were thoroughly enjoyable. I know that Gao Song is nothing of substance. At the Summer Country Music Academy in the dean's office, due to the conflict involving Dou Lu, All the school leaders had gathered, along with professors from both departments. Everyone was keenly monitoring the situation's escalation online, anxious about any potential adverse impact on the institution. Should any arise, they were prepared to swiftly mitigate it. The school possessed some influence in this regard. Unexpectedly, they were all witnesses to a monumental exchange of vitriol. Professor Yu, who had just discussed Subai's temporary teaching position with the school leaders, was left astonished. Stealthily gauging the leaders' expressions, he noted their fluctuating moods. However, when they heard Subai's assertion, "Have you ever encountered a truly great work?" a subtle shift in their expressions occurred. Professor Yu, keenly perceptive, quickly interjected, "Dean Wang, you have heard Subai's prelude to the Little Knife. A person who can master the suona to such an extent must possess remarkable talent. Shall we allow him to give it a try?" Professor Zhang concurred, stating that old Yu's observations held merit. This young man was indeed remarkable. Dean Wang, hailing from a family steeped in music, though primarily engaged in administrative duties, retained a sentimentality for the traditions of his forebears, inherently favoring his own cultural heritage. Furthermore, the Summer Country Conservatory of Music represented the nation's musical facade, and should there be an opportunity for the development of traditional music, it would undoubtedly be a commendable endeavor, one not to be overlooked. Initially, upon Professor Yu's proposal and after viewing the work, Dean Wang was prepared to acquiesce. However, witnessing the altercation involving Subai caused him to waver momentarily. After much contemplation, he reached a resolution but felt it prudent to consult with others, as any implications would concern them all. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Dean Wang inquired of his subordinates. "I believe Professor Yu's intention is commendable. Fostering the development of traditional music is indeed beneficial, and the Institute should lend its support. It is evident that this young man, Subai, possesses considerable talent and represents the younger generation, vibrant and full of ideas. Given his remarkable prowess with the suona, he deserves an opportunity, as this could inspire many young individuals to appreciate our traditional instruments. I concur, we have nothing to lose. If it proves unsuitable, we can simply part ways." With the others voicing their agreement, Dean Wang felt a weight lift from his heart. Then it shall be decided. Meanwhile, the online tirade was nearing its conclusion, with few daring to engage further. Ultimately, Gao Song issued a scathing remark. "Not a single one of you is civilized. You are all lowly scoundrels, the dregs of the entertainment industry, and you too, Subai? All talk and no action. Let's see when you will produce actual work. I wonder if your skills are as impressive as your rhetoric." Thus, the farce concluded. While it appeared that Subai had secured a minor victory, societal perceptions of traditional music remained largely unchanged. Particularly with regards to the suona, many regarded it as unworthy of serious consideration. The night passed in silence. The following day arrived, and after browsing Weibo for potential challengers, Subai's phone suddenly rang. A call from the capital. He hesitated before answering. "Hello? Who is this?" "Good day, may I speak with Mr. Subai?" Surprised, Subai replied, "This is he." "Who am I speaking with?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deity, a professor in the Department of Traditional Music at the Summer Country Conservatory. We were captivated by your performance of Prelude to the Small Knife Society. After hearing the enthusiastic response from students, the administration has unanimously decided to invite you to conduct a traditional music class for our students. Would that be convenient for you?" "Deity, Summer Country Conservatory? A class on traditional music?" Subai was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. He began to sift through the original owner's memories for relevant information. Unfortunately, the memories were rather hazy, explaining why the individual had been a perennial student. "I suppose I must consult the internet." Before he could even complete his search terms, information flooded in. Good heavens, Deity is quite a prominent figure. There is even an entry about him on the encyclopedia. The Summer Country Conservatory of Music is undoubtedly a pinnacle of musical excellence in the nation. By the way, isn't this the very academy where students from both departments engaged in a musical duel last night? Subai had been so preoccupied with his outbursts that he almost forgot. A prestigious musical institution like this is certainly worth attending, after all. One should not miss such an opportunity. Although he did not gain admission through conventional means, entering as a mentor is even more impressive, isn't it? Imagine the day when one searches for his biography and sees the illustrious title of mentor at the Summer Country Conservatory of Music. What a source of pride. When his future students achieve fame and become stars, they shall address him as Teacher Su. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Subai spoke into the phone. "Is it convenient? Can we go anytime?" "Absolutely." Professor Yu responded with palpable excitement. After a brief conversation, they concluded their call. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again. It was Tian Wenjing. Subai, let us go together tomorrow. Hello. Your information network is quite impressive. I'm going to class. Why would you tag along? As per our usual arrangement, all expenses for the flight and accommodation will be covered, and the company will reimburse you. What time tomorrow? Chapter 82, Arrival at the Academy. And another dispute. Beijing Capital Airport. Subai and Tian Wenjing disembarked from the plane. Observing the large musical instrument case in Subai's possession, Tian Wenjing inquired with curiosity, "How many instruments have you brought? It seems rather stuffed. Does the Music Academy truly lack instruments?" "Ah, but this is my signature instrument. The Academy may not possess one." Subai replied enigmatically. Tian Wenjing rolled her eyes. "What on earth? You're bringing out your signature instrument as if the Academy lacks anything. They have everything." With a mysterious smile, Subai opened a small crack in the case. Tian Wenjing peered in and gasped, "Goodness. It's filled to the brim with suona. At least 7 or 8 of them. Where on earth did you procure these?" "You're right. The Academy may very well not have these. Not to mention, they're virtually impossible to buy." Tian Wenjing was finally impressed. It was astonishing how Subai managed to gather so many suona. "If you're going to teach, at least gain some experience. Consider it a part of your resume. Can't you teach something else? Eru, flute, anything. If all else fails, just instruct them in music theory or sing a few songs to get by." She added, "By the way, do you even know how to play these instruments? Don't embarrass yourself." "Huh, you underestimate me. I sourced these from multiple funeral service providers." Subai chuckled. "If I'm teaching, I must teach well. These individuals are potential talents, and I'm essentially making an early investment, you see? As for the instruments, once you understand one, you can grasp them all. They're quite similar. I can hardly believe you." As the duo approached the exit, they noticed someone holding a large sign that read, "Warm welcome to teacher Subai," adorned with several hearts. Standing nearby was an elderly gentleman along with a few young female students, all holding a bouquet of flowers. "Look, someone is here to greet us," Subai exclaimed, amused by the warm reception. He approached without pretense, introduced himself, and immediately the elderly gentleman became animated while the young women displayed excitement, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they presented flowers and assisted with luggage. Had Professor Yu not been present, they would have surely requested autographs and photographs, seizing the opportunity for a personal touch. "Teacher Subai, greetings. I'm Yudakyu. The one you spoke with over the phone. Just call me Old Yu." The elderly man introduced himself enthusiastically. Subai recognized Professor Yu instantly from photographs he had seen online. He was taken aback by the humility of such a renowned scholar, a luminary in the realm of folk music. Subai, adopting a modest demeanor, shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. "Professor Yu, I didn't expect you to come personally. This is too kind of you. I had the address and could have taken a cab. That would have been quite convenient." A few exchanged words left both parties with a favorable impression. Professor Yu had mentored countless students and had encountered individuals of all kinds. Particularly, talented individuals often shared a common flaw: arrogance, believing themselves superior. Compared to Subai, their talents seemed trivial, yet their egos dwarfed his by a significant margin. Such is the disparity. The more Professor Yu observed Subai, the more he appreciated him. For the airport pickup, Professor Yu had specifically requested a spacious school minibus. The group conversed amiably as they journeyed onward. Professor Yu, a venerable figure in academia, truly exemplifies the wisdom of an elder. His profound expertise leaves little room for interjection. At this moment, Tian Wenjing finds herself utterly baffled, while Subai engages effortlessly in a fluent discourse. Not only is Tian Wenjing astounded, but Professor Yu also nods frequently, secretly astonished by this young man's remarkable depth of knowledge, something many seasoned scholars might lack. Even more astonishing is Subai's extensive breadth of knowledge. Regardless of the instrument or music theory being discussed, he articulates ideas with clarity and precision. In certain areas, he even surpasses Professor Yu himself. What a prodigious talent. The younger generation truly pushes the older generation forward, and Professor Yu admires him greatly. In truth, Subai has invested significantly for this journey. He has expended half of his hard-earned popularity points on various resources such as the music theory package and the comprehensive instrumental performance course, among others. This expenditure grants him the confidence to attend this esteemed institution. Though he feels a twinge of regret, Subai understands that with the platform the Academy provides, his exposure will greatly increase, allowing him to recoup his spent popularity points manifold. As their conversation unfolds, Professor Yu's phone rings. "Hello, old Jean. What is the matter?" "What? It's causing a ruckus again? All right. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Professor Yu sighs. These youngsters truly never cease their antics. Several female students' phones buzz simultaneously, and upon checking, they discover their group chat has erupted with messages. Oh dear, we haven't even arrived yet, and it's already started. Indeed, how inconsiderate. We agreed to share both joys and hardships. Humph. Su Bai and Tian Wenjing exchange puzzled glances. Professor, what is going on? Is there trouble in the department? Professor Yu chuckles wryly. Our students have once again clashed with those from the Western Music Department. The last time it escalated in the school corridor. It created quite a stir and even made its way online, ultimately being halted by the school for safety concerns. This time, however, they opted for a more formal approach, voluntarily holding a musical competition in the auditorium, and the school has no grounds to intervene. A musical competition? Su Bai recalls having seen videos of such events online, which had generated considerable buzz stemming from his own influence. What constitutes a musical competition? Tian Wenjing inquires with curiosity. Well, it cannot be generalized. It involves not only technical difficulty, but also the expressiveness of the music, the coordination of various instruments, and so forth. Essentially, it's a self-directed endeavor by the students, governed by their own criteria, and it doesn't hold much weight in formal settings, Professor Yu elucidates. Isn't that a positive development? Competition among students fosters individual growth, Tian Wenjing remarks. Professor Yu offers an awkward smile but refrains from responding. One of the female students interjects. They simply look down upon traditional music, wishing to consign us to the annals of history, constantly seeking ways to revel in our misfortune. So what? Even if we cannot surpass them, we must still compete. We cannot lose our spirit. Another student exclaims excitedly. Oh dear, it's about to begin. Master, can you please hurry? We're running out of time. Su Bai leans over to glance at the girl's phone. Inside, two groups of students stood poised with their instruments. A palpable tension in the air. Surrounding them was a throng of spectators, chattering animatedly, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Su Bai's interest was instantly piqued. The driver, brimming with enthusiasm, pressed the accelerator with vigor, and soon they arrived at the school. The group, disregarding the need to check in, hurried directly to the grand auditorium. Su Bai and Tian Wenjing eagerly followed suit, drawn by the spectacle. Upon entering the auditorium, they were met with a sea of faces, every seat occupied. On stage, students clad in contrasting attire faced each other, clutching an array of instruments, their expressions cold and determined, reminiscent of a fierce standoff. As if to determine both superiority and fate. Chapter 83. Is music class-based? Though young, Su Bai's bravado was unyielding. Numerous security personnel gathered at the entrance of the grand auditorium, maintaining order amidst the commotion. As long as no safety issues arose. The school preferred to remain uninvolved in these matters. The long-standing grievances between the two departments were not new, and, as long as they did not overstep, they were allowed to proceed with their disputes. Thus, a considerable number of professors from various departments filled the audience, most of whom were merely there to observe the spectacle. Upon entering, Professor Yu and his colleagues were waved over by a young instructor. Professor Yu, over here. They hurried towards him. Professor Yu, we've saved you seats. This must be Teacher Su Bai, right? Greetings. I am Xiao Wan. We shall be colleagues from now on. The young teacher was quite courteous, having specifically reserved seats for them. Oh, hello, Teacher Wang. An elderly woman's eyes lit up. Teacher Su Bai, greetings. I am Zhang Shufang, a professor from the folk music department. Greetings, Professor Zhang. Subsequently, several others exchanged pleasantries. Su Bai responded to each with surprise. He had never anticipated such recognition in this place. After a few cordial exchanges, Teacher Wang briefed Professor Yu on the situation. Meanwhile, conversations erupted among the audience. Do you think the Western Music Department is being too ruthless? They seem relentless in their pursuit. Indeed, it appears they are intent on eradicating the competition. What is the necessity for such animosity? They are not even in the same league, one international and the other local, with a clear disdain for the latter. Ah. But you misunderstand. Without comparison, where does their confidence stem from? By belittling folk music, they elevate their own status. Yet, it is also true that folk music simply cannot compete. It struggles even domestically, unlike their international flair. To hell with that so-called international flair. This group is rather excessive. Their arrogance is unbearable, especially that student council president from their department, Lu Chong. He struts around, flaunting his wealth and good looks, along with his grade 10 piano skills, as if he were destined for the heavens. I too find that fellow insufferable. He carries himself with such aloofness, looking down on everyone. What is he, if not slightly talented? He seems to think he is extraordinary. What a joke. And his girlfriend, damn it, she is no different. Her nose is equally high in the air. The student spoke with a bluntness that lacked the social niceties of the outside world. The professors in the front row maintained a degree of civility. Old Lou, do you think the folk music department can continue to survive? Huh. You still need to ask me that? It's evident. Isn't it? The Western Music Department boasts nearly 2,000 students, making it the most sought-after major in our college, while the Folk Music Department barely has 200, down from 300 just 2 years ago. It's an annual decline. Old Lou is correct. Although folk music is a national treasure and a mandated major, it must attract students to thrive. If this trend continues, will there be any students left? Is there any necessity for its existence? Just look at the stage. Not only does the Folk Music Department lack numbers, but it also falls short in quality. What is there to fight for? Victory is beyond reach. What can be done? If it were me, I'd say fighting is certain defeat, and not fighting is also death. It is better to stand and face the end. Indeed, setting aside other matters, I truly admire the indomitable spirit exhibited by the students of the Traditional Music Department under the guidance of Professor Yu and his team. They possess an admirable tenacity, daring to venture into the fray despite knowing the potential challenges ahead. It is a pity for Professor Yu and his colleagues, though. At that moment, a tall and handsome student from the Western Music Department stood up, casting a dismissive glance across the room, and coldly remarked, "It is getting late. Your mental support has arrived. Shall we commence? Do not behave like a child who has yet to wean." Someone in the back jeered. "Just don't come crying for your mother if you lose." The students from the Traditional Music Department glanced at the hurriedly arriving Professor Yu, feeling reassured. Their delay was intentional, awaiting his presence. They understood the likelihood of defeat and viewed this as a performance of gratitude for their esteemed mentor. Professor Yu, fully aware of their sentiments, looked at his students with misty eyes, and their resolve began to solidify. The foremost student, a boy with single eyelids, refrained from engaging in verbal sparring and solemnly declared, "Sister Gio, let us begin." Beside him, a short-haired girl took her place at the guzheng, plucking the strings with urgency. The tense and rapid notes filled the air, eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience. Such courage! Though at a disadvantage, they dared to take the initiative. The attendees, all professionals in the music industry, understood the nuances. While the untrained may merely see spectacle, the discerning would grasp the underlying intricacies. The piece, Guangling San, originally performed by Ji Kong before his execution, was later embraced for its vigorous and rousing melody, utilized in battle calls. At this juncture, the Western Music Department as harpist, unwilling to concede, initiated a counterattack. It was akin to a battlefield engagement, with each side responding in kind, thus commencing the formal rivalry. The Western Music Department seized the opportunity, launching into the orchestral piece Flight of the Bumblebee, which inherently favored Western instrumentation, beginning with the violin's rapid notes, to which the traditional musicians promptly responded with the eru. Amid the audience, a voice erupted in indignation. "The Western Music Department has no shame. Is this how you wish to play?" Another added, "They possess no decorum, driven mad by the desire to win." A fellow student quickly covered the mouth of the loudest boy, whispering, "Lower your voice. They are numerous." The boy glanced around, realizing that half the auditorium was glaring at him. After all, the Western Department boasted an audience of 2,000. With no recourse, all his anger and frustration condensed into 3 expletives: curses. On stage, the clash of Eastern and Western instruments had commenced. The cello and pipa engaged in a fierce contest. The clarinet thrummed with rhythmic vigor, while the bamboo flute and shao responded in kind, delighting in the exchange. The sheng and trumpet faced off, each battling their respective adversaries, creating an exhilarating atmosphere for the audience. As the students of the highest music institution in Summer Nation, they were the CRME de la CRME. And this musical duel was nothing short of an auditory feast. Suddenly, all instruments came to a halt. Seated elegantly beside the piano, Lu Chang from the Western Music Department began to play, embodying the demeanor of a commanding general. His long fingers glided over the keys, producing enchanting melodies that flowed through the auditorium, captivating all who listened. Meanwhile, on the side of traditional music, Yang Qin took to the stage. However, it was evident to the discerning that Lu Chang's piano performance surpassed all expectations. By the end, it had nearly transformed into a solo showcase solely for Lu Chang. In the audience, Professor Su from the Western Music Department smiled and remarked to his colleagues, "Young Lu's piano skills have indeed advanced. This student is truly favored by fortune. I have never encountered such an exceptionally talented young individual. Lu Chang is remarkable, and I have always believed in his potential." This child is destined for great achievements. Conversely, Professor Yu from the traditional music side did not seem overly disheartened. He understood that his students had given their all, and at this moment, the outcome was of little significance. Subai attentively observed from beginning to end, meticulously identifying the underlying issues. Ah, no wonder they say traditional music is lacking. We have barely developed even 10% of our ancestral heritage. This realization has provided direction for my future teaching, he thought. Initially, he had intended to leave, for his hunger was quite palpable. Yet, at that precise moment, the conceited Lu Chang uttered an exceedingly arrogant remark that irked Su Bai immensely. Let me tell you, music is hierarchical. Anything unworthy of the stage should be cast into the garbage. Chapter 84. The Contest of Music. Ha! You are hardly worthy of the term contest, Lu Chang declared, and the entire auditorium erupted in chaos. Having won, was it truly necessary to utter such harsh words in front of so many? The students from the music department could scarcely contain themselves. Had it not been for their peers holding them back, they would have rushed forward to confront him. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. You think you're so impressive. It's merely playing the piano, after all. Watch your back after school. I'll make sure to cross paths with you. Lu Chang, unfazed, merely scoffed and retorted, trash. Those two words landed like a slap across the face of the music department, stinging fiercely. The expressions of Professor Yu and others in the audience darkened. Yet they refrained from showing their displeasure in front of the students. Even the onlookers from other departments were unable to tolerate the spectacle, voicing their discontent. The Western music department is utterly arrogant. This Lu Chang is insufferably domineering. He truly deserves a beating. So what if he holds a level 10 piano certification? Impressive, indeed. But his prowess may well exceed that. Well, what of it? I simply looked down upon him. Many were disgruntled, yet they felt powerless against Lu Chang. A loss was a loss. Those on stage began to gather their belongings and exit quietly. A girl caressing her guzheng and a boy with monolid eyes bit their lips, their eyes reddening as they fixed their gaze on Lu Chang, silently vowing, 30 years of the East River and 30 years of... I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you in my lifetime. The music department will never see the light of day. Professor Yu rose from his seat to console the students, preparing to lead them away. Just then, a loud and provocative voice echoed through the auditorium. Hey, you there. The piano player. Aren't you a bit old for this? You speak so grandly. Haven't you brushed your teeth in days? With your meager skill? How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? The declaration struck like thunder. Those preparing to leave halted in their tracks, scanning the room for the source of the audacious remark. Who could be so brazen, even more arrogant than Lu Chang? Tian Wenjing, standing closest, was startled by Su Bai's outburst, and all eyes turned toward him. Tian Wenjing felt her scalp tingle under the scrutiny. Oh dear, what on earth is this little troublemaker up to now? You're here just to gain some credentials as a lecturer. Why concern yourself with the rivalry? Besides, that kid's piano level is 10. How many debut musicians can match that? This is an instrumental competition, not a songwriting contest. What are you trying to achieve? Moreover, were there not countless professionals observing? These were not mere professors or mentors, they were established figures in the music industry. To embarrass oneself here would equate to disgrace in the entire musical realm. Subai, what are you doing? Don't stir up trouble. Tian Wenjing urgently tugged at Subai's sleeve. But Subai's temper had already flared. He was beyond restraint, clutching his instrument case as he strode forward. Professor Yu and the others were taken aback. Moments ago, they had perceived this young man as polite and amiable, but now he seemed transformed. The students from the music department exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, who is this? How can one sit in our audience and remain unrecognized? Regardless of recognition, it is evident that they belong to our circle, as they have been heard disparaging Lu Chang. The girl who greeted us at the airport began to speak, introducing our new star teacher, Subai. What? Subai? Is that for real? Incredible. It truly is Subai, my idol. Is he here to stand up for us? Quick, everyone, return to your seats. Upon learning that their idol Subai had arrived, the students from the traditional music department hurriedly sought positions, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Chang abruptly turned towards the source of the voice, and there, on stage, he beheld a youth donning a cap, slowly ascending the platform, a bag in hand. Just another waste from the traditional music department. I wonder if his prowess with instruments is as impressive as his verbal skills. Lu Chang, unable to endure the insult, retorted on the spot, mistaking Subai for a student of the traditional music department, dismissing him entirely. To him, the entire department was lacking in talent. At that moment, Subai ascended the stage, casually tossing his cap aside, revealing a youthful and handsome visage. The audience below began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this? So audacious. There are only a handful of notable figures in the traditional music department, and this fellow is a complete stranger. How bold. I thought he would merely exchange a few words of banter, yet he truly steps up. Impressive. Although I do not favor Lu Chang, his prowess is indeed formidable. To publicly humiliate him like this, won't he retaliate? Alas, is this not self-degradation? What a handsome young man. Wait, don't I recognize him from somewhere? I too find him familiar. No, wait, I recall. Goodness, this is Subai. What Subai? Dechun, you are unlike anyone else. You don't even know Subai? Who sang the tear-jerking song recently? Have you forgotten? Goodness, the legend has truly arrived. Before long, Subai's identity was unveiled. And everyone present recognized him. Quick, quick. Those who should record videos, start filming. Those who should stream, go live. Oh. I was so excited that I almost forgot to hurry. What? ISNT, the school prohibiting video recordings and live streaming, claiming they shouldn't be leaked? Dechun, you are truly different from others. Earlier it was a family secret that should remain hidden, but now it's about idol worship. The spotlight is in your hands. And you choose to cast it away? Soon, news of Subai's appearance on the dual stage at the Xia Country Music Academy spread across the internet. Many netizens clicked in the moment they heard. What is Subai up to? Come to see the great Subai, and for those who arrived early, enlighten us on the situation. Indeed, some netizens provided insights. Wow, Subai is remarkable. The online insults weren't enough. And now he has come to settle things in person. Let the spectacle commence. I'm eager to see. I know Subai sings beautifully. But how does he fare with instruments? This is one juicy tidbit I shall savor. Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Chang remained oblivious to the audience's peculiar reaction. Glancing at the bag in Subai's hands, and disdainfully remarked, "Are you here to challenge me? It hardly amounts to anything. What does that mean? If you're merely here to boast, then be gone. I have no time for you. I do not accept challenges from just anyone." Lu Chang exuded arrogance, while his young girlfriend, with a lollipop in her mouth, wore a proud expression. "Kid, you haven't brushed your teeth in at least a month. Your breath is far from pleasant. What I mean is, we cannot even speak of a contest, for you are not worthy of that word." Subai was even more audacious than Lu Chang. However, the difference lay in Subai's ability. Whenever he chose, he could elevate his musical talents to a divine level, with an infectious charm that doubled the impact. In contrast, Lu Chang's so-called level 10 in piano, according to the system's calculations, barely reached the level of a master, falling significantly short of the divine. What did you say? Lu Chang was infuriated. Never before had anyone looked down upon him in a musical contest. Subai promptly took out a swona and declared, "Enough dilly-dallying. You go first." Chapter 85, The Wild Bee's Dance? What I have here is 100 birds vying for the phoenix, and you aren't even worthy of being called a bird. The audience listened in astonishment as the two engaged in an increasingly fervent exchange. Some were exhilarated, others were bewildered, while some questioned the unfolding spectacle, and many, like a monk confronted with a riddle, could only scratch their heads in confusion. Among them were the professors and mentors from the Western Music Department. Who is this? I don't recognize him. He is so audacious, even more so than Lu Chang. Is he attempting to challenge Lu Chang? ISNT, that courting disaster? Ah, he must be some fame-hungry student gone mad. Let him be, Lu Chang can handle it. Anyone seeking notoriety must be prepared for a slap in the face. Meanwhile, those students familiar with Subai were beside themselves with excitement, and even some from the Western Music Department could not contain themselves. My goodness, Subai is so handsome. Youth without exuberance is a waste. My idol is phenomenal. Let us remain composed. Subai is an original artist. But I still have my doubts regarding his instrumental prowess. Quiet down. It's about to begin. On stage, Lu Chang, suppressing his fury, sat before the piano. His shoulders slightly slumped. After taking a deep breath, his fingers flew across the keys with fervor. A piece far more rapid than the previous one, Flight of the Bumblebee, erupted forth. The audience was left spellbound. This composition is immensely challenging, primarily due to its extraordinarily high tempo. The title Flight of the Bumblebee aptly reflects the speed. It requires the performer to play a multitude of dense 16th notes at velocities approaching the limits of human capability. The musician must maintain this rapid finger motion for an extended period. Any lapse in focus could result in a sluggish tempo, thus ruining the frenzied effect that the piece aims to convey. Moreover, the coordination of both hands is equally intricate, to evoke a sense of chaos interspersed with order. The left hand often provides a continuous bass rhythm, while the right hand soars in the higher registers, mirroring the staggered flight of a swarm of bumblebees. The performer must allocate attention with precision, allowing both hands to function as harmonious partners, each holding its own yet acting in unison. Consequently, not only were the students entranced, but the professors and mentors were also left in awe. Goodness, this individual was holding back just now. The speed and accuracy of those fingers. Can he truly be human? Am I really learning something here? Clearly, this fellow possesses the audacity to back it up. I am nowhere near his level. Bah, no matter how well he plays, it won't deter me from confronting him after class. The students and professors from the traditional music department, however, were filled with trepidation. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to consider Subai one of their own, believing he was advocating for their cause, championing traditional music. How infuriating. I didn't expect Lu Chang to be this formidable. He was still holding back just now. Can Subai hold his own? What instrument does he have in his bag that can rival the piano? It seems impossible. No worries. If he can't win, I'll just create a scene. The live stream chat was inundated with comments. Truly, this is the highest echelons of music. Is it really a student performing? Goodness, I'm in disbelief. 666. Subai won't falter, will he? Watching with bated breath. Watching one. On stage. Subai observed the beads of sweat forming on Lu Chang's forehead, secretly nodding in acknowledgement. His performance was commendable, yet merely adequate. Wasn't it just Flight of the Bumblebee? Surely, a Swana could master it as well. With deliberate care, he emptied his bag, scattering the Swana across the stage, and selected one, wiping the mouthpiece with his sleeve. Ready to commence. Upon witnessing this scene, both the live audience and those watching online were left utterly astonished. What on earth? A Swana? Was he truly intending to overshadow Lu Chang with that? Why choose such an instrument? My dear brother, I implore you, spare us the embarrassment of a funeral dirge rendition. The folk music enthusiasts exchanged bewildered glances, caught between anticipation and trepidation, while the supporters of Western music nearly erupted in laughter, barely restraining themselves from openly disparaging Subai. In that very moment, Subai took a deep breath and began to play. The sound of the Swana resounded, utterly drowning out the piano. The hall reverberated with his rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee, its rhythm and tempo rivaling that of Lu Chang's piano performance. The spectators who had just moments ago been skeptical were now rendered speechless. Could this truly be produced by a Swana? Someone, please, cut off his power supply. This is preposterous. Is this really a Swana? Are you joking with me, my friend? How is it that, in comparison, the piano seems so much simpler? I am utterly bewildered. Lu Chang, seated at the piano, also recognized this unsettling truth, his mind reeling in astonishment, struggling to maintain his composure. How is this even possible? Gritting his teeth, he pushed his fingers to their utmost limits. Just as the audience was emerging from their shock, Subai flashed a derisive smile. Shifting the melody away from Flight of the Bumblebee and launching into a bold rendition of 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix. As the prelude rang out, the bright and resonant tones pierced through the auditorium like the first light of dawn. The clarity of the sound suppressed the piano into silence. Lu Chang faltered, losing his rhythm entirely, bewildered and at a loss for what to do. As the saying goes, when the phoenix emerges, all birds bow in reverence. And what of you? Mere foreign bumblebees? The audience was left speechless, the once lively hall transformed into a profound silence as thousands stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at Subai's passionate performance on stage. His nearly ostentatious display of skill sent waves of exhilaration coursing through the audience's minds, each crescendo hitting their spirits like a tidal wave. Every single person present possessed a discerning ear for music, fully aware of the significance of a Swana producing such a level of artistry, an unprecedented feat. Even after the performance concluded, the auditorium remained enveloped in silence. All attendees left in a state of awe. The faculty and students of the folk music department were overwhelmed with excitement. They understood precisely what this moment signified. In this competition, the folk music department triumphed. Folk music emerged victorious. Though there remains a long journey ahead for traditional music, they now possessed unwavering confidence to continue down this path. Why, you ask? Is there any need for such inquiry? If a Swana, typically regarded as unfit for the stage, can produce such a rich tapestry of music in Subai's hands, what does that imply? It signifies that they have much to learn. The matter is entirely unrelated to the instruments themselves. This truth is both heart-wrenching and heartwarming, instilling a sense of confidence. Professor Yu is so overwhelmed with emotion that he can scarcely articulate his thoughts. Several elderly enthusiasts are clasping each other's hands, utterly beside themselves. Ah, old you. Your discerning eye is remarkable. Indeed, you have made the right choice in inviting Su Bai. Our department of traditional music is rejuvenated. It is a source of shame that such a splendid instrument as the suona has languished in obscurity for so long. I must report this to the authorities immediately. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was equally astonished. They could hardly believe that the suona could be played in such a manner. Su Bai's mind was ablaze with electronic notifications, signaling an influx of popularity. Incredible! It's truly worth it. Initially reluctant to expend so many skill points, it now appears that a single performance could recuperate at least half. With the subsequent momentum, recouping losses seems a trivial matter. There might even be a profit to be made. After all, this is the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. In this world where traditional music is waned, it is nothing short of a dimensional strike. On stage, Lu Chang slumped on the floor, struggling to lift his head. What piece is this? The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. At this moment, an unexpected chorus of birds chirping echoed from outside, creating a lively atmosphere. The audience gasped in astonishment. Lu Chang could no longer contain his tears, sitting on the ground and weeping profusely. Below the stage, Lu Chang's mentor sighed, lamenting, "It's over, if we don't devise a plan soon. This child will lose his spirit." Before long, the video of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spread across major online platforms, catapulting to trending status. An increasing number of viewers flooded in, including many industry professionals and luminaries, among them Gao Song. "Lu Chang, pull yourself together." Lu Chang's girlfriend rushed forward, supporting his shoulder. "I refuse to accept this. Let us have a competition. Do you dare?" Chapter 86. A deadly ambush, exuding an aura of intimidation. Lu Chang's girlfriend, a master of the guitar, stood on stage, her gaze coldly fixed on Su Bai, awaiting his response. The audience below exhibited a spectrum of reactions. The professors from the Western Music Department appeared quite pleased. Truly, a match made in heaven, a testament to their mutual talent. Do you think Luwen can triumph over this young man? Luwen's innate talent for the guitar is unparalleled. I foresee no significant obstacles. If the opponent were to engage in a fair contest, he should refrain from using the suona and instead employ the pipa, the closest traditional instrument. Using the pipa? Do you think that is feasible? If he resorts to underhanded tactics and continues with that raucous instrument, it becomes a different story. Upon hearing the professor's words, the crowd immediately understood. Indeed, it is astonishing that this young man can play the suona with such skill. Can he truly master other instruments? If traditional music seeks to redeem itself, it must not rely on the suona. If all else fails, let us apply some public pressure. Thus, we are assured of victory. Our Western Music Department is brimming with talent. Even 10 of us could easily take on one of theirs. I cannot fathom how we could lose. After a brief setback, the Western Music Department regained its confidence, resuming its proud stature as the leading department of the Music Academy. Meanwhile, the traditional music department grew increasingly anxious, as they had not anticipated the Western Music Department as relentless pursuit. They had just claimed a decisive victory. Yet now they were faced with a grueling battle. The crucial issue was that they lacked top-tier musicians capable of matching their opponents. Some had barely reached an acceptable level. But the repertoire of traditional music was predominantly classical, characterized by melodious and gentle pieces, with few options suitable for a competitive showdown. Unlike the Western side, which boasted an abundance of remarkable works to showcase their prowess. Professor Yu, allow me to take the stage, since Su Bai is playing the suona. It would be unwise to face him directly, as even in defeat, I would not want to provide them with fodder for gossip. Professor Yu pondered for a moment and conceded, "It seems we have no choice. Jiu, may you go?" The students and mentors from other departments adopted a spectator's demeanor, relishing the unfolding drama, as they would enjoy the spectacle regardless of the outcome, not to mention the bounty of live-stream donations. Suddenly, the Grand Hall's doors swung open, revealing a cadre of middle-aged men in formal attire entering. It was the Academy's Dean Wang and several members of the administration. "Dean Wang, what brings you here?" one asked. "These students are merely engaging in musical exchange. Should we call it off?" Dean Wang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. We merely came to observe and find a place to sit." "Of course, right this way." The leaders were ushered to seats closest to the stage, with staff bringing numerous chairs. With the arrival of the dignitaries, the audience erupted in excitement. "Wow, even Dean Wang is here. Oh my, Director Yu has come as well. I haven't submitted my report to him yet. I hope he doesn't notice me. Damn, you sly one. Do you think the leaders are here to watch the musical duel? Should we still record this, or turn off the live stream. Turn off nothing. The gifts are pouring in. Anyone who tries to stand in my way will face my wrath. On the stage, Subai smiled and said, "No problem, please go ahead." Luwen returned a cold smile, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she performed a piece universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of technical prowess. Her flamboyant fingerwork dazzled the audience with its breathtaking speed, and upon concluding the piece, astonishment swept through the crowd, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Impressive. Remarkable. Such fluidity, truly skilled. The school leaders clapped and praised her, clearly impressed. Luwen smirked, provocatively glancing at Subai. "It's your turn now." Subai chuckled, amused by the audacity of the younger generation. "Using a swana is rather unfair, but if we are to compete, I will ensure your defeat is unequivocal." He turned to the traditional music department, asking, "Who can lend me a pipa?" From the audience, Jiomei ascended the stage with a pipa in hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Subai, allow me." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Subai snatched the pipa from her grasp. "I observed your performance, and you are no match for her. Allow me to take over." Jiomei stood astonished. She was well aware of her limitations in comparison to Lu Wan, but this was the best course of action. Watching Subai's proficiency, she gasped, "You can play the pipa?" Adjusting his posture without lifting his gaze, Subai replied nonchalantly, "I have some knowledge of it." It should suffice to handle her. Jiomei was momentarily dumbfounded. Some knowledge? Sufficient to contend with Lu Wan. The audience was equally bewildered. Was it possible that he could also play the pipa? He was so young. While I have seen masters proficient in 2 instruments, none have been this young. If he dares to play, he must possess some skill. Professor Yu and the others exchanged anxious glances, choosing to place their faith in Subai. The school leaders murmured their doubts, as they had come anticipating the rendition of 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix, only to discover that Subai not only played the swana, but also seemed well versed in the pipa. Meanwhile, on stage, Subai had entered a state of focus. His eyes slightly closed, cradling the pipa, emanating an aura of sharp intensity. Jiomei stood agape, as she sensed a force radiating from Subai, something that even seasoned masters struggled to grasp, now manifested in this young man. What kind of piece would he perform to evoke such a presence before even striking a note? Professor, you felt this energy too. What is this? He pondered. Clenching his hands tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Subai. Professor Zhang sensed something amiss and inquired urgently, "Old you, what is happening?" "Shoo." Just then, Subai made a sudden move. The sound of strings reverberated sharply, a forceful, incisive beginning that surged forth like a wave of ferocity. Jiomei instinctively stepped back, while Lu Wan furrowed her brow and followed suit. Then came an intensified urgency. The atmosphere thickened with an escalating sense of danger, as the audience felt themselves engulfed in a battlefield, surrounded by foes. Immersed in the scene, Subai's speed quickened, the tension mounting once more, saturating the air with a palpable aura of conflict. Amidst the verdant bamboo grove, the wind whispers and the cranes call, as every blade of grass and tree seems to rise in defense, while the clanging of swords and spears echoes, and the sound of galloping hooves draws ever closer. Under the divine mastery of the pipa, the audience finds themselves ensnared, many with backs drenched in sweat, as though they are truly caught in a deadly ambush. Hearts pounding with trepidation, the shattering of the silver vase sends forth a torrent, and the iron cavalry charges forth with a cacophony of clashing weapons. In the end, Subai's fingers move with such speed that they appear as mere phantoms, dazzling the onlookers. As the final note fades, an oppressive silence envelopes the grand hall. Everyone is taut with anxiety, feeling as though their lives hang by a thread, beset by peril. This tension is particularly palpable among the seasoned professors, whose artistic sensibilities heighten the strain. After several minutes, the audience gradually begins to recover, each person gazing in awe at the young performer, momentarily forgetting to applaud. Ultimately, it is an unknown individual who leads the way, and a tidal wave of applause erupts. The live stream explodes with fervor. Chapter 87. Western music can no longer compete. Let us go straight to the boss. Goodness, what an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Is that a pipa from traditional opera? Can it truly be played like that? One person is like an entire orchestra. The rhythm, the speed of those fingers, how astonishing. This is a pipa virtuoso. What is the name of this piece? The intensity is simply too much. I'm home alone, and I can't help but break into a cold sweat. It feels as though I might perish at any moment. The emotional impact is incredibly powerful. In the live stream, the professionals are utterly astounded. In their minds, the pipa is merely a traditional instrument associated with gentle melodies, often played by courtesans in ancient times. They never anticipated such a drastic change in style here with Subai. The ferocity is palpable. Gao Song, who typically looks down on folk music, is also taken aback. Could it be that what he said holds true? Many netizens recall Subai's words. You have simply never encountered great works. You are all frogs at the bottom of a well. At this moment, they truly resemble frogs confined to a narrow well. As the Swana plays, all birds flock to the phoenix. When the pipa resonates, it's like an ambush from all sides. After just 2 pieces, the popularity of the live stream surges once more. The student hosting the stream exclaims, "My goodness, over 2 million viewers. I'm nearing 1 million myself." The live stream has surpassed 100,000. On stage, until the last note is played, Jiomei remains in a state of shock. Being closest, she hears the music most clearly and sees everything in detail. The impact Subai has on her is monumental, completely overturning her understanding of the pipa. Can it truly be played in such a manner? Luan stands dumbfounded in place, unable to believe her eyes. The folk music she had always looked down upon can produce such extraordinary melodies, utterly overshadowing the guitar she once took pride in. Crack. She feels her resolve shatter. And her vision darkens. She almost collapses. Luan. Lu Chang catches his girlfriend just in time. Let us go. We've lost. Subai shakes his head with a smile. Although he merely chose an 8th-level piece, ambushed from 10 sides, the essence lies in the performer. Each individual has their own interpretation, and he has maximized his potential. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? Subai's gaze sweeps across the room, exuding an air of confidence. Meanwhile, the folk music enthusiasts are in an uproar. What a glorious moment. Teacher Subai is incredibly impressive. Absolutely stunning. I've never realized that the pipa could be played so flamboyantly. This piece is magnificent. Teacher Subai is truly a genius. Was it said that our folk music is inferior? Let us have another match. Indeed, let us battle. Even Professor Yu and the others are itching to participate, eager to pluck the strings and express themselves. Witnessing the Western musicians falter, years of repression evaporate, and their spirits soar with joy. As for the school leaders, they appear outwardly composed, yet within, they are tumultuous with surprise. The young man exudes an air of terror, and the audacity of his performance elevates the pipa to unprecedented heights. Such a master of the pipa is unheard of and unseen in our nation. The mesmerizing melodies he produces are truly rare gems in this world. Director Wang silently rejoices, recalling his initial hesitation when Udaikiyu from the folk music department suggested inviting Subai for a folk music class. Fortunately, the leadership team collectively decided in favor of it. Otherwise, they would have nearly lost a folk music maestro. He has resolutely resolved to retain Subai at the conservatory, willing to acquiesce to any conditions the young man might propose. This is not merely an enhancement of the faculty's strength, but a significant impetus for the development of folk music in Xia country. With his presence, the influx of students to the folk music department will surely surge. The number of young enthusiasts for folk music will undoubtedly increase, heralding the revival of this art form, and perhaps even leading it onto the international stage. The leadership truly exemplifies foresight, contemplating such profound implications in an instant. Meanwhile, on the Western music department's side, the atmosphere is somber, faces resembling those of the bereaved. Is this fellow even human? Has he gained some sort of supernatural prowess? Mastering both the Swana and pipa at such an exceptional level seems utterly implausible. What shall we do? Are we truly to concede defeat to those folk music practitioners? Look at how Lu Chang and Lu Wen have faltered. Their spirits have been utterly crushed. We cannot afford to concede. We are the largest department in the conservatory, and I cannot bear such disgrace. Indeed, we must band together. Their collaborative ability in folk music is lacking, and symphonic music is their inherent weakness. That makes sense. Let us unite. In the midst of the clamor, a deep voice interrupted the discussion. Everyone turned to see Professor Su rising, prompting an immediate hush. You are no match for him. Allow me to handle this. Professor Su is a renowned master of Western music, proficient in various Western instruments, all at an exceptional level. The students and other faculty members were taken aback at the prospect of him personally taking the stage. Is Subai truly formidable enough to warrant Professor Su's direct involvement? Professor, are you not overestimating Subai? You are our cornerstone. It would be unwise for you to engage so readily, one professor advised. No need for persuasion. I must take the stage. With that, Professor Su stepped forward, carrying his instrument case. He understood that Subai's mastery of folk instruments is extraordinary. Without his intervention, victory would be implausible. Yet, he was also perplexed. How could someone so young possess such high caliber? Could he truly be a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy? Furthermore, He firmly believed that everyone has their flaws. Subai had already demonstrated expertise in 2 instruments, reaching peak performance. This, in itself, could be his Achilles heel. No matter how talented one may be, it is improbable for an individual to simultaneously excel in 3 instruments at the highest level. Even after years of diligent practice, one might not achieve such proficiency. However, today was fortuitous. His greatest strength lies in the violin, which is akin to the eru in folk music. Professor Su chuckled, unable to believe that one could truly master the eru. In this world, the eru was originally an instrument for street performers, later evolving into a cherished, intangible cultural heritage. Its structure is simple, its melodies often melancholic and poignant, and its timbre coarse and jarring. For those unskilled, playing it resembles the sound of sawing wood, provoking an urge to smash it. It cannot possibly be compared to the innate elegance of the violin. As the audience witnessed Professor Su take the stage, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Professor Su himself? Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Wasn't he that somewhat disrespectful to Subai? Wasn't he a tad unfair? The folk music faction felt a mix of anxiety and indignation, with some expressing their discontent vehemently. Is this a game we cannot play? If the students cannot compete, what does it mean for the professor to step in? Professor Yu, we should join as well. Isn't this a form of bullying? It's as if we lack our own professors. The sentiment of fairness prevailed, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, that seemed only reasonable. To their surprise, Professor Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. I truly lack the confidence. Chapter 88, Galloping Horses. Is this the eru? At this moment, Professor Su had ascended the stage, standing face to face with Subai. Young man, you possess remarkable instrumental skills. You are truly impressive, he proclaimed. It is merely a hobby. I am unworthy of such high praise, Subai replied courteously, noting the other's modesty. Su nodded, appreciating his character, finding him far superior to his own disciples, Lu Chang and Lu Wan. Those two, upon achieving a modicum of success, became quite arrogant, their tempers flaring despite their inferior abilities. Such is the disparity. Ah, if only this young man had pursued Western music, I would have gladly taken him as my disciple. His potential knows no bounds. My surname is Su Weigua. Shall we engage in a friendly exchange? Respectfully, I shall comply. As they engaged closely, Su Weigua's admiration for talent grew. From his external demeanor to his inner essence, everything about the young man was simply exquisite. Watch closely, Su Weigua announced as he opened the violin case and drew forth his instrument. This piece is titled Heavenly Steed Soaring Through the Skies. With that, Su transformed into a different persona, exuding grandeur. The violin in his hands sang like a tempest, its rhythms soaring and cascading. The audience below was entranced. Wow! Professor Su's reputation is well-deserved. His speed and precision are astounding. The violin seems to smoke with his fervor. I can almost envision a winged steed galloping joyously through the skies. How enchanting, an absolute delight. Truly a master of the violin. As the performance concluded, Su Weigua exhaled deeply, a slight sheen of sweat gracing his brow, revealing the effort he had invested without reservation. The applause erupted like thunder, the crowd erupting in cheers for him. Su Weigua smiled at Subai. So, young man, are you prepared to take up the challenge? Subai responded with a grin. What is there to fear? To keep your eyes peeled. As he accepted the eru from a student, he declared, this piece is titled Galloping Horses. Galloping Horses? Su Weigua's brow furrowed slightly. I just played Heavenly Steed Soaring Through the Skies, and now you present Galloping Horses? What a remarkable coincidence. I have never even heard this piece before. Is this young man attempting to provoke me? Moreover, Subai truly intended to engage in this musical duel with the eru, marking the third distinct traditional instrument he showcased. Not only did Su Weigua doubt Subai, but the audience shared his skepticism, as did the viewers in the live stream, with the school leaders expressing the utmost disbelief. A cacophony of doubt and curiosity filled the live stream chat. Those familiar with Subai murmured among themselves, aware of his prowess as an original singer and exceptional guitarist. Having already demonstrated his skills with the swona and pipa, now he approached with an eru. How could they possibly believe him? Disregarding the murmurs from the audience, Subai seated himself with the eru. Unbeknownst to Su Weigua, Subai had no intention of provoking him. The piece he had chosen was a renowned composition by the celebrated eru virtuoso Chen Yaoxing, War Horses Galloping, which had been performed by many esteemed eru players. This is an exceptionally skillful composition, with each performer imparting their unique flavor and expressive quality. Recently, Subai expended 2 million points of popularity to acquire 20 skill points, elevating his mastery of the eru to its zenith. While Su Weiguo's violin proficiency is indeed remarkable, it still falls short of divine prowess. Are you not a celestial steed? Then allow me to unleash 1,000 galloping horses. With his eyes gently closed, Su Bai suddenly sprang into action. The distinctive timbre of the eru flowed through the grand auditorium. The music commenced with rapid notes and a vigorous rhythm, resonating like the beating of war drums, instantly creating a tense atmosphere that enveloped the audience. They were immediately swept away by the emotional tide. Then, astonishingly, the eru emitted the neighing of war horses. As if a battalion of steeds was roaring, poised for action. The crowd was left utterly astounded. How can I hear the neigh of war horses? Is there also vocal mimicry accompanying the era performance? De-chun, as a student of the music conservatory, you should refrain from making baseless claims. This is the era imitating the sound of war horses. Truly masterful. Director Wang exclaimed, Su Bai is indeed a prodigy. The subtle slides and vibratos of the era were executed with such finesse. On stage, Su Weiguo gazed in disbelief at Su Bai, who was pouring forth his talent with abandon. The delicate nuances of the eru were being manipulated with such craftsmanship. This young man was truly formidable. It appeared he was proficient in 3 instruments. Judging by the prelude of the eru, even if he did not surpass the other 2, his skill was undoubtedly impressive. As Su Bai's music continued, the piece transitioned into its thematic section, where the melody suddenly quickened, with a clear and powerful rhythm. If the previous segment depicted war horses poised for charge, now they began their gallant charge. Su Bai's eru danced with rapid bowing and leaping notes, painting a vivid scene of hoofbeats approaching, gradually escalating in speed. Subsequently, the melody and rhythm accelerated once more, the notes became denser. As if the battle had reached its zenith, the high-pitched sections resounding triumphantly, akin to cheers of victory. Su Weiguo was left dumbfounded. This young man's skill with the eru was not merely commendable, it was unprecedented. An unremarkable era conjured the might of 1,000 troops. One individual was akin to an entire orchestra. Reflecting on his own fanciful imaginings, Su Weiguo felt a flush of embarrassment. His cheerful, sunny little horse was but a shadow compared to the true spectacle of the 1,000 galloping steeds. The audience could no longer contain their excitement. And the sound of hoofbeats. Goodness, I feel as though I see a legion of war horses charging forth. What a stunning performance. How impressive. I never imagined traditional instruments could be so extraordinary, mastering them to such an extent that they overshadow Western music. Is this a manifestation of spirited steeds? The prowess of such a formidable opponent is indeed terrifying. Coach, I wish to learn this. Professor Yu and others were rendered speechless by the spectacle. At that moment, a staff member hurried over. Professor Yu, Professor Zhang, Director Wang invites you to enjoy the performance together, and there are matters to discuss. Very well. We shall come at once. Professor Yu responded, his spirit invigorated. Being summoned at this juncture surely heralded something auspicious. The 2 individuals hurriedly made their way over. Old Yu. Old Zhang, come, sit here. Dean Wang was exceedingly gracious. This Su Bai is truly a talent. You discovered him, so find a way to retain him. As for the conditions for those below the professor level, feel free to offer generously. I will handle the rest, including the professors. He need not come to work every day. A nominal affiliation will suffice. He can attend classes and participate in activities intermittently, and his remuneration shall remain unaffected. At that moment, many faculty and students were drawn to this scene. Look, what's Dean Wang discussing with old Yu and the others? They seem to be in high spirits. Chattering away. It must pertain to Su Bai, and it surely bodes well. Judging by today's competition, traditional music is set to rise. At this juncture, Su Bai concluded his performance with a soaring high note. It was executed with precision and flair. The audience could no longer contain their excitement. Cheers, applause, and shouts surged like a tidal wave. Chapter 89. Music knows no victory or defeat. The impromptu lecture captivated not only the live audience, but also filled the online streaming room with a flurry of comments, rendering the screen nearly unreadable. It was simply magnificent. Goosebumps covered every inch of my skin. My goodness. Truly, what a rebellious instrument. Compared to the galloping of myriads, let us refer to the previous performance as the sunny rainbow little pony, at best a mere little pony crossing the river. I yearn to learn. I must learn. I am determined to switch majors. De-chun, your department head is watching you. As the audience finished expressing their excitement, Su Bai executed a most audacious maneuver. He casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it on the strings, nonchalantly taking a puff. The crowd was left in utter disbelief, each person rendered speechless. What is this sorcery? How incredible! This is so stylishly bohemian. The air is about to ignite with passion. The tension is palpable, and flames of rivalry have ignited. Only the students and faculty from the Western Music Department wore expressions of despair, reluctant to accept this reality. They, who proudly considered themselves the foremost department, had never before been overshadowed in such a public setting. How could they hold their heads high in the future? Particularly disheartened were Lu Chong and Lu Wan, who mourned profoundly. Their revered Professor Su, a figure they idolized, had been bested by this young talent on stage. The shattering of their ideals was vividly palpable. Professor Yu and others erupted in hearty laughter, and even Dean Wang found amusement in the spectacle. Rising from his seat, he joined the university leadership in a round of applause as they approached the stage. Mr. Subai, greetings. Truly remarkable for one so young. Your reputation is well-deserved. Dean Wang extended his hand. Ah, greetings, Dean Wang. Subai grasped the dean's hand firmly. Excellent, quite excellent. Dean Wang turned to the pallid-faced Professor Su and remarked, Old Su, I believe this competition bears no victor or vanquished. How can music be subject to such constraints? Students, allow me to introduce our new faculty member from the traditional music department, Mr. Subai. Many of you may recognize him as a remarkably talented star. Following the dean's introduction, the students erupted into excited cheers, accompanied by thunderous applause. Some, unfamiliar with Subai, hurriedly inquired among their peers, while others scurried to search online, including Lu Chong and his companion. What a revelation! They had assumed him to be a new student, but he was, in fact, a celebrity. He looked so youthful and handsome, resembling a charming young lad at first glance, yet his talent was astonishing. How could they not be enamored? Wait, this song A Lifetime of Love is his masterpiece? I adore it. They recalled the mention of him teaching in the traditional music department. Oh my heavens, I am losing my mind. Why doesn't he come to our department? I protest. Goodness gracious, I must switch majors. Desha-chun, sit down this instant. The department head scolded angrily. It was only then that Lu Chang and his friend comprehended Subai's true identity. Gazing at Subai's impressive credentials, they felt a profound shock. Losing to such a remarkable prodigy seemed less shameful after all. Moreover, following the recent confrontation, a subtle transformation occurred within the hearts of the two individuals. Had they been overly rigid in their attitudes towards traditional Chinese music? As Dean Wang articulated, must music truly be relegated to a contest of superiority? Raising his hand to beckon silence, Dean Wang continued, Students, music transcends borders, social status, and class distinctions. Today's competition has vividly demonstrated this. Do you truly believe that traditional music is inferior to Western music? It is not. Traditional music possesses its own brilliance. Indeed, it is equally remarkable. You are correct. We have long overlooked its beauty, viewing it through a distorted lens. If you approach music with sincerity, it shall reciprocate in kind. Henceforth, I hope to hear no discourse regarding the superiority or inferiority of music within the halls of the Summer National Conservatory. Professor Su, what is your perspective? Dean Wang, ever astute as a leader, seized this opportune moment to impart wisdom, ensuring the students would heed his words. Had he spoken previously, it would have been in vain. Su Wade was sighed and nodded, acknowledging, Dean Wang is indeed correct. Today I have witnessed the allure of traditional music. In front of the entire school. I shall take this opportunity to reflect upon my previous biases. Henceforth, disparagement of any musical form shall not be tolerated within my department. Professor, you concurred. Music should indeed be this way. Well said, music ought to be perceived in such a manner. Was I mistaken in my previous judgments? Alas, as the pinnacle of musical education, I have squandered my youth. Teacher Subai, so young yet accomplished, I am filled with shame. Indeed. I must learn from Teacher Subai and strive for self-improvement. How I long to attend one of Teacher Subai's classes. Dean Wang. Might we request Teacher Subai to give us a lecture? A student called out, unable to contain their enthusiasm. With one voice igniting the crowd, other students chimed in. Teacher Subai, please enlighten us about traditional music. Indeed, Teacher Subai, your prowess must be accompanied by invaluable experience. Subai retorted, experience? What nonsense. It merely requires skill. At that moment, Dean Wang and the others turned to Subai with amusement. Teacher Subai, what do you think? Having reached this juncture, Subai felt compelled to respond. After all, the distinction between addressing one person and thousands was negligible. Such an opportunity would surely yield fruitful connections in the future. Once these students achieved success, they would undoubtedly refer to him as their teacher, a profitable endeavor indeed. Furthermore, there were numerous individuals recording and live streaming the event, presenting an excellent chance to garner popularity. Yet, what could be taught to attract such attention? Music theory? Nonsense. What student here lacked a solid foundation? The principles of traditional instruments? It was likely that more than half of the audience would not comprehend. Su Bai's mind raced, contemplating how to make his presentation truly captivating. Dean Wang, do you think I am capable? I lack teaching experience. Su Bai expressed hesitantly. Seeing Su Bai's willingness, Dean Wang replied with a smile, no worries. Just speak freely. Students, do you agree? Yes. They cheered, applauding in support. At that moment, the staff activated the multimedia screen in the auditorium and handed Su Bai an interactive pin. Accepting the pin, Su Bai inscribed a large message upon the screen. I dedicate 8 hours each day to practice, yet people choose to overshadow my efforts with the label of genius. This profound statement is attributed to the musical prodigy Mozart, who exemplified extraordinary talent coupled with relentless diligence, leading to his monumental achievements. While many possess innate gifts, the significance of hard work is equally paramount. The students began to deeply contemplate this notion. Dear classmates, I wish to convey to you that there are no shortcuts on the path of music. The degree of one's talent may only dictate the ceiling of one's potential, and the vast majority, constituting 99% of individuals, have yet to reach a point where they can solely rely on talent. Su Bai's words elicited an immediate response, prompting the students to raise their heads. The mentors and professors in the audience nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Su Bai's insights. He continued, stating, Now, I invite everyone to pose questions or express requests, and I shall endeavor to address them to the best of my ability. The students erupted in a flurry of excitement. Chapter 90. Let us organize a folk music ensemble on the spot. A girl eagerly raised her hand and asked, Teacher Su Bai, do you mean to say that while effort is crucial, you are intentionally downplaying the significance of talent? Your remarkable proficiency in folk instruments, was it solely the result of hard work? With a composed demeanor, Su Bai replied, What I intend to convey is that both talent and effort are equally vital. Many individuals discover their innate abilities only through stimulation, without endeavoring. One can never ascertain whether they possess any talent. Therefore, my modest achievements in folk instruments are a product of the harmonious interplay between the two. Thank you. Teacher Su Bai, I understand now. Another girl from the Western Music Department raised her hand. Teacher Su Bai, as a student of Western music, your performance today has ignited my profound interest in folk music. In your opinion, what is the most significant difference between Western and folk music? The distinctions between Western and folk music are indeed considerable. The tonal system of Western music leans towards precision and conformity, emphasizing harmony, counterpoint, and overall orchestral coordination, whereas folk music places greater emphasis on improvisation and emotional expression, showcasing a more individualized character. Su Bai spoke with eloquence, having thoroughly prepared to avoid any display of timidity before these professionals. At that moment, a male student from the folk music department stood up. Teacher Su Bai, I am grateful for your performance and teachings today, which have rekindled my confidence in folk music. I have long harbored a dream of forming a folk music ensemble to elevate our ancestral culture onto the international stage, allowing more people to appreciate it. However, the scarcity and monotony of folk instruments render it challenging to conduct symphonic performances akin to Western orchestras. Su Bai was deeply moved by the students' words. Despite the diminished status of folk music, there remain passionate individuals eager to elevate it. Regrettably, their perspectives and biases run deep, leading to a scarcity of developed instruments. Instruments like the suona, gongs, and cymbals face excessive discrimination, remaining outside the mainstream eye. Ultimately, they suffer from a lack of recognition, attention, and quality works. It appears that a paradigm shift in their perceptions of instruments like the suona is imperative, otherwise, folk instruments will forever be marginalized, and a respectable folk ensemble will remain unattainable. Determined, Su Bai resolved to organize an impromptu folk music ensemble performance, allowing the students to witness the charm of the so-called rogue instrument trio. What song to choose? Given the number of performers, a piece too complex would be unfeasible. Although the students possess strong professional skills, time constraints necessitated a simpler selection, something they could quickly grasp. A thought struck Su Bai. There exists a song in this world, the theme song of Water Margin, one of the 4 great classic novels, titled The Heroic Song. It is widely recognized, yet the rendition in this world is rather mundane, lacking the suona, gongs, and cymbals. This would be the perfect choice, showcasing the allure of the rogue ensemble. Having made up his mind, Su Bai turned to the male student. I wholeheartedly agree with your vision. In fact, folk music can indeed form ensembles and deserves a grander stage. Is that truly possible? The student's eyes sparkled with excitement at Subai's endorsement. However, many students in the audience remained skeptical. Noticing their disbelief, Subai chuckled and remarked, "It seems that many of you have little faith in traditional music. Is that so?" A questioning student spoke up. "The range of traditional music is too limited to express complex musical structures. It is rather monotonous, lacking harmony, and sounds unchanging. It is more suited for solo performances rather than ensembles. It lacks range. The high and low notes lack distinctiveness, being overly smooth and not captivating enough." The students were abuzz with chatter, and the teachers also engaged in discussions. What did Teacher Subai mean? Was he planning to form a traditional music ensemble? While the idea was commendable, it seemed quite challenging. I, however, have confidence in Teacher Subai. Have you all forgotten the level of those few pieces he just played? They were indeed impressive, but from a professional standpoint, they are somewhat limited, lacking range. Dean Wang listened intently, narrowing his eyes as he observed Subai. Did this young man have a plan? If it were indeed feasible, it would be a significant advancement for traditional music, a moment that would be etched in history. Below, Tian Wenjing had already let go of her inhibitions, thinking to herself that no matter what Subai attempted, she had transitioned from skepticism to astonishment and now to numbness. Even if Subai claimed he would ascend to the heavens to pluck celestial peaches, she would dare to believe him. At that moment, Subai spoke, "Everyone, quiet down. All this talk is merely theoretical. Here's the plan. Let us take a 15-minute break, and after that, let us see if we can arrange a piece for ensemble performance. What do you think?" The audience erupted once more in excitement. What did he mean? Could we really arrange a piece in just 15 minutes? Was he joking? Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? Well, it is a bit absurd, but it's just 15 minutes. Let us wait and see. Right. I'll just take a quick restroom break. Save my spot for me. Dechun. Subai calmly descended the stage and approached the traditional music department. "Teacher Subai?" "Teacher." The students stood and greeted him. Subai smiled in response. "Professor Yu also rose and said, 'Subai, are you really planning to create an ensemble in just 15 minutes? Isn't that a bit rushed? We could postpone the performance for a few days." "Yes, Subai. It would be wise to take some time to refine the pieces. These students have discerning tastes. Be cautious that they may not accept it. Thank you for your concern." "Subai, I understand your desire to elevate traditional music's reputation, but after so many years of delay, there is no need to rush. If it turns out poorly, it could provide ammunition for criticism." The professors made valid points. They were wary that haste could lead to subpar results. Subai smiled and replied, "Dear colleagues, I've already made my bold claim. It is too late to reconsider now. Let us focus on how to assist me, as this pertains to the dignity of our traditional music." With that, the conversation reached a pivotal point, and they agreed to follow his lead. "Count me in," exclaimed Jiomei, the girl with the braids, raising her hand. "Me too," chimed in an eager boy with single eyelids. "I want to participate. Count me in." "And me." Subai nodded, pleased with the enthusiasm of these students. "Take it easy, everyone. I will involve you all. Just listen to my arrangements. Professor Yu, are there any gongs and drums available for our use?" "Yes, indeed. They are stored in the rehearsal room's warehouse," Professor Yu replied, puzzled. Subai sighed inwardly, wondering if even Professor Yu did not regard gongs and drums with due importance. "That's all I need. Where's the rehearsal room? Let us head there at once." Without waiting for further discussion, Subai led the ensemble from the folk music department towards the rehearsal room in a spirited manner. Upon opening the warehouse door, they discovered a pair of large drums and a set of gongs and cymbals. To their surprise, the instruments were coated in dust, threatening to rust if left unused any longer. With all the instruments accounted for, Subai began to organize them with great urgency. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed, and the students gradually returned to the grand auditorium. Chapter 91, The Hero's Song. As the Swana resounds, the gongs and drums create a cacophony, igniting the atmosphere. Where is Teacher Subai? Where have the folk music department members vanished to? Surely they wouldn't have slipped away? Abandoned us? Nonsense, that is simply implausible. Do you think Teacher Subai is like you? Here they come. What on earth are these folks up to? Oh, the grand drum of the honor guard has been brought forth. Look at what they hold in their hands. Are those not the gongs and cymbals used for performance? Subai is wielding a large swana. What is he planning, to send us off with a flourish? In the distance, Subai, clutching a sizable swana, is flanked by two students carrying a large drum, while others hold gongs and cymbals, presenting themselves as a professional ensemble. Anyone in the village would surely inquire, "Master, where is the banquet being held?" To the brothers in the live stream, "My comrades, behold this grand spectacle. Look at what is unfolding. Brothers. As Subai leads the folk music troupe in this live broadcast, do lend a like and a little red heart. The live stream instantly bursts into excitement. Oh my. Is your academy preparing for a feast? Remarkable. I have witnessed a symphony, but never a Swona ensemble performing a symphony. Ha ha ha. This is absolutely delightful. Such a memorable scene. The musical prodigy is truly down to earth. In the audience, Tian Wenjing is utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Brother, are you really adopting the idol route? Must you be so relatable? At this moment, the school leaders have just returned from outside, and upon entering, they see this ensemble passing by. As if they have time traveled back home for a grand feast. Subai and the students pay no heed to the gazes around them, confidently ascending the stage to arrange their instruments. Subsequently, other students from the folk music department also take to the stage, along with several senior professors. The eru, pipa, flute, and more are all present. They have even invited a senior professor from the conducting department to lead. The senior professor gestures to Subai and the others, and they nod, signaling that they are ready to begin. The atmosphere gradually settles, all eyes fixated on this makeshift troupe's performance. With a flourish, the conducting professor raises both hands. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. The bass drum emits a steady roar, akin to the boisterous laughter of a chivalrous hero. Then, the rowdy instruments make their entrance. Subai puffs out his cheeks and begins to perform. The resounding sound of the Swona erupts, instantly electrifying the audience. The spectators quickly realize this is none other than the theme song from Watermargin, the hero's song. Expressed in this manner, it is such a joyous occasion. The Swona, a true rogue, dominates the stage, standing out in singular brilliance. The audience's emotions are ignited, and they cannot help but clap along, many even softly joining in song. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky resemble the Big Dipper. One fellow sings a line, and another chimes in, hee hee, the Big Dipper. A bond forged over a bowl of wine. The two instantly reach a tacit understanding. Harmonizing with the music, let us depart at once. You have it, I have it, we all have it. Hee, we all have it. Through water and fire. We shall not turn back. On stage. After the stunning performance of the Swona, the gongs, drums, and cymbals joined in, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled exuberance. Reminiscent of valiant heroes in a tavern, raising their cups and laughing heartily. The elderly professor from the conducting department could no longer restrain his body. Clapping and swaying to the rhythm of the music, as comfortable as if he were in his own home. With his spirited lead, the audience was swept into a frenzy of joy, clapping, singing, and dancing alongside. Roaring against injustice. When it's time to act, we act. Bravely charging through the realms. The infectious chorus echoed, with the crowd joining in, hey, oh, ah, hey, hey, hey. The music paused momentarily, only for the resounding beat of the drum to return. Heralding the second verse, the rogue reappeared, transforming the scene into a jubilant ocean of celebration, a grand dance party. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. No distinction of status, just a bowl of wine. When we decide to go, we go. You have, I have. We all have. Head held high, never bowing down. The rhythm surged once more, roaring against injustice. When it's time to act, we act, bravely charging through the realms. At this moment, the audience was utterly enthralled, the captivating beat combined with joyful instruments and familiar melodies evoking an irresistible response. Dean Wong and the leaders seated below struggled to maintain their composure, their bodies at odds with their rational minds. One part of him yearned to abandon restraint and revel, while another urged caution, you are a leader, don't let it get to your head. Meanwhile, Tian Wenjing had completely liberated herself, discarding all pretenses, declaring, to hell with modesty, I want to enjoy. In the live stream, a multitude of netizens were equally exhilarated. Goodness, this is incredible. My DNA is alive. It's utterly enchanting. So exhilarating. Lin Daiyu would uproot the willows in envy. My feet can't stop moving. The tiger 1T escape. I'm on my way. Sun Wukong drunkenly confronts Zhang Minchen. Even the seemingly mundane and somewhat rustic hero's song became astonishingly melodious. This is what art truly is. The pretentious highbrow art does not suit me. I revel in the down-to-earth. Subai was phenomenal, the Swona resembling a mischievous rogue, stealing the spotlight from the moment it appeared. Not just the Swona, but the gongs, drums, and cymbals all produced an audacious sound that was simply exceptional. Finally on stage, the ensemble approached its conclusion, with Subai showcasing a dazzling finale on the Swona. The entire audience rose to their feet, erupting in enthusiastic applause. Incredible! So beautiful! Amazing! Keep it up! This is the most exhilarating live ensemble I have ever witnessed. The applause resonated endlessly across the stage. Subai led a group of students and teachers in a deep bow of gratitude. The students, their eyes glistening with emotion, felt the exhilarating thrill of receiving such abundant applause for the very first time, and it was through their folk music ensemble that they garnered this recognition. Folk music is hope. It truly is hope. United, they clasped hands, encouraging one another. Let us persevere. Yes, let us persevere. After a considerable time, the applause gradually faded. The students of the folk music department descended from the stage, leaving Subai standing alone. Everyone present was captivated by this young man on stage. Those who had previously harbored doubts fell silent, transforming into ardent admirers of Subai. Individuals who once looked down upon instruments like the swona and gongs now found themselves deeply intrigued by them. It can be said that Subai accomplished all he set out to do, sowing the seeds of a revival for folk music within the hallowed halls of the highest musical institution in Xia country. He firmly believed that, in the near future, these seeds would take root, blossom, and bear fruit. The eyes of Director Wang and others sparkled with excitement, their hearts filled with awe. They understood profoundly the significance of this performance and its potential to leave a lasting impact on future generations. The revival of folk music is indeed within reach. Chapter 92. The video tops the music charts, igniting a trend in folk music. Today's events were captured by the students present. After editing out the irrelevant content, only Subai's 3 pieces of folk music and the final ensemble piece remained, which were then shared online. In no time, the video circulated across major platforms, rapidly ascending to the forefront of various music sections within merely 2 days. The musical prodigy unleashed, introducing you to unique folk music. Is the swona not an instrument? It depends on who holds it. When the swona sounds, the atmosphere ignites. Many netizens were filled with curiosity. The swona? Can this be considered an instrument? In their minds, the swona was most commonly associated with funeral processions, and it was rarely played during joyous occasions anymore, as it had become a symbol of sorrow. The mere thought of the swona conjured familiar scenes that felt rather unsettling. Upon seeing the enticing headlines, they all clicked in with intrigue. In the video, Subai stood on stage, sporting a mischievous grin while grasping the swona, poised to play. Just as the crowd anticipated an impending cacophony, a cheerful melody emerged from the video, an enchanting piano piece. The audience was bewildered. What a familiar tune. What was it called? It was Flight of the Bumblebee. But why did it feel so peculiar? Where was the pianist? Wait a moment. This was produced by the swona. Goodness, I'm astounded. It truly was the swona. No wonder it felt strange. Remarkable. The excitement was palpable. Then, in the video, Subai's expression shifted, and Flight of the Bumblebee transformed into a lively piece. Indeed, it was 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. This piece left the audience in sheer astonishment. This was even more impressive. Is this truly the swona? It could mimic the calls of birds. Unbelievable. It sounded so captivating. A century from now, I wish to hear this at my grave. Coach, I want to learn this. Subai is incredible. He must be the first to perform the swona in such a manner in the country. As the performance concluded, the ethereal sounds of birds chirping drifted in through the auditorium's windows. This enchanting scene rendered the audience speechless. Then, the video transitioned, and Subai's instrument shifted from the swona to the pipa. He transformed entirely, exuding an imposing aura as if enveloped by an intangible ferocity. The stage fell silent, devoid of any noise. Suddenly, Subai moved. The compelling tension of ambush from 10 sides sent excitement through the viewers beyond the screen. What a powerful melody. Is this really the pipa? Astonishing. The air was thick with menace, as if an enemy force were about to strike. The grandeur was overwhelming. Like rocks soaring through the sky, what a magnificent ambience. I am in awe. How does Subai excel at everything? Moreover, they are all exceptionally talented, unlike myself, who is merely proficient in various areas yet excels in none. I found myself hesitant to even breathe heavily, utterly astonished by the prowess displayed on the pipa. The barrage of comments on the video was overwhelming, filled with exclamations of awe, a veritable wall of admiration. In mere minutes, the performance came to an abrupt end, leaving the viewers yearning for more. Many were eager to rewatch, yet upon glancing at the remaining duration, they opted to continue watching, promptly hitting the like, share, and subscribe buttons to add it to their favorites. Subsequently, in the video, Subai transitioned from the pipa to the eru. Goodness, another instrument change? Now he is playing the eru? Is he even human? Instantly transforming into a park elder? Surely, he cannot be skilled in all instruments. I refuse to believe it. Just then, A rousing rendition of galloping horses burst forth with an exhilarating momentum. Those who had doubted Su-bai's abilities were left speechless. My heavens! Is this truly the Eru? I had never imagined it could produce such electrifying music. The imagery of galloping horses danced vividly before my eyes. This piece stirred my blood and sent chills down my spine. I once thought the Eru was solely for the elderly in parks. But now I can only declare, the Eru is eternal. I crave the sheet music. I must learn this. This piece outshines electronic music in its intensity, redefining my perspective. Others may have nothing to say, but wow. Let us showcase our talents in the park. I'll bring the elders to support you daily. It is safe to say that many viewers were exhilarated, their preconceived notions about the Eru utterly shattered. Old man, why aren't you enjoying your meal? What are you up to? A woman scolded her husband in their modest home. I want to reform my band and reclaim my youthful dreams. Her partner rummaged through boxes, uncovering a dusty Eru. In an apartment, a mother grappled with her child's choice of music studies post-exams, while her husband was in his room enthusiastically mimicking pig sounds. Angrily, she kicked open the door, exclaiming, "You show no concern for our child's future or help with household chores, merely hiding in your room to watch television and play computer games. Dear, come and see this. Lele doesn't need to study Western music. The competition is fierce. You should learn this," her husband said, gesturing to the computer. "What instrument is this? It's so impressive. It's the Eru, a traditional instrument from our country. Remarkable. Isn't it?" The wife appeared hesitant. While it was indeed impressive, Lele did not fancy folk music, finding it somewhat outdated. That's simple. Just look at who is playing. Upon taking a closer look, she leaped up in excitement. Goodness, Su-bai? My idol Su-bai? He can play this too? Lele adores him. This is a game changer. Lele, stop practicing. Come here, I have something to show you. What is it? I told you not to disturb me while I'm practicing. A boy with a sideswept fringe approached with a scowl. 5 minutes later, Dad, Mom. I want to learn this. I want to study this. I'm enrolling in the folk music department at the Summer National Music Academy. Subsequently, the video underwent a dramatic shift as Su-bai returned to the stage with a suona in hand. Standing at the center while surrounded by students from the traditional music department, each wielding an array of traditional instruments. The most conspicuous figure among them was a portly individual positioned at the back, whose instrument was a large drum. Flanking him were students holding unconventional instruments such as cymbals. The sight left a family of 3 in astonishment. Darling, isn't that something we use back home? Can such things really take the stage? Indeed. I remember playing with these at feasts during my childhood. Please, let us not interrupt. Brother Su-bai is undoubtedly a prodigy. His decision to showcase them on stage must be driven by a profound vision. At that moment, the familiar melody of the heroic song resonated through the air. The live orchestration brought a more profound impact, rendering the experience utterly captivating. The family was left mesmerized, with the young boy exuberantly gesticulating in excitement. Absolutely marvelous. No wonder he is my idol. His imagination knows no bounds. Who would have thought that gongs and suonas could create such magnificent works? Remarkable. I am determined to enroll in the traditional music department and become a student of teacher Su-bai. Chapter 93. The influence continues to ferment. Video spreads abroad simultaneously. Millions of netizens were exhilarated, eagerly expressing their opinions. As the opening notes of the suona echoed, I bowed deeply to my great-grandmother, only to discover it was the Song of the Heroes, to which she responded with an approving nod. In the past, one had to contribute to hear the suona. Now, one wishes to join the ensemble. This is precisely the original soundtrack that Water Margin deserves. The rhythm of the drums invigorated me more than my own square dancing. Little Sue, I shall borrow this tune for my own use. To my astonishment, the audience for this song is so extensive. Ma'am, please take your time. A university music instructor commented, previously advising a student against learning the suona in favor of computer studies. Now I wonder, dear student, are you still using WeChat? Perhaps consider applying to a music conservatory for graduate studies. A classical violinist chimed in, stating that after 2 decades of practicing Paganini, he could hardly match the folk musician's effortless mastery of 3 octaves. Is this not far more exhilarating than electronic dance music? To all the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, Eastman Bar is offering a 40% discount tonight. Let us dance to this song. I'll be waiting for you there. I must admit, the creativity of netizens is astonishing. Within mere days, Su-bai's video had traversed the internet, dominating the trending lists across major platforms. A fervor for traditional music surged throughout the nation, with countless imitation videos flooding online. Beautiful women and handsome men alike mimicked Subai's performances of ambush from 10 sides and galloping horses. Those unversed in traditional music utilized guitars and pianos for covers. Regardless of quality, instantly captivating numerous viewers, with the click counts for such videos remaining exceptionally high. As for 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix, due to the Suona's rarity, few could perform it, resulting in a lack of learners. However, netizens proved resourceful, a Suona band leader, receiving sage advice, hastily registered an account and began a live stream, doing nothing but playing 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix on his Suona, which garnered significant attention. As one comes, so does another. Gradually, online streaming began to resemble a grand competition of traditional instruments, with viewers flocking to watch anyone playing folk instruments, maintaining high engagement. University students even began to parody Subai's Song of the Heroes. In their dormitories, they gathered pots and pans, painted mustaches on their faces, and sang the song while toasting with bowls. It was undeniably rustic, yet undeniably entertaining. One video soared to the trending charts, amassing 1 million likes and over 10,000 comments. In addition to online platforms, major official media outlets began to report on the phenomenon, offering high praise from titles to evaluations. From ambush from 10 sides to cultural breaking, a pipa solo sparks a national cultural craze. Traditional Music Challenge has gone viral, discussing the allure of traditional music and the cultivation of cultural confidence. Meanwhile, a significant piece of news erupted across the internet. As the process of globalization accelerates, traditional culture faces the peril of marginalization. As an essential component of Chinese culture, folk music urgently requires protection and preservation. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism convened an emergency meeting to discuss a revival plan for folk music, implementing systematic policy support across the nation to promote the modernization of folk music, enhancing its social recognition and international influence, thereby establishing it as a significant vessel of national cultural soft power. The announcement of this policy sparked fervent discussions throughout society, with various departments and localities responding enthusiastically. The first initiative involves reforming music curricula in primary and secondary schools, incorporating folk music content, and developing age-appropriate educational materials that encompass history, theory, and practice. Professional institutions are actively following suit, with the National Music Academy introducing multiple folk music courses, categorizing traditional instruments such as the suona and gongs as part of the folk music repertoire, and publishing standardized, theoretical texts. Concurrently, special scholarships have been established to encourage young students to study folk music. This influence, however, extends beyond domestic borders. A video surfaced on YouTube, and within a week, it garnered over 10 million views. Viewers from the West expressed a mixture of bewilderment and awe, many experiencing a profound cultural shock. Comments poured in, reflecting their astonishment at the unfamiliar sounds. I have never heard music like this. How can instruments mimic animal calls? Is this some form of Eastern magic? One particularly penetrating instrument, reminiscent of a trumpet, yet more resonant, left many in utter disbelief. What is the name of that guitar-like instrument? The melodies it produces are astonishing. The climactic artistry conveyed through deft fingers is simply magnificent. Wow, what a masterful performance! The intensity of the climax is terrifying. I can almost envision the chaos of war unfolding in my mind. Can anyone tell me what this mysterious Eastern instrument is called, and who the master performer is? I can't wait to see more of his work. The melody of the Song of Heroes exudes such power that, despite the language barrier, its majestic essence compels listeners to hum along. This art form is remarkably unique, offering an experience unattainable in Western music. Upon further investigation, I discovered that these instruments are traditionally employed in funerals or celebrations within the cultural fabric of the nation, yet in this performance, they transcended boundaries, showcasing astounding expressiveness, truly the work of a master. Compared to Western audiences, those from East Asia, particularly Japan, expressed even greater surprise. A Japanese viewer remarked, "Truly, the fatherland of summer has demonstrated that traditional music can be so modern and impactful. In contrast, our traditional instruments, like the shakuhachi and shamisen, seem to remain in a classical phase, needing more innovation. Indeed, as a cultural progenitor, summer boasts an array of rich traditional instruments, their timbres powerful beyond comparison." Is this the Song of Heroes? It resonates with our spirit of Bushido. The shared sentiments of valor and loyalty are unmistakably universal. Compared to Japanese netizens, those from Korea exhibit a far more sarcastic demeanor. It is claimed that the suona was invented by Korea, and they have appropriated our instruments. The pipa and era were also said to be the creations of our great King Sejong. We ought to apply for heritage recognition when juxtaposed with our masters. This singer from the Xia country pales in comparison. Such remarks have naturally invited ridicule from netizens across various nations. The Koreans remain as shameless as ever. What has Korea truly invented? The American military, perhaps? Indeed, it is all credited to you, South Korea. While Koreans are said to have created numerous musical instruments, the unfortunate Xia people are merely credited with the invention of Koreans. Do you not harbor any reverence for your suzerain? They are ever so close, and the tiger could easily devour you at any moment. The Koreans soon found themselves overwhelmed and retreated in shame. During this period, Su-bai has profited immensely. The popularity he garnered from his previous ventures at the academy not only recouped his investments, but also yielded a surplus. It is noteworthy that Su-bai has nearly mastered all the skills of traditional music, along with a wealth of theoretical knowledge. At present, his level is on par with any esteemed music master, having truly achieved a synthesis of theory and practice. However, his gains extend far beyond this. Chapter 94 Students. Look out the window, the wind has risen. Within a couple of days, staff from the Copyright Bureau under the National Propaganda Department came to visit. Just as Su-bai finished his class, he was summoned to the dean's office by the assistant. Coincidentally, the dean had intended to meet him, but now the assistant was urging him to prepare for the upcoming charity gala, as the main office had already contacted him regarding the event. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Su-bai found two impeccably dressed officials adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles seated on the sofa, conversing with Dean Wang. As Su-bai entered, the dean promptly stood to introduce him. This is Su-bai, Professor Su. Professor, these are Section Chief Zhang and Officer Liu from the Copyright Bureau. The two officials greeted him courteously. Hello, Professor Su. Hello, Section Chief Zhang and Officer Liu. Su-bai replied, albeit somewhat bewildered by the unexpected visit. The Copyright Bureau? Were they here to discuss matters concerning my copyrights? Indeed, as Su-bai suspected, Section Chief Zhang articulated their purpose. Professor Su, we are here on behalf of the Propaganda Department and the nation to discuss the copyright of several pieces of folk music. Due to national promotional needs, the state wishes to acquire the copyrights to these folk melodies for permanent archival. Of course, you will retain the right to perform them. However, performances will be subject to certain restrictions post-acquisition. Su-bai nodded, recognizing the legitimacy of the request. National archiving indeed signifies the value of the works, which represent the nation itself, hence some restrictions on performance venues and contexts are to be expected. The state's interest in these folk pieces indicates a discerning appreciation. In a past life, these compositions were regarded as national treasures, cherished as a collective cultural heritage. Therefore, without much hesitation, Su-bai readily agreed, deciding that discussions regarding specific financial terms could be handled by Tian Wenjing, as it is best left to professionals to address professional matters. Seeing Su-bai's prompt acquiescence, Section Chief Zhang was elated, showering him with compliments, praising his profound sense of duty and significant contributions to the development of the nation's folk music. Before long, Tian Wenjing arrived, and while the officials discussed the copyright fees, Su-bai took the opportunity to inform Dean Wang about the charity program and that he would be away for a while. Professor, as a visiting professor, you are free to come and go as you please. There are no formal classes required. Just make sure to visit occasionally to share your knowledge with the students. Dean Wang understood that Su-bai could not remain at the school indefinitely, given that his primary profession was not teaching. Yet, with his esteemed standing among the youth, even a few appearances would suffice to demonstrate his value. Very well. I shall take my leave after the final class today. Su-bai felt a twinge of reluctance after spending time with the students. In no time, news of Su-bai's impending departure spread throughout the folk music department, followed by the Western music department, and soon, the entire faculty and student body were informed. As Su-bai stepped into the large classroom, he was met with a sea of students, not only from the folk music department, but also from the Western music department, along with many others from various disciplines. Teacher Su-bai, are you leaving? We can't bear to see you go. Could you possibly stay? The students expressed their sentiments, and some began to tear up. Su-bai, touched by their emotions, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It must be said, these students had been nothing short of wonderful since his arrival at the academy. He had been showered with gifts, fruits, snacks, and milk tea, enough to last for days. The age gap was minimal, and whenever they had free time, they would gather together, discussing life, aspirations, and indulging in music, embodying both teacher and friend roles. Although this was merely a temporary farewell, a sense of sadness lingered. Dear students, I am only leaving for a short while, and I will return when I can. Please don't act as though I am leaving for good, all right? Haha. With Subai's playful banter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. You're right, Teacher Subai will be back, so let us not be so sorrowful. As the moment of parting drew near, one student asked, could you sing us a song, teacher? Just one, please. Many began to clap. Subai found himself somewhat cornered. The request was not unreasonable. Why not sing one? But which song? He pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He chose an older song from his own student days, one imbued with poetic lyrics reflecting themes of growth, parting, and reunion, evoking memories of youth. As he picked up his guitar, the classroom gradually fell silent, with some students pulling out their phones to capture this unforgettable moment. Subai gazed out of the window and suddenly remarked, classmates, look outside. The wind has picked up. The students glanced outside, observing the leaves dancing in the breeze. Then, Subai began to strum the strings, and a melodious tune filled the air, unfurling a tapestry of youth. Although some students were puzzled, having never heard this song before, the melody was inexplicably captivating. At that moment, Subai began to sing. Along this journey, we pause and resume, tracing the marks left by our youthful drift. At the very brink of leaving the station, a flicker of hesitation arises. How amusing it is to feel shy upon nearing home, yet it remains inescapable. And the sky in Nagano still holds such warmth. The winds awaken the past. Subai's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, drawing all attention as if time itself had come to a standstill. Each line of the lyrics acted as a key, unlocking deep-seated memories of youth, dreams, and farewells within the hearts of the listeners. Such beautiful lyrics! What a delightful melody! Why does it seem so familiar? Could it be that Teacher Subai composed this on the spot? It's entirely plausible. Wow, is this the extent of Teacher Subai's talent? Shoo. At that moment, Subai's voice continued to resonate. Once, upon first encountering this world, we lingered in every moment. Gazing at the horizon, it feels as though it is within reach. I willingly venture forth, prepared to traverse its depths once more. Having journeyed through this world, I find myself immersed in myriad experiences. As I turn the pages of time, I unexpectedly encounter your radiant smile. Upon hearing this, the students became fervently animated, many resonating with the emotions, covering their mouths in astonishment, holding their breaths. At this moment, the song reached its zenith. I once found it difficult to extricate myself from the vastness of existence, becoming ensnared in its reveries. I neither discerned truth from illusion nor resisted the laughter that accompanied my folly. I once transformed my youth into her essence, and summoned the essence of summer with the flick of my fingers. Where my heart is stirred, let destiny take its course. Walking against the light, I allow the winds and rains to embrace me. As the song reached this point, the atmosphere in the classroom was ignited, and the students could no longer contain their inner astonishment. Some stood up, others clutched their companions' hands tightly, their bodies trembling slightly. This melody had penetrated their very souls. Some emotional girls felt their eyes welling up, gazing affectionately at Subai, who radiated warmth on stage. A few students could not resist sharing the videos they had just recorded in their friend groups, and soon, the chat exploded with excitement. Chapter 95, The Wind Rises. Becoming the exclusive anthem of our campus. What a beautiful song. My goodness, how melodious it is. Has Teacher Subai released a new song? Are you foolish? This is a self-accompanied performance. Judging by the background, it appears to be in a classroom. Could it possibly be at our school? Indeed, it is in the classroom of the traditional music department. My friends, I have just arrived on site. Hold on for me. Save a seat. Charge forth, brothers. Before long, the corridors of the traditional music department were densely packed with students from all directions. The windows were crowded with eager faces, all craning to see. The brothers in the front row crouched down, unable to see. Those in the second row bent slightly to create some space for their classmates behind. Some students even brought chairs to stand on, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse inside. For those who still couldn't see, they lifted their phones and selfie sticks, aiming their cameras at the podium. At this moment, Subai had already reached the second chorus. The previously noisy crowd of onlookers fell into a profound silence. The brief journey taken was marked by pauses, creating a sense of distance. It was uncertain whether one was caressing a tale or a fleeting sentiment. Perhaps the yearning was merely a struggle against time, to see you once more amidst the cool morning light, smiling sweetly. In the past, when I first encountered this world, I lingered in myriad ways, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before me. I would willingly brave fire and water to traverse it once again. Now, having journeyed through this world, I find myself lingering in countless memories, flipping through the pages of time, unexpectedly confronted by your smiling face. As the climax of the second segment approached, the audience held their breath, captivated by Subai's resonant voice. I once found myself ensnared in the vastness of the world, lost within its dreams, struggling with the authenticity of it all, unafraid of ridicule. I once transformed my youth into her essence, letting my fingertips summon the summer's warmth. Where my heart was moved, I chose to follow the fates. The evening breeze tousled your silver hair, soothing the scars left by memories. At this point, the newcomers were profoundly moved, a wave of youthful reminiscence flooding their hearts. It was indeed an age of melancholic reflections and sensibility. Some young lady stood there, their eyes glistening, seemingly touched deep within by the song. The piece now approached its conclusion. I ultimately returned my youth to her, together with the summer that blossomed from my fingertips. Where my heart was stirred, it simply drifted away with the wind. In the name of love, would you still be willing? With that, the song concluded, yet the classroom remained enveloped in silence, everyone still immersed in the melody, unable to extricate themselves. Moments later, applause erupted like thunder, and students rose to their feet. One girl, choked with emotion, exclaimed, "Teacher, this song is truly magnificent. It's so beautiful. I am utterly amazed. Teacher Subai's vocal prowess is extraordinary, and this is an unaccompanied performance. Oh my goodness, what is the name of this song? I would like to listen to it again. I have no idea. It's my first time hearing it. How could such a beautiful song remain obscure? Classmate, do you know what song this is? Are there any classmates here who know? I don't know either. Let us just ask the teacher." Yes. Let us directly inquire with the teacher. A boy shouted loudly, "Teacher Subai, may I ask what the name of this song is?" "It's absolutely wonderful." Subai smiled gently and replied, "This song is called The Wind Rises. I composed it spontaneously. It is a song for you all. A wish for you to always remember your present selves on the journey ahead." Just as the boy was about to search for it, he suddenly realized and exclaimed in astonishment, "Teacher Subai, are you saying this song is your original work for us?" Subai nodded with a smile. "What? Don't you like it?" The boy hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. I love it. I adore it. It's just so overwhelming." The other students were equally astonished. So it truly was an original song. No wonder they couldn't find it online. It is simply amazing. Teacher Subai's original work? I've heard that Teacher Subai writes songs as effortlessly as drinking water, and today I've witnessed it firsthand. It's incredible. I must study diligently and aspire to be as remarkable as Teacher Subai. To casually compose a masterpiece like this, I am utterly envious. Little did you know. We merely asked Teacher Subai to sing a song before his departure, and he glanced out the window and spontaneously performed. It's simply unbelievable. I've found a new idol. From now on, Teacher Subai is my lifelong idol. Yes, I will definitely be a devoted fan of Teacher Subai. Such an idol is truly our model for learning. The key is that the teacher is not only talented, but his live singing is so captivating. Even more so than in the recording studio. Most of the students present are fans of Subai. They have listened to his songs from Blue and White Porcelain to A Lifetime of Love, but only through a screen. They always believed that Subai's remarkable singing was due to the recording studio and professional team. Having attended many celebrity concerts where the performances often fell short of expectations. However, hearing Subai perform live for the first time completely astonished them. His voice was indistinguishable from the CD, and without the accompaniment, his vocals were even more enchanting. All the vocal students were left utterly speechless. Is this truly a person? As students from the highest conservatory of music, they have encountered many exceptionally talented prodigies, and there are plenty of gifted voices bestowed by the heavens. Yet compared to Subai, they all pale in comparison. This is no mere divine gift. It is as if the heavens are actively nurturing him. What is genius? What is true power? Subai before them embodies it. Compared to those artists propped up by capital, Subai is a refreshing stream in the music industry, a genuine quality idol. Subai never anticipated that the impromptu song he performed for everyone would garner him a new wave of loyal fans, the most devoted and discerning of followers. As the final class drew to a close, Subai bid farewell to his classmates, promising to reunite the following year. Although Subai had departed, the legend he created continued to thrive. With the video of Subai performing The Wind Rises circulating within the WeChat group, it swiftly spread among various student bodies, captivating numerous university students. Hey everyone, check this out. A video from my Music Academy's group. It's absolutely stunning. Many classmates eagerly clicked on the video. Wow, he's so handsome. This is an ethereal performance. Incredible. Is this Subai? Goodness, the students from the Music Academy are so fortunate. This song is so enchanting. This piece is so heartfelt. Is it specifically written for students? I adore it. The wind rises. The song lives up to its name. It moves me to tears, stirring inexplicable emotions. It makes me think of my first love. Where is she now? Is she well? Can I declare this the strongest campus song of the year? I cast my vote. It's unparalleled. I concur. As the video continued to gain traction, a fan from the folk music department stepped forward. Chapter 96, The Establishment of Sue by S. Little Fan Club. Once again at the main station. Gentlemen, I have made a decision. I shall manage a humble account dedicated to promoting the works of Master Sue by. Henceforth, that will be our fan base's stronghold. What say you? A splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree. It is high time we established a central hub for our fandom. Let us expedite this. Remember to share the account details in the group. My friend, from now on, you shall be our leader, overseeing the account's operations and management. What do you think? I concur. I also agree. I am truly honored by your trust, and I shall dedicate myself fully to this endeavor. Haha. I shall volunteer as the cultural committee member, responsible for video editing. I will assume the role of the publicity officer, as I have numerous contacts in my group. I shall be the sports committee member, specifically tasked with defending Master Sue by and confronting his detractors. Well, my friend, that is quite commendable. Count me in. The fans in the group divided their responsibilities with clarity and united efforts, and within a single evening, the account was established. The account was aptly named Sue by S. Little Fan Club. The first work published was The Wind Rises. The publicity officer mobilized all connections, and soon, the initial wave of viewers arrived. Among the audience were those familiar with Sue by and those who were not. However, upon clicking the video, they were all inevitably captivated by Sue by's charm. The song was simply enchanting, resonating profoundly with the aesthetic sensibilities of the youth. Within just a few days, it spread like wildfire across campuses, achieving a level of recognition that made it a household name. Whether they were college students, high schoolers, or elementary school children, everyone could hum a few lines. It wasn't until Sue by officially released his single that the students ceased their online renditions. By the time the single was launched, the video had amassed over 10 million views, consistently ranking among the daily, weekly, and monthly trending lists. Many fans, feeling as if they had found their sanctuary, eagerly reported in and joined the fan group. Meanwhile, Sue by, having just concluded his college engagements, hurried alongside Tian Wenjing to the main station. Fortunately, both were in the capital, so the distance was not substantial. Upon arriving at the main station, they were led by the staff to the familiar venue. Sue by and Tian Wenjing recalled this place vividly. It was here that Sue by composed the heart-wrenching anthem My Motherland, which became known among netizens as the second national anthem. As Sue by reminisced, a familiar figure approached. It was none other than Chen Wei, the director of the previous gala. Seeing Sue by, Chen Wei beamed with joy and greeted him warmly. Sue, the talented scholar, how have you been? Do you remember me? Ah, Director Chen, how could I forget? Sue by responded with a smile. Are you directing this program as well? Tian Wenjing inquired. Chen Wei chuckled heartily. Miss Tian, you have guessed correctly. Unfortunately, as the year draws to a close, everyone is quite busy, but I just happen to have a free slot. Thus, the leadership entrusted me with this task. Director, the leader requests your presence in the office. Called a staff member from a distance. Pardon my brief absence, dear friends. Please take a seat while I attend to this matter. After Chen Wei finished speaking, he hurriedly departed. Sue by and his companion arrived relatively early. The venue was sparsely populated, predominantly featuring some familiar faces from the entertainment industry, though they were strangers to him, merely figures he had glimpsed on television. Sue by scrutinized them, and they, in turn, cast curious glances at him. Look, that is Sue by, quite the sensation lately. I've heard that although he debuted late, his singing is exceptionally melodious. His recent videos have gained considerable traction. I watched one and initially thought he was solely an original artist, but I was astounded by his prowess with traditional instruments. The performance of the ambush on all sides sent shivers down my spine. Indeed remarkable. My father, a devoted pipa enthusiast, has now become a fan of Sue by. I must get his autograph later to please my old man. As the murmurs circulated among the crowd, more attendees trickled in. Sue by, feeling rather bored, suddenly noticed a striking figure at the entrance. Even the thick-down jacket could not conceal her elegant physique and stunning beauty. This individual was none other than Zhao Liying, whom Sue by recognized from their recent movie outing. She had mentioned her intention to attend the charity gala. And here she was, accompanied by her assistant. Zhao Liying scanned the room, and, upon spotting Sue by, Her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she approached him directly. Zhao Liang commanded significant presence. As she made her way, various stars greeted her, to which she responded with a smile, yet did not pause in her stride. The onlookers were left in awe, curious about her urgent destination. To their astonishment, she settled beside Subai and engaged him in casual conversation. At that moment, the entrance swung open once more, and a throng of individuals surged in. Subai's eyes lit up with amusement upon recognizing one of them, his rival from the voice. Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan had secured the top score during the competition, and had the show continued, he would undoubtedly have claimed the Season S championship. However, fate had other plans, and the show's abrupt halt dashed his dreams. Sporting striking white hair and accompanied by 2 assistants and several bodyguards, he made a grand entrance, exuding an air of arrogance. Wherever there is a dragon, a phoenix shall follow. Just as Ji Kuan entered, another group of people poured in from outside. Hua Chenyu entered with his team. Both factions found their respective seats, with assistants serving tea and water diligently, while the bodyguards stood at attention, performing their duties with utmost seriousness. The other stars could only shake their heads in disbelief, wondering why such security was necessary. The venue's security was far superior to that of their own residential complexes. Ji Kuan, scanning the entire venue with an air of boredom, suddenly wore a dark expression. Subai. He was taken aback to see that the production team had invited this individual as well. Ji Kuan had long harbored resentment over the show's cancellation, blaming Subai for his thwarted chance at the championship. Moreover, he was tormented by the incessant online mockery that had become a persistent nightmare. He believed that the vitriol stemmed from Subai's fans, which ultimately spiraled into widespread ridicule across the internet. His team struggled to counter the backlash with legal action, and no amount of damage control by his devoted fans seemed effective. Thus, he has been devising ways to confront Subai, never expecting to encounter him here. Ji Kuan silently vowed that if he ever caught Subai off guard, he would make him pay dearly. Similarly, Hua Chenyu also spotted Subai, his expression equally grim. To his astonishment, Zhao Liang appeared to be quite familiar with him, as they engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Unlike Ji Kuan, Hua Chenyu's primary conflict with Subai revolved around the contest for the title of Talented Scholar. Having faced repeated setbacks in their previous competitions, he harbored a lingering frustration and yearned for a platform where he could demonstrate his superiority over Subai. At that moment, Director Chen Wei entered the room. Everyone present recognized this esteemed director, and even the aloof Ji Kuan greeted him courteously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Wei promptly addressed the purpose of their gathering, outlining the procedure for the upcoming program. Chapter 97. For the love of action, the live broadcast begins. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elaborate on the content and process of the program. As Chen Wei spoke, the audience fell silent. This charity event is divided into 2 parts. The first segment involves a team of male and female celebrities visiting rural areas to meet left-behind children, orphanages, senior care facilities, sanitation workers, migrant workers, individuals with disabilities, and more. Through live streaming, we aim to garner widespread social attention and raise funds for vulnerable groups in society. Each live room will feature a donation QR code and a donation hotline. The individual who raises the most funds will be awarded the title of Charity Ambassador on behalf of the station. Therefore, everyone must strive to showcase the hardships faced by these disadvantaged groups, evoking sympathy from the audience and encouraging society to extend their love. The second part occurs after the live broadcast, where we will hold a charity gala back at the studio. We will invite renowned entrepreneurs and celebrities to participate, showcasing the touching stories and individuals we encountered during our visits, urging everyone to contribute. At this point, the audience grasped the rules of the program. While not particularly novel, the approach was undeniably simple and effective. What intrigued the most was the title of Charity Ambassador. If bestowed by the station, its significance would be substantial, greatly enhancing their image and reputation. Who knows, it might even lead to commercial endorsements. The advantages are considerable. All right. There are a total of 16 guests present, and they will form pairs, creating 8 groups in total. The specific individuals they will visit will be determined by a draw. The program is scheduled for 2 days later at the same time, and the draw will commence when the live broadcast begins. If there are no objections, you may return to rest. We shall reconvene in 2 days. After Chen Wei concluded his instructions, he left with his assistant, leaving the stars to discuss among themselves. Hua, I shall take the initiative and team up with you, shall we? A female actress named Han Xian, a notable figure in the second tier of the industry, spoke up. Sister Xian, I would be most honored. Hua Chenyu replied, feeling quite pleased that Han Xian had chosen to partner with him. Very well, it's settled then. The journey will surely be entertaining with your singing. Han Xian laughed. Soon after, others began to seek partners, predominantly pairing male and female celebrities. Ji Kuan's partner was a hip-hop girl named Tao Tao, known for her rap skills. Several stars cast their eyes towards the handsome Su Bai, hoping to team up with him, but Zhao Liying had already secured a partnership with him. Ji Kuan glanced at Su Bai with a deep look before departing. It seems he harbors some animosity towards you. Do you have any history with him? Zhao Liying inquired. I'm not familiar with him at all. There's no animosity. Su Bai replied. Come, let me treat you to a meal, and we can discuss our team arrangements. I want hot pot. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, the production team had diligently promoted the program. With the station's backing, various online platforms circulated the promotional video, instantly capturing the attention of netizens. For the love of action? Is the Central Mother producing a variety show now? It is quite astonishing that the central bank has ventured into the realm of variety shows, inviting such a plethora of celebrities. Oh, and look, Ing Bao is here too. I must watch this. Our beloved Hua Hua is participating as well. I cannot miss it. Su Bai is here too. What kind of program is this? Wait, there's an old acquaintance. Goodness, it truly is. There is a saying. After an arduous search, one finds what they seek, wandering far and wide. Goodness, Xiao Heizi, your true colors have been revealed. I am compelled to send you a cease and desist. You little trolls, always disparaging our brother. How utterly vexing. Xiao Heizi, perish. You incessantly criticize. Do you have any idea how hard our brother works? What do I care? Upon carefully reviewing the program description, netizens finally grasped why the central bank has so unprecedentedly launched a variety show. It turns out to be a charitable endeavor, visiting marginalized communities, a genuine embodiment of positive energy. Central Bank's main station. For Love's Sake production team. Today, coincidentally, is a holiday, and a multitude of stars arrived at the venue early. After a few words from Chun Wei, the program officially commenced. As the live stream opened, a flood of viewers poured in. Wow, it has begun. Ing Bao, I adore you. Oh, our Tao Tao looks particularly stunning today. I am here for Hua Hua. He is so dashing. Go, brother. You are the best. The beautiful host stepped in front of the camera. Greetings to our audience. Welcome to the charitable special For Love's Sake. Today's itinerary is entirely random, with destinations determined by a lottery draw. Now let us commence the drawing.